Welcome back, Dallas. We've got ourselves the Necc broadcast to get going. A little bit late here, about 6 minutes behind the time, but these players, they've been waiting, and we're going to get them into this as quick as we can. It is Nationals. My name's Infernos, joined here by Mick. We've got ourselves two teams ready and ready to go, like mentioned before. The Dunwood Hawks varsity facing off against Louisville Black in our Emergence Nationals division.
Yeah, getting things rolling along. Obviously, it's been a long year, at least for both these squads so far, to even get themselves in this stance. Knowing a lot of teams didn't even make the cut for them to go ahead and not only find themselves into the bracket initially, but to make their way all the way to the top and get themselves the top two spots, respectively, is just respectable in its own right. And I'm expecting a really long series out of it here today, considering what's at stake.
Keep in mind, these two teams aren't really high ranked either. They were at least seeded, I would say, going into this. Dunwood Hawks varsity were seeded 14th coming into this one, and Louisville Black came into this seeded as 17th. So they've had their trials and tribulations. Obviously, a little bit more of the tribulations fact in comparison to some of the other teams that came in seeded to this point. Yeah. They took down a couple big giants along their way in the semifinals. You saw Augustana Gold, number 2 seeded team, fall 2-0 to the Dunwood Hawks varsity side. That was a bit of a shocker for them. They'd also taken down the Lakeland Muskies, which are ranked 22, so a little bit easier of a match for them, but they took them down 2-0 respectively, just the same. Louisville Black also going 2-0 in their playoff stage. They beat number 24 Sac State Black, which is a pretty tough team. We've seen them quite a few times here at Dallas, and it did take them a game to do so, 2-1, so it did require all 3 maps, but then they upset number 5, the Grays Harbor Blue, 2-0. So both of these teams are coming in with a chip on their shoulder, and they're trying to say, hey, we can take down big dogs, we'll take down you, who's ranked just about the same as us.
Yeah, relatively easy games for both these sides. I mean, obviously, that's when we have to go ahead and make sure we can step things into it today. I mean, at least going ahead and breaking down these two rosters, knowing that either side, they got some squads behind them if they even get to this point initially. We get the side of the Dunwoody Hawks, the likes of Rocket, As Twins, Saber, Chewy, and Ditto. A little bit of these kind of younger rosters. We do see a lot of these younger rosters coming in this Emergence division, so you can't really beat them up too much for the ranks that they're standing at. But even then, to know that you're in this respective spot, you've made your way through the Nationals bracket so far, you're happy with the result, and you know that honestly, with how young you are, you got plenty of room for promotion here.
We love seeing young rosters as well. You're sitting in a very mid, I would say mid, not in a bad way, but like middle of the pack division in the Necc. The fact that you got freshmen and sophomores on the roster says, hey, you got 2-3, even if you go for a master's degree, you got even more than that, right? Come on back. You got tons of time to grow, not just the university's program, but your team's performance as well. And pretty much as everyone knows, it's not exactly linear. The more time you put in the game, the better you are, but it most definitely does help. And I'm sure these players are going to want to play more and more the more they hate having them go through with finals and tests and exams throughout the next 2 years. At least that's what it was with me. Heading over to the second team here, no longer for the Dunwoods. Go and take a look at Louisville Black. You've got City, Swick, Rins, Selenide, and Shirako on the board. This one's mostly a younger team as well, though they do have 2 upperclassmen. So unfortunately, it may seem like City, unless they come back for another year for, a higher degree program, a lot like you, Dallas, they unfortunately have to say goodbye here to Louisville Black. So this may be their last hurrah, Dallas, which is another big factor. They're going to play like it means it, because it means everything to them.
Yeah, go ahead and make sure you have yourself a little bit of a red carpet exit once you're going ahead and kind of leaving the program, understanding you are getting these things to work with. But obviously, both squads ready and ready to go. But even then, better yet, a much more important thing, considering the kind of recent controversy with VCT going on in the background. Very late night here for Central Time, but the map picks, that's a lot more important if you really ask me. We got the likes of Ascent already going ahead and being off the board. That's the biggest thing to me. I mean, obviously, Bime was banned out as well right before, but who cares about that? Bime just got brought back. The map rotation came through. Split, Fracture, Pearl, Haven, and Lotus. Everything except for Ascent and Bind. I'm loving these two teams already for that exact reason.
Pearl and Lotus being allowed through is somewhat shocking for a lot of teams, but we've seen it more and more in the collegiate scene, and I think that's something that's, unfortunately, if you don't like the map of Lotus, going to stick. Thankfully, it tends to be a decider, the BO5. You don't have to worry about that one. If it's not Ascent, it's Lotus, it seems to be. Even in BO3s here at Dallas for the Necc Mainstay season. I'm excited for our first map of Split. We had a very interesting game last time you and I casted the game of Split. Let's hope it does not go like that one whatsoever. 13-3 was the final score line, and it was not too competitive of a game, but these two teams should be very close considering their positions they've had here in playoffs throughout the season in general, and just the performance we've seen from them throughout the season. I have to anticipate that something big's gonna go down. The Hawks have already locked in their selection: Reyna, KO, KJ, Omen, and Jet, so a double duelist lineup for that side. It's none too shocking, but the big lack of a raise is still somewhat egregious, as a lot of teams do still like to lock that in for the map of Split. Maybe Reyna with the Leers in that range can really help the team out.
Yeah, already looking to see what kind of was going underway. I mean, you look at the likes of these two sides and what's going on here. Reyna's still a little bit of a interesting pick to say nonetheless, but knowing that, I mean, already you have that Jet coming through as well. Jet being a lot more kind of run-of-the-mill when you look at the likes of these rosters, and even then, I think honestly, we have a switch-up possibly between the likes of, Split and Ascent, I'm thinking it is? Okay, well, it seems like these two teams have actually gotten things twisted up. So instead, we are going to be seeing Split being taken off the board. Ascent is going to be our map, as you do see that little map change there. A little bit of a twist up, but honestly, makes a lot more sense now. I was kind of hoping we could just tell the teams to suck it up because, you know, Ascent, we all know that we always like to go here. Would love to curveball at least to start the day off.
Yeah, I'm not sure the players would necessarily like it if we just told them to suck it up. Like, this is Nationals. They're playing for a huge prize pool, and the winner of this one, while both teams do get to go home, the winner gets to 70 out of the 30 split for the other side. They want to get the biggest piece of the pie. They want that huge piece of the puzzle. Age selection's not going to change too much here, though, when we go here onto Ascent for sure. Reyna, KO, KJ, Omen, and Jet. Omen, KJ, Jet, Sky, which is huge in my opinion. Much bigger than the Reyna pick over for the Dunwood Varsity side. And then that Sova. So a lot more information, I'd say, from Louisville Black. Not just with the recon bolt, but also alongside having that Tasmanian Tiger and the Guiding Light that has that infinite range now. The only big difference, I would say, is that lack of a 0 point. The lack of that information tossed out with the suppress that really slows down and hurts teams' pushes aggressively. That's going to make it difficult for Louisville Back to get information for free on the defense, and it's going to make it hard to find which side has the least amount of players when it comes to attacking.
Yeah, I mean, already looking for a little bit of a default here. I mean, you can see it slow and steady, trying to get an eye of where exactly these utility placements are going to be around the map. You got a lot of allocation towards the A side, but even then, that's where you're seeing that push come through, and you're seeing already initial pick come out for the likes of Gawky as well.
Shots connecting both sides. Seems to go the same way. Saber finding two before being taken down by Swick. Is a 3-on-3. Spike does go down, though, and Shirako will make sure the team gets put in a nice spot. Rocket out of nowhere. Flanking with the Ghost. Two off the board. Shirako and Swatting with no chance to fight back. Leaving just City by their lonesome, and Rocket will find their third. Great assistance from your Sky, but not necessarily needed. Plenty of time for the defuse, and Louisville Black will be quite proud of their performance to take round one.
I mean, I'm always concerned about a lot of teams, seeing how these entries are going to work, seeing what's exactly going on the back end, especially from the likes of a controller and an initiator. On this map, you're going to see your Omen having to go ahead and take the reins of an initiator here more times than not. You got the Sova and the Sky on one side, you got the KO on the other. I mean, it's a big switch up here that you're seeing from the likes of Dunwoody, especially going for that double duelist now on the likes of Ascent. So I want to see what they're going to do there, because Omen can kind of play as an initiator or backup with a paranoia. Going ahead, cutting off some of these sight lines, smoking on that door if you did go towards that A site. And even then, looking to also get a lot of pressure right there towards B main if things do start to go ahead and swell up a little bit in that area of the map in those initial kind of confrontations. But regardless, knowing that you're seeing Louisville Dock here with a good start, they're obviously going to have the force. They're going to look for a little bit more pressure here with the Spectre in hand. But let's Rocket inevitably get shut down, but is able to find at least one in the meantime.
A very dangerous one as well, thankfully. Swick was not able to actually get through the dark cover in time to find the player back the other way. Rocket forced to retreat as quick as possible back through Garden, pressured by two. It's Shirako and Rins making their way quickly through glass. Rins, the only one to survive till now, finding a second kill before finally being felled, and the rest of the team will be joining them for their Louisville Black side to give Dunwood Varsity their 2-0 start as expected, but a costly one, as 3 SMGs have been dropped to the floorboards and not enough players to collect them all.
No, definitely not. I mean, already across the board, you consider that 2-0 start out of Dunwoody. I'm happy to see we're not seeing the switch up of the 1-1s. I mean, whenever they do come around, it's a lot more kind of confrontational, a little more diabolical for either side to go ahead and see what exactly is going to start to unravel. But no one even here off the start, things are tried and true. You're getting what you expect, and it's going to start to go ahead and play that way. So what do you expect here in round number 3? Well, you're going to see Louisville going ahead and purchasing up the entirety of their arsenal, their kit, and the full shields on the back of it. I'm happy to see this. We do see some teams like a DeForce nowadays kind of going for a little bit of an iffy buy there, going for maybe a Marshall, a Spectre, a Stinger, or whatnot. A lot of price changes have gone ahead and mitigated that change, and even then has gone ahead and changed the pace of the already these natural starting conflicts that we do see going over there towards the A main.
Keep in mind, Dunwoody only has limited weapons to work with in this round, having already dropped 3 SMGs the round prior, only working with the 2 they had previously, and anything they forced up around it. They're not really going to have rifles. They're going to try to play engagements that are a lot closer. That's why you see that pressure coming in from A main. We see them trying to fight early to get an advantage up close and try to deny the, such long range of the rifles currently wielded by Louisville Black. Louisville doing a great job, though, to bide their time, playing smart and methodical. They're clear out pizza there with a fragment, slowly working in towards market. Loki has a big chance to take down a player, but the rest of the team has seemingly escaped back towards site, unless Saber just couldn't make the hasty sprint back to safety. Rins will find that first blood, giving Louisville Black the man advantage, but 3 players pressuring in from defender spawn could be a problem, and a player down bottom mid is not. Ditto dusted by Shirako. Rins planting down the spike, and a 5v3 on site seems dire for Dunwoody.
It most definitely does. I mean, considering they don't really have all the guns in the world, they're going to have to make a large investment for something like this. And even then, so many players are just getting cut down in the meantime. Chewy's going to be that one player to find somewhat of an exchange here for the round. Is not going to be good enough to really make that kind of exchange to make it worth it, because, well, you still got 4 guns in the hands of Louisville Black, and Dunwoody still kind of had themselves their own little bit of a force in that last round, resulting in them not having a full armor off the back of this one. So it's going to be interesting to say nonetheless, but even then, you talk about that kind of confidence, you talk about that momentum of the game starting to well up and build a little bit. I could see it more importantly going over to the side of, well, Louisville. You saw that first round. They made things very expensive in round 2, and you saw that confidence start to really play out, especially towards Pizza, where you're saying, look, we can allocate players out across the map. They don't have the weaponry. They don't really have the armor. And even then, after seeing the M-Force again, they probably really won't have everything to work with in a round like this. So, sure, slow and steady start, but I mean, this post-plant hold is going to be very aggressive, I feel, from them with this double duelist.
A lot of noise being made over towards B lobby as they were trying to shoot out that recon bolt. Switch has been pulled, now guaranteeing that Louisville are here. Shui from stairs finds 2, a great angle, from sight, as 3 are dusted, quickly made to the 4, as Dunwoody Varsity just completely screw over the chances of Louisville Black, mostly from 1 player on site. I'm not sure why all of Louisville Black, bar their jet player, tried to swing in from walkway, but they took no advantage of the control gained from switching down door, and they just tried to funnel into one angle, and unfortunately the dog bites back, and it goes in favor for Dunwoody Varsity.
Yeah, massive start there from Chewy, especially in the likes in that last round, able to go ahead and get that 1 gun off the board and say, you know what, I'm going to quadruple it and pass it to the next person. We're going to see if we can get this train rolling along. Even then, Rocket looking with that operator, still looking for somewhat of an impact here in the map, sitting over there towards that panel, trying to keep that eyes towards that B main, but you're not going to see that cross up there. So you're getting a little bit of noise there towards A main, looking for some of the split in the map. Louisville looking at very much of a flip-flop approach, going to one side of the map, then going to the other, and looking to switch it up again and again and again. That pattern is going to be pretty predictable here soon if we do see Dunwoody start to go ahead and fumble a couple rounds and really start to look into the problem of that. But even then with a 3-1 start, they're not really concerned. They're just playing their games, they're hitting their shots, and they're happy with it nonetheless.
Very early guiding light utilized by Dunwoody Varsity. That in tandem alongside the dark cover placed on top of wall in A lobby creates a lot of problems for the attacking team who are already limited in weapons, considering the last few rounds that have gone not so favorably in their favor. But okay, in a firefight for their life, unfortunately, you brought a knife to a gunfight and you didn't connect to the head, leading the advantage still falling to Dunwoody Varsity. Saber prowling down bottom mid. 1 player in courtyard, they cross too far to split, and it will fall to their doppelgangers of Saber, who takes down Pochi as well. Swick finally finding the clap back, will top off the ults. But unfortunately, you haven't dealt with Ditto, who's still hanging out towards Rabbit and has no problems whatsoever closing out your life, leaving to 2 players for Louisville Black, quickly made 1 with Rocket's op shot getting the job done.
And even that 1 player allocated over there towards box, I mean, sitting on top of that catwalk, you know, okay, that's a little bit of a gate there. That player, if you can knock him off, you know, you have ample room to go ahead and just kind of flood into the A side. But going and knowing that Empress couldn't even find that initial pick, that domino effect can happen. You don't see any kind of chain of command really starting to fall into order here. And you see Dunwoody University find themselves a 4th to work with on the board, as you do see, obviously, Rinzuu does not want to go ahead and kind of fight that. You got an operator, 3 rifles just scattered about. You have less than no clue of how you can really get this round to go underway for yourself. So another one here for Dunwoody. Good start for them on the defense, knowing that even then they're starting to well up and really hold onto these ultimates. They can use them for post-plant situations, but even then, they're not really too stressed for that, knowing that they're finding so many initial picks going in their favor, and even then, worst case situation, they find very, very fast trades.
Dallas. Dunwoody Varsity in the last few rounds have done a wonderful job of playing space, map control. And for a map like Ascent, it's a little less important. I think we've talked about this before. For maps like Breeze, it's highly important. For maps like Bind, it's extremely important for both sides to try to take control of the map. Ascent tends to be a game where you play your 50-50. And unfortunately for the defense, their 50-50 has walls and corners to tuck away in that gives so much vulnerability to the attack trying to peek them. It completely nullifies that peeker's advantage and even gives you the chance to peek back like Ditto's doing here. Swinging out from Garden, guiding light now in hand, notifying themselves and the rest of the team that, hey, Louisville Black don't seemingly have the best weapons. Sheriff's being sent my way. I'm just going to go ahead and retreat, play a longer range engagement, a lot like they did in round 3, and we'll just try to take care of it in the final 50 seconds, as it seems like Louisville Black have kind of hit a stopping point where they haven't found success on A, so they've got to take bottom mid, they've got to take pizza, and they're going to probably start to work either through market for B or pivot back to A, because KJ's on site and will get a free plant.
Even then, behind side, you got slow and steady switch. I'm gonna go ahead and get there 2 in the meantime. I mean, that's a very, very good look there. You don't really have all the weaponry in the world. You got Rocket right behind you with an operator, and can't really close out that second one within a moment's notice. But still, with Dunwoody University now being down in the numbers, this could be very much doable as a thrifty for the side of Louisville back, so long as they find themselves at least one more. So there it is. Shirako able to go ahead and find that gun upgrade, even then gonna be holding onto the site with it, and City's just sitting in the back, seemingly not even concerned with what's going on there anywhere else. So it's a very, very clean round for a thrifty for Louisville Black. 3 guns being carried over in the meantime. Those are huge momentum shifters, but I mean, it all comes down to right here with this initial engagement. You cannot let these holes start to slip because rotations are coming in too quickly.
Well, it's high noon somewhere in the world. Unfortunately, it's not CST's time zone. It's an hour past that margin, but the Sheriffs came out in full force last round, and they found plenty of targets. 2 one-shot kills, a couple that needed a little bit more, like the Sova at that range. And, of course, City down below, who pretty much got the job done in only 2 shots, one of which only hit to the head. Saber holding that on, and once again, we saw this last round. Unfortunately, no one really pressured towards this B side. They've been holding on to this one for a while. It doesn't seem like they're going to stop purchasing that one up to stack that site. Combo that in with the abhorrent amount of util KJ provides to a defense on a site. You can make things very difficult for a team opting to go towards one objective over the other. And to keep matters worse, they've been rotating their util between bottom mid, aka pizza, and the site entrance from main. There goes Astwin's 03, Swick off the board. Once again, trying to pop that ultimate. It just fails. Louisville Black cannot find a saving grace when they have to press the Q button.
Yeah, I mean, already going ahead and looking for a little bit of pressure. You know that space has been taken already. Louisville Black looking to go ahead and take it over as best as possible. But Chewy with it, Hunter's Fury available, ready, and even then with a hit off as well, you result yourself a pick initially, and you don't need information of knowing where they are with your eyes. But so long as you can work off those cues, know those defaults, you can find yourself plenty of effect off that alone. So good shot so far. You need to go ahead and back it up a little bit more so, but the job isn't going to be done for Louisville there. Another round on top for Dunwoody Varsity to close things out, get themselves number 5, and they're only 1 round off from guaranteeing themselves an even half worst case situation. You could see it just the way they're giving up real estate, but they know that honestly Louisville, they're playing very aggressive, and I feel like they're overstepping their boundaries, cause them to cause a little bit of a timeout here to go ahead and kind of rope things back in and understand, hey, let's draw that line in the sand and let's kind of keep it close here, right?
They're halfway through the half, right? They've already gotten 7 rounds off the board. They've realized, hey, we don't really have a great strategy for B or for A. One of our rounds is kind of a given because it was that 3rd round win. Past that, we haven't had true success. It was a thrifty that came out of nowhere. We caught Dunwoody Varsity off guard. When we have rifles, we're still losing these fights against Dunwoody Varsity. It seems to be a problem. A timeout much needed. I think their biggest talking point is going to be space when they push towards a site. I love the map control Louisville is striving for at bottom mid. It seems like over half of these rounds, Dallas, they've taken control of pizza and used that to swing towards a site, but they seem almost too willing to take engagements that put them in a bad position. They'll swing a corner without taking the wide angle first. They won't dump utility from their initiators, and they're too willing to have the duelist go out dry, and that causes problem because soon they won't have to be worried about being dry. There'll be blood everywhere. Their player gets dusted right off the rip. They can't even flip door over on the B side. They can't even take switch on A. There's too many problems for Louisville Black when they're not using their util. We say use it or use it for ultimates. The problem seems to be the util in general, not even the ultimates off the board.
Yeah, I mean, just going ahead and considering what Louisville's doing here. I mean, you mentioned that kind of space. It can be a good thing when you find it collectively as a group and you know that you can get that spike down. Problem is when you go ahead and spread it too far and too thin between each other of your own team, you can't get the full effect of that utility. The only player that can actually go ahead and lurk about the map are these controllers, and they are literally made for a reason. I've had to tell some friends that have gotten into Valorant recently and tell them, look, this is how these controllers work if you do want to play this role. Not a lot of people do for that exact reason, just because you are a solo adventurer. You are a lone ranger. You can go ahead and play the game anywhere on the map that you want to, but know that you have a job to fulfill at the end of the day. And you're the only one that can throw your utility through walls. You can put them anywhere on the map. Viper goes through walls. Omen, you can throw those things anywhere. Same thing with Astra. You can bring up a blueprint of the map in an alternate dimension and put down stars. Your job as a controller is you can do that whenever you want to. Problem is with Omen, though, you have that paranoia. You need to play with your squad. You are essentially the only one with blinds that cannot be countered because, well, Reyna, we're out here facing fraggers. You throw out a Lear, it's going to be shot down immediately. You have to have somewhat of a backup plan there, and you need to make sure that you have things that just cannot be shot down. And we're seeing that lack of utility investment on the side of Louisville. You have a KO there as well. I'm just not seeing the full results start to unravel here, start to really go ahead and pan to their favor, but you still got plenty of time to work with. But on this attacking side where you get the double duelist, this is where you need to really start hitting.
Dallas, we talked about how the meta has changed and shifted throughout the years, so to say, of Val, or however long that span. That hasn't been too long in comparison to some other esports. But Reyna and Jett were the go-to duelist combo for a while. We've stepped back into a little bit of a double duelist meta in past months, especially in the collegiate scene. But it still feels like Reyna does not perform the same role as Skye anywhere near the same level at which a Skye can compete with. The flash is the guiding light. The huge buff they received just creates an extreme power gap, so to say, between Skye and other agents. And for Ditto, their job's fairly simple here for the defense. They don't need to worry too much about that. They pretty much can guiding light themselves. They can use that as a way to buy time like they did in round 2 when it comes to that A side alongside the Dark Cover that AZ Twins, who's the player who's DC'd and just now came back, did earlier as well in that round. Dunwoody's varsity, their responsibilities are a lot slimmer when it comes to the defense. They got to do their job. They got to stand still. They got to put their utility, and that's pretty much the end of the game. Louisville Black have the hard job. They've got to go against the utility defense. They've got to pressure into a site, not knowing what's ahead of them, and it doesn't feel like the Reyna's doing them justice. They're going for frags. They're 6-6. They're top fragging for their team, but the answer has been utility problems. They are lacking it. They're not finding safe space. They're not finding the engagement distance they want to work with, and because of that, and on top of the fact they can't get an ultimate out to save their life, Swick just hasn't found an impact that they're really wanting.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see that a little bit. You're going to see players start to really go ahead and not really understand their roles too much. But I mean, with Reyna, you do need to be aggressive, but you need to be a catalyst for your squad. As you mentioned, Skye, there's a lot of responsibilities in Skye. I'm just like anybody else. I love Skye. I love what she does. I love her entire kit and what she's capable of. But when you play a Skye, you have a lot of weight on your shoulders. Probably any more than anybody else on the team, any other initiator in this game. So you should dart out, ooh, and then you get the information out of it. Skye, you have to control everything manually. There is no just automatic, autopilot for your utility there, and that's a big problem. I mean, Reyna, there's a little bit of autopilot there. Problem is, though, you got to see what you can really do with that. Speaking of utility, though, we already see that shutdown trying to go into effect, and it just doesn't. Put right behind a paper mache wall where you hear it. Odin initially decided to go ahead and pop that thing down to counter. Well, guess what? You just gave that gun 2 separate counters and all the effect in the world to start this round off with.
How much util got lowered in damage, Dallas, that made it so the lockdown was even more annoying to deal with for a team? You had to deal with Brim's, nerfs, you had to deal with Breach's nerfs for it. A lot of individual util makes it difficult for that. But the Odin has no problems. The Odin is king. They won't nerf him. It's just too dang good. Spray through that wall, get rid of the ultimate, get rid of players, and to make matters worse, they didn't even find very many kills. It's the damage that was dealt to the opposing side. It makes the rest of the kills for this round much easier. And speaking of those kills, Renzu, 45 HP. What are you gonna do? Shirako is off by their lonesome through Garden, a lot like we saw earlier from Rins, but and making a little bit of noise. You can see the dark cover was sent out through bottom mid. Like you said, controllers can do their job from anywhere. It seems they're trying to give Rins the safe space to work
there
from.
You go.
Draco taking a great shot over towards Chewy, leaving us in a 2v2, but when Rins is down to 10 HP, the job is easy for AZ Twins. Spike is down. Red time is ticking. There is no chance to get that spike towards the site, and Draco will make the right decision to retreat as fast as possible and just hold on to the weapon in hand.
It's like a layup, right? I mean, that's what your controller's going to be doing. They're going to be kind of supporting you, playing you throughout the game, and trying to make sure the rest of your team has those kind of highlight reels. But the problem is, once you get to that point, though, you can't give a layup across the map. You're not going to toss that thing onto the scoreboard, or at least the backboard, and have somebody be able to just immediately follow up off that. At that point, you might as well just take the shot yourself. And when you know that spike is too far away from you, that's your ball. That's your objective. That's what needs to be making its way to the site. And if you're not there for it, there's just not really too much you can do, because, as I mentioned, Omen still has that somewhat relative role as an initiator with that paranoia to work off of. So not really too much of an effect there. Louisville Black able to go ahead and find themselves a couple picks, a couple pretty good ones. They're making these rounds expensive, but man, they have to make sure they can result into some wins here, because you don't really have too much time left in this half. You got 4 rounds left, and even then, Dome would already guarantee themselves even across the board no matter what.
Huge fragment that was shockingly enough not tossed out by Dunwoody Varsity. The KO that exists is only there for Louisville Black, and because of that, they send their jet to switch and they get it flipped, but the rest of the team was forced to wait behind the gates. Thankfully, it was not a problem that plagued them too far. The no command was utilized, and that kept Dunwoody Varsity at bay. The problem now lies with the hold on to site. Spike has gone down, and Dunwoody Varsity are prepping for a total retake of site. One Omen lagging behind over towards B main. The right idea from Scirocco, but that doesn't mean it's going to work. It does get them 1 kill. Saber and Chewy, though, finding a piece of their own. Rocket collecting a Phantom, gonna swing quickly in, but their own Cloudburst gets it. But mid-air, the headshot connects and takes down Scirocco, leaving just 1 on site. It's City, and Rocket finds yet another. A wall bang to conclude through the Righty Night grades. Dunwoody Varsity. How in the world do you somehow scrape that by? 2 players survive and thrive for a 7-2 split, continuing in favor for Dunwoody Varsity.
No, bro's playing Baptiste. He's not playing Overwatch right now. I mean, you are 3 meters high, or I mean, feet. I'd say, yeah, and just in the middle of the air, just able to hit those shots off. I mean, let's be real. Sure, you have the crosshair placement in the right corner, but 9 times out of 10, those shots aren't going where you want to, and somehow they still find at least one of those kills as a result in the meantime. Unfortunate for Louisville, at least in terms of those couple players, but still, you have to once again start to look for some kind of results here. One of these rounds we did see being a thrifty going underway. That first round of a win we did see being the guaranteed advantage in terms of rounds and in terms of guns, but as it stands right now, you have no advantage in player numbers, because already, and once again, first player off the board, and even exchange is a good look. You know you found that player overstepping their boundaries, punish them for it, get onto site, and make sure you have the post win of a lifetime.
You know, you're an initiator. I get that means you want to get into the action, but you can do that from around a corner into guiding light yourself forward. Bit of an overextension gives free grounds to Louisville Black. They'll get that spike down. They'll trade 1 for 1. Scirocco and Saber finding a pick a piece. Saber falling for the second. Rocket hunting with the operator, sees the head of Scirocco and has no problems reaping their rewards. Operator shot connects, Blade Storm out. They just send it shotgun blast to the head of Renzuil, and it leaves just the 1v1. Swick knows they're there. They've seen it go through. Is the overheal going to be enough? It's not. Phantom. Sorry, Vandal. It's the only player I've seen really rock that from Dunwoody Varsity. They're going to go up 8-2 as it is a close round finally for Louisville Black, but still not enough to give them the win.
Yeah, just keeps going and going and going here for Dunwoody. I mean, you see these rounds being so darn close, and even then after the first pick going away there for the likes of Louisville, you're saying, hey, look, but you still lost that player across the map. That could have been something you can work with there. I mean, you're spreading yourself once again to where, honestly, you're seeing Dunwoody get this confidence, play into that. You saw how quickly the hit on the site it was resulted because of the overextension there for the likes of Ditto, and you're happy to see it, but better yet, even then, Ditto, you can't be playing this close, buddy. We've seen it again and again and again. I'm not going ahead and kind of want to rope you in terms of your utility and your impact, just your placement here on the map, because, well, you can't be that first blood. You can't have too much of an effect in the round for these retakes, and make sure your teammates stay alive if they have, well, their only real initiator, their only real flash is out the game.
Jump peek being utilized by Chewy. Just trying to get a little bit of free intel. Dark cover sent towards bottom mid, and it's probably Louisville Black's best chance to go ahead and swing from courtyard and over here towards Link. Two players actively there. It seems like they may put their Omen in through Puppy to give them a chance. Guiding Light tossed out by Ditto, and a dark cover as well to join it here next to Puppy Door leading towards Trey. See the cute little puppy there on the wall. Swick's going to have that safe space they were going to utilize earlier. Chewy moving away from that jump peak they had previously. Unfortunately, they're not ready for Swick, who took a lot of space quickly for the Louisville Black side, and that gets them a first blood. And the Empress to be charged and online, leaving Rocket now alone on this B side. From the shadows, use the back side. Rocket knocks down another huge play, retreating as fast as possible. Now with a rifle in their hand, there's no chance for Dunwoody Varsity to deny the plant, but they've got a 4v3 now, retaking site, and lockdown is available. Trap these players in their own objective. They're not going anywhere.
So that would be the case if that player stayed alive, but you just see him getting knocked down one by one. But Rocket makes a little bit of an even exchange, knowing that means still you can drop the Vandal eventually, but it means still that operator had plenty of time to go ahead and get this effect because you found so many kills back to back. It started with the operator, but it ends with the Vandal, and better yet, you guarantee yourselves a 9-2 on the board. A outstanding effort here by Dunwoody. Rocket now showing that they are a little bit of the Swiss Army knife. While they may have a butterfly knife in their hand, they can use anything just to get those kills.
We lose it anyway.
How many times do we see a team go on a 9-2 split on a map like Ascent? It's rare, Dallas. Extremely rare. This map is supposed to be fairly even for both sides.
7-5, 6-6, 8-4, any of those doable. 9-3s, though, are always a little bit iffy, especially for defensive side.
Exactly. Last time we see such lopsided sides in the collegiate scene, especially in ECC, Hawaii, Houston, the heydays back. Houston had the biggest problem for it. Big top dog teams struggled defensively on Ascent, and notice where Dunwoody Varsity have been thriving. It's on the defense. Lockdown will be utilized by Louisville Black at City to pop it. Maybe they'll utilize it right back in return for Dunwoody Varsity. They're going to go and plant it over here towards Garden. That is in fact the case. It is a kill in favor for Dunwoody Varsity. Lockdown will go forward for the attack, and it detains two, and it does seem like Louisville Black will be able to escape out of this lockdown. Dunwoody Varsity didn't really get much out of it, Dallas. One player detained. Over towards main. Spray down from Saber. Does take down Bucky the Glock. The spray goes back the other way, and Ditto is taken down instead. Saber with their second for the round. Shirako trying to work in. Dark cover, not the best angle to work from. Gives him a perfect peek, but Saber swings out. It's four! Saber finding a huge spree, saying anything my jet can do, I can do. Just not as good as, I'm not a duelist, you know? It's just a little bit of a difference.
And even then, I don't have the utility to back it up. That's kind of, you get to the point where, my Ninja Swarms, my turret, my alarm bot, they're all gone. So I'm just a body here at this point. I'll just throw myself in there to see what I can get done. And 4 kills? Hell, do it all day. I mean, go ahead. We will take that time and time again, especially on the side of Dunwoody. Over and over and over. We talked about a 9-3 split. How much have you really seen it? Not very often. Now we make matters worse to talk about 10-2s. That's something you've never seen. If a team ever fumbles, I think I've seen in my 2.5 years of casting one comeback of a 10-2. And it just does not happen very often. You see teams able to go ahead and make a little bit of a resurgency here on the other side of the map. Go ahead and wake up, maybe get themselves 6 rounds tops, I'd say. But you're probably looking at a match point eventually by that time.
You say all the time, Dallas, 3 is the minimum you need, and that's just not been here for the side of Louisville Black. They don't meet the margin. Unfortunately, an 8-round buffer now gained by Dunwoody Varsity puts them in a really nice spot, especially if they win this pistol round. That's territory where Louisville Black have to force in round 2. They have to meet. They're already at death's door. They have to go flawless past that. Might as well test the little ground that's there. You already won a Thrifty before in the first half. In fact, the only rounds you won were round 3 when they only had SMGs, only 2 of them. And the other one was with Sheriffs when you really caught them off guard. Dunwoody, though, plant goes down on site. Spike fully enforced. Rocket will move down into hell once planting. It doesn't seem like we have all the defense for Louisville Black up there immediately, but they're all going to swing in tandem off of rafters. Rocket is blinded, Frenzy in hand, can't see anything. And Renzua will find the kill. Taken back, Shirako and Bucky off the board. AZ Twins the player to find it. Renzuwu still behind, trying to stop this plant. The defuse not being denied by Saber. They're going to drop in. They get it still! Louisville barely able to find the win, but it's still a win.
You take those. You just
Dub's a
take
dub.
those. You're just happy with the result. I mean, Louisville, you've had yourself a little bit of a game here, but you know that, okay, look, we've now made that 8-round deficit. Typically, we hold teams to 8 or 9. Last thing we needed was that to be our deficit once we came around to it. We don't need the actual score of a team to really be the actual difference between us and them by the end of the day. So already looking underway here for the next round to go into. You see 2 Bulldogs coming out, which is a little bit of an interesting buy, I'd say. A little bit aggressive, but hey, I mean, go ahead and put one of those in your duelist hands. That will make sense. And maybe look for a little bit of assist, because even if things do carry over, you look for that now 3rd round that you're inevitably probably going to see unravel and work out for the side of Dunwoody or Louisville, better yet. But you want to make sure that things are expensive, and a Bulldog's going to be the best way to do that. As it stands right now, though, Spectres, Sheriffs, Marshals, all over the place. A little bit of an iffy buy. No forces, which is what I'm really happy about, knowing that we're all kind of keeping ourselves tame here. But knowing that already some good damage has been done to a couple of these players from awesome extensions, and who else other than Ditto to be taking the blunt force of a lot of those?
The Sky available for Dunwoody Varsity, we've highlighted a lot. They have a lot of information. They can gather it very quickly. The only thing they are notably lacking is the 0 point. It gives them a lot of information without needing line of sight, such as the Tasmanian Tiger's limited range for vision, as well as the recon bolts that have to actually see a target to pip them, if not getting destroyed right beforehand. 0 point just sees everything in range and says, hey, 2 players suppressed. Here they are. Who's exactly they are as well. Dunwoody Varsity have no problems using that to engage towards side. Bulldog for Scirocco. Chewy and Rocket quickly dusted, leaving just 2 players working from A main. 1 moving in from Poppy. Not very many chances available for Saber. They'll take a couple pop shots here with the Marshal. They get a kill back in return, making at least the round somewhat costly for the side here of Louisville Black. Nothing but classics left for Dunwoody Varsity. Ditto has a chance here, but it's not going to work too well. Scirocco eats for 4. And that'll be Louisville Black finding their 2 in a row they needed.
Yeah, just looking to go ahead and get themselves a second one. And even on top of that, having so many players alive at the rear end is a perfect sense here for Louisville to at least give themselves a little bit of a chance. Some light at the end of the tunnel. Make sure you can kind of prolong this game. That's all you're looking to do. Make sure it just keeps on going and going and going. You can get in your opponent's head, kind of figure out a little bit more of their play style on the defensive side of the map. Or because, I mean, Ascent is always just kind of the tried and true. It's the most default you can find. So, I mean, you're going to see some element of replication of play styles of the entire team, especially when you see them going into other maps as well. So this is going to be good for them. Just make sure this game doesn't end as fast as possible, because, well, Dunwoody, they have a much shorter distance from them to the finish line than you do, and every single round afterwards, you make sure to draw this thing in.
Still the Bulldog in hand for Rins. Works last round for Louisville Black. They got a couple Bulldog runs. Only a few, only 4 of them. That's not very many, right? It's not the ace we saw previously from the Dunwoody Varsity side. But you can tell they're playing patient here in this round. They make a little bit of noise, grabbing the ult orb placed inside B main. Does seem to be a full stack coming in from that side towards B. The final player just now pivoting in from spawn, rotating away from the A they previously had. It's a lot of noise once they send out that final smoke to close out door. They'll finally be able to pull switch, but they don't actually swing that far to engage there. Instead, they swing up Rocket onto stairwell to put them right next to door. They're going to hold there for now. Ditto swings over through stairwell. City's off the board. Rocket finally taking down Rins as well. And it is just 2 remaining. Rocket finding their second with a Sheriff of all things. Just really burying their chances as AZ Twins will get rid of their doppelganger. Trapped back in defender spawn. 11-4. Dunwoody Varsity climb back again after the 2-round loss early as expected. And this will be the full rifle on rifle round for Dunwoody Varsity versus Louisville Black for our second half.
Full armor off the back of it as well. I mean, just expecting to keep things as close as possible. Ditto be the only one kind of lacking in that department, and still has somebody to go ahead and compensate in the meantime if you really do feel like it. So, not really the biggest deal here. You know that even then, Louisville, this is where you have to start stepping up here, Chief. You really have to kick it into high gear, knowing that obviously, now sitting at 11, that last round felt inevitable. You had to make it expensive, but 4 players still alive towards the end of it. It's a little bit difficult to kind of keep your eyes on, but even then, Dunwoody looking a lot more aggressive with their pushes. And, well, just as a result, Louisville understanding the respect they have to give over here. Just giving up that space, kind of backing up and decide. And even then, Ditto, now that Sky starting to really play its role here on this attacking side, getting that early information, getting that dog out in the Trailblazer, but Still, no guiding light off the back of it. No real flashes and entry on the site. Instead, you understand that things aren't looking all that good. You don't have your smokes there because, well, Omen's watching the flank right now, and these Seekers are going to give you plenty of information to kind of figure out an alternative.
Seemingly falling behind him, both of those Seekers sent towards the B side quickly cleared away. Bunch of the Rock now known over towards Marcus. The Seeker was sent their way as well. That's 3 players defended the B side. I think Dunwoody Varsity realized that quickly. They're going to rotate as fast as possible over towards A. Scirocco's in a bad spot. They'll get cleared before the From the Shadows can find them safety. And AZ Twins is the player to do so. Unfortunately for them, the attempted pivot is cut off from a Rafters play, and it equalizes to a 3-on-3 with Louisville Black having the advantage playing from the defense. But that B site was not totally given up by Dunwoody Varsity. They let Saber take full control over towards that side. The issue is, it seems like the rest of the team has chosen the worst possible angle to swing from. AZ Twins and Saber, each a kill apiece. Renzu paranoia, and what a play, essentially using it as a flash, even though it's a short sight, blinding the opposition just long enough to re-swing them through that dark cover. And it is now match point in our map 1 for this BO5 for Dunwoody Varsity.
Thank you for clearly saying that discrepancy. I can't say the amount of people or casters who call that paranoia near sights flashes. They're not the same thing. They're completely different, because especially when you're dealing as a controller and when you're playing inside of these smokes, when you're playing these close quarter environments, you have to make sure that you can kind of play things together, that you know that you're going to be able to lock things down. And when you play for those near sights, well, they just do absolutely nothing because they can still see your face. So now that we're doubling things down, we're looking for that second round. That's gone ahead and went into the side of Dunwoody once more. Sure, the margin was a lot closer, but here, this could be the time for closure because Louisville don't really have a bye. They're going to be scrapping things together, just looking to keep this game alive.
Yeah, the chances of that happening are slim to none. Louisville Black don't have much they're working with, and expecting them to pull out a thrifty round like one of their only 2 wins they had in that first half just seems highly unlikely when Dunwoody Varsity can take them down with rifles. I don't know what they can do with proper weapons when they're not really facing much the other way. City taking a shock dart down to 78 HP, a little bit of armor off the top, not really enough to work with. They'll send out a nano swarm, but there's not really much you could do past that. It's Louisville Black taking map control, and it pays dividends. As it seems, Renzu, the only player to lag behind towards an objective, will now finally have their chance to take control over here towards the site. 0 point goes out. Presence has been detected for Chewy. Suppressed. Forced to rotate out. Ditto forced to save the day as Renzu gets a little over aggressive and pays the price because of it. The flank through glass pays off. The 3v2. Swig has assistance coming in from Arches, but it's just Ditto now left standing with Chewy being taken off the board. A 1v3 is doable. However, rifles having been collected now finally for Louisville Black, it just makes it impossible. They'll survive for another round as the scoreline will now move over to 12-5.
Keep it together, do what you can do here, keep this game rolling. As I mentioned, make sure it just prolongs. It's a battle of stamina here, and Louisville Black, sure, they went ahead and kind of tripped over themselves early on, but still, they can find a chance to at least kind of catch them as much as possible before you do see, well, Dunwoody kind of closing things out. So, I mean, knowing this thing's kind of going over, knowing that things are still kind of riding out, you have the 2 ultimates, and Louisville's, I want to say, at least that shutdown is a lot more impactful than the likes of the From the Shadows, at least depending on what players use it. Not a lot of players or Omen players, I say, are absolutely insane with those From the Shadows. You can do some crazy things with them, but all things considered and all things out the window, you know that once again, rifles are in the hands of all players, and these are the rounds where we see Dunwoody go insane. Louisville, when they don't have full buys, they like to get scrappy, and that's when they start to figure out these game plans that actually start to work out for them because they are a little bit more reserved. But then the aggression, when it comes through, this is usually where things don't work out, but they still want to opt for it.
Shots connecting. Louisville Black quickly fighting early to Dunwoody Varsity, meeting them at A main. Rocket hiding up on stack, trying to maybe move in towards wall, giving them a high ground to work with. I don't think they've watched too much Star Wars because, well, for Louisville Black, they just don't want to be anywhere near it. Falling back towards site, putting 2 players in towards tree, pivoting 1 back through garden, and just trying to play for map control like they did last round. And unfortunately, that didn't work. Ditto finds the kill to Scirocco, and that will now allow for Dunwoody Varsity to take control of the B side at least a little bit easier. From the shadow used by AZ Twins, trying to make sure no one's inside of Winery. Also to bait out the actual usage of the ultimate. There's not really much gained off of that, though it is still quite difficult to use that ult on the attack. Boki working in from walkway. They're spotted by a recon bolt, forced now to drop, and that gives a lot of space to Ditto to swing forward. They'll take down Boji, and now can hold this site, putting out the Seekers, and they've got full control with AZ finding another pick off screen.
Oh, and Rocket else in the middle of the map. I mean, this is closure here. sign, sealed, and delivered when you get the likes of obviously Renzu, who has time, has numbers. Definitely looking a lot more feasible here. You have to get this clutch out. But knowing that Bladestorm's still somewhere else on the map, you have an Omen alive and well with the paranoia to work with in the meantime. You're just baiting the man off so you can double swing and just pinch him into that next map. So already Dunwoody closing things out fairly quickly for this first map of Ascent. We saw the switch up from Split to Ascent, but I think honestly after that you may have wanted the other map. You don't know though, because there's plenty more left here inside this series, I bet.
Yeah, there's still more action to go underway. Don't go anywhere for sure. Map 1 is a simple map like Ascent, but considering how simple that map tends to be, the scoreline kind of told us a lot and also very little at the same time.
Yeah.
We didn't see much come out from Louisville, and for a team that upset the number 5 seed coming into this one, having made their way into the finals of a nationals event here from the NECC, we're expecting to see more from them from our opposing maps. And the fact they didn't show up a map like Ascent that every team knows, you typically see the best teams win an Ascent. And if that stays true, well, Dunwoody Varsity are going to have a very nice showing. So make sure you guys bet those channel points. Make sure you guys put all your in on them, because next one I'm going for the opposing side. Let's see an upset start. Let's tie this up 1-1. I'm sure the Louisville fans are agreeing with that one. Either way, we're going to take a quick break between map 1 and map 2. So don't go anywhere. We're going to see if Dunwoody Varsity can keep this tempo or if Louisville has a couple surprises up their sleeve. not unknown at Dallas, and I don't think anyone knew it because our map ban screen was a little wonky and broken here and there. The players apparently decided, hey, we messed up. Let's make a new one and not tell the production crew. Oh, so scary. Pearl, that's what's up next on the chopping block. And Pearl's a very different beast in comparison to the map of Ascent. The Ascent's the map where good teams go to win, but anyone can truly upset anyone. The issue was there was no chance for an upset there. Dunwoody just said, it's our map. We're taking it. That's the end of the story. So how's Pearl gonna go? And who picked it? Who picked what? We still don't know.
I'm not going to worry about it with all the semantics at this point. I mean, we can't even worry about the graphics and everything. Just everything that preluded up to that first round, forget it. Doesn't even matter. Just go ahead and at least keep it on our pay. That's all that really matters. Regardless, though, all things that really matter here at the end of the day is whether we can keep this series, as I mentioned earlier, with those rounds and Louisville University keeping the game alive. They need to result that same exact thing here in this series, obviously. Looking at the way this kind of map goes, Pearl, obviously a little bit more of a maze than the likes of Ascent. Teams aren't really as much as used to it. You can get a lot more lurks, and consider what we saw for both sides. These teams love to play aggressive early on and look for these kind of lurks around the map to look for some early pressure or find some later picks once the post plant starts to go underway. A lot of wild cards, I'll say, and a little bit odd, but it does seem like Dunwoody, if they do opt in actually going for that Jet v Raze kind of matchup, well, that's going to be the tried and true, because we see Jet a lot more on this map first off, because, well, Raze trying to enter onto B site on this map, yeah, not really something you're typically used to seeing, and definitely is going to have nearly as much prominence with the operator on that same exact side of the map once you get around that defense. So still, I would love to see maybe a Harbor coming out of Az Twins rather than Astra, because that's what we see 9 times out of 10. Knowing the power and oppression of just having a bunch of lines to be drawn on the map at your own volition is huge. It still comes down to whether they actually want to lock it down, because, well, momentum is definitely working in their favor right now.
What is the new fade like? Agent
I
selection
told you
look?
It's bad, dude. I told you it's bad.
Why does it look like she's rizzing me up right now? I'm like actually soaking. She's like
Fades
staring
is all right.
at me.
Harbors is terrible.
Harbors is
Harbors,
actually
as
though.
a Harbor main, it drives. It sent me ballistic. It is terrible. I know
Dallas
for a fact
wouldn't
I'm not going to
change.
get any work from Riot now because I've said they've done one thing bad, but I've already swallowed that pill.
That was the icing on the cake. Yeah,
No,
that line right there was the icing on the cake.
Delete the bot.
Yeah, thank you, Necc. We'll take it. We'll take it in stride. Either way, we saw a great map 1 from Dunwoody Varsity. You're heading into map 2. Can they complete to go 2-0 to get to match point, series point for our third? Make this BO5 just 3 maps done and dusted. I think Louisville Black have a chance for this map. You said both these teams like to be aggressive. This is a map that really helps teams do so. The tight corridors and halls really make it difficult to clear them out. If you make one mistake clearing a corner, it's your life that gets cleared instead. And right now for Dunwoody Varsity, defensively, the fact that we're seeing pretty much a mirror composition, except for the fact that there is a fade on the board instead of having that sky, I think Dunwoody Varsity are going to have a big change up. It's no longer Ditto on that sky. It's no longer Ditto who is bottom fragging. It's kind of their role in the first place, initiating for the team. It's no longer Ditto having to do that. They got to fall back to a little bit more for the Viper. They've got to deal with the toxic screen. They got to deal with the Viper's pit. A little bit more aggressive. It's really just a matter of Ditto matching the tempo that's needed for that change.
Well, for Ditto specifically, it was a lot more about just kind of holding down yourself on the defense. We saw Ditto overextending a lot there as a Sky. As a Viper, your job to stay alive is, well, I don't know, 10 trillion times more important now. So you definitely cannot make those same mistakes, but already looking for a little bit of an early aggression over towards the B side. That's about how Raze won't be able to really line this thing up too well once it gets around on the other side of the map, and even then won't be able to put too much pressure here as fast as you expect, but still able to at least go ahead and clear that gap initially and get shut down. So already 2 kills on the side of Dunwoody, and you're getting more damage off the back of it as well.
What an angle from Saber utilizing the screen change, giving them that little bit of a ramp to work with. City does eventually find them, but damage has been warranted, and Dunwoody Varsity still have 4 players to work with. Louisville Black left with 3, and 2 of those players are at such little HP, they might as well not be participating. Thankfully, it's still a gun-up engagement, but they're baiting on Zulu to be the first player to go for these fights, which is interesting considering the HP they have.
Yeah.
Let the player with the least HP go for the tap and then follow through with the second, and then follow through with Renz, who has the most up to this point. 25 seconds, though, ticking. Problems are, you know, outside of the corners of our minds, pockets of our minds here, Dallas. The problem still lies that they've got to get towards side, and that is just locked down by Dunwoody Varsity. Quick 3 kills, closed and secured, 1-0 start.
not going to happen. And Slide has already done what he opened up themselves pretty strong, keeping through those players alive in the meantime. I mean, a lot of good picks here just to start things off. But even then, knowing that, I mean, you definitely cannot touch the VSAT once it comes around to the second round. I mean, I mentioned it again and again and again, knowing that, well, Pearl, B is your Vandal lineup. That's your side that you're going to with the Vandals. A is more of your Phantom lineup situation. You're going to be pushing there because of close quarters. You can spray down and you can play the Raina game. You can just run, full sprint, spray things down, and you'll probably land a headshot one way or another. So, I mean, when you look at these likes, these lineups, and you look at the way you kind of want to be twisting things up and what you want to be protecting, already good looks here from Ditto, kind of spreading out a little bit more, playing towards these close corners and knowing, okay, well, I mean, what's the best thing that works out for me? Poison gas? Well, how about I just don't only choke them off with my utility, but how about with just the actual map itself, the architecture and the layout of it? Doing a good job in that respect so far.
Proud listener by True to give themselves as much safe pace as possible. Bucky on that Raze has the distance. That was another change up I forgot to mention earlier. Not totally. The Jet and Raze was the big difference as well between these teams. Saber's going to step through the cloud burst, finds a target they were not expecting to. Whirlpool will swing City into an angle they can't fight back from, and Shuri will close and secure. Double swung in from Art Hall, and that is it. A full 5 standing for Dunwoody Varsity. Flawless in nature and flawless in just purely the way that they played that. That was a beautiful retake of that site. And yeah, Louisville Black did not have very many weapons to work with, but Dunwoody Varsity still utilized utility perfectly. The Whirlpool to swing a player away, swinging through the toxic cloud. They knew that they could take the angle dangerously, and they did. They knew that they were going to swing in from Art Hall. They swung 2 players there, and then still kept 1 player watching from Arches. That was the big part. Don't give them a free kill. Always have 1 player to watch your back, and I think that's something that really elevates a team.
Yeah, I mean, already look at the execution on sites. When those things start to go all peachy keen, everybody else is kind of on cloud 9, happy with really how things are starting to look for them. So, I mean, congratulations there for Dunwoody getting themselves a second round, but I mean, this is where things really start to matter. Not only can you win a 3rd round, can you find yourself in a 3-0 fashion to be on top, but can you make these expensive? Better yet, at least look for that much. Do that much. That's all your team is really asking from you. And how can you find that pressure? Well, with the initial pick. If you can find that number, maybe scavenge that gun, send a player out in the post plant to see if they can kind of pick that thing up and just go on a little bit of a tear. It makes things very, very doable. It makes the team very happy to know that obviously a lot of resources was invested just to be shut down in the meantime to guarantee your 3rd is that much easier. But you're not really seeing that space being given up anymore. You're seeing once again Louisville Black, where you saw earlier that Vandal, as I mentioned, really working to just be favored on that B area of the map. They're opting to just play close quarters again. They want to go right into the grasp of these Dunwoody players that have these Spectres, these Stingers, and say, well, let's hope the spray doesn't really mess us up.
Paint shells go out. Dangerous to deal with that. Dunwoody Varsity do take a little bit of damage early. Stop Chewy, though, playing aggressive. It warrants them a first blood now on towards City. Rocket in a fight for their life. It doesn't work out for them, but Ditto is good off screen for yet another. Matching the tempo, pace for pace, kill for kill. Dunwoody Varsity, you know, give an inch, take a mile. I think that's been a lot of their play style throughout Ascent, and it seems to be the same thing here for this map as well. 10 seconds left. Red time ticking away. Player in the back of B. They're working in from Hall. Plant gets teased. The Nanoswarm keeps them off. Time is not on their side. They're carrying the bomb carrier. There's nothing they could do.
Run, Ditto! What are you doing?
Louisville are victims of time, and despite finding all 5 kills, what did you gain out of it? 3 out of the 5 of your players cannot match the rifles you still have. It's honestly worse for you because now you're gonna have to match. You feel like you have to equal. Those players are down on eco, and it's just gonna create a half by a force, a very disjointed position for your team. And look what Dunwoody have done. They've got it up.
They got everything. Everything just working out perfectly for them. I mean, a round like that, I mean, where you don't only find in a 3-0 fashion, but you don't even fight to the very last second for it, makes things difficult. I mean, this map is so large to go for rotation through, and you didn't even opt there for B Hall. You went all the way around the map. You took the most difficult, I'd say the most detour-like avenue possible, and it made things obviously really go ahead and start to pinch it there in the end. So Louisville Black, you don't only have a little bit of staircase to walk up, you got a little bit of a mountain to climb, a little bit of a hill to get over now, and well, first blood is definitely going to be a good start for that.
Okay. Trying to use the boost packs to get themselves nice and safe space. You know what, a pretty interesting firefight does come out on top. AZ Twins with 2, hunting for a 3rd, sees the player and deals with him quickly. Unfortunately, still Boki allowed a 3rd kill. It's Rins now by their lonesome. The best chance possible for Louisville Black to find a win is right here in a 2v1. They'll trade out the Stinger. Picking up a Phantom, they'll be double swung. Operator from the left, swung to the middle. A dangerous angle for Rocket, but they still go. Sorry for AZ Twins, but they had still gone for it. And we'll re-engage. A 4K for your Astra of all people, as Dunwoody Varsity will hold on to the up. Saving grace for credits, and they'll get another win under their belt to climb 4-0. This map does tend to be lopsided, though, Dallas, so we can't necessarily say it's Dunwoody's game to win so far.
But considering you only need one gun to just hold down an entire half of the map, knowing that B is just so aggressive, and I mean, already when you're holding that B tunnel, you're typically holding just the middle of the map. It's not even towards B. It's just a way we label it. It's just extremely strong. You know, the defense can really just kind of kick it up into gear in that point. Rocket, though, also being the one who's kind of looking to kick into high gear. Doesn't really have too much of a game on their hands just yet, but still, a 4-0 start. You're not worried about that. Say, hell, I'll let the rest of my team go off. This is what we're getting. Do it 3 more times, and we're going ahead and packing things up. We're into map 3 immediately, but still, a slow start once again by Louisville Black isn't going to be the best way for them to go ahead and get an impact on the field because, well, once again, I'm talking about these initial picks, and even then, it's going to be more difficult to find with these guns, but keep in mind, they were the team to get the Thrifty in the last map initially, so they can definitely go ahead and replicate that formula. Problem is, this map's a lot more choked up. It's going to be a lot more difficult to even find the access to really make that work.
Poison Orb goes out. Ditto trying to spray down. Works for one. Louisville Black taking a very aggressive approach for this round. Rifle has been collected. Chewy's going to swing behind them, as was the operator from Rocket. Dangerous angle. Sheriff connecting for Bochi. Getting rid of the operator's big. Now in the hands of a Raze could be dangerous, if not just deadly. But Spike being left in alley creates a lot of problems for Louisville Black to reclaim control of that ground. Especially when one of the only weapons they're working with, Dallas, is an operator, and that's just been cleared out by Saber. Rins 1v3, swung from the flank, nobody tandem swinging. Seems like Saber was just left out to dry. Chewy in another one-on-one. I don't see why Dunwoody are swinging this way, but they'll win this one out, saving grace and holding on to yet another weapon. And unfortunately, the operator is not able to be collected, so Rocket will either have to use, once again, a hefty sum of credits to repurchase the big gun, or they'll just have to say, hey, I'll play out this round with a rifle. It's not a big deal.
Well, they get plenty of time to make that decision, considering, I mean, Louisville's now opting for another timeout here early on. If just as quickly, if not faster, than what feels like in that last game, because, well, I mean, you see the score line. You're not seeing it on round number 7 or round number 6. You're seeing it here initially right off the get-go. Round number 6 coming underway, and Louisville doesn't have anything on the board just yet. And, well, this could be the rifle round, so you're saying, okay, obviously we need to make somewhat of an impact here. We have to kind of wake up. We know that we need to have this round as a necessity. Otherwise, they're sitting at 6, even half, no matter what. And, honestly, if we look at the trend, things aren't going to go in their direction just magically off them hitting 6. You have to be the catalyst that change. You have to start finding those impacts. You have to start working around the map and show that you're a lot more comfortable here. And knowing that still, Dunwood, their biggest, I want to say, downfall here that Louisville can make an advantage out of is, as you mentioned, those kind of cross swings, those lack of, you know, choke ups with utility. Because, I mean, still, when we saw that 1v3 situation, I still saw 2 stars inside of Astra's hands. I still saw Haunt to work with there for Fade. You can, I mean, obviously, you come from Rainbow Six. You get to the point where you're the last player standing and say if a line is tagging you, you're tagged by a drone. There's so much going on in your screen where like, oh my God, just kill me already. You can put that same exact feeling on anybody in Valorant at any point in time, knowing how much faster it feels like you can kill someone, especially with these one-taps going around the way. So already with a Showstopper, a KJ shutdown, and Seekers available here from Louisville, they can put that pressure up the map, but they don't really have anything challenging them because they already made their way halfway down the ramp, and nobody's even batted an eye.
Saber hiding out inside of the Heaven stack over on this B side. I apologize. Both lockdowns go forward. Ditto's been detained, though their position is without a doubt. They're going to survive. There's not a chance for it to go the other way. Rocket, who did not opt for an operator in this round, goes in with a Vandal. They get dealt with by a Showstopper. AZ Twins forced to refrag back, and he goes back the other way just the same. Trade for trade, unfortunately. Dunwood Varsity now losing out. Ditto, I'm not sure what you were doing there. Moving in from alley, you're too late. It was too slow to play for the refrag. You can't just play off that. They're getting first kill for refrag, which means they're going to win the trade and take the round in the end. Dunwoody Varsity left with 2. Saber up on the high ground, and Chewy, I'm assuming off screen, just trying to work their way in just the same. Planting in behind, there goes the Nightfall. Just trying to make sure there's no chance on site. Give as much intel as possible. The Tendrils marking their target. City still finding this kill, and it's just Chewy now left in the 1v2. Knows there's one player close by. Will throw out the tether. Crossfire is not necessarily impossible for Louisville Black, but Scirocco peeks it anyway. Century will be taken down. 5-1 our scoreline, and Louisville Black on the board.
Extremely concerned with Halls there. I mean, you just saw the peaks over and over again. Could even take that fight there towards Maine, knowing that you kind of had that lingering thought in the back of your head that, okay, maybe somebody's here. But finally around the board, though, regardless, for the likes of Louisville, they're happy to see it. Sure, it took a little bit of an exchange, and knowing that only 2 players are alive at the end of it, you're not really worried about that fact. You just say, oh, thank goodness, you have a breath of relief saying we're on the board at least. But it wasn't free by any means necessary. You had to invest your Showstopper back in Spawn. Your Seekers didn't really get all the effect in the world that you needed. Now you're shut down. It's here. I mean, just out of the game, just looking to kind of go ahead and be recouped at some point, and that's not going to happen. So speaking of frags, speaking of aggression, it's all coming over towards the side of A on the map, and still, once again, close quarters. You may have the right guns to work with. Bachi almost got the rear end of that as well, but it's still able to live at the end of the day and only make sure that 2 players are alive. This is looking like a very swift second here to work with.
Look at the slow prowl coming in from Louisville Black. They don't have to worry about that slow methodical burn. They can just get rid of the players at hand. Stinger now collected for Ditto after the frenzy kill onto Scirocco. I'm not sure why they didn't grab that Vandal in the first place. That'll be a round 1 for Louisville Black. Dunwood Varsity just really fell apart of the seams in that round. It does give that 5-round buffer that was there 2 rounds prior, and it quickly dismantles itself into 3. It still is good leeway for Dunwoody Varsity as they head into this round pretty primed. But an issue arises. Rocket's got a nice Vandal, but AZ Twins can't afford a rifle, has to have it buyed for them, and they can't afford armor alongside it. They have to buy all that util. Hashtag util apparently pretty expensive for AZ Twins.
Well, already, just kind of get it on the way. Once again, as you mentioned, I mean, Rocket now with that operator back in hand, going to be holding it obviously over there towards that B side of the map. Knowing that gun is now there, that can be, once again, the ace up the sleeve. The big shots, the big hold there, knowing that obviously, if you're going to keep on trying to push that gun, you're going to have one hell of a time. Over and over and over again. Things will look difficult, but still, no real exchanging kills, but you do get some damage off nonetheless. You're happy about that result so far, but still, you don't want to take that chance because eventually you will have to touch that site and eventually you will go in the crosshair again. It comes down to whether or not Rocket will just make that shot or not.
First blood stricken for Dunwoody Varsity. Ren's working in slowly from that arcade side. Doesn't seem like Louisville Black have the necessity just yet to try to push in from one area. Ditto, who is aggressing through door, does deal with yet another. And no refrag still to be found for the Louisville Black side. The Birds have seemingly been grounded. This round has run into quite a few problems. Ditto eventually does get dealt with, this one by their own comeuppance, trying to swing too quickly. And our player of Saber hiding behind box finds 2, quickly taken down, but the damage has been done as it's just Bochi the Glock left standing, trying to work in towards this A side. Mins an engagement against Chewy, who arguably had the advantage. And then becomes a very manageable 2v1 with Sight, Spike, and now Ultimate online for this one lonesome player.
All that accumulated in the course of 2 rounds is just impressive in its own right. No one, even then, raises with the players or one of the agents, excuse me, that you got to have a lot to work with. You don't really have anything to work with right now, considering, well, you're already in a 4K. There's the 5th coming out on the back of an ace.
Oh my goodness.
That's the 3rd round here for Louisville.
1 HP. Bochi the Glock survives. The showstopper shot ends it. Even if they would have been killed, they would still been a win since Spike had been planted. It wouldn't necessarily matter. We really like that 4th kill. I have to show it like 20 times. It's a good one. It's the first Louisville ace we've seen as well. We had one last game from Rocket, who has had a bit of a slower start to this map. Louisville Black going to show up. And Bochi the Glock is the one player in this game for Louisville Black right now, Dallas. 3 times the kills of their 2nd leading score killer for their team. When you say a player can do everything all at once, it feels like Bochi is the player to do it.
Yeah, kind of has to, quite frankly. I mean, considering this kind of score lineup, you're happy that's early on. Make sure these scores are kind of get together, because keep in mind, if we saw a discrepancy like this, I mean, sitting at, what, maybe like 10 rounds on the board already. In that last game, you would have seen, okay, well, 10-6, sure, this is doable, but, man, right here, right now, that's where things are, oh, does it hurt to watch. So, good looks and good intuition even there off the back of it. Notices the gap and goes and just decides to frag it out, because worst case scenario, well, nothing. I mean, they either get detained and they're dead, or, well, they're dead. So, nice to go ahead and cut that little plot line shorter if possible, but still, one thing that is going to be a lot shorter is the range of these stingers. Not really there to find the kills, and City's going to go ahead and find an immediate answer on top of that and on the outside of the map, just back to back to back. Good looks for Louisville to get themselves another.
Oh my goodness. Just one round now between these two teams. The rounds are very quickly falling in favor of Louisville. What a series we've had. We're already near the halfway point. 3 rounds left in this half, and Dunwoody Varsity started off strong on the defense. We can say they truly won 3 rounds. The pistol rounds, you can give a little bit to them, but you're expected to take 2 in a row. The third was a shocker, and I think that one ultimately was the reason why we saw them go for the next 2. But Louisville Black have come back with a vengeance. They come back alive. And they found 5 in a row here. That may be a way for us to tell whether or not Dunwoody Varsity have the mental to compete when things start to get tough. Cosmic Divide goes down, tossed out by Louisville Black. AZ Twins, though, still finding a pick despite the fact. And it's Bochi, the GOAT, for the side of Louisville Black, who's been off the board. And look at Ditto. Dangerous play, and it almost works, but the gun not strong enough to kill, as Swick will survive the headshot.
Yeah, once again, just underway. I mean, a nice little exchange here on the board to go ahead and go back and forth. But even then, I mean, you're looking at the likes of these guns, what's available, Rocket, even then, knowing that you may not have a couple more players off the back of each other like that. And a flash, narrowly missing that edge. I'm sure, you know, Swig knows that, well, if I'm the one being flashed, not Rocket, then more than likely I probably shouldn't swing that. Still, slow and steady. B's probably not going to be your best option when an operator's holding that. Go ahead and take a little bit of a detour. We've seen it already happen plenty of times over by the side of Louisville. Now would be basically your time to go for it, knowing that you have that operator just kind of lingering around that mid-stage, looking for that aggression, and you can just plant it right behind him, but instead they're going to opt for somewhere else completely different. Right back around to A, being detected by that turret.
Chewy's in a dangerous spot. Smoked off for now. Has a little bit of assistance from their Astra. It is a 4v3. Scirocco, what a dangerous swing. And AZ Twins was AFK. Truly was not moving their mouse nor their keyboard. And that's a problem. Saber meets and, well, kisses the player of Swing, and because they were in the Viper's pit, they see them first. Fortunately, it was not going to work the other way around. It is a 2v3. Viper's pit down for Louisville Black, and it becomes very dangerous for Chewy to try to fight this one. Swick's going to work in slowly towards Garden. Has a chance. Chewy's going to clear out Dugout. They're leaving Rocket here for an exit frag position. It seems like Dunwood aren't hoping to win this. All things considered, it's 2 kills for Chewy. A 1v1 and Chewy!
Oh.
Huge save! Taking down the final. Plenty of time for the defuse, and Dunwoody Varsity will somehow scrape this round in to break even at the minimum at halftime.
Yeah, keep it close. Keep it together. Try to go back and forth to get this exchange of blows. But better yet for Dunwoody, make sure you guarantee yourself, well, not an advantage just yet, but at least an even half at the end of the day. And you're happy with that result thus far. I mean, knowing that Louisville, they invested once again so much that Vipers pit to go into that round. We've seen these rounds being won by Louisville, but man, every single one of them are so expensive. But still, it's a result at the end of the day. It's a use it or lose it kind of situation, and they are making sure to use them at least to go ahead and result themselves some dubs. Sure, it's off the back of Bocce kind of going insane here, but man, you're happy with just at least having something here to work with, knowing that you now have more rounds, double the rounds better yet by the end of this half compared to what you were in that last map. Sure, you're down a player initially, but still, you've come back from worse.
Dunwood have the angle. Rockets with the operator. Dallas, you know how happy it is to see me with Jet and operator. What goes more hand in hand than that? And to make matters worse, Louisville Black acquiesce first blood once again. Ochi, again, the GOAT for the side of Louisville Black. What's going to happen when your Ronaldo of your team goes down? The rest of the team are in shambles. And Louisville Black have struggled to find wins when they don't have the highest denominator above the margin to get those kills. Thankfully, though, City comes up clutch at range. Ren's in mid towards Alley, deals with Ditto. The doppelganger battles coming up in favor for Louisville Black. There is a flanking player. Chewy just needs to wait for Saber's angle, and it's there. Come on, Saber, swing! Too late! You'll get taken down by Ren's instead. Chewy finding their second, finally taken down by City. 3 kills for City, and Louisville will climb to 5.
Good exchanges there. Keeping it alive and well. No one going 1 for 1 for 1. Eventually, you find yourself the numbers to work off of because, well, Domewood, they're getting a little bit aggressive in these retakes. Obviously, I know you want to find it fast. You want to find it easy, but it's just not going to come to you that way. One thing that definitely isn't going to come your way there here on this last round is going to be the buys. You can already see it going underway here. Ditto doesn't really have anything to work with. He's sacrificing the armor. Everybody else is sacrificing a weapon. Better yet, Saber's sacrificing both. You just don't have anything to work with, and you're on the defense, thankfully. So you're just holding these close angles. You shut somebody off. You know that, okay, well, this is feasible. That's why I'm kind of surprised Louisville isn't going for those long-range initial engagements, like I said, towards that B side once more. Because, I mean, even then, look at it. You see everybody on the side of Dunwood looking to play close quarters, hugging these corners, getting these nooks and crannies and seeing where they can find themselves a gun to work with.
Shots connecting for both sides, 1 for 1. Scirocco and Renz finally giving them team the leeway they need to move forward. Data on the flank finally comes up with a kill much needed. Retreat being utilized. Should we send it out the nightfall just moments prior? Trying to slow down Louisville Black. Doesn't work out just yet. Still has 1 prowl in the pocket. The tendrils marking all these players, and there's not really much more you can do about it. Gotta send Ditto in slowly. Works. Working in for Martin Art Hall. Swick's taken off the board. It's a 2v2. Chewy working from the flank. Bochi's still alive. A big fear factor for Dunwoody Varsity. How much can you do? Spike in hand, though. Chewy low HP. Will send out a haunt. Quickly shot down. Both players wanting no chance to be spotted. Look at the aggressive engagement coming out from the Astra here for Louisville Black. They're moving all the way in through guard, and they're going to take control of that back defender spawn. They'll have to be very worried about window. Ditto taking a pre-fire from Bochi, none of it connecting. No wide swing. Do they go for the second? They do, and Scirocco has the cutoff for Tui. Great play for Louisville, and what trust they have in Bochi to save the day for the 1v1.
Still, I mean, already, once again, you have this utility available. It's that use or lose the situation. You had the poison cloud to work off of. Choke up that player and just spray things through where they have nothing remaining for them. It's not really an option you find yourself getting into too much, but still, nonetheless, it's still there. Do you see that random brimstone on the map? What the heck?
I do.
I was very confused. He's still there. What? Our observer doesn't see it. You don't. The attacking spawn. There's just a random brimstone down there. Big chillin'.
No, I think that's Fade's picture. I think that's Fade's picture. Just
that's
weird
definitely
now.
Brim. We'll go back through it. I swear that's brimstone. That's so odd. That's gonna be something that's report to Riot, get a gun, buddy. But all things considered, though, even half, regardless, across the board, you know that obviously things are starting from scratch once again. Now, Bocce being on the defensive side of the map, can't really use the operator like Rocket, but even then, we didn't feel too much influence out of that gun regardless. A couple kills here and there, initial picks, but not the exchanges that you want. But Dunwoody opened things up pretty aggressively here in the first half to go ahead with Ass Twins, getting that first initial frag, and plenty of space taken off the back of the A side from it, too.
Spike going down. Looks like Dunwoody Varsity with the man advantage, feeling confident for their success here in this round. Unfortunately, Swick does find a pickup onto Saber, equalizing thanks to the 4-on-4. City working in from defender spawn, has an angle towards dugout, does send a drop thought towards their way, but doesn't find a kill off the back of it. You gotta hit those shots, Rocket! Where's the performance from Ascent? It's totally lacking. As Ditto only able to find one on site. City going back the other way, ghost in hand for Twins, and they'll get one. But the job's not done. 2 left on site. Swick guiding light out. This one flashes full. Headshot necessarily there, but not good enough to connect. As Renz will stick that defuse, and Louisville will find their go-ahead route for the first round of the second half.
Good looks here. Finally, once again, winning another pistol, kind of getting themselves into a point where obviously you can find some comfort here because things have started to been lacking there from the side of Louisville. You're leaving that last map behind you. You're looking forward and you're keeping this game alive and well, knowing that even then, starting this entire game off feels a little bit abysmal, knowing that you are sitting at, well, 5-0. And, well, now you make sure to have somewhat of a comeback. Things are definitely here. You're playing things out, and you're knowing that, okay, this game is now finally into a lead situation. This is the first lead that Louisville's had in the entire series off the back of actually seeing rifles and then having a lead. Sure, it's a little bit later into the half, knowing you had to wait for that equilibrium to come through and you win a pistol, but still, nonetheless, you're happy to see that lead is working for you with bigger numbers than 2.
Frenzy in hand. Bochi's sending out a quick Roomba. Quickly shot out by Saber. A little worried about that one. It is a save round for them. They only have Frenzies and pistols overall to work with. It could be a little bit dangerous to deal with the Roomba of death. Spectre in hand. They'll double swing. And what a shot from Bochi. First hits the head, second to the shoulder. That's all that's needed to secure. Renz with the Bulldog, finding it another off screen. It's Rocket off the board. Rocket has been very silent in our kill feed here, Dallas, since the performance of map 1. I haven't called out. It's very rare to see a Vandal kill on that map for Dunwoody Varsity because the top 2 players were using an Operator and a Phantom. You didn't really get to highlight the Vandal because they were stealing all the kills.
Yeah.
And collectively, they had 70% of the frags for their team. And that's not been the case for this map. Dunwoody Varsity are falling behind because of it. 2 players left in a 2v5. It's expected Dunwoody to lose this round, but still stings nonetheless.
Slow and steady here for Louisville, just holding down these corners, saying, okay, when are you going to inevitably swing into us? Because, well, we got the guns to match the firepower, we got the kills, and we got the numbers too. A flawless round going out here for the second. You hold on to every last bit of that money you just invested here. Only thing you need to purchase going into the next one is armor, and knowing that, once again, as I mentioned earlier, you hug these closed corners, you know how to play around the map, utilize the environment to your advantage. You're going to be all good going to this next one. But you see Dunwoody with that same exact idea, opting to say, look, we're not going to go for these close quarter matchups. We have a lot of Vandals inside of our grass. Every single one of the players buying up that gun has full armor, and we're going to force her right down to that B lane.
2-round difference between these teams. Finally, rifles will come up for Dunwoody Varsity. 2 Bulldogs and 3 Spectres for Louisville Black. They got to hold on to this. When you go flawless, it's kind of your just dues. Dunwoody Varsity went 5-0 to start the first half. And now Louisville Black get to attempt to recreate the same fell swoop. Seems like attacking was the better side for this. Highlighted. Round 3 success for Dunwoody Varsity in the first half was what gave them the 5 in a row. Louisville Black fall apart here. Could be a problem for them in the later stages, but Dunwoody are really respecting the distance here. Want to play by pillar. They want to get a long-range kill. They want to wait for the flank. That's coming through. Saber knives out. You gotta have the gun up and ready. Bochi finding the pickup needed. Hate shells to deny space, and you'll start to see them aggress. They're going to fall back, though. They wanted the kills, but they don't want to get too greedy. The plate's not done. They're just waiting for seconds.
Make them right to their direction. Already killing Italy coming through. Some good exchanges. Dunwoody dropping a lot of players just to get even onto the site. Usually the strength of the side of the map is you find some initial picks, some very early ones at that. Holding down your flank, knowing you don't really have too many concerns, you've already went ahead and created that space between you and your opposition, but that's not the case anymore. You are surrounded. They have already went ahead and gotten to the spawn. They're finding kills again, just closing on top of you with the guns they've accumulated in the meantime. It comes down to a 1v2 situation all for Chewy.
Chewy's in a bad spot. The growth was teased for just a moment. They've spotted the player back behind. There was a double swing. I'll say it right now, Dallas. Dunwoody Varsity gave that round in the post plan.
Yep.
There's no chance. Why is your player not in back hall? That way they do not have to worry about the player swinging from alley. Why is the player on site behind box? So they still have to worry about back alley. Are they not in heaven instead, where it's still manageable for the plan to hold? Why do we not see AZ Twins holding towards pillar where they can still kind of rotate back for a safe space? Instead, they're sitting in cubby. Do you know how impossible it is to escape from cubby as an Astra? You'd have to have 2 constellations up at the end game of that round. And if you have 2 constellations up, you're not playing Astra right in that scenario for your attack. It was an impossible situation to overcome, and rightfully so, Louisville Black would punish them for it. It was just a bad solution to their post plan. They've got to adjust on that as they move into the attack further.
Yeah, not enough of an investment there, but still at the end of the day, there's something available. There's time. There are rounds still on the board, and there is still possibility. And I think, honestly, Dunwoody, they have a chance to keep this game close. But, I mean, Louisville looking at this kind of start, knowing you get to 3-0, you're always happy to see those, right? I mean, you're always looking for these good starts, especially for the team's morale, keep it alive and well, knowing you just answer back from that 5-0, and you go back with 3 of your own. But better yet, when the game's evened out, after you came back from that deficit, this momentum is feeling like a rubber band effect. It's going ahead and flinging 10 times harder from what you really came back from. So knowing that Louisville, they're keeping this thing under wraps. And sure, it's all down to Bocce specifically, who's been doing seemingly everything during that first half and still being consistent in their own right. But the rest of the team is starting to kind of pick up the torch as well. They're starting to feel the flames under them, and they're starting to go ahead and get going as well, which I think not only for this map, knowing that even if we do find ourselves in a 2-0 or a 1-1, we're going to see this game be a lot closer regardless across the board.
Fox's Karina's is up. This makes it very difficult for Louisville Black to engage in a spot that gives them safety. Back hall, dangerous to move forward. The issue is, Dunwoody Varsity don't have weapons. They're just working with a thrifty round. They don't have the ability to engage in a spot that really puts them in a good position. Dewey's taking a lot of damage through the Radiant Knight, craping sprayed through. Scirocco's tossing down as much util as possible on site. Tether utilized as well to keep the player inside alley. It just looks like Dunwoody Varsity are trying to play at range, and well, the weapons they have aren't really indicative of success for that. And it's really forced them back. Notice Dallas, they're already back inside long. They're still holding B long despite having initially 4 players on site. They don't want a chance dropping this spike and it becoming irrecoverable.
They already had a problem like that earlier, so you don't want to kind of put yourself in those same shoes. If you plant it close towards generator, you're definitely in a safe spot, but you don't really have a setup for post plant. You don't have all the utility in the world for post plant, really. You're not worried about a Viper. You're not worried about, you know, any kind of fragment grenades or whatnot, nano swarms. You're just worried about the kills coming through and which side they really start to favor. And you already see it there. Pretty good exchange, a 3 for 3. Still the shots to go on. Too much of a satchel.
Play. I'm honestly amazed. Every round, they boat to the rock gets away with plays like this. It's crazy to see. Saber, who had a standout performance on map 1. Absent here on map 2. Seemingly that is just the phrase for Dunwoody Varsity. They're very absent in this map. 5 in a row in the first half, and then nothing since then. 1 sprinkled in. But you gave them 4 in a row, and now you've given them 6.
Yeah.
Louisville Black, if it continues like this, and it seems like it may just do exactly that unless Dunwoody can figure out what they're doing on the attack, they're going to take this second map, and we're going to go into 4 maps guaranteed for our BO5.
Yep. I think that's definitely a reasonable request there. I think it was relatively inevitable. Just after that first map, we were kind of taking a little bit of a loss, thinking, you know, this thing was going to go a lot faster than we expected. But knowing that still, Louisville's here to play. They're waking up. They're getting themselves together. And sure, it took one player to have to go absolutely ballistic, triple positive, just to start things off. I mean, that's what it takes, and that's what it takes. But, I mean, you're there now. You're happy with the result. Sure, you got the utility out. Dunwoody keeping this thing running. Initial pick, cause a divide. You guarantee a safe plant, and Saber is going absolutely ballistic with off the flank there. You know that you have ample numbers working towards your favor now.
Rocket working in slowly. It took him quite a few shots to deal with Renz, but they'll get it. Refragged by Swick, who also falls quickly to the hands of Ditto. Dunwoody Varsity, better post-plant positioning, though a lot of those kills were really gained off of engaging into the face of Louisville Black, and even those kills weren't clean, the phrase I would say. Their post-plant needs work. I think that's what's going to come down to, and I think the A side's going to be a lot easier for Dunwoody Varsity to hold, considering the crossfires and the angle at which, and just control at which you gain from that Arches side on A and main. But they want B. They've tunnel vision on B. They are striking while the iron is hot, and they continue to head to the site without changing up the strategy. Even when the flank comes in, even when the peruse and prowl comes out from Louisville Black, Dunwoody Varsity want to just drill the point home. B is the site they like. I think that's eventually just going to be capitalized on by Louisville Black, even though it already has been. It's just going to get worse unless Dunwoody Varsity change the strategy every round they hit.
And even then, I mean, Dunwoody, you can already see a lot of aggression just kind of coming through, whether it be unwarranted or whether it go ahead and just be completely calculated. You see it just kind of being there, not really having too much off the back of it. No real flank coming in where you see these 2 initial picks going in the direction already. So, I mean, that's being very, very dire for the side of Dunwoody, where you are just having to blunt force these frags up front. You're having to find them initially and still having to guarantee these gunfights go into your favor. And you've done that successfully right here, right now. First round, on the last one, it was a cause of divide. This one, it has to be a shutdown once you find yourself a couple more kills. You are finding the space, but every single time, once again, as I mentioned earlier, it's getting very, very expensive. And honestly, as twins, you're going to be sniffed out here, buddy. You can already see the city is waiting for it. You think you have a little bit of surprise on your side, and that's just not the case. A 1v2 goes underway, and Saber has to clutch this thing up.
Why is AZ Twins looking to the back of that side of heaven instead of... Oh my god, City, that was actually beyond impressive. Why is AZ Twins, though, looking to the back side of that heaven look instead of clearing the angle as they're sweeping? That is the 5th or 6th time we've seen a Dunwoody varsity player lose because they're peeking where they think the player is instead of creating the opportunity to know exactly where they are. They're in their own head. They're guessing too much. And unfortunately, guesstimation is not knowing for sure. And honestly, Louisville Black are playing very different than they did on map 1. Because of that, Dunwoody varsity have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea where they're lying anyway. They have no idea what is being attempted. Ascent and Pearl are very different maps.
Yeah.
And they're playing it like it's the same old thing, and that's just not the case. 11-7 is our scoreline. Louisville Black in a very dominant hole for the lead. Though Dunwoody varsity coming out here with a vengeance operator in hand could be a way to create opportunities. Maybe if there's more information, it'd be a little bit easier for them, Dallas.
I mean, the utility's there, the setup's there. It just comes down to the order of operations. That's the biggest thing that we're seeing Dunwoody kind of being a little bit iffy on. And even then, still heading over there towards the B side. You understand now this kind of a point of the game where you see that over and over again, this B side has been hit. You think you've already sniffed out the tricks, but instead of anything, Louisville's just kind of down to a science. They know what you're going to go for. They know what you're going to try and do. And even then, once you try to switch things up, it's just not going to do anything for you. You have to look for that mid pressure. You have to go ahead and spread out your players and get a better understanding of the map. And we have not seen them do that enough to go ahead and really nail this map down to feel comfortable to hit anywhere. And honestly, it feels from more of a perspective of rather than, I don't know, stubbornness or lack of knowledge, it just feels like ignorance. Like they just want to act like the middle of the map isn't there. Want to act like A isn't there. Like none of those are even worth attempting, but still, if B isn't working, then what do you have left? At least give something else a shot at this point.
It just feels like you're beating your head against a brick wall, and that brick wall is tough. That brick wall is not going anywhere.
Well, that's typically how brick walls work.
Yeah. I mean, I got a brick wall behind me, I'll tell you right now.
In that case, we can say like a bed sheet,
sturdy.
but it's like a tough bed sheet. You know, it's like, there's some give in it. But.
No, brick walls have no give. Sorry to break it to you. This brick wall behind me very much so has no give. I slide my chair too far out behind me and I bonked the back of my head on it.
Oh my god, where's the spike?
That's a round 1 for Louisville Black. And there's no excuse. You just gave them match points off of a rotate that was never made for your team, despite having a player pretty much on site and even got that kill.
Can I get this?
The performance of Dunwoody Varsity from map 1, gone. It's in the air.
Placing swarm grenade.
This is a different team. I crack the joke all the time, Dallas. It looks like they let their older brothers on the sticks to play and you know, win the game for them. They let their younger brothers on the sticks. They let their retired grandpa step into the room and play this map. It's not the same team. And this could be because Louisville Black picked this map. We don't know the order. They still have not given it to us. But Dunwoody Varsity are better than this. They've shown it all through playoffs, all throughout the season.
Yeah.
And it's just not here on this map. I think it's one of the scenarios to just GG go next. Play for the 4th, play for the win.
They found 5 before, all on a streak, so overtime could be a possibility. But when you have enough players getting picked off, you don't have the pistol round and the bonus afterwards going ahead and giving you those kind of free too, I would say. You gotta make sure every single one of them are rifle rounds. And that's a much, much more trialsome task to ask for, rather than just kind of doing it up front when the game hasn't even started. You have no real precedent. You have no real respect up against you. We have no understanding of really what's there waiting for you around a corner like Swick there inside of Hall. So again and again and again, we're seeing lots of investments, lots of guns kind of going over, but still no players being exchanged in the meantime until finally as Twins able to go ahead and get that initial first.
30 seconds left.
How much can you fight back here? It is a 2v4. You got to find a lot. Great use there of the Prowler to send Bochi looking the other way. That will at least get Spike down. Look, Spike has made it to the A side. Something new has occurred. The Dunwoody Varsity side. Gonna move quickly within the Astral Smoke. Not a chance for AZ Twins. And it's just Chewy. Chewy has been a huge factor for Dunwoody Varsity, but hasn't been the clutch factor for them. Almost always the last player left standing. Almost always losing the 2nd or 3rd gunfight afterwards. Louisville Black to take map 2, 13-7 with the scoreline, a closer map by all accounts. but that's only if you look at the scoreboard as it says. Take a look at the score round by round and how it broke down, and Dunwoody Varsity were hardly a part of this series.
I mean, it comes down to really how they played out the attacking side. Obviously, Bocce went off and went absolutely ballistic there in the first half to start waking up, start getting the team together and say, look, I mean, good God, if I'm not in shambles by now, then we should at least have something to work with here. And they most definitely did, and they were able to pull out a map because of it by a pretty good margin as well. I mean, they found themselves a comeback of a very, very good half, and off the back of it, we're able to go ahead and kind of keep that momentum rolling forward. That pistol round, that's why pistol rounds are so important, because that was the catalyst, what we saw for Dunwoody in that first half. And as I mentioned, it wasn't for that, it'd only be about a 3-0 start. So knowing that, knowing how things can kind of keep on going, knowing how this map rotation, we don't know what the next one may be, Lord knows. But still, knowing that this series has to go underway. We're going to see these maps start to play out a little bit more. We're going to see these teams kind of be more back-to-back, because Dunwoody's going to kind of leave that map behind them. The strats I want to feel on every other map are going to have to get a lot faster. Ascent, out of the way. Now, we also got Pearl, out of the way. We're going to have Split. We're going to have Lotus. I mean, any of those other maps. Even then, when we look at Bind, which is already out of the pool, or maybe not, I don't know. Any other of these maps are going to be a lot faster. They're going to be hitting harder. You're going to have to make sure this order of operations, as I mentioned, is really going to be kind of locked in, because the defaults can't really be there on those maps. They can't be slow and steady. You can't see one player kind of waiting on a flank. You need to make sure to be hitting those jokers down. You need to make sure those spikes are getting onto those sites as fast as possible, because, well, quite frankly, I want to say at least 40% of the VCT teams, they rely their entire game plan of just getting the spike down as fast as possible. And those are your most successful squads. They know how to get it done, they know how to do it fast, and to do it swift, because keep in mind, the attacking side, every second the spike is down is a second counting towards your side, putting pressure on the defense, and we're not really giving them that chance to do anything. We haven't seen that real pressure yet. It's just because we want to press W or we don't.
As a sixth man on the field, it's father time. You want to take that sixth man from the defense and bring it to the offense as quick as possible, right? You want him ticking in your favor. And whether that strategy is going to be utilized on our next map of Haven, time will tell. But before we jump over to that map, we're going to take a quick little break. Make sure you guys stay tuned and make sure you guys stay ready, because it's going to be a big matchup to see who gets the go-ahead map lead after this 1-1 scoreline. Welcome back, everybody. The NECC map 1 and 2 break even, and map 2 was a bit closer when it comes to score line. Will Haven be our first close map actually in practice, or will it be another one that turns out like Ascent and Pearl, where it's just a series of lopsided affairs for one team over the other? Time will tell, but Haven tends to be somewhat more even for teams.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the perspective, momentum, agent selections, different squads, histories on the map, all kinds of different things. Not really going to bargain too much on anything just yet, but I mean, I think honestly, with the way the series has been going, I'm still expecting a little bit of a one-sided affair to start things off. I mean, knowing these squads, it just doesn't really seem like they exchange blows one for one. It seems like one gets a good couple punches in, and the other one starts to take their turn, rather than actually just going ahead and going back and forth, which I mean, sure, kind of works out, but still, you can't let that happen. You can't get bullied for too long. You need to really be locking these things down right off the get-go.
Speaking of locking things down here at Dallas, the ability at which we saw in that second half of our last map to lock things down in favor for birds, which we have a lot of birds, by the way, here today. I think every single series has a bird mascot and a bird logo. Either way, for Louisville, keep in mind, and there it is. Thank you very much, production. There's a bird for every single one of the games going on tonight.
All of them except for one, actually, overall. Sac State's the only one without a bird.
Wow, that is actually crazy. Still, I mean, what is Sac State's logo? Like, do they have a mascot? One second, we've got to Google this now.
You keep going. I got you.
All right, hey, thank you very much. For a map like this, like we've said, tends to be a little bit more even. But when it comes down to Haven, you talk about momentum, you talk about agent selection. The last half was momentum and nothing but momentum for Louisville for our last map. There's the point I'm getting back to. We're finally back on target. Bochi saved the day in the first half. Stopped the bleeding. They were 15-3 at one point. They stopped the bleeding early for their team. And they were the reason why they stayed in that first half. The issue was there was no one of that caliber available for the Hawks. No one of that caliber was able to save the day for Dunwoody. They've got to need that player to step up. Rocket was great in Ascent. Ditto did really well. Saber had a really good performance. Where was it on our map 2? And if Ascent does tend to be the Hawks pick, and maybe Pearl was Louisville's, and that's the way we go, still have no clue whatsoever. Maybe there's a fallback to the third pick, which would fall back over to the Hawks. If that is the case, they can find themselves a stance to work from. But if that is what's going to happen, and it just goes back and forth like this, Dallas, we're going to have to see the final map. I'm very worried that's just going to be Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, already looking to kind of see what this map starts to give us is the early starts that really start to matter. And I mean, considering the compositions, to get the likes of, I mean, the only switch up being possibly, which now guarantees me that Sky and that Breach, you see both these agents selected all the time for this map. No real big difference, no real switch up in compositions too much. There's a bunch of good fun between these two, depending on who can have the most impact, or better yet, how these kind of impacts can work. And I think, honestly, well, when you have that Soba, you know you need that Sky, and it's going to give you just as much information. You can cover both halves of the map. You can go ahead and flex that thing all the way back towards the B side. If you do kind of go ahead and get yourself into a little bit awkward twist, it doesn't really matter too much. For Breach, it is just single wall to single wall kind of confrontation. That's what you're working with, and there is no real open air, open space to be kind of giving yourself these avenues of fights to start occurring. So it really comes down to these pistol rounds. Once again, I want to see what the hits are. More times than not, it's going to be the A site. I'm waiting for that statistic that you talk about every single time we're on Haven. It'll come up eventually, inevitably, just like the conclusion of this first round. But I want to see really what side and how dominant it looks in the meantime.
Hey, Sac State, I'm saying it right now, Dallas. They got wings. Does that make them a bird?
Hornets.
Does that make them a bird? Not necessarily. But we'll say there's a winged creature for every team today. Somebody in the chat earlier said, who's throwing out breadcrumbs? Because why are there so many dang birds in this broadcast today? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something in the air, and I'll tell you what it is. It's all the dang mascots for these teams. Bochi strikes first, though. First blood goes on the board for Louisville Black, as Dunwoody Varsity give up the first pick. They're on the attack, and that now gives them a problem about where they question where to push and how. I think the answer is going to be C long, as Rocket's already given them a lot of control here through long, gotten through safely, cleared away a bit of that KJ utility, and is now going to work from the Radiant crate to find the pick back to equalize things up.
Yeah, nice little 4v4 going ahead on the board so far. Nice some shock darts to kind of elongate that diffuse, or at least the play to go down as well. And knowing that even then you're just playing for time here. that C long post plant's gonna be set up almost immediately. You can already see a little bit of an inkling of an idea of what's going on here, saying, okay, there could be a player towards B, kind of keep your eyes on that, but regardless, keep your eyes on everywhere else, though. Make sure to get that information out, because there's Saber, there's a player towards that B that you already had an idea of. Take care of them real fast, and even if they're not there, just go ahead and rush the site. You know you're in would have been a 4v2 situation, but that's not the case anymore. You're finding shots, you found a smoke to go ahead and kind of play that little backing, give you that coverage, and you know that the player's just kind of sticking it out.
Oh, Chewy. Yeah, you're a little bit more Chewy now. Eating that shock dart.
Yeah.
There is no time for this defuse.
I think it's being close. I think he's got it, though.
No,
Oh,
0.25. Timing is very important, and I'm slowly learning this now. So I'm never the one who plants or goes for defuse, so I never have to worry about that. And I also mostly know CSGO's audio cue sports. It's also just not an issue for me
it's also
for that regard.
like for Valorant though, it's like I always get it within half a second. Like if it's anything like from a second to half a second, you can guarantee I know it. But if it's anything up to like a quarter or like a third of a second, my ears, that's just way too fast for that. My musician ears are out the gate. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I was in band chronically in the band room. So would say. The beeping though from Valorant still eludes me for most timing. It's mostly comes down to like a reflex for me. Is there enough? Is there enough? And as a caster, you can always tell. Is there enough time? As a point to bring, some. I can't remember the term for it. Some. I don't know, impact, some questionability in the air, right? Either way, it's not working right now for Louisville Black. Defensively, they've fallen apart at the seams, trying to rush in from A short. That ramp not working out so hot for them. As Dunwoody Varsity now have a 4-2 split, now made 4-1 with Ditto's frag off screen to City. Barnes now left all by themselves, having subbed in for them. Interestingly enough, I believe they had a sub for the first 2 maps. I think Barnes is the actual player for their team who is sticking. Either way, the start is 2-0 for Dunwoody Varsity, and I'm sure they're happy.
Yeah, I mean, already make sure to guarantee both on the board. I mean, that first one is a little bit always questionable. The second one, you're just happy to see that's starting to go underway, especially on the attacking side. Better yet, I mean, that's where you're kind of expecting it here on this map. I mean, going underway, though. Now getting to round number 3, this is where you're expecting Louisville to kind of kick into high gear, find themselves some pressure, make sure they can start locking this game down a little bit, find themselves a comeback and kind of keep it close early on instead of, having to really kick into high gear for a, 5-0. recalibration, but still, right now, good start, at least for the first blood. They just got to keep on rocking with it.
City's been very nice for Louisville Black. They didn't have the best performance, I'd say, on map 1, Dallas, but they came into their own on map 2. They held that A site very well. They did a good job behind screens on B. Now there's 3 objectives to hold on to, and it really is just a battle for Dunwoody Varsity to find the site that City and Bochi are not on. The issue is there's a 2-in-1 chance that they're on a site. You got to take a gamble, and sometimes that gamble doesn't work out. Like my channel points last series, trying to uphand Michael previously. Either way, Dunwoody Varsity, now 2 people off the board, and Louisville Black are plenty happy with that result. City being the player to find both of those kills. They're still lagging over towards Garage. Doesn't seem like Dunwoody are going to try to peek that way whatsoever. They've got 1 player sitting in attacker spawn, another one inside of mid window. Why is Spike by itself on A long? Makes no sense to me.
30 seconds left.
Never know. As long as they can get something out of it, maybe get a plant, but with how many players are kind of just lingering around side, this can be quite difficult to manage, knowing that still Hachi's just sitting right there, just waiting.
Spike
Not
down.
really
They
able
don't
to do
paranoid.
anything.
10 seconds left.
Nah, Saber. Ain't gonna happen.
All right, bud. Flawless round for Louisville Black. Maybe.
Good
Yeah,
luck.
it is. Yeah. Dunwoody Varsity, I'm sure they're not happy with the result. But to be fair, you paranoia, Bochi. You paranoia player in heaven, and yet you still did not check your corners. And you will pay the price because of it. That was a problem they had on map 2 as well.
Not really checking corners, but just like not capitalizing off utility. It's not just it's kind of singular one-dimensional problem. There's a lot more that kind of just sits behind it. So regardless, though, game still continues. Louisville finds themselves a very successful round off the back of it. I'm sure they're just kind of happy to have that, knowing they got full rifles going into the next one. Dunwood is supposed to be expected to have guns here as well. And I'm sure that Louisville's going to be kind of predicting that. But still, knowing that they're rushing down this C long, no real alternative in the garage there, no real split or information being given besides this owl drone, which isn't really going to find anything. You know that, well, this site may really just not be it. And if you turn tail, decide whether you want to go somewhere else.
The decision has yet to be fully made. There's still plenty of time to toss things back and really question, sit back on your haunches. Where's the right way to go? How do we want to take this peak? How do we want to push towards this site? The first pick makes things a little bit easier. Unfortunately, that pick's not in a spot that gives you control of an objective. It was just a player being a bit too aggressive.
Yeah.
Just Bochi getting in the face, trying to swing out through garage doors. Dunwoody, rightfully so, say, well, CMB are probably still defended. If they're going to send a player aggressive, they likely have defenders to fall back on towards that site. So let's take the one site we know for a fact can indeed be, I would say, cleared out quickly. Those utils atop heaven to smoke it out to the same thing there with backhaul. They'll swing quickly onto site. Yes, there is a nanoswarm going down, but it's too far away from the plant at which it was going forward, and that gives the plant for Dunwoody Varsity.
Well, it's there. It's down. It's holding out. It's looking for anybody. It's not going to find anything, but it's going to buy some time off the clock, which is what you're happy for, because inside of Dunwoody, you're just stalling things out. You know that Saber's just there towards the back, watching that flank. You got a nano swarm relatively close to sight that you're kind of holding on to. But knowing that the player up in heaven's already done and dusted, you know that retake is going to come eventually. And, well, you're just not really delaying it enough. So good hold out here from Dumbwood. You don't get this spike diffuse off unless you kill every player immediately, and that's just not going to happen. You're at a state now where, honestly, Swick wants to run and save this gun, but that's not going to happen either. Another good round going away for Dumbwood to find themselves a third.
Dunwoody Varsity getting the go-ahead score line differential. Louisville Black, they'll have plenty of money to buy up here for this round, though if they do take the loss here, things could get worse. I think Bochi is trying to question whether or not they should go for an operator. They have 4,900. They can afford it, and that will, in fact, be the case. Just no armor? They were to do so. It is a hefty gun. 4,700 credits. Glass cannon. But they're acting like this is OT right now, essentially. But defensively, for a map like Haven, this is the map at which you play an operator on the defense. Whether that be towards A-long or C-long. You have that first peeker's advantage, and you can really cut down the approach. The issue lies with Dunwoody Varsity having a lot of control for the smokes. They've got shock darts to clear space, they've got cloud burst to cut down sightlines, and they have the Omen dark cover to the exact same thing. And they also have to deal with the dangerous fires being sent back their way. First blood falls to Dunwoody, but ditto falls right after the rip.
Yeah. Looking for some more pressure here on the side of at least Dunwoody. You got to find some space to be working with, but I mean, it's just not really happening. You can't really get into a case where you're saying, all right, well, maybe this game's starting to go underway. Maybe you're starting to find some pressure here, there, and the other. You're just looking to kind of blunt force it on the site, and even then already. You saw Rocket able to do that successfully, really lock that thing down when Louisville thought they had a shot, when they had some presence in the back at least for an immediate retake. They just get snuffed out. So Barnes able to wake up, do at least one in the meantime, but still numbers are given over to the advantage, and you got to make sure to get this retake underway almost perfectly. Nothing but the Jet and the Sova. You get 20 seconds for recon dart to even kind of give a chance for any of that.
Bochi's got the operator out. What a flick to Chewy. Blade Storm's now out as well. Turret will be cleared away quickly. It's maybe not the time for that Blade Storm, as it'll likely be a player holding in Cubby and a player through garage, and that will be the case. Saber deals with Bochi. Barnes, last one standing, spots one at range. Rocket's gonna have to swing this in just in time to keep them off of that spike. The time is not on their side, and it will fall to favor of Dunwoody Varsity, but costly for both teams. But what a cost for Louisville Black. The operator, gone. The eco, gone. The wallet's empty.
And is gone.
And gone.
So, already Dunwoody able to go ahead and get themselves a really solid start on this map. I mean, sure, we saw some exchanges. The pistol rounds is obviously kind of a good little bit of a leeway. I always kind of subtract two, considering, I mean, that's when you get the pistol and then the bonus on the top of that. But still, I mean, considering that after that, they found themselves a little bit of a good reign, I'd say, going along here. No one's, ever since that round where you saw the advantage kind of being thrown out, where the pattern is typically broken, still getting it going. And Scirocco breaking a pattern and mold of their own in this round, able to go ahead and find two immediately down the center.
I mean, why are you lagging behind so slow for Dunwoody Varsity? I get the idea, maybe hanging out towards Hay, but you'd want to hang out in the lobby for where their team is playing from. Complete dissonance in that regard. That gives those rifles for free over to Louisville Black. You now have so many ways to play this. From the shadows from Scirocco, tons of information off of it. Stopped at the last second, shot away, cleared. Swick's got maybe an angle to work off of. A player inside Cubby, they know they're there. They've called out that angle. It's just a question of where that player is from defender spawn. Chewy!
Oh
3!
my God.
Rocket for 1, and there it is, the closure. Rocket sends Dunwoody up 5-1. And what a chance by Louisville, squandered because despite knowing they were in Cubby, no one could kill Chewy.
Yeah, I mean, Chewy is a big problem right there, and obviously, I mean, all things considered, you know that when Chewy finds themselves going on a tear, we even saw it on specifically Ascent. We're going to see that duplicated over and over again. Chewy's a player that if you let them go off a little bit, you're going to see that continuation. So still getting to a point in the hand where, I mean, this is looking pretty bad. It's not all that bad. We've seen them come back from worse. 1-5 on the board. Louisville, though, they do need to step up right now because Dunwoody, keep in mind, they went around like this. You're going to see Nico on the next, and I mean, things are going to be much more dire past that point because, well, 7-5, we haven't seen that yet. 8-4, haven't seen that yet. 9-3, haven't seen that yet. It was a 10-2 or a 6-6 in Bocce, opening things up, making sure they can at least find themselves another.
City, slow prowl up through ramp. Just going to rotate back on the defense to maybe have a little bit of saving grace when it comes to this possible B push. One player holding the crossfire from that C-Link, and once you hear that tailwind, you start to realize things are getting dangerous. Ditto deals with Barnes. That Sova I mentioned inside Link, no longer a factor for this round. And it'll be a 2-2 split for the retake here for Louisville Black. 2 Link towards C, 2 Link towards A. Nobody flanking. I'm not sure what we're seeing City do for Louisville. Maybe worried that a flank could come through. I think you'd be more worried about retaking this side because it is falling apart quickly. Rocket and Chewy each finding a kill. Bocce swift with that tailwind up, but it's not going to happen. Forced to refrag back a City. They want the operator to rotate out, but it is denied. And it will be collected instead by Chewy, who more likely than not, they won't make full use of this here in this round, but they just want to make sure, hey, we've got your gun and you're not getting it back.
Yeah, just looking to pick things up, kind of salvage stuff around the map and make sure you can kind of lock this game down to a T. Dunwoody are doing an outstanding job of just that alone. Kind of adding insult to injury, make sure to capitalize off what's at hand, and knowing that Louisville's kind of just locked out so far, can't really find too much of a result. Every round past this point, this is that early lead that Dunwoody was looking for. They found that 5-0, they need to make sure to find 6, and everything past that point, you are smooth sailing, Soldier, but they didn't really find it earlier, but now that they did get that luxury, knowing that Haven is probably their home territory, knowing they probably put this map, knowing the way things are going back and forth here, I think honestly they're pretty set for this, but they've got to make sure to kind of allocate appropriately to it. 4 ultimates here now, keep in mind. They haven't used any necessarily thus far. You can keep that trend going without any resistance. It just comes down to whether you want to or not. Because, I mean, honestly, this is where we find a lot of teams getting those struggles where they say, look, do we want to use ultimates as somewhat of kind of a comeback situation, a nice little way to just lock things down and as a little safety net? No. Use it to propel yourself forward to where even if you do falter, if you do fall, you're not worried about the consequences at that point. You're just happy with the result at hand. But Louisville, they're the ones really down to the dumps. And, well, on a round where they only got sheriffs, there's not too much you can do. Just kind of do the same old we've seen them do. Just play slow and steady, work around the map, and I don't know, see if somebody overextends.
How many times do you see a team that has a poor performance on a map come back the next one and absolutely frag out of their minds? Unfortunately, fairly often. That just tends to plague the collegiate scene. Sometimes maps just aren't yours. Dunwoody, though, seemingly want to say, Haven is ours, and we're keeping it that way. But Louisville are not yet just done. Sheriff's out. High noon somewhere in the world. About 3 hours past where we are currently, Dallas. But, you know, the time zones work where it's somebody out there's got to be working with it. Sheriff's galore. It's good for 1. Hasty retreat attempting to be made, but it's a spike nonetheless will go down. As time is just being bought for the side here of Dunwoody in this post plan. Nano Swarm can't pass. What are you going to do? They're sitting inside courtyard. They've rotated around through B. No one's there. And all of Louisville is nowhere near the site. They've got a lot of work to make up.
Well, I think they can do that. Just comes down to whether they actually execute off of it. With the Rolling Thunder coming out towards Garage, no real capitalization on top of it, but still Dunwoody with ample space around the map. You couldn't care less, quite frankly. Just comes down to selling at the time. Knowing you get the kills. That's one of the 4 ultimates invested, and even then you get the shutdown is a little bit of a
One
placement.
enemy
So
remaining.
still, good looks here. Good round there from Dunwoody. Slow and steady wins the race, and I mean, you can see them doing just that. They are kind of hitting their strides here. They're just walking through this thing. No real adjustments to be made on a map like this, and I mean, it's impressive to look.
It's a showcase.
Yeah.
I think that's the way to phrase it. Dunwoody come out into this one and they are confident and they're feeling themselves. There's no other way to phrase it. Maybe they're listening to some Ice Spice in the background. They're just happy to be here. They're having a good time. Louisville are non-participants for this map. Very much so like Dunwoody were in the second half of map 2. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. If you ever think us as casters are maybe being, I don't know, derogatory in some way, we're just used to seeing it. It's just the way it is. If it's about your team, it's unfortunate they'll make that comeback. Pretty much every team does, and we act like it is supposed to be the case. First blood, though, falls for Louisville Black. Hey, maybe some saving grace for them here in this round to get them up to 2. Dunwoody Varsity, though, have already maintained and gained the advantage going into the second half, having risen up to 7. So best case scenario for Louisville is taking the next 4 and going 7-5 at the halftime switch. Swick with the blood, falling right back. Louisville doing good to make sure they maintain the kill advantage.
Gotta see what you can really get here. And Louisville, I'm sure they're happy just with numbers so far, because you never know what could really happen in a situation like this. With a Hunter's Fury and from the shadows available for a post plant, you can kind of get something tricky going off, because you know Bocce isn't really going to be pressuring too much. You're going to be kind of going ahead, getting a little more aggressive, just like Ditto, with that pick there in the garage. And, you know, they're just going to be holding things out. Playing it slow and steady. Play the protection game. Don't overextend here, because a missed op shot will let you know everything you need to. That, honestly, let's just back up. Play post. We got a Hunter's Fury. One of us can be on site, kind of give that information, but everybody else, back up. And keep your eyes on City, just in case.
City's in a rough spot, though. Needs to swing quickly around to the door.
Last player standing.
Ditto's there to meet it. Great refrag by Scirocco. Chewy, the last one left standing. Hunter's Fury creates a lot of problems, though. First one out, second one sent, and there's the flank in by Scirocco, and the defuse can go through
There it is.
safely. Louisville reach 2! Mochi is testing the limits of friendly fire, but that's what this game of Valorant is. Thankfully, not CSGO. And they get to hold on to the operator. It's something that Louisville have not had the luxury of doing in the few rounds that they've been able to buy it.
Yeah. Good looking here, though, for Louisville. Sure, it was a little bit expensive there towards the rear end, and knowing even then off the back of a round like that, they can't get a full purchase, knowing that Dunwoody has had themselves a very successful kind of string of rounds going thus far. But, I mean, knowing that even then they have themselves pressure, that knowing this game can kind of go in either direction. This is where, I mean, I mentioned earlier, kind of one team uses the ultimates to really lock things down. The other one has to use it as a proponent to kind of get themselves back into the game. And the shutdown from Louisville is a pretty good looking one, I'd say. The one from that last round with the Hunter's Fury, not really too much to work off of. A little questionable, but still available nonetheless with, I want to say, the next 3 rounds that are inside the game. We've seen Bocce get ultimates plenty of times over within this particular half. Within 2 rounds getting, 2 showstoppers. So, really impressive in that regard. Can definitely be done, but if you have the kills to follow up, you quite frankly don't even need the utility. You just got to find the shots and make sure to find that pressure, that space, which Dunwoody are seemingly effectively taking very fast over towards this A area.
Both lockdowns going in full force. Land going down as well. The attacker one will finish first and foremost, and the defender one will likely detain Chewy if they can't escape. Thankfully, a tiny corner towards long will get the job done. Still detains 2 players, though. I'm not sure how Dunwoody Varsity have a consistent problem with the detains. Louisville did it on map 1. They're doing it here on map 3. Seems like the attempt here for the concussive blaster rolling thunder charged up. Post-plant scenario, Louisville Black having the man advantage. Ditto does not care. Blind fires through the smoke, takes down Scirocco. Spot spawns around the leeway of the smoke and lines them up! Ditto with 4!
My God.
Archie lines right behind City. You can't swing directly behind your teammate. Not only can you not see, but it makes it so much easier for the team to just keep spraying.
It gets to that point, man, where you just kind of see it starting to work here. We're done with it. Everybody's finding their own strain of kills here in these rounds. I mean, as you always mention, kind of every then again, saying that teams that fried together win together. And you can see it here in this point. I mean, sure, it took a little bit for Louisville to wake up in that last map and kind of get it together. But right here, right now, starting things off, it feels like 3 different players have had 4Ks here on the side of Dunwoody. And that's what's really resulted themselves in some good looks here on this map. they're getting it together. They're playing off of each other. They're all getting their own streaks. I mean, everybody has had their own chance to get high fives in this half and really get their just confidence back to a tier 10. So knowing that they can kind of keep on rocking along, they still have these 3 ultimates to work off of. The Rolling Thunder, better yet, is there just kind of stall for time still. That's why Ditto's turning tail back towards spawn, where Saber is just holding things out, praying that you're not getting too much more pressure. I mean, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, well, there it is.
Yeah, the knife, maybe. I'm just... It was awkward.
Our observer is laughing in the background as well. Everyone here in the booth is fairly shocked at the result that just came forward. Post-plant scenario, Chewy is hiding around on site. They'll send out a shock dart in through the smoke, just trying to keep Swig at bay. It does not work. They'll stab the diffuser for now. There is no chance now for time, and it'll leave the last 2 players remaining, Shirako and, well, your attempt to Silva to fall quickly to that spike. Barnes being the player to do so. 9-2! You need one more, Louisville.
Last round in the half.
We're used to seeing Ascent go really lopsided, Dallas, for the collegiate scene. Like we mentioned before, Hawaii, Northwood, Houston, teams like that in their heydays, their big old glory days. I think Northwood's still in theirs, but the big old glory days of those top teams, they stunk on the defense of Ascent. Haven has never gone that way. I've never seen Haven be so lopsided in the collegiate scene. Here's hoping Louisville climbs something back.
If it's lopsided, obviously it's going to be, a pretty neutral affair. It's going to happen for both sides, right? Now I see, 9-2,
maybe
10-2 for both of them. 9-3, sorry. Hopeful thinking here for Louisville. You got the Seekers to work with against the likes of just nothing but from the shadows. You got to buy for this round, thankfully. But you don't have players. One already dropped. Numbers working on the side of Dunwood very early on. And now your one ultimate that really was going to have some impact here for a retake out of the gate. Not even there anymore.
Shots connecting for Cheering.
Get out of my way.
Blood goes in their favor. That's 2 players for Louisville Black. Dusted early. No Bochi does find a kill back in return. They've been smoked off, stunned off, concussed off, flashed off. There's nothing they can really do. It's just not a chance to swing back that way. Tell the rest of the team joins into the foray. Post-plant scenario, though, in full force for Dunwoody Varsity. Ditto on the flank in Rockets with an operator of their own holding on to the high ground. Shots trying to swing over to it's the Radiant crate. Rocket will not miss. Shirako no longer a survivor for this round. Bochi, I think, is just going to hide away inside garage for now. This doesn't seem like a positive round, but it is the last round of the half. Just swing it for the kills. Go for it. Do everything you possibly can. Blade Storm out. You can hit fire that one, truly. Bochi will swing in for just a moment. Bochi now being stunned. Cannot escape from that one. City forced to get 2 kills back-to-back, hunting for a third. They're trying to rotate and pivot away as fast as they possibly can. Not going to matter. Bochi gets the kill with the classic, but time not on their side. 10-2 our halftime score. Dunwoody Varsity, a 8-round buffer. Ascent all over again.
I think even though we don't know the map picks, I think I understand the order now. I think things are starting to unfold here. Secrets are starting to reveal themselves, and I understand. I want to say Dunwood obviously chose the first map, and as a result, they chose the third map because, well, here we are, 2 back-to-back. And the second map, for them to be 6-6, I gotta say, is pretty impressive, and that's all right. So, Dunwoody obviously having the upper hand, not only in this map and the last one they were sitting at, with 10-2 in the half, but knowing that still, they're really rocking it here. It comes down to the frags alone, I gotta say. Order of operations, utility, none of that stuff is really too much of a problem. Especially, like I said earlier, when you're hitting your shots, none of it even has to matter. They're just getting the kills, and they're just making sure these numbers work to their favor. And they're doing it once more as Chewy, your problem player, already going ahead, once again opening things up.
Chewy's in a spot where, once the aggressiveness comes out from Louisville Black, it could be in a bit of a tough situation. The first blood has already been gained for John Woody. Makes things a little bit easier here in the pistol round. Said the pistol round wins on our last map were kind of the beginning of the end. Really brought things into perspective for Louisville. If John Woody take this, they'll be at 12. And it's another situation, like I said, in Ascent where, well, you'd have to force if you're Louisville. They've got Spike down, though. Smoke goes down over towards Hall. 2 players lying down below in hell. Saber swings in quickly for a kill, and it really is just a back and forth battle. Louisville down to very little HP. Dunwoody have a ton. It was your last 2 players in a 2v2, and the collectively didn't even have 30 HP between the 2 of you. You're not going to survive a frenzy. It shoots. It doesn't do much damage. Even a classic right-click law-free gun. It was going to go in the favor of Dunwoody.
Yeah.
And now it's 11-2. You've got to force. I think you have to meet your maker.
Yeah. Yeah. You made your bed, now you got to sleep in it, quite frankly. It's just kind of how it works. I mean, knowing the game and how things are to work here. I mean, it's difficult here knowing that, I mean, Bocce specifically, I was expecting kind of Bocce to drop the operator eventually, just to kind of play it out with everybody else, start getting those kills, start kind of feeling that momentum, start kind of being that frag lord you saw on that last map of the Rays. It just comes down to the different guns that you're using, because even on the map of Pearl, Bocce wasn't using Jet, wasn't using an op, and still ended up absolutely going ballistic. You need that same pressure here. I mean, it's just as feasible on Ascent and Haver. I mean, all the same exact thing at the end of the day. Regardless of one thing that isn't going to be all that different is, well, the kills. The only thing that's different, though, is just the side that's taking them. Looking like possibly a 1-1 to maybe work with.
If you're forcing, right, you got to find impact with it. It works, right?
Well,
Ditto steals 2. Hunting for more. Chewy finds it. It's stolen. Louisville left with 1 player. Straight to the wall, City. Disgusting. 1v1. The quick flick's not there. 51 HP down to 35. Swinging around the corner. City only with a Marshall in their hand. Needs to reload the Sheriff. Maybe doesn't have the time to do so. Oh! Chewy! What an aptly fitting name. Chewed up and spit out. As Louisville will find themselves around, though it cost them everything to meet. They still got it. They're still in this game.
Yeah, not worried about that in the slightest, but man, a little difficult to get there. And still an 8-round deficit. But you got that, so be happy with it. It's the small things that matter, the small victories. Sure, you got a long way to go to find yourself a bigger one on this map, but still, you got to start early, you got to find something, and that's a pretty good way to do it.
Marshall's still in hand for Saber. Hey, if they can do it, I can do it. Right? That's the idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to work. You're 1 HP. Single shot to connect. We'll get the job done. Poach with the Vandal. They'll still die. Shot to the head. Gets the job done. Saber equalizing. Thanks. Ditto goes the other way. Classic law-free gun. Still, Scirocco with that refrag makes things dire for Dunwoody Varsity. This round, you're kind of expecting to lose in the first place. It's not a huge problem. But Chewy has made things manageable. It is a 1v1. Chewy does not have the great space to be able to collect a rifle or a weapon to truly work with, which means only a ghost at this range could be problem. Still, low HP for the Silva. Only the Omen of Scirocco at full HP, and Chewy is just going to lie in wait and peeks the wrong way. Scirocco out in the open. That's the proper use of baiting a player. Once again, though, it is baiting the player at full HP, so, you know, take him as you can. But that does give Louisville 2 rounds in a row. Something they have not been able to do this entire game.
Yeah, I mean...
Or map, I would say.
Yeah, I was going to say map, because, I mean, they haven't resulted 2.
In Rocket League, they call each, like, map a game, and then it's a series as a whole. You have, like, game 1, 2, 3. It's so weird.
I mean, we do basically have game. I mean, the maps is basically the game. Yeah. And then, like, that's because that's a game of Val, right? It's a
series, right? Because you say match point, series point, right? The series is the whole thing. But nobody refers to each map as game in Valorant, I don't think. I don't know. Maybe I've been casting too much Rocket League.
That's kind of how it is. Like, all right, I'm gonna play a game of Rocket League. You know, okay, that's a single thing. That's like a single map. Same thing with Valorant. I'm gonna play a game of Valorant. That's a single map. It's really, I think, like any instance is gonna be like a game. The one thing you can't really do is like MMOs or something, where it's like, oh, I'm gonna play a game of Final Fantasy XIV. It's like, okay, buddy, see you next year. Regardless, though, I'm gonna see 6 feet under Rocket. Already initial kill coming through. Dunwoody can't really hold on to the safe side all that well. You talk about how easily it is to retake this site, but apparently holding it isn't really all that well.
Oh, Dunwoody Varsity, 2 players left standing, and not really a great chance for this one, let's be totally frank. 5 versus 2. Site's fully under control. Typically, when you retake this site, you have multiple players working in from Hall, alongside the 1 or 2 you send up towards Heaven. You dump util, you kind of cleave them away from the initial angle, and then you swing out for the frags, mostly over towards short ramp. You don't have the players to do it. Sit back, hold on to the rifles, Pull a little bit of that Auburn University action. It's an inside joke between me and Dallas. They saved, what, 8 rounds out of the 16 that we saw in that one map?
Look, man, they're not even a part of this league. Don't let them catch the strays.
Listen, it's the funniest thing to me. They really care about the economy. Maybe it's because the university's so expensive to go to.
That would make a lot of sense.
Keep the credits in line.
But regardless, though, another round to go away here for Louisville Black. I think every Louisville fan's a little bit happy to kind of see that fire igniting once again out of their team, knowing that still, yeah, the Hunter's Fury from the Shadows, Dunwoody having something a little bit more impact. But from the Shadows is always a little bit of a wild card. I never really see it all that impactful, but every time I do see some results kind of come out of it, I'm happy to see that's there. But regardless, though, knowing at the end of the day, you're keeping this thing close, you're keeping it together, you're making sure this kind of map can draw out. That's all Louisville needs to do, as I mentioned earlier. Same thing as Ascent. And, well, the scoreline is a little bit closer this time around. This one we saw Dunwoody close things out. So 13-5, keep in mind last time. You have at least a little bit more time here, a little bit more space to work with, but not as many players.
Should be with the last shot of there, the Hunter's Fury, not fighting against anyone. It's fine, though. Damage is damage. You'll take it where you can. Swick on site does take down Ditto. Was up for a 3K. Platform hold has been very good for both teams, I would say, though Louisville lost a lot of their fights over on the A side in opposition, since Dunwoody understood the attack. Jury with a recon bolt. Just over the top. Dunwoody will fortunately still have to deal with that pressure. Swick will go ahead and plant down that spike. Lockdown going forward inside garage. The Seekers will be followed through by Swick. They have nothing to do with that damage. You're going to get stunned. Pistol out. Is it enough? It's good, but not for the kill. Swick's down to 8. 45 HP in the board. Stick this to Half Saber. You've got the time. They'll get it there. Still sticking to this point. They got it all the way forward. There's no contesting it. It's up to 12. As match point now being held by Dunwoody Varsity, despite Swick finding a 4K in the round. You'll love to see little things like that.
You do. You know that immediately a couple of players are kind of still in this thing. They're striving to keep the game going, but no one even then right now, Dunwoody even then, taking the time of their own. I always talk about how, I mentioned it multiple times this series. Okay, obviously, kind of keep your thing together. Make sure you have particular players who are kind of, stepping it up, elongating the game. But Dunwoody, they're the ones saying, we'll leave this thing a little bit longer. Letting it rock out, seeing what exactly they can do in a situation like this with not a full buy, but for mostly a buy, and even then a Rolling Thunder to play with. I think, honestly, they're just taking a breather, kind of giving themselves an elongated break, because, sure, they could lose this round, and they got to go ahead and discuss it, but even then, it's like, what really is there to talk about when so much has been working out for you?
How much more can you ask of a single player? Step up. Louisville Black, they need all 5 players.
Yeah.
Bochi is not saving the day for you this time. Bochi saved the day for 5 rounds on map 2. 5 rounds. That's all they needed. They needed a player to backpack them. Rays can do that well. And then the rest of the team stepped up in the second half. Dunwoody Varsity have just had a team for this map. And I hate to say it, but I think we know the order now, Dallas. Dunwoody must have picked Ascent, and they must have picked Haven. Because if this is a BO5 collegiate special, this is a collegiate 5. It'd be ridiculous. A best of 5 collegiate special where you take
your opposition's back pick. I literally said that, dude.
Yeah, I just like repeating it. Next thing's more fun to me. 12-5. Ditto finds the first blood. Dunwoody Varsity. So close. And yet so far. With Swick finding the kill back onto Ditto. Side control is easily there for Louisville. B site, maybe. But look at Spike, Dallas. It's on C instead. There's no one there to defend it. Bar your one Omen who's retreating because he has no idea where the rest of them are.
Oh, no. They're scattered all over the place. You really can't blame them for not knowing where they are. There's nothing.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know where those bullets are. That's a lot of problems. A lot of questions are going on. A lot of question marks. Not too many periods, exclamation points. A lot of punctuation, but still it is. Putting it into the life of at least a Shiriko in the meantime. So you can actually push to the site now. You can kind of go a little bit more close quarters. Even though you can hold the long angle there for Rocket, but...
enemy remaining.
Defuse being tapped. Swick has the chance here. Sprays down in a 3K. Finally finds +3. technically 3 in this round, and wins the round. Unlike last round previously, where they get the 4K and still don't manage to win. I don't want to go to map 5. I'll be brutally honest here, Dallas. I think if it's map 5, it's gotta be, you know, Lotus, right? It's gotta be the map.
Maybe.
What's our next map?
That's what it was on the actual like map selection that we saw.
I can't imagine they
I
strayed
have
too
reason
far
to
off
believe
that.
it's wrong. I feel it's going map 4.
Only we had a thing in front of us that told us exactly
Yeah, who knows?
what it was.
Or you know, only one. That's the thing. It's like we have one.
Next map, our producer has just notified us that next map is Dust 2. So apparently we're stepping away from Valorant and going to.
Oh, no Anubis.
Yeah. And
Man.
it's not CS2 either, because CS2 has officially changed their one map to Mirage. As of like a week ago, or a couple days ago.
What about Lijiang Tower?
Oh, that would be a big one, I think. Have everybody just show up, whole gang showing up to Lijiang Tower. Either way. City, finding 2 picks. It's a player you want to have watching your back when it comes to that long angle. Done with varsity. At least get something back. Punish City. Doppelganger. Really make sure you close your doors. AZ Twins has some assistance. They're both going to swing down through long. It doesn't seem like a great chance for Dunwoody Varsity to find themselves a round win, is considering the time that is still left on that spike ticking away and the player disadvantage at hand, but they can still make it somewhat costly. We'll send the one player of the Sheriff, aka Saber, in through. The Vandal wielder of AZ Twins will just lag back behind, and they need to watch towards short as Barnes slowly prowls around this edge. AZ Twins needs to realize it's impossible to hold that angle, and Barnes will find the kill and the win for the round, as it looks like Louisville are kind of back in good spread.
Oh, yeah.
It's just still 5 rounds buffering between these two teams.
Yeah, and it's map point better yet. I mean, if it was the likes of 11 and we saw, you know, a 5-round discrepancy, it's not too much of a concern. But even then, knowing that, I mean, you can have someone to come back, sort of come away. I mentioned it already, and I mean, Louisville's taking that advice to heart. Just keep the game running. Keep this game going. Make sure that you can kind of keep it as tight as possible. Just make sure that stamina gets drawn out. I mean, that's the one thing you can kind of leave to yourself, where even if you mention that in map 5, if it does come underway, you at least know that, okay, we're the reason it's gotten here so far. Because keep in mind, Louisville's always been working from a deficit. They've always kind of been seemingly coming from behind and trying to make it up for it, but it's not going to happen here. Finally, it seems like Dunwoody, they are kind of sick and tired of the jokes. They're not playing around anymore. In a 1v3 situation, Scirocco has the chance to clutch up of their own and kind of keep this thing rocking, knowing that 2 players are over there towards that garage area, is seemingly being swung from by everywhere, and with an operator, I think they're towards long, it doesn't really matter. Shots are there. Kills come out. 7-13 is the score. A little bit closer than Ascent, but still, nonetheless, a pretty big gap.
It is what it is, Dallas.
Yep.
It is what it is. And unfortunately, what it is a map 4 coming forward in full effect, where it has been a testament of, we assume, players' maps picks. So maybe we're running out of maps, right? Like, you only get to ban one map individually. So eventually you're going to be weak. There's no way college teams, actually I say that, but there's no way college teams are good at nearly every single map. A lot of them are, but there's got to be a weak link somewhere. Does this end in 4? Does this end in 5? The performance from Louisville, the surge they got back in the second half was big. I think for mental, I think for morale, I think for performance, kind of getting some leeway heading into the next map, saying, okay, we were doing a lot better. Let's just keep that up. Let's keep that style of play close to chest, close to heart. If it had gone, you know, because the half ended 10-2, a lot like Ascent, if it had gone like Ascent, I think it'd be a different story, considering how that first half of our second map started, a 5-0 start the other way. They don't want to let something like that happen, especially when we're getting closer to the maps where things really should be closer, because you're not picking your best map anymore. It's your 3rd choice. It's your 4th choice. It's one of the later choices for maps. So time will tell. But map 4 is about to go underway, but before then, we're going to take a quick break. Make sure you guys stay tuned. We'll be back with the real one. It's a glorious day once again here in Dallas to be joining you here in the booth for Valorant. Thank goodness it's not Overwatch 2. We've got ourselves no false promises, but finally on the chopping block. My name's Infinosis, joined here by Mick. It is a match point series point scenario coming up for, I would say the birds, but both sides surely have that one locked in. That's a little bit awkward. The Dunwoody side. They took the map 3 pretty well. Haven, it got a little bit close for Louisville there, but when the trials get tough and the tribulations get haughty, they still find their way to come up naughty.
Yeah, they most definitely do. I mean, already, as you mentioned earlier, I mean, what's it really come down to for either side? And I'll go ahead and draw a quick reference here. My favorite videos, you know how you laugh at others' pain, whether kind of guys getting hit in the balls or people just, you know, falling off swings or whatnot. My favorite is always watching people trip. It always gets me every time when I see people slip up, whether it be on ice, whether ice skating, whether it be somebody just kind of running and actually like, you know, skateboarding or something, they just bust themselves and slide. It always gets me every time. Falling is really what it comes down to in this game specifically. It comes down to whether or not we actually see one of them kind of inevitably fall. In Dunwoody, it comes down to how quickly will they. Because we saw earlier, keep in mind that both the maps, so we've seen them absolutely, or just win, they've absolutely won it.
Yeah.
They've gone on a tear, they haven't really fell down anywhere, they haven't faltered, they haven't tripped over themselves. They just keep on going, quite frankly. There isn't really any stopping this within sight of a singular half. The one time we did see them kind of let that happen though, a couple rounds to start to accumulate a little bit on one side, that was on Pearl. That was after they found themselves, keep in mind, a 5-0 streak to start off the map. But they fell, and things started to kind of go slow. They were able to get back up, but it was a little bit too late past this point, and they only found themselves 6-6. Which, I mean, for us, we're like, sweet, good, back and forth. Not in the same regard that everybody's used to hearing of a 1-for-1. It's just streak for streak type stuff, and it just seems like a one-sided beating until one person gets too tired and the other one gets up.
So there are two options heading into this last map, possibly last map. If this falls in favor of Louisville, we head to map 5, we may be delaying the second series that's coming up on broadcast. The other option would be that instead of delaying it, we'd have them play that first map off stream. There'd still be a possible 4 maps after that. So don't go too crazy if you're currently waiting for that second series to go underway. But I'm just giving you guys all the possibilities that are up on the board. If this ends in 4, won't be a problem. But time constraints are time constraints. It's BO5s. You only have so much time in the day, and these players don't want to be up till 3 a.m. Yeah, no longer is it exam season, but you don't want to have the worst sleep schedule in human existence. Me and Dallas know that one.
Well, VCT's on. They don't want to miss out. I can't blame them. Tokyo's going on right now. Matches start at 10 p.m. Central.
They want to watch. they got things. They got plans. Feel bad for that last series of the night, Dallas. I don't think they're going to get to watch that one unless they got themselves a second monitor to tune in. But I think their captain would be a little angry at them for
that's very
playing
confusing.
Distracted.
Trust me, playing Valorant while listening to a stream of Valorant, you have no clue what's going on.
Oh, and they don't even have a brimstone guy.
Yeah, it's like, not really sure. It's way too much.
It's always more different when you do a different game, but another game you're like highly addicted to. You know, like you're playing the new Diablo, and then all of a sudden you hear the Noida Blade Barrage from Destiny 2, and you just have a panic moment, and you realize that's not even the same game. I have nothing to fear. Always gets me at the very least. Either way, agent selection up on the chopping block. Louisville have opted to put City over on that Sky. A Chamber for Swig. We saw a lot of Chamber recently, Dallas, and Bind has been the map for it. Raze, Brim, and Viper. Not going to be a mirror matchup for the side of the Hawks, as they have opted to put Rocket back on that Jet. Bochi on that Raze is very dangerous. Saber, though, will pivot over from that Sky they've played often today to the Chamber with Chewy on Sky.
And I find that odd, considering, I mean, obviously you mentioned that lane you and I were at, and when we saw Chamber finally kind of come back, and then we talked to the players afterwards, we're like, please stop choosing this guy. Like, what are you going to do? Like, he's really good on Bind. Like, we feel we're really good with this man on Bind. And honestly, that was the first time we've seen him. And no nerfs or buff had come through for him yet on that map, oddly enough, or just in general. So I was like, where did this come from? Obviously, there's been some kind of shift. There's been something to go off where there was some game where a player went off. And everybody's like, you know what? Oh, we're going to break out Chamber again. I don't know who it was, but I will find you. And I'm going to give you some very stern words of like, probably just a letter Y, But, you know, besides that, I mean, it's kind of nice to see him kind of coming back into it. He's not nearly as prominent as what we are kind of used to seeing him as. But regardless, he's still going to have the emphasis, and we're still going to see him here today. I just more importantly want to see how Swick does on him, because, I mean, you kind of have to put a fragger in the shoes of a chamber, right? I'm not going to say Swick has been the worst player in the world, but hasn't really been that hard carry that we're typically used to seeing out of a lot of players being in those chambers. The duelists usually fill those shoes, and, I mean, I haven't seen enough of Swick really being those entry guys or one of those kind of over-aggressive fraggers to really warrant being on this agent selection.
I'll point out Swick has had some pretty clutch performances, but
Yes.
like you said, they haven't been the standout player. They haven't been the end-all be-all.
Hasn't been the first Bloods,
Yeah.
which is Chambers' exact role. Let's be real.
Your priority is getting that first pickup, whether that be alone. I called it earlier. Bind is a map that you have to play a lot of map control for, both on the defense and the attack. Chambers' ability to do that by themselves, safely with the rendezvous, as well as cheaply with the headhunter, the most economically savvy agent in the game. You got to make sure you're successful, and you want to put the best player you possibly can in that role. And a lot of duelists just haven't been playing chamber, and so they still want to play to their comfort picks. Swick, though, finding a refrag back. Hey, big dub. All right, you find something in favor here for Louisville Black. Let's set up a rendezvous over towards Octagon, just on the outside line over towards B Long, just trying to work into maybe have a safe space to step back once they engage over here towards that Viper. But it is still coming up all right in the feed with Louisville Scirocco taking down Rocket to equalize things 3-on-3, taking a little bit of damage in the process, but still holding safe. As you can hear those pot shots sing for the headhunter from Saber. Ditto clapping down Rins, and just Scirocco by their lonesome, spike in hand, but not an area of sight and a chance to work from.
Yeah, spike all the way back yonder. Not really too much you can really do with it, with having to go through a little bit too many checkpoints for comfort, and knowing that you've already kind of been slow and steady, giving up that space. And Ditto unexpectedly watching back towards sight when, you know, the push going to come through somewhere else. A little bit unfortunate there, but regardless, Saber's on site here to play, waiting for that spike to go down. A quick little flink around the edge. Still can't find it. Wow. Wow.
You only thought.
Wow. Loss of words. Scirocco just stole that round. There's no other way to phrase it. Scirocco stole that round. Saber and Ditto did a wonderful job of taking down the two players in Octagon. Scirocco getting 3K, let alone the 4 to conclude things. Unpredictable. Unpredictable. And that's just how you got to play the game. Truly. Spectres in hand for the whole team. Bulldog for Scirocco. We saw how good that Bulldog was on Ascent. However, did not save the day for Louisville in the end. I think out of all the chances we could see, I would maybe say, don't buy a Spectre if you're a chamber. You have the Headhunter, work with that for the time being and go from there, but they're still going to go ahead and opt to do so. It's going to put Saber in a tough spot. Rendezvous is available, but they're going to go ahead and fall back. Headhunter shots limited. They did get a body shot out, so maybe some advantage when it comes to the later rounds later stages of this round as Louisville are looking to pressure in fairly evenly, with one player lagging back behind in Spices for the flank watch, and the rest of the team perusing in through Hookah as well as Octagon and taking control of the B side.
Yeah, just gotta see what can be done here, knowing you got plenty of guns to work with already. The force up from the entire side of Louisville Black, and you got a lot of pressure there. Once again, it comes down to Bocce. I'm excited to see what this player can do specifically on this map. I mean, it comes down to these close quarter angles where the Rays can start to excel, and Bocce is the player to keep your eyes on with Rays. So it really comes down to whether or not you can actually see this pressure come through, a little bit of an actual attitude out of him, and already a nice little shutdown from Rocket, but you know that the Frenzies magazine isn't a quarter of what it is for the Spectre. So a good little mowdown to come back on the back of City. Some Seekers to work with coming up here soon, but you need a little bit more off the back of it. But still, regardless, though, guns can be in the hands of Dunwoody players now, and we're going to see these defaults and these kind of holds come to a full force, hopefully resulting in at least a round. Otherwise, Louisville Black could actually go on the first tear of their own.
Seekers are great for a round in which you need to find out where the last few remaining players are lying in wait, or where the majority of players are currently stacking on a site. But the Vipers Pit is the one that I'm going to be looking forward to. Scirocco getting that 4K in round 1 has put them just 3 pips away from getting that ultimate online. That's what, 1 good round, 2 kills and a death, and get you into it for the next. Maybe you don't even need that. Get an ult orb, a kill, and die. Whatever the statistic comes out to be, right? Just get the ultimate online, and you've set yourself up for a possible round 4 ult to work with. Same thing, maybe even could be said for round 3 here, coming out here, like you said before, with those Seekers. Just a matter of time and how you want to play this contingency plan. 2 away from that. City, lying not too far behind Scirocco, who looks to be taking a very aggressive peek in through that showers door frame. With their 89 crate extension, it's a little bit easier to hide behind that, and you can see that Dunwoody are doing exactly that.
Yeah, already able to go ahead and result in a pretty good initial pick coming out there from the likes of Swick on a Chewy, so that's good looking so far. But what else can you squeak out? Oh, Scirocco can at least find one more. Louisville, I'm just looking to see how much damage can they do in a round like this, and better yet, once they get around to these kind of even situations with low player counts. That's where the game can really get twisted up. Spike down, already completely being held hostage by Dunwoody. You got to push out a hookah? It's a little bit rough. You got 2 snake bites still available. Another player down and dropped in the meantime with Ditto just going ahead and finding a tear of their own. Comes on to 1v3 with Scirocco trying to clutch things up. Can do it early on with nothing but a frenzy, or a ghost, excuse me, in hand, but a bulldog is a different beast, and, well, easier to let bark. Problem is, not as easy to wallbang with.
I mean, you get 2 kills, you find nearly a 3rd and 4th, but you would have liked at least C3 in that regard. Dunwoody Varsity happy with the result at the end of the day. Louisville, after having a great round 1 and 2, sure they're happy as well. They're gonna have rifles coming into this round. Dunwoody Varsity may not have all 5, considering the loss they had. Nice freeze frame here. Perfect little show there. Thank you, Star, for that one. Not sure what's going on, but I loved it nonetheless. They won't be all 5 rivals for both teams, as Louisville Black will more likely than not have theirs going forward. Same thing for Dunwoody Varsity cannot be said. Those are Marshall for the longer range engagements. Saber's going to be a little up that. They can always rendezvous back behind the Radio Night cranes and play a little bit smarter and safer. I maybe would like to see that over towards U-Haul, but may have been the right decision to do, as it looks like Mochi just goes in with the judge and finds themselves the kill. Swick also joining in, dealing with that Marshall player of Sabres. So either way, it seems like their death would have been right off the rim.
Yeah, already just a very, very successful start from Louisville. I mean, even then, if you turn your head away and you can look back, you know that, okay, well, 5v2. Wow, what happened? Well, you got to look at those X's on the map. A lot of pressure, and a lot of allocation right there towards U-Haul. Obviously not the best result here, and knowing that Dunwoody, even then, after that last round, didn't have the best buys to work off of, so you knew they were kind of struggling. Things aren't working out too well for them. But man, if that was an investment that just did not work out for you, but regardless, it was not too big an investment because, well, you didn't really have a buy off that back of that round. You're going to see it coming up right here, right now, at least for some of the players, but actually for none of them, really. Wow, how did their econ get absolutely destroyed?
They forced up in that round, and I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, even then, it wasn't like the best force, but still, I mean, you got to look at the allocation. You're saying, okay, I don't know.
Why did Saber had a Marshall and is still lacking for money?
That's what I'm saying. Their econ right now is abysmal.
I mean, to be fair, the abilities for their agents they selected are somewhat expensive.
Well, Chamber, yes. You can go ahead and lock that one down. Viper, not as much. Let's see, what else we dealing with? Sky, yeah. Bren, not really. It's pretty average across the board.
This still makes sense, though, for your chamber to be lacking. Especially when they weren't even finding headhunter shots. Body shots, none to the head. And that's kind of the difference maker we've said needs to be there for your chambers. They've got to be confident. They've got to be there. Swick swings wide. Fortunately, Chewy sprays down 2. I didn't even realize Wins was there. Chewy may not have either. They'll get the kill. They'll take TP cross map, and they'll go ahead and defend over towards the A side as their own chamber starts to swing over to pivot for that play. AZ Twins, I don't think you're going to get that wall bang there with a weapon in hand. You're going to have to wait for the rest of the team, as it seems to be a pincer flank. Viper's Pit, though, is down, and Louisville Black have a really good chance of holding on to this one off the back of this ult.
Yeah, guys, see what you can really do here. I mean, inside the Viper's Pit already, Louisville looking to just kind of hold things out, but I mean, that is just a terrible result at the end of the day. Can't really get too much done, but still, after a round where you kind of force up, you're saying things aren't looking too hot. You have guns now, and a Thrifty is obviously in order here for the likes of Dunwoody. So I mean, that is a massive round for them to say, okay, look, if our econ was really bad, not as bad now because we were able to carry a couple over. 3, better yet, which is more than half your team.
When you have rounds like this where it goes somewhat back and forth, despite ultimates being used, still working in favor for a team, it builds a little bit of confidence now. Confidence is king. We said at the end of that last map, even though Louisville lost, they had a really good spear rounds in that second half. They brought it from a 10-2 half to what, a 13-7 split at the end of the day, a 13-8, something along those lines. They got it close. They had good recurring rounds. They had good success. They even lost the initial pistol, and they managed to make the return. If they had taken that pistol, imagine how close the game could have gotten past that point as well. I think Louisville, they've got to find momentum here early, though. Surviving an ultimate round, Dunwoody Varsity have, a good spot to work from. The question is, why are you wide swinging 2 players without the information? Your agent's not built for that. You're not built for that. Rocket is dead here. Orbital strike perfectly placed by Renzuru. No way to retreat. If you see a Raze barreling towards you, Dallas, you're more than likely going to die. Just take the fight up front and try to win that engagement. Orbital strike going back the other way. This one from Dunwoody Varsity. I'm not sure why they opt to use this in 2v5. And even then, placed exactly where it was. It doesn't even find any damage back towards Louisville.
A little awkward, but invested now nonetheless. Gonna have to go ahead and deal with it at this point. Still, Astwins is the one that's gonna have to deal with trying to go for a retake with an operator. Isn't a jet, doesn't have a blaze storm as a backup. Only has just a shot and then a read chamber every single time you want to attempt for something. But even then, with a lot of concern of a player kind of coming into spawn, nobody's putting that pressure there. But in the meantime, you're just kind of locking yourself up where you can't really go anywhere until you do just decide to inevitably book it. So still, just kind of attempting something, got to hold it down. Hear the footsteps. No one players be pushing out. Comes down. Can you hit it for that second one? It doesn't even matter. Good looks for at least keeping that operator in the play and knowing that you went ahead and knocked down a couple players in the meantime, but still Dunwoody once again kind of holding on to that. Louisville kind of creating this equilibrium of a 2-round lead in their hands, and finally some back and forth on the leaderboard. We're keeping things close, but in a much more amusing manner, I'd say, this time around.
Viper's Pit is available for Ditto. Could use this in a post-plant scenario for a sec when they're attempting to retake. I think it'd be a little bit more useful to opt for it on the opposing side of truck. On the A side, it's a little bit too hard to get it in towards B, especially with the widening that was kind of done between back of tube, closer towards Hall. Obviously, Bind had a couple of changes when it came to being brought back into the map pool. Could be an issue. Something to keep an eye on. Rocket, though, first pick up, and they're rocking a double sniper build for this round. Saber, tour de force in hand. You can't miss the shots. The confidence for your chamber just hasn't been there, Dallas, and that's got to change quickly. Feed the beast past the rock. Saber's got to find some kills.
Yeah. I mean, then where are those kills going to happen, though? I mean, we see kills all the time. We talk about impact frags, where are those going to take place, and, well, just not exactly where you want it. Already going ahead, investing a lot of utility to make sure that, well, we can't see Louisville push up anymore, so, but they don't care. They quite simply do not care. They're not going to overstep their boundaries here. That was a problem they learned all the way back in Ascent, and they're carrying it over now, over and over again, making sure that, well, we just want to hold on to sight. We want to make sure to kind of play things out. We want to get a lot more aggressive, but only where it feels responsible, respectable, and can find at least a little bit of closure out of. So once again, with them learning that lesson, capitalizing off those mistakes, and now carrying it into Bind, where I talked about the aggression and where it can actually kind of work perfectly because of the way the map plays. Bind seems a little bit of be somewhat of a playground here for Louisville. And keep in mind, we talked about it earlier, this is probably their map pick with the way they're playing it already.
Louisville look confident. It's just 2 rounds in a row, though. It's not the worst case scenario. Saber has an operator in hand, taking it away from Rocket, who was opting to use it previously. When you miss the tour de force shots, though, yeah, I'd rather have that hit it over to Rocket, who had a great map one on Ascent with that. Like I said, they were the leading kill factor for the team. Second one, I believe, was Saber at the time. No, may have been someone else. Okay, Rocket. Gotta hit those. I'll say the same thing for Swick, honestly. Gotta hit those. Ditto, though, gets the refrag back onto Rocket. Rocket wasn't really rocking a weapon in the round in the first place. It's not too big of a loss, but missing all 5 blades of your Blade Stormer, nearly all 5 for the kill, really does stink early in that round. You could have gotten a free kill advantage to go back your way.
Yeah.
There it is, Saber.
Waking up. Your chamber with an operator. Got to play eventually. Sentinels of Light, too. Mad respect.
I've got your train.
That's off the game, by the way. Best shots here. Over towards the A side as well. Coming out there from Chewy. That player that we like to highlight so much. Really just going ahead on an absolute tear on sight. You need nobody else. Forget about the rotation. It's a 2-man army holding it down.
Finding a bag round. It's exactly what you need to put it in the backpack and start to stride forward. Timeout being utilized by Dunwoody Varsity. Squadline's only 5-3. It's just a 2-round buffer. Okay, all right, Storm, you did not need to do this to Rocket. This was not intended. This was He has a family. Try to forget those. 45 seconds left in the timeout. Dallas, what's the most important thing right now for Dunwoody Varsity? They take a round that's mostly a thrifty and they take the win.
Yeah.
But Louisville still have the advantage in pretty much all of these rounds, and they haven't needed to dump every ult to do so. And when Dunwoody uses the ults, it still doesn't matter. What's going wrong?
I think it's honestly just more kind of the way they're getting the spike down. Once it happens and they get themselves into a post plant, it looks pretty good. But their initial aggression and their initial approach on the side is what seems a little bit questionable. Once they get around to that point where they can make themselves at home, they get comfy. But it's a long road to get there. Because Bocce is supposed to be your catalyst for this. And I haven't really felt the impact of this game. We haven't screamed Bocce's name too much. We haven't really found the impact that you're looking at of that player specifically. But, I mean, knowing that even then, Dunwoody, they're the ones calling this timeout. They're the ones looking for these kind of retake responsibilities. You need a little bit more aggression, I'd say, quite frankly. Don't overstep your boundaries, but we're not seeing this kind of, hustle and tussle type gameplay that you're typically used to seeing on the likes of Bind. You can overextend on this map a little bit. You can kind of draw that line in the sand and mess around and be like, oh, I'm crossing it, kind of hover your foot on the other side without actually stepping over. You can still find ample effect out of that. But we're not seeing that just yet until finally Aswin's able to get one off. Rocket looking for a little bit of damage, doesn't really get the closure for the kill there, but you run back to your Sky, get healed up, and, well, kind of see if you can run it back. But your Scout's on the other side of the map. Ditto's there to kind of capitalize on that. There's a lot to work with here. This is a perfect situation if, well, you don't get completely surrounded.
That's kind of the issue. I don't know why you're still trapped over there towards Cup. He should have attempted to make a retreat, thrown down a smoke, and maybe pivoted back towards Elba. A big mistake, to say the least. And it's capitalized on very well by Louisville. Tour de Force still out in hand. Give them the range and density they need in this hold. They'll smoke off towards short. That's AZ Twins doing the job. I realize the player's moving into the smoke.
Silhouette.
Headhunter, no more shots remaining, maybe just one. Great play by Rocket and AZ Twins. Swick still has the shots, two left. Operator out. The damage is there. Rocket holding up top, gets their gun barrel spotted. Swick's hiding within as best they can. Rocket sees the gun and gets the gunshot back. Vandal comes out on top of the Headhunter, and a much needed round for Dunwoody Varsity after that timeout again. To secure now just a 1 round deficit under Louisville.
Once again, man, it's that early closure on the round. Kind of set the bear trap for the attackers and make sure that they can regret going into a site. And we haven't seen too much of that. We saw a very, very good start from Dunwoody on this round. I was very impressed. We saw the initial frags come through, a little bit of an exchanges here and there, and sure, you lost a little control, but then you knew where the spike was, and it seemed like they just kind of didn't care. Well, there's a spike. Cool. Like, what are we supposed to do with that? I mean, I would guard it, surround it, find a way to just completely punish Louisville for even wanting it in the first place. But we're not really seeing that too much. A little bit of aggression there early on. I like that. Getting out with the tail end immediately. Punishing Bocce for wanting to go ahead and pop that showstopper when you're facing up against a Jet buddy. He's going to get out of there.
Trying to spray through the wall as best as they can. Looks like Shariko takes a lot of damage. Rocket's clearing some way for that ult orb to be collected. Neither player goes for it, though. Defensively, you gotta farm a little bit. Think of this like a Facebook post, right? Back in 2011. Hey, you added me as a friend? No, they just want your Farmville credits. They just want to invite you to Farmville and get that new fence post color or something. You gotta farm a little bit. It may be a little bit too old for some of these kids these days, but they're all collegiate players. They're in their 18 to 20s. You should understand that by now. Ditto, though, 2 pickups off the bat. Great play. Like I said before, use it in post plan, or you can use it as a great denial in the first place. Shirako, a wonderful shot at the head of AC Twins. But Ditto claps right back, leaving just Bochi the Glock left standing. Spike on the opposing side of the map. They're just going to go say, hey, maybe I'll do my own level of farming here. Collect the ult orb that may or may not have been left in showers. I believe it still was, unless Bochi has collected it to this point. And just kind of bide your time. I don't think you're going to pray for a miracle. But maybe Bochi's going to pray for an exit frag instead, just to make things costly for Dunwoody, who's had a pretty good return, going from 2 to 5, now up to a possible 5 to 5 here with this round.
Yeah, well, now everyone knows where Bocce is. You can see him kind of turning around, looking back towards spawn, but nobody's going to go for that manhunt. Everybody's just going to kind of play it a little bit slow, knowing that Dunwoody, hold on to the guns you got, carry him to the next one because, well, you just won another round. Louisville didn't even get the 300 credits for getting the plant off. You hold on to the operator. You're happy about every single little piece of that round there to work with. So knowing you can carry things over, knowing that, well, this round is going to kind of keep on continuing, and you're going to see now an even half so far. That, I mean, we talked about the 1-for-1s and how things were starting to go. Louisville just didn't hold on to that lead they needed. They found it, and he's seemingly snuffed out. Now look at this 3-round spree going the way for Dunwood, and even then, that could continue a little bit more so, be a lot worse, because, well, they could find yourself into 7 if the bias just inevitably help you out. And there it is. Oh my God.
Dunwoody, they needed every bit of this, Dallas. They've been on a pretty bad spree when it comes to their opposition's map pick, and getting huge pickups like this. I said they've got to step up. Chambers are so important on this map. If you're going to pick it, you got to rely on it.
Yeah.
You got to feed the rock, and it's working. Colat kill. First blood. Make it a second as well. Minus
a
one.
wall bang.
Same full swoop.
Better yet. It was a wall bang for the headshot as well. I don't even know how the second one, like after wall banging and a head, you still have enough damage to get a body shot kill there?
I don't know.
Beats me.
Shoulder maybe? Or maybe like center mass chest? Is it still enough there? If it goes through the head, it doesn't stop. It doesn't really deny any extra bullet damage, right? It
depends on like how steep the corner is. So I think it was like absolutely nothing.
Because if you're right at the corner, it actually doesn't like decrease the damage like whatsoever.
No, yeah.
Maybe that was the case. Who knows? Swick by themselves. Ditto will deal with them quickly inside of Spices. Good reference to Ice Spice we mentioned earlier on our last map of Hammer. It's 4 players left standing for Dunwoody Varsity. They've guaranteed an even half, and it looks like they're not going to stop anytime soon. 4 in a row, man. Defensively have been giants. If it wasn't for, there it is. No, so the first one was not a wall bang. By a pixel, it seems. It was not a wall bang. The second one was a collab. That's close though.
Well, we'll probably see one here with 3 operators on the side. I'm telling you.
Oh my goodness! What are they doing?
I love how sometimes I just start to relax a little bit. And anybody who's tuning in right now, you probably think we're like golf commentators. No, we're here to play Valorant, but just not the same way everybody else is. We're playing, I don't know. We're playing, what's it? Snipers and Shotties in Halo?
I have no idea what that mode is.
It's literally just snipers and Shotties. Yeah.
Well, you know, from one dead game to a not so dead game. Maybe that's the play. 4 players left for Dunwoody Varsity. Defensively have looked pretty good. All the operators may be working out for them. AZ Twins, of all players, still holding an operator here is fairly shocking to me. But the orbital strike is charged, so why not? They'll send it down in towards site, funnel back those Louisville players away from side, and then line up City for a frag there from Rocket. Tries to go for the Bladestorm with the Tailwind high and mighty. Sorry, updraft high and mighty. And they will not. Duck hunted down to the floorboards, now waiting for the Hound to bring back that corpse, the trophy. And there goes Twins. Dusted their doppelganger just, but she looked like left standing, and they are hiding like a rat inside a corner, praying that nobody swings them and takes them down. They will be swung by Saber. What a shot to deal with him. That's a free rifle to be collected, giving them the best chance possible. AZ, you know where they are. You've got the intel, and there it is. Finally dealt with, as Dunwoody Varsity survived the first half after a rough beginning to conclude it in the best fashion possible.
Finally deviating from the likes of those trends that we've seen of the 6-6 to the 10-2. A 7-5, pretty darn close, I'd say, but leading over towards the side of the likes of Dunwoody, where they actually kind of stepped it up, had a level of consistency when it came around to this half, knowing that they kind of got that 5-round spree towards the end. Keep in mind, the last time we saw something like that was back in Pearl, once we saw Louisville going ahead and having some retribution of their own, getting back into the game, and then absolutely living it up in the second half with that momentum. So, well, while they were starting in the attacking side, and now moving on to the defense, last time they were starting on the defense and moved into the attack. So, now a little bit of a switch up here. Different halves where, obviously, we're seeing these kind of momentum starting to carry into, but no better way, I'd say, to do it than actually on the attacking side. This is a little bit more favorable. So Louisville's going to have to really kick into high gear, make sure they can hold this thing down, and knowing with all the resources at hand, it's not much, it feels like.
Well, when you're starting to get, when the going gets tough, you just got to get tougher, right? I think that's kind of the idea behind it. Rocket, though, pick up for 1, falls to Shariko, though, and Rinzu even finding a pick past that point. 2 players low for Louisville Black, but only 2 players left for Dunwoody Varsity. And even if you're low, that's a gun up and like engagement that maybe wouldn't have it the other way. Sure, we had the advantage. Drop on the opponent and the classic low free gun right click and didn't hit any of it, it seems.
I think 2 of those bullets landed.
And they were already low.
Yeah.
They nerfed the classic? How dare they? That's my funny gun.
It's the right click, what is it, buddy? It barely does
guess.
anything anyways. When you see those shots, like at least one pellet goes to the head.
By the way, it's just Saber, and they've got to make a dangerous cross, and it's not going to work. Louisville Black will take the first pistol round, and it seems to be an inevitable idea that it'll follow suit with the second, tying things up 7-7. But we've seen more dangerous things occur, and Dunwoody did change things up last map and on our first map. So, anyone's game.
Definitely could be. Wait, even then, we've seen all kinds of different results here today. I think we've seen a 1-1, we've seen the 3-0, we've seen a 5-0, we've seen all kinds of different, just kind of switch ups from the typical 2-1 split, while still seeing like 1 or 2 2-1 splits. So, kind of happy with that result so far, knowing these teams are kind of keeping it diverse, really switching up these kind of pistol rounds in the follow up. But regardless, knowing that even then, right there, Louisville don't even need the actual guns to get some kind of a result. Swift now with the Headhunter, able to go ahead and shut one off. Trademark giving you all the information in the world that now a B push is going to be coming underway, and doesn't really find too much as the slow does inevitably go ahead and hit a lot of these guys. But another teleportation, another wraparound back to the A site. You're at a point now to where it's like, all right, just don't rotate anymore. These guys, they're going to run all day, but we have better guns, so it doesn't matter.
Spray down coming out from Marins. They'll be able to almost deny the spike going down. So goes down. That's credits for Dunwoody. They're happy. Just AZ Twins left standing, and it's not for long. That's rough. Dunwoody get 1 win, but they get 1 major loss in the round. Spike goes down. Money.
Nice.
Woo! Swimming in the credits. But you didn't stop Louisville from holding on to all their credits as well. Not a single gun dropped. They barely had to use util. They just ran it down towards you. Both sides get a win, but I still think Dunwoody comes out with the biggest loss because they have the highest chance now to waste credits by losing their guns in this round because Louisville have all SMGs and a Bulldog.
Yeah, it's a Bulldog too. I mean, if that's like an isolated player on a site and you find them dying and then you take the round over to the other side of the map, well, okay, that's the most expensive thing kind of out of the water. Not really worried about that anymore. Leave that thing to dry. But knowing that that's still there, and it's in Scirocco's hands, who can still buy up some full armor if they felt like it, and still be at an equal stance in terms of money. But obviously decided not to do that. Some even exchanges there just to start things off. Looking to scavenge for a weapon there on the side of the Viper's wall, and that's just not going to be the case. But regardless, though, equal player counts on either side, and Dunwoody are looking to bring that onto site. Seemingly struggle to do so as Scirocco is looking for the flank of a lifetime and a shot off the back of it.
2v3, Louisville have that man advantage, but Spike will go down on that B side.
That's actually so good for Louisville. They get so many guns off
separated.
This. You go somewhere else and you just gave them every single gun you dropped.
Saber has no chance. They're going to have to take TP. And if they do, that's a ton of noise. 2 players inside mid, outside hookah. They now know the Tasmanian Tiger, though, can't be stopped. And it will gain for a kill for Saber, going 1 for 1 after falling to Rinse. Ditto, by themselves still on this side. Knows one's going to come from hookah. The last one must be an octagon. Take your guesses. Huge loud steps coming out there. They will get the first shot. They'll go for a second. Not stuck to half. They just have to play time. Dudo just has to sit back. It's done and dusted as Dunwoody will somehow get the round still.
That was
impressive. Shocking, but impressive.
Oh. So it's like last minute awkward situations where it just comes down to split second decision making. And it's just that 50-50, you lose it. It's not even like a decision that kind of feels within your control. You just got to go for it. And just because of the seconds that led up to it. Seemingly feels out of your control. Even though it is, it's just like too far of a stretch for the imagination to kind of even reach into and start thinking of theoreticals. But regardless of that, though, Dunwoody off the back of this last round, knowing that how expensive it was, they're still opting to go for a timeout, which I honestly quite find respectable here. You have a lead of 1 round. Go ahead, let Louisville kind of figure things out. And even then, knowing that that round wasn't all that good, you still have something to work off of. You can still find some positioning here. And knowing that you're relying on your jet. You don't have a raise to work with, you have a jet instead. You still have a Sky, you have a Brimstone, which is, well, just kind of a necessity on this map, the Brimstone Viper combination. You're starting to brainstorm of, you know, are you going to switch up the map? Are you going to go for a default? Are you going to look for these early picks? And honestly, I think you spread yourself a little thin here. Play somewhere else on the map. Louisville, they know that this is the round that's kind of theirs to win with how the economy's working. But you're still forcing things up. I think, honestly, you just work off that one gun. Kind of see what you can accomplish there. But instead, we're seeing a big emphasis on buying up here from both squads. And it's warranted for Louisville. For Dunwoody, though, it was something they discussed. It was negotiated. It was talked about in those comms because, well, they took a timeout for it. This are make it or break it kind of round.
I was going to say the same exact thing. They had to take the gamble. Do you buy up? You win the round, but it costs you 4 rifles. Do you have the currency? Do you have the ability to meet and match your top player that held onto the rifle in the round prior? Question's still up in the air. One Marshall will hand a saber. They'll be the first player to peek and swing. More than likely not through hookahs, where they're currently parading through. 3 players. No, I apologize. 2 players. Both angle pushes. Somewhat default angle as they'll send their Viper. Honestly, the Viper being the one that showers is odd to me. Typically be your chamber. The lone straggler to rotate over at the end. Where they just want Saber, who's been doing fairly well ever since that somewhat cold start at the beginning of that first half. Has been doing fairly well past that point.
30 seconds left.
Ditto's been spotted. Looking from both angles. There's nothing you can do. Bucky with the Glock will find that kill. Ditto will be done. And now you've got a question. How are you going to take this B side? They know you're coming here. The pressure is on. You've got to find the kills. Chewy gets 1. Rins and Swick find 2 apiece. And it makes this push nearly impossible for Dunwoody. They'll go for the plant now. They've got to step in towards sight. Spike in hand for Rocket. They'll plant. There's going to be denied. Round will fall in favor of Louisville Black. Perfect way to deny that. That orbital strike was beautiful.
Yep. That was a different setter. I mean, you understand, especially with how long that it's taken to get that spike down, to where, I mean, that's the pressure of a Brimstone ult just being highlighted at the top of your screen. You got to understand that you don't have 4 seconds to plant. You have 8. Minimum. Perfect world if you press it exactly on that number. Both times. Because, well, that thing is there to deny you. Whether it be in a post plant, whether it be in just initially getting it down. You cannot stress yourself more on that clock than when a Brimstone ultimate is available. And, well, you saw it there. Dunwoody took absolutely forever to get something accomplished, and even then, they kind of compensate with a very quick start here, grabbing 2 off the board. Very, very big frags to work off of. But if you're me, and, well, I'm never a jet, but even then, if you are a jet, I think you pass off that gun to somebody else because, well, if you got a gun of your own, last thing you want to do is be nicking it on the side and dropping it.
Dunwoody varsity in a very bad spot. They're just bum rushing in towards side as expected. They don't have the weapons to work with, but it does feed the ego of Renzuru, who now goes for a 3K here in this round. Louisville will climb higher than Dunwoody. But like we said before, this map is a lot closer of a series than the last few have been. Finally read a point at which, no matter what, this one is closer. Because Dunwoody's already reached A, and they're now behind. If this continues at this rate, I can't imagine the scoreline is going to be too much different. Maybe a 1 or 2 round difference. Maybe even OT for a map like Bind. It's a dangerous map to play because any mistake will be capitalized upon. We saw that earlier with the rotate in. 2 players left for the Dunwoody varsity side in the attack. They swing over 1 to B. They play it there. They leave 1 on A, and they still somehow manage to win out the round of the 3v2. These things happen. And Louisville has been kind of the main problem child for those failures. They make up for it in the early stage of these rounds. Swick with a huge pickup on a Saber to get first blood.
Which, even then, regardless, somehow, even though they're compensating in early stages, Dunwoody's also winning early battles. They're getting first frags consistently, just not capitalizing on top of it. It's a small thing. It's where I've talked about you don't really want to discuss the semantics too much, but quite frankly, that's what's really screwing you over here.
Yeah. Little things. Small things. This was a Blink-182 song, you'd say all the small things. Chewy gets out the guiding light. Too late. AZ Twins and Rocket will be killed off before he can find any effect. Pretty much every player for Louisville is here on the defense. City has pretty much the easiest shot of their life back over towards Cheery, but it'll be closed out by Bunker the Clock instead. 8-10 our score line, and gonna be another round where I'm pretty sure Dunwoody may just have to save again or try to thrifty. They don't have much. They just can't put a fight against.
They don't have a blaze storm for this one either. Rocket invested the blaze storm in the last one. And, I mean, still, as I mentioned, semantics, small things like once you pushed up, you saw Rocket grab that gun, didn't toss it off to another player. And then whenever you got pushed aside, you did an updraft, that gun got caught on top of a little roof. It's like really awkward to have to grab, and your follow-up was a frenzy. Imagine if that was a Phantom.
Yeah.
It's just the small things like that, man, that you kind of have to keep your eyes on. You have to keep accountable for. And even then, better yet, another thing you have to keep your eyes out for is these early aggressions again. 2 tour de force to play with on the field. 1 on the defense, obviously, in an expected angle, kind of holding things a little more aggressively. 1 on the attacking side to decide where you're going to find the initial pick. Who's going to overextend first? That's literally the first question here to work with. And it better not be the defense because, well, you know that you're waiting on your chamber for that same exact opportunity.
Sabres slowly prying around towards Octagon. Neither team has been able to strike first, but the Hound's fangs are glaring towards the opposition. Great guiding light as well there. I think the rendezvous gets them a great escape. They're still hiding within the smoke. The team's got to let them know. Bochy with the huge showstopper to deal with 1. Saber does get Swick off the board. Bochy, though, finding the second on the Rocket. Viper's pick goes down. Dunwoody have a great shot here. The dangers still are ever present. Bochy swings forward, doesn't care! But Ditto still there and standing. Viper's pit still up. Molly goes down. They'll fall back. They barely survive. A huge play to survive. And a great attempt by Rins. The damage is done. Orbital strike, not available. They're queuing up a smoke, though. They'll drop it in. Scirocco, swing wide from shower side. Tries to move in, barely spotted. Ditto gets the drop on him. It's just Rins in a 1v1. Ditto down to little to no HP. We'll pivot to showers instead, straying away from Spike, hiding outside of it. Rins will tap that Spike, though. They don't care. They'll sit back. Ditto lets the smoke dissipate. Maybe not timing that one correctly. They don't care. They'll swing it again. Perfect timing. Ditto will strike. God. And what a save by Dunwoody to win out that round.
Doesn't take the TP to get out at the end of the round, but still, doesn't matter. You find success, you hold on to something, and that's keeping this game alive. You hold on to the match, you hold on to your will, and you keep this thing rocking. And it costs you damn near everything in a round like that. Viper's been invested, tour de force out in the gate as well. I mean, Seekers, Blade Storm, all behind you still. You only have an orbital strike to work with now going to this next one. Both sides do, quite frankly. But, I mean, a Viper's pit for Scirocco is right around the corner, quite frankly. And even then, you know that with a gun and you pushing at a player, you're saying, hey, honestly, if Scirocco gets this kill initially, I might as well go ahead and just pop it on sight. What's it hurt, right?
Yeah.
I mean, every single time, Dunwoody has respected it. They haven't really cared too much. The only time we saw it not really work out too much was on Pearl. When for whatever, I'm not even going to talk about that one. That was so odd. Just popping it right behind with no spike, even relatively close to you, that one was just a little bit weird. But all things considered, knowing that's Dunwoody pushing up towards the B site. Nice little split there. A nice orbital start to capitalize on. But are players out? Are they watching that avenue? No. There's a smoke down. There's a wall separating you, and finally an entry to come out. Great.
Rocket was in a bad spot.
Yep.
That is the best save possible for Dunwoody. Rocket tries to extend. You said they don't have the angle. Players get out. The orbital strike doesn't find as much impact as they wanted because they can't push into their own orbital strike. Rocket engages immediately afterwards. Player and Cubby, who escaped the strike, almost pounces, but Chewie saves them. That's the crossfire you need, that safety. That's why they widen that Cubby as well. It's perfect. Dunwoody, they win this round. Looks like Louisville will just fall back, bide their time. Consider this a tactical timeout, if you will, Dallas.
Yeah.
Last few 15, 20 seconds remaining for this. I think Dunwoody, they realize that.
Yeah, don't fall back here. Well. Just hold on to these guns, play flawless. Yeah. You're going to go into a tie round here in the next one. Because, I mean, execution, you talked about it. Not the... Oh, Yeah, just save. Run away. Do what you can there. But, I mean, not the best execution. Oh, my God. And the one knocked out. But regardless, not the best execution, I want to say, of, like I mentioned, that kind of angle coming out from Hookah. But still, Chewy being there towards the outside. We saw that split. That's the importance of allocating players on all entries onto a site, to where you can account for that. Where the smallest mistake of saying, look, we just want to get out, play for retake. Louisville didn't do that. One player sat there right towards that cubby, as you mentioned, and then you're cut off. Not really anything you can do. Rocket has as an assist, and, well, you have the utility there to just kind of absolutely rail them. Knowing now, as a backup, Louisville, off the back of a round like that, you can't blame for calling a timeout.
Yeah.
That was great execution immediately. That round was set in stone before the spike even went down. Everybody on Louisville just said, give it to them. We're not worried about this round. Let the spike go off. That was damn near perfect. Sure, it took an ultimate, and we used one as well, unfortunately. Yeah. So, what do we have left? Well, Viper's Pit. How's that going to really impact this next round? Well, you can go ahead and cut off the entirety of the entryway to B and find a way to just kind of lock that thing off and force everybody to play towards A. What are you left with then? Well, your operator needs to go ahead and have an impact here. Problem is you don't have one because, well, your chamber, Swick, hasn't really been able to do everything. Hasn't really been able to light up that feed enough to either accumulate another tour de force, which was burned 2 rounds ago, and the make it or break it round, as we mentioned. And even then, can't really play off it now because the money hasn't been looking all that hot so far. And it's not going to look that good with the damage being done here initially in this conflict.
Rocket's always been a player that's usually good for one.
Yeah.
And it just feels like past their performance on Ascent, past that has been difficult. One and done. It stays to see. But that's kind of what you're relying on your duelist for. The rest of the team follows in behind it. I think Dunwoody have realized that. They had a lot of problems when it came to map 2. They had a couple problems when it came to map 3. And it does feel like they're coming into their own and kind of realizing that is the responsibility of Rocket. That is the go-ahead for map 4. Oh, yeah,
Rocket's
that's how this game is supposed to work.
Yeah, he's supposed to die. He's supposed to get one. Are we there for it? Not previously, but, oh,
you are starting to be now.
Okay, we're starting to wake up. And, I mean, it's good for Dunwoody here because you can see, I mean, the rounds they've surmounted here recently, especially when it means the most to them, that's where they're really starting to do it. They have the Viper's Pit now on the other side of Louisville still. Not really too much they can do, but, I mean, regardless, Rocket is starting off very, very aggressively. Better yet, though, let's look at Ditto. Let's highlight this guy here for a little bit. He's the one actually, you know, putting in all the hard labor. Let's be real.
Yeah, Ditto's done amazing. Last round, 2 kills to open up right after Rocket's death. Refrag it back.
When Rocket gets 1, right? We always talk about that, but I mean, Ditto always gets like 2 or 3 every single round.
Yeah. Huge
I mean,
clutch
he
player.
is playing the initiator right now in terms of fragging. That's what your initiator is supposed to do. Kind of be there to trade off your duelist and go a little bit crazy. Chewy, sure, has been doing that, but Ditto's just been consistent with it. Always winning these ones. And usually when somebody kind of swings off the back of it, knows how to use that spray control because, well, quite frankly, this is supposed to be your controller. They're supposed to throw these smokes down. They're supposed to spray through them, kind of get an idea of what's going on, and just find those picks. Ditto inevitably falls. We knew that was going to happen, but regardless, so you're taking a sacrifice of the team. The plant goes down. Time is now ticking in your favor. You know a player's behind you.
Keep in mind here as well, Ditto's been playing as the lone prowler to the opposing side.
Oh, the 80s
kind of in their playstyle. Rocky goes down. That's Sweetie for the kill. Swick's going to try and move in once again. The player over towards Stack City takes down Chewy. Chewy's just standing out in the open. I'm not sure too fair what they're doing. Saber finally does fall. It is just AZ Twins left standing. They have the spray down for that spike. No, they do not. Because of that, Louisville will find themselves a tied position, go 11-11. That was an expensive round for them. They had little to no eco left in the back pocket. They even forced an operator with no armor. Well, they don't keep the op, which does stink in the end. They at least have 4 rifles and can buy up. Swick now down to 0 credits at the back of that for Scirocco to make sure everyone can fight at full force. And the same thing's going to be said for Dunwoody Varsity. This game is anywhere but over.
Yeah.
1 round for Dunwoody and it's match point, series point. 1 round for Louisville and it is match point, and match 5, map 5, is doomed to go forward. Still anyone's game. Impressive map 4.
Seemingly a lot of stress here in these next couple. Knowing that Louisville reached that kind of checkpoint chokehold situation and, well, quite frankly, choked for 3 rounds in a row. Finally find a little bit of an answer, a little bit of a comeback. Find some presence here. But one thing that may not be present is smokes from the defending side if we do see this third one kind of go down.
There it is.
There it is.
It's a lot to use early.
That is. If you're counting smokes like you should be, you know that this is the freest. Oh my god! Yeah, this is the freest main hit of your life. If you want to go for it. But even then, a rotation, you have nothing for retake. Viper's Pit, you know numbers are playing to your advantage over MB. Louisville has just revealed their entire sleeve so early in a round like this.
They got no more cards up their sleeve. There's no ace hidden in the folds. It's rough. Louisville, though, they'll pivot one player back through back home. Perfect. There goes a great play by Swick to swing forward, hunting for the frag on a Ditto as well. Unfortunately, cannot collect for it. Tasmanian Tiger goes around this corner. Does hit Chewy. Not a big deal for them whatsoever. With the Viper's Pit down, it just makes matters even worse. Bryn's trying to go for the wall fire. Not happening. Saber instead finds the op shot to connect. A 4v3. Viper's Pit down. Ditto being healed back up. And it looks like Shirako will only go 1-for-1 with Saber on that refrag. Two players actively on site. Rin's shoulder's been spotted. Ditto goes down, and the Viper's Pit will dissipate. Rin's brimming up. Chewy! Boom! Spit him out! It's Rins and City out of the count as Dunwoody Varsity will reach match point, series point here on Bind. Saved by Chewy.
Once again, Louisville in the same situation as as usual.
Yeah.
Just kind of looking to fight for some relevancy here. Got to find that impact right here, right now, and even then, great line up there. Chewy just so thankful that they were just both within that tunnel, knowing that you could go ahead and get those back-to-back. On a match point situation, this is make it or break it. Rocket, once again, doing the same as usual, starting things off aggressive and knowing immediately that, okay, it's a Blade Storm, I got to use it because why not? Problem is, I'm looking in a completely different direction than what I'm typically used to in City. Cannot find the recovery from it. 5 health, that's your healer. It's not safe to get healed themselves. They're just there for everybody else. And, well, they're all coming in for a retake. Slow and steady's the name of the game for him. Problem is, Spike's already down almost immediately. That dog couldn't even find a kill. That's how low you are. But still, time is of the essence. And, well, I don't know how well it's going to really pan out for him.
This is huge for Chewy. Take down the one. And City! With 1 HP, no 5 to be exact. Still getting the kill. Rins taking down Saber. The best chance possible for Louisville to clap back into this game. Orbital strike to make space. It doesn't matter. The defuse! And Louisville will force overtime, stopping Dunwoody from closing this out here and now.
Switching sides.
Keeping it rolling right along, man. I mean, even in Ditto, that one player expecting this, that could have been the point to close the game. All 3 players in front of you. Sure, not lined up inside of a tube like Chewy in the round prior, but knowing they're all within grasp, knowing they're all visible to you, looking in a different direction, you couldn't find one. It's just one of those heartbreaking scenarios, knowing that, I mean, of all people, Ditto to be the one to not really get that done. But regardless, though, we go again. Louisville, they don't want this thing to end just yet. Back and forth, Bind. Surprisingly, out of all the maps that we've seen thus far, this would be the one that's neck and neck like this. I'm thankful for it, but man, I'm only curious to see how much longer it's going to keep going.
At the end of the day, Bind is the map that OT is very dangerous on. I said it earlier. Any mistake in OT is pretty much the ultimate undoing of your squad. Considering it's pretty even, usually like a 6-6 at halftime. 7-4. Have the scoreline. It's 7-5. Who cares?
Good play.
It's pretty close. Rocket on the defense. Dealing with Butchie. The player who carried on map 2 for the Louisville side. Getting rid of them early gives you a lot of chances. Now Rocket with low HP can fulfill the duelist role. Play smart. Speaking of smart, the slow prowl into the B side. Look, the site's open. Team, rotate. I'm here. The site's mine for the taking, but they haven't cleared Hookah, and that's where Chewy is watching.
A lurk not really working out for you. Your chamber not nearly as prominent in these lurking situations anymore as what they're used to because, well, that rendezvous doesn't have nearly the range. And Rocket doesn't have nearly the life they did just a second ago. Dunwoody, though, still up inside the numbers, knowing they're holding on to this A site strong, knowing they don't want to touch B because, well, players have already taken control of that space 10 times over. At this point, quite frankly, you would be scared just to kind of watch your flank, but you do have that trademark going ahead and watching your back for you, thankfully. But Az looking to go ahead and kind of extend a little bit, looking for the default spray. Can't really find it just yet, but is enough to go ahead and elongate things a little bit more so.
Great
and
denial.
don't find that shot. So in the 3v2 situation, Dunwoody looking to kind of hold on to this defense. You still hear that timer, but you didn't find the shots for the second. But you bought time for your teammates to rotate and get yourself in a 2v1 situation.
Renz is stuck in U-Haul. Position is known. Plant is not in the best angle for this. A little bit easier, all things considered. Orbital Strike will buy you a little bit of time, and the Snake Bite as well to dissipate. Both players working from the same spot. Renz has an angle onto Ditto, deals with him, gets swung by two. AZ Twins saving grace. Dunwoody Varsity will climb back to match point, series point for the first round of OT, falling to the defense in a close one at that. Enough to get an ultimate charged online and still not come out with the win.
Yeah, it's just really, really iffy once again. I mean, Dunwoody, obviously, it starts right here. Bashi, that player that you mentioned initially, that was seemingly absolutely going off in Pearl, a map which it isn't really favoring Raze all that much compared to a map where, well, Raze is actually the bread and butter. Seemingly kind of quiet in this map so far. And, well, we're in overtime, buddy.
Yeah.
You've had ample opportunity to really kind of really get it going here. And I mean, everybody in Louisville's kind of had their own stress. They've had their own opportunities and they've stepped up to the plate and they've hit. But I mean, it's been a lot more collective. You haven't had every player have their own opportunity to start going off. You haven't had a streak from every single one of them. You haven't seen, like, you know, everybody getting their own time in the spotlight. It seems like they're all kind of together, which sure works at the end of the day. But, you know, whenever you have a string drawn from each one of your players, when you're kind of collectively fragging and working together and you're relying on that at this point, once one thing kind of falls out of place, the entire thing feels off. When another player starts to die, you notice that, okay, now we just don't have anything to work with. And that's where you start to kind of scraggle for the rest of the round and kind of work out to your favor. And, well, Dunwoody, by that point, they already had the spike down. Or even then, they already have so much pressure on the map, you just kind of feel suffocated. Louisville need to make sure these opening engagements, I mean, for how much utility they want to have at the end of a round, knowing that you're at OT, that you don't really have much to work with anymore. There's no ultimates unless you just earn them on the spot and use them on the spot. We haven't even really seen too many decision-making like that so far. It's been very calculated before the round even starts.
Toxins going up.
And I don't know if we're going to see too much of that anymore, if any at all.
Dunwoody Varsity. OT works back to back.
Toxins going up.
Start on the defense, move to the attack, vice versa. Dunwoody do get first blood for the attack, and unfortunately, Saber goes down. Ditto, though. How many times can we highlight Ditto? That's good for two. AZ Twins, you've been spotted. Can you get this kill? No, Renzuru finding the frag instead. Denying the smoke. Thankfully, Dunwoody do have a jet. It's a cloudburst. That's something to close out sight lines. You do have the Viper as well. Player spotted. Sitting in a good spot to maybe go for the kill. Can't find it just yet. I do know the player's there. Another one by bench. Shirako will pivot in.
Here.
Snakebite even more to buy time. Ditto's position now being called out. They'll be snakebited, but the bench does keep them away from the dangers that are present. It still doesn't stop the kill going forward for them. Molly gets the kill back towards Ditto, a 2v1. Jet in hand, Rocket just spotted him. They don't know Rocket's here. They've got the flank. They'll play for this time.
Oh my God!
Inexcusable! And Dunwoody will lose the round off the back of it.
Situations, man. Every time you're expecting, they're looking away. You have the time. You have the angle. You have everything handed to you on a platter, and still just miss shots. I can't even imagine the bruises these players are giving themselves just over all these opportunities that are just missed. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day,
Right here.
you go again.
Right here.
You got to pick it up right here, right now. Do it all over. Because, well, lose this one. Next thing you know, Louisville's closing this thing out. They're going into a map 5. You have to do it all over again. Seemingly making this matchup even that much longer. But regardless, Dunwoody, we talk about that aggression, that early aggression. Look at those initial picks. I like how they go ahead and find it initially, and they just go ahead and go right back. They're not
They went for
overextending. They're not
3.
going crazy with it.
They pushed 3 out of showers for that kill. Just wild to think of. But it's working. Dunwoody getting the first pick. They
Yeah.
like to play off of that one. AZ Twins finding a refrag back after losing Rocket. Flank coming out from Ditto as well. Could pay dividends when it comes to that U-Haul play. Renzu, who's been top fragging with the side of Louisville, had a wonderful map to show for it. AZ Twins has the spot, but Scirocco still dusts them in the end. Ditto, though, working in short. Now hiding over towards Cubby. Spike's been spotted. Ditto can't watch her flank. Where's the team to watch the angle?
Oh my God.
Not there. And Bochi steals away another kill. Ditto off. What are you going to do? It's 2v2.
Going up.
Scirocco in showers. Spike in hand for Bochi, and they're rotating to B. The same thing's going to happen here for Dunwoody. They'll be a little bit late to the party, but the same thing can be said for your Viper. They won't be there in time. It'll be a 2v1 on site. Saber with the operator has the rendezvous. They'll toss out a bit of util forward. Bochi's already T-Spike down. They have the frenzy. It's not enough. Bochi gets the headshot kill. Chewy, you can't stay in the paint shell. A 1v1 on site. They'll tap the diffuser, get sprayed down, and Bochi, 3K win in Louisville. We'll move forward 2 in a row, hunting for the third to finish this one out.
It's there, man. Again and again and again. You hear the spike going down. You just spray through, quite frankly. You know it's close. But again, those situations where your mind is thinking like a million miles a minute, and you just don't know what to do. You just shoot what's in front of you. You simplify the problem as much as you can. And sometimes, honestly, if you can keep up with the pace of what your brain's throwing at you, you can do anything in the world. But it's just that stress that gets you. It's that constraint of time and the pressure of the situation at hand, knowing you're an OT and every single mistake matters. Otherwise, you wouldn't be beating yourself up about it. You say, we go again to the next one, but still, now that lead is looking at you right down the throat, and you got to just go ahead and suck it up. You got to swallow it. And you got to go right into the next round immediately off the back of that. You quite frankly sit in the back of the map and just kind of collect yourself before you really start to fight again.
The one name on everyone's tongue at the end of this one, if Louisville take it, it'll be Rocket. It's sad to see a player you looked at in the first map as the end-all be-all and has fallen back a little bit on their haunches. Rocket's going to have to make up for that here. They know that, everyone knows that, and they're capable of it. Put some weight on their shoulders, and they'll show that they are the 1,000-pound man who can carry any weight across the most treacherous grounds. Right now, the most treacherous grounds seems to be A site. Look over towards B-Long, though, here, Dallas. TP available for Louisville. They had 2 players looking to go through. They'll send the guiding light first and foremost. Swick holding up on stack. Gets one and caught off guard. Hunting for another. Rocket gets the frag back the other way. AC Twins goes down as well. But the shower play comes forward. Chewy got to find that kill. Collects the spray, and we're good for it. A 3v3. 2 coming in from showers and 1 inside Meadow Hall. Do they know the showers players are moving forward? They do. Ditto. Perfect to City. The rotate from the second player now coming from short. Dunwoody need to tie things up here. They'll need 3 in a row to win it. But they've got to start with this one to deny from Louisville. Scirocco comes in. Loses the last teammate of Renzu. Steps into the cloud. Doesn't get spotted. How do they get through this one? Unknown. There's little to no time, though, and thankfully, Dunwoody will save themselves a round loss, taking the win as Chewy finds the final frag, tying things back up 14-14.
It's one of those scenarios, man. I mean, obviously, the guiding light gives you the info. You know players nearby. You know they're not sitting over there towards main. And, well, quite frankly, you know they switched you up. You saw all 3 of those players watching those smokes. I mean, still, nothing you can really do about that. You just got to win those trades initially and already. Going underway again, we run it back, we keep it going, and even still, Saber not learning their lesson just yet. I think, quite frankly, sure, the operator, you're playing for initial picks, and I think in this overtime situation, you really can't blame the guy. Not really fragging out too much that the chamber should be in this stage in the game, and, well, what do you do in a point like that? You kind of either rely on a crutch, or you see what you can do otherwise. And, well, Scirocco is the one really just sending these players, not back on crutches, but 6 feet under in a casket, because with an initial 2 picks like that, you know that B-side is it's the freest thing you probably could ever take.
Player, though, sitting over here towards the link, connecting from courtyard towards mid. Should be a free pickup for Ditto, and in fact is. That makes it so the rotate back over here towards B-Long is a little bit more dangerous for the play. Saber equalizing things up with a refrag back towards Swick. And Zuru hiding inside Octagon. They'll get the first fist up into the fight. That's a 1-2 punch. Ditto dusted. Leaves just 2 for Dunwoody. Ochi counting inside 2, not a problem, nary a chance. It is Dunwoody. They buried their chances early in that round, losing 2 kills back to back. And Louisville will ride that high now heading into match points. Here again in OT. They could close it here.
And see how quick of these takes are. I mean, for the side of Louisville on the attacking side, they're swift. I mean, that one round that we saw Dunwoody kind of go ahead and find themselves an initial push when it came around with that orbital strike, to kind of cross there. I mean, and we saw Louisville just immediately decide, okay, we want to save.
Here.
These rounds, these attacking sides are looking like that. They're fast. They're effective. They're successful. Is the most important thing. And off the back of that, we're just not really seeing the posts we need. We're not seeing Louisville kind of, you know, be punished for a lot of this. And Dunwoody, they're kind of out on the stage where it's, hey, you got to step up. You kind of have to. You can't save. You at least need to try for it every single time, as desperate as it may be. But, I mean, desperate's more than nothing, because, I mean, you sure as hell can't give it up in an overtime situation. You get the money back anyways. But now, seeing that last round where they are on the attacking side, every attacking side for them has seemed pretty iffy. The last one that they won was by a one-man margin. That's it.
Enough.
And even then, starting that the initial blows are going over for the side of Louisville. The second one on top of that, and damage done in the meantime onto the chamber. Once again, Louisville, they could close this thing out.
Rotate will be made, though, by Dunwoody. 45 seconds. They're not going to run into problem in time. They will run into the problem for man count. Boji, perfect positioning for the crosshair. It does damage to Chewing. One shot, one kill.
One enemy
Two players
remaining.
left. Make it one. This is done. Louisville will be your victors for this map. Swick will make sure that it is a flawless victory by taking down Saber. And we are in fact heading to all 5 after triple OT. Dan,
Yep.
this is your curse to bear. You receive no pen. You get absolutely nothing. I don't care what you do. You get absolutely nothing. Either way. Map 5. What more can you ask for in a grand final series for the NECC Nationals?
Yeah.
You want the biggest piece of that prize pool. The split goes 70-30. Unfortunately, with it going to map 5, Dallas, means that either game 2 is going to have map 1 played off stream, or we're going to have to cut interview and everything off for this game, and they're starting map 1 of the other side. It's unfortunate to see, but you get to have us here in the booth here, and you got to know we're the best ones to do it. The best casters. Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm messing with you guys. We're going to take a break, though. Best casters need to get some water in their lungs in between this series. Let's get map 5 going underway when we get back. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody. We've got more NECC action here as Map 5 goes underway in our Best of 5 series here for the Nationals Emergence Finals. Huge game on the line. Almost closed out, but Louisville saved the day in triple OT to take the W, Dallas.
Yeah, keeping it rolling along, taking us into map 5. We're now moving on to split. A lot different from what we saw earlier. I don't know how the teams got those exchanges. We literally saw something completely different, knowing that Bind was our Bind and Ascent were our bans initially that we saw on the map thing, or map videos that we saw earlier. And now it's Fracture and Lotus that are being knocked out. I'm like, what? Like, why? Even then, it wasn't just the order that was shifted around. It was like completely flipped, and Ascent was the only shift back. It's really awkward, but still, split kind of being our last thing here. It's to be expected. It's just as aggressive as the likes of Bind. Problem is, it's a lot more defense-sided, I would say, but after talking with players here recently, with the return of the map, they say that, honestly, in the 5v5 situations, it always feels attack-sided. Meanwhile, the stats say something different, but we'll have at least today to go ahead and figure that out in the debate, at least for this matchup specifically.
I mean, some teams it can be defender favored, and some teams it can be attacker favored. It really comes down to personal preference. If you're UAB, it's just favorited, right? It's just your map. True. So, no UAB here. It's Louisville, who has somehow made it to map 5, and let's see if they can close things out here. Hopefully we get to the map fairly soon. Our agent selection is kind of the big question for this map. It has changed quite a bit. You were highlighting recently that, wow, no Sage is a bit of a stalker, and I have to disagree. A Sage has not been picked heavily for this map, and I think that's good. I think that's actually really healthy for the map as a whole. But it is a fallback pick, and when we're in the Emergence division, I think that is something that could come back into kind of like a luxury for these teams.
Yeah, I think honestly, I mean, when you look at the likes of Split and what's going to happen here, we haven't seen a Sage pick so far, and I don't think we're going to see it here. We're probably going to see another KJ or a Cypher coming our way. Cypher, we haven't really seen selections on that. I think teams are just going to kind of hold down KJ and not really stress that too much. Chamber's not going to have an impact here either, so, I mean, honestly, you could have possibly a little bit of positioning there towards the middle of the map, look for an operator angle. You don't find too many other options, though, as a Chamber, so we're probably just going to see the Jet kind of come out once again, because that's been a common consistency we've seen so far. Only time we've seen that deviated from is obviously Bocce when it comes around to the Rays. Yeah. And then initially we saw Swipe on the Reyna, which still didn't really work out well there either. And even then kind of flipping things, now going to the Chamber, that was also a little bit iffy. So, I mean, still a lot of possibilities here to work out with. Still ample space, I want to say, for Bocce to once again go off, because, I mean, Bocce has been a strong suit on that Rays, but after the last map, we got to see whether that flame has actually been snuffed out, or whether he was just kind of asleep at the wheel for a second, now waking back up.
I would say Bocce didn't have to be the end-all be-all player on that last map. It definitely would have helped if they were kind of that biggest denominator, but
yeah, there was
a team behind it, right? It was no longer Bocce having to carry the day on map 2, right? To save Grace, to be the only factor for their success, for the resurgency of that first half for them. It still would have made things a lot easier. I think in the end of the day, Bocce is a player that can stand out big. And for Rays, having a good Rays map has been a good Rays all day. A map like Split where Rays is king, you gotta anticipate it's not gonna change. It's gonna be the same old tale of the tape, same old story, and I'm hoping it continues at this rate. Either way, age selection goes through completely here for the Cardinal side. Seems to be KJ, Sky, Rays, Viper, and Omen. Not too shocking. Some teams like to bring out the Astra. It does seem like AZ Twins will opt to do so there for the Hawks. But they do have that Sky, the Chamber from Saber. Somebody may get pocked in here as well. The Viper and that Rays.
Choose your agent.
Yeah, just kind of the tried and true that we expected to kind of know and love a little bit. Or love is a little bit of a, I don't know, a variable depending on who you are. But knowing the Astra, that's expected. I mean, for either side, it kind of feels like she feels kind of like almost like a Viper on Icebox, or, I don't know. Apparently now a Chamber on Bind, which definitely raises one on Bind. Just one of those required agents, but knowing that still here, things are looking to be a little bit different, and you're going to see, obviously, these entries on the site being a lot more kind of make it or break it, quite frankly. To where these mistakes that we've seen on other maps, and Bind, that's one of those places where, I mean, you can be punished for it because things are very, very direct, but you have very quick rotation options available. Split isn't really the case. It's just as much of a choke point. That's why Astra is basically a necessity here. Why I'm kind of favored Dunwoody initially, just because of looking at the fact they have an Astra and how every single of these sites have a massive chokehold just to get into it. I'm excited to see kind of how this pans out for him, because, I mean, that's the gal. Astra is that girl here on this map. And honestly, if you're not running her, you're already a little bit of a deficit. So we'll see how that kind of pans out here for Louisville. Or not, they can actually kind of compensate for that somewhere because, well, they're running the double controller as well, but they're running it with an Omen who, as I mentioned earlier, is kind of an initiator in their own right as well. A very, very subtle initiator, but one nonetheless. And you really got to use that to the fullest extent.
Let's keep in mind the reason why Sage was so popular on this map was because it's tiny little funnels, tiny chokeholds that go in really quickly. The barrier orb was great in the early rounds. When it would solidify, you're basically screwed, can't get that way. On top of that, it would force players to go around or straight through the funnels. It made those funnels even more funnely, if that's even a word at that point. But teams have opted that they don't necessarily need it. They want the control from the util. Fades do that with Tether. Astra with the Whirlpool. Vipers just purely with the Snake Bite to close off those angles. There's other things that do more for your team in the long run with damage than just slowing things down. I think that's why teams really opt for it. Dunwoody, though, first round not going well for them. One player left standing, all 5 up for Louisville Black. I don't think this is a round that we're really going to look on with comfort unless AZ Twins can just pull off a ridiculous return fire back here for 5. But it just seems unlikely. Ghost is in hand, though. There is a chance to do it. It would be here. Great flick to City. Starting maybe the beginning, but it'll just be the beginning of the end as a great cleanup from Mochi the Glock up top as they'll go for the first win of the round.
I'd say as a pistol round demon myself, anything is doable, but every round after that will be quite useless. So, I mean, it always amazes me what can be done on pistol rounds, so that's why I never really count anything out. But in a 1v4, 1v5, you're like, I can kind of call it. My teammates won't blame me, you know? So I can kind of show that I want to try, but not really try, and they're not going to really be too mad because, well, let's see you do it, buddy. You know, it's kind of one of those situations. But all things considered, though, with Louisville getting themselves a pretty solid start, that's what they needed. As I mentioned earlier, the raise is going to have to go off here, and Bashi being that player, if he's going to go ahead and light up the leaderboard, it's going to be now. Because remember, this is where he started things off. On the attacking side, where Pearl, they were in a deficit, starting things off early and getting a lead to play off of is going to be a lot more important and have much more emphasis behind it if you can really get things rolling.
The aggressive stance coming out here from Louisville. Interesting idea, sending all players in through A main. They'll take control up towards ramp, towards tower, and look to try to pivot in towards site from there. Problem is, look at the flank. 3 players, 1 from sewer, 2 coming from attacker spawn. Dunwoody have an angle at which they can kind of surprise Louisville Black. But once Louisville can control a site and set up for the post plant, there's not too much you can truly do. And with the loss of life there for Rockets, there is no one in an alternating position, no one from screens, no one from tower, and it's an easy cleanup crew for the side here of Louisville Black, who go 2-0 right off the rip. Flawless, pretty much back-to-back, because there was only 1 kill going in favor there for Dunwoody, but that is a huge stroke to go back.
Yeah, I mean, good looks for them even here on the map of Split. I mean, this is one of the maps where you can actually see Spectres have an impact on either side of the field, quite frankly. With how close quarters it is, once you get past that checkpoint, things really start to go ahead and just kind of lay themselves out for you. So already, I mean, if we can see somewhat of an actual engage from Louisville, they could have a really, really solid start here. It just comes down to whether or not they could actually find that pressure, kind of cut off those correct sight lines. And they knew with how easy A kind of felt for them in the last round, they said, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, or at least give it another shot, right? And you can't blame them. Things worked out well. You can see the space already kind of being given there. So long as you can kind of follow that wall and get those cutoffs there, which you see them doing exactly, they know what avenues they want to take. And Rocket, well, good God. Spray of a lifetime. An initial shot and a headshot all the way through. That's Bocce kind of biting the dust.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think that's the mentality that's kind of working forward right now for Louisville Black. Unfortunately, it's kind of broken now. 1 player off the board, a second one very low, not able to use the regrowth on themselves. Could be a problem for Swing. Still hiding behind here, the scoreboard box. Not a huge way to save your life. It's supposed to be wood, but it looks like cardboard. Let's be brutally honest here. Maybe they're going to change that with a rework here of this map. Rocket gets a kill with a boost back, of all things, to deal with Swag. Let's get the job done. Ditto, found right after the rip. Something in favor for Louisville, but it's still a very slow move in from them. They'll move down through ropes, find that player in mid, and then take 2 in through tower. 1's going to come through straight to site, straight through arch. They'll drop 1 out of tower. With Scirocco's kill now on a Chewy, that's 2 players on site, now being able to set up for a post plant. City will go for this plant. Rittens will dust down Rockets. And it's now a 3v2 for a possible 3-0 start. The attack of Louisville has been strong, and it doesn't seem to stop anytime soon.
Now, and that's the biggest kicker right there. I mean, once again, you find these angles, especially in a post-plant situation. The most difficult part of this map is getting onto site. Holding that thing down now with the closer angles, even then, with guns to work with that you've scavenged in the meantime, your life just got a heck of a lot easier. I think Louisville, I mean, they close this thing out. If anything, Twin just backs up, plays for exit frags, even if they do come in your direction. And you'll see one. You'll see Shuriko trying to take reins and at least give it a shot. But even then, with damage done, a Bulldog in hand, still hurting, hemorrhaging Twins. It's a good start here from Louisville as they find themselves a third in a row. Once again, deviating from that 2-1 split that we're typically used to seeing. We've seen so many differentials that honestly 2-1 just feels like a blessing. And that's typically just a commonality.
Yeah. It's the game of Valorant. It's Jets and Ops. Chambers and Tour de Forces. Chambers are not getting picked for 9 months in a row. It's just the expected results. 2-0 is rough, though. Now 3-0. It's even more difficult to come back from. Dunwoody Varsity. Something's going on. We have a bit of a pause. Something going on. Something with tech pause. Ort. What the heck is Ort? Ah, we have another injured player. Somebody has a medical issue. Apparently, they, in between maps, decided to get a CT scan. They found out they had that dog in them. Also, they have a bloody nose right now.
Unfortunately, I honestly can share that pain.
I know you can. You had your nose like what cauterized
yes, literally had my nose cauterized. I think it's time for me to let it happen again because I've been having problems with it happening mid cast. Because that was it when we were doing like tier 3, tier 2 at the time. I would get nosebleeds like all the time mid cast.
Thankfully, I went for GLG. I remember.
Yeah, it was GLG. That was like all. It wasn't just you. It was like all the time.
Yeah.
And then just get a piece of toilet paper, wrap it up. Thankfully, none of you see my face in the meantime.
Like we see
my
Chambers
sake
right
and
now?
yours, while we're doing all that stuff. But it's I can understand. Got to give respect to people. Not everybody has the privilege of just going to the doctor and get their nose cauterized. Yeah. Exactly. And even if it's not the most effective thing in the world, it feels like it kind of fades off a little bit or deteriorates after a while. It's not a permanent.
I mean,
fix.
your body would heal, right? So like.
Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is. But regardless, so. One thing that does need some healing and is hemorrhaging right now is Dunwoody's attempts here on these rounds. Not looking the hottest here to start things off with. Apparently, as we talked about Auburn was the team that I heard say this earlier, was that the attacking side of 5v5 is a little more favored. And quite frankly, for Louisville, that seems to be the case.
Yeah.
I mentioned it already that it really just comes out with you actually have an entry on the site. And that's why on pubs it kind of feels like a nightmare because people just don't want to coordinate. You have one guy just blasting Young Thug in the back or Young Boy something, just blasting music like they're playing on an Xbox Connect. But that's not the case here. Everybody's kind of on the same page. And so as you get onto a site, you set up for a post playing, you have these outstanding guns to work off of, especially off the back of a pistol. You're going to find these aggressive starts. You're going to find these good looks. And honestly, you're seeing that already kind of coming underway for Louisville, which is impressive to see. Nice to see them kind of waking up, being right back in the ringer. But even then, Dunwoody, they haven't given things up just yet, but I'm excited to see what they can do when they're the ones kind of put into a deficit again. And last time we saw this was on Pearl, and, well, quite frankly, it's their time to get it done, and they just can't when they don't have the weapon.
Yeah, it's a rough start. Still falls in favor of Louisville Black for first blood. It was in a very bad spot, and we're really to go. Interesting idea for the toxic screen, but you have no escape. You're playing to die.
Yeah.
Again, it's a pistol round. It's a save round. You can't always sacrifice like that. Vandal hand over AZ Twins. A bit of a clap back. Does deal with one. It's Bochi off the board. Swick, though, with a quick fryer back. And it's a chance now, maybe, for Dunwoody to retake this site. But the rest of the team doesn't have the same level of weaponry, and that is kind of the biggest issue for them. Swick's going to hide down below ropes. 2 players up inside heaven. Shirako removes Rocket from the equation, leaving things to a 2v4. Zwick will get a little over-aggressive away from this cubby spot. Could be spotted because of that. But the weapon and the arsenals in the hand here of Dunwoody just isn't hot. And because of that, it will be a close-cut round. Zwick with a 4K to secure. And that should get the Seekers pretty much online after this round. It'll be extremely close, if not already there. Yep, just 1 pit off of that one. And the same thing can be said for your Viper's pit.
Yep. 2 ultimates, just so darn close already. You're getting these guys right in the middle of the fray, and they are definitely going ahead and they're hitting every shot they need to in the meantime. So good looking for them, but regardless, even better looks for Louisville. Let's go ahead and just kind of make sure this differential hits that much harder. And even then, they're going right back for the default, hitting over towards this A side. You finally see a little bit of an answer with the Viper's Wall of their own on the side of Dunwoody to kind of get that counteracted. But honestly, you're going to see that early one come out. Once you hear that bird, you know they're probably going for a full commit.
Yeah.
But you got to hold things down, and knowing that Viper is already rotated somewhere else on the map, kind of holding and just listening to the calls for that wall to go up and down, up and down. Gotta be, well, ready to kind of work off of that. And quite frankly, oh, there goes one that wasn't.
I don't know how they didn't spot Bochi going in with the boost packs up at the top.
You gotta hear that.
Yeah, you gotta know that's there. You said Auburn talked about the fact that when the map like this in the attack, if you have fall 5 and you're pushing into a site, you should just take it.
Yeah.
I can't disagree with that take, because all things considered, you would say, oh, if you have all 5, you push towards a site, you're gonna have a man advantage no matter what. But Split's just different. Split's open, Split's wide. You can take control over towards mailbox and move towards B. You can take over towards ropes. That used to be the go-to factor, but that's no longer the case. AZ Twins, though, frenzy in hand. A couple kills here and there for Dunwoody Varsity.
Oh.
Chiraco finds a fire back. Rin saves Grace, and it leaves just AZ Twins all by their lonesome. Has to deal with the one omen. There's no time left for this round. It will be a win for Louisville Black, as it just seemingly took too long for Dunwoody Varsity to find themselves a spot to work from. And just the attack in the 8 site's so easy with the numbers. You just take site and then always pay a post plant, which is just where you thrive as an attacking team.
Yeah, already. I mean, just you can see it there, just kind of allocating stuff, knowing that every single time you got to look at the resources to work with. And even then, Louisville has a lot of time stallers in terms of their ultimates. You got the shutdown now available, the Viper's Pit for the last one. Sure, it was a 2v1, but the Viper's Pit was there. You just survive, kind of player on the outskirts, and you even then saw some good kills kind of just come as a result for those little gaps on the edges. And the awareness of that, at least prior. And knowing that, I mean, already the only thing you have to finally combating this is to find a way to create a little bit of a halt. It's going to be a cause divide and a showstopper. That's not going to do everything for you. I mean, a showstopper is going to be a catalyst, sure, for a retake. A cause divide could also kind of assist in that in the meantime. But I mean, if only thing, it just kind of isolates you from players where you have no idea where they're lingering about. And you got to get onto site to even find some effect with that. That's been the biggest struggle here from Dunwoody so far, is they give up real estate and they can't even take it back. It's just free land for the taking on the side of Louisville.
When there's free land to take, an attacking team's going to find that every time.
So are Americans.
Manifestation destiny. Is that what is it? Manifest destiny is what it is.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Right now, they're actually moving towards the west, kind of similar to what we recognize, as it seems to be a push in through to the B site. This is one of the first times we've seen Louisville kind of go for a default on this map. Be very dangerous to do so. Great crosshair positioning here for Saber. Just spotted the rifle. Head is there, and it's just barely. They pressed A at the wrong time, right as they shot, and the shot missed because of it. That's the first blood now to Louisville Black. A hasty retreat made for Rocket as they're trying to get out of that angle. Roomba in hand, they may just decide to use it here. With that alarm bot going down, they'll use the boost pack to make sure it is removed. Util for Util is a trade battle here in the defense, getting the worst end of it. As you want to make sure you still have some set here for a retake if needed, or for the denial here for the rush through, because Louisville Black are not done with this B side just yet, Dallas.
I mean, the blast pack was invested, so I mean, already Louisville's kind of making a call to say, you know what, they're probably making sure that they can actually push off this side, kind of push up and lap us just in case we rotate. But honestly, keep in mind that you don't want to do that. I mean, already you know the player kills are on site. You got the split coming through. The pincer up in heaven as well. I mean, you just have full control of this thing. And well, guess what? You don't worry about the alarm bot. They give you all the information that you needed in the world, and you get a follow-up as well. As Twins, they're going to go ahead and close out at least one. But I mean, this retake to come through from heaven is going to be not abysmal, but man, it's going to make things really hard.
It's ridiculously difficult. You could say it as many ways to Sunday. It just is not going to be an easy slice of cake.
Last player standing.
Ditto tries to move forward. They are once again the full HP player swinging out. It just doesn't feel like Dunwoody Varsity understand the trade game for these frags. Send the lower HP player, then move in with a better HP. That's the idea. You can bait the one that's already low, that can survive the gunfight, keep them last. You want them to do exactly that. stinks to see. Louisville Black would go 6-0. They've had a really dominant start. Last time we saw something this big, it was a 5-0 start for Dunwoody Varsity on the second map that they lost to Louisville Black for the recurring rounds and coming into the second half. Except now it's the other shoe. Fits. But they got to 6. Is that the sixth number needed to just say it's over? It's Jover? I don't know. But it's getting closer and closer would be the phrase.
Yeah. It is really, really hard to watch. So, I mean, all things considered, knowing how close
Yeah,
this
it's very
entire
difficult to
series
watch.
has
I
been.
know you don't like Split.
Honestly.
Oh, Ditto. Oh,
We got rid of Icebox for this, by the way.
I agree,
in
dude.
mind.
That's so ridiculous to me. That's so ridiculous to me. When I learned that, I actually was in shambles. Ditto was about to mail his teammates a letter saying, hey guys, I'm dead, mail him. There's no chance for that one. So, surviving. They're going to try to move all the way over to their sky. Then with that regrowth to come into full effect, do they survive it? That's questionable. They'll have to move out from screens and in towards elbow, and they're just too far apart to get the job done. It's not going to matter. Swick in mid. Falls short. Chewy still alive. Deals with one, and Ditto joins it.
There you go.
Dunwoody Varsity coming out with a vengeance. Still not close enough to get the regrowth going. But City, they move in, and it's a double spray down. As it'll now require an ace from this man. The Whirlpool trying to keep them into the action, being pressured from both ends. They'll deal with the player in screens. Can't get the kill. City will fall. The AZ Twins. It'll be a first round win for Dunwoody Varsity.
Well, now's the time to learn. You've already asked the question, is it Jover? And, well, you don't quite know yet.
Is it Jover?
Well, I mean, with plenty of ultimates still to work with, or, sorry, all of them, on the side of Dunwoody. I mean, if there's any time to pop it, I'd say now. Try to find a way to secure yourself another round. You've been making these rounds prior pretty expensive. So if you're going to lock this thing down, I mean, I think this would be the time to be to really do it. Make sure that, sure, you're not hemorrhaging anymore. You know the economy's there, and it's kind of a little bit iffy on the side of Louisville, and they're not really going to have another buy with this switch up. That even then, Bocce's definitely not going to have anything to work with. That honestly, you're forcing something out here. And the tour de force is going to be a good start. Did Saber buy up? I don't think he did. So, that's good looking there. Play off the economy. See where you can find some level of capitalization. And Rocket following up with it. It's good lookings for them. Making sure that, well, at least this round is looking pretty lively.
Still an opportunity for the showstopper to find an opening pick. There it is, being ripped out here for Louisville. Bocce has no one pressuring them. Finally sees one. Do they get the shot off? They do. Taking a huge hit of damage in the process. 44 damage, as well as the shield on top. Dunwoody Varsity are now being put in a spot where it is an equal 4-on-4. Lockdown being teased by City. They're waiting for the chance. Seekers go down. They'll not be able to remove it in time. But Bocce gets 2! Falling to the paint shell, but the damage has been done. Saber with the tour de force can't rip the shot, and Chewy has to chew him up and spit 3 out, and I don't think they've got the room for supper. Left all by their lonesome. How many players can you find? It's an all-you-could-eat buffet, but you may be full just off that first teaser. That's it. Appetizer got you done. You're retreating. No more room for dessert.
Yeah, already just looking to go ahead, turn tail. You really can't blame them there. And even then, knowing the investment around like this, you mentioned, I mentioned the ultimate, sorry. And knowing that even then they were invested, 2 of them. The Tour de Force is a means to kind of conserve the economy a little bit. The Seekers kind of being the only thing that was actually held out. The one thing that you're kind of hoping actually went through, knowing that the Viper Wall is always stationed there towards the A side, the Viper's pit on B would have kind of been the best call on a round like this. Try to find a way to funnel these players onto a singular site. You have an Astra on that defense, of which when you know that you funnel all these players and kind of put them into a fish in a barrel situation, you get a vortex, you got stuns, you get all kinds of things that can really just make their life feel like a nightmare. And you didn't take that opportunity. So kind of go ahead, bite the bullet. Unfortunate in that regard, but still you have to keep on moving along and hope that you have something to work with. And that's just not the case. Instead, it's Louisville. Full buy once again. Head onto a more than half those guns in the last round, and well, they're going to carry him on and make sure to really do some damage from here.
I like the idea from Dunwoody to go for these peaks, but a jump peak would be a lot safer. How often, Dallas, have I pointed out the crosshair placement for these players? Both teams have rigorous crosshair discipline. They're doing an exceptional job of keeping those crosshairs, except for City here. I don't know what they're doing. Keeping the crosshairs at a great height for headshots. Finding picks almost immediately around swinging corners if they're actually clearing those corners, which was a problem on map 1 and 3. But they're good at it. You got to start doing jump peeks instead. You got to change the variation of your head height. You got to make sure that there's a safe spot. Some players don't necessarily have the eye capacity to spot those differences around those corners. Some do. Just really depends on the player. 4v3, Louisville find the go-ahead kill off City's frag. They'll fall quickly afterwards, though, by the hands of Chewy. Renzu on the flank sees one drop. It's the second until just now, and it's Shirako to join in after the fact. You got your last known player from the side of Dunwoody. You know they dropped in. Saber is trapped below ropes. Trying to get Toxic bites, Toxic snakes in towards the last remaining player. It's just not working out. They climb up ropes, and that is a headshot for free. But they'll get the job done with the body instead. 8-1, Louisville. What a game for them.
Already, I mean, finally giving Dunwoody a taste of their medicine after two 10 halves earlier on in the series, especially kind of going ahead and showed, oh, match point now. Yeah. It's, finally, I want to say Louisville kind of expecting that inevitably they at least kind of get a taste of what's been provided to them on such a consistent basis. And, well, no better place to do it, or at least better time than to knock it out right now. Off the back of that overtime, you talk about players and how they kind of start punching themselves a little bit and how much they really start to hurt after the whole thought process of just losing out something that was so close to success on multiple occasions. And that was an overtime to keep in mind, win everything. Just be done today. They couldn't really close it out. And, well, now you see it right there. It just kind of feels like every single round they lose, that thought just keeps on haunting them and becomes heavier by the minute.
It's a burden that's weighing down heavily on their shoulders now. Maybe we'd say it's a grief. They're grief-stricken. It's a fault that they know is there still there. Draco goes in towards Ditto. Ditto gets the kill, though, with a frenzy. And sets something up, maybe. But a hasty retreat made. One player sitting over towards attacker spawn towards the exit of sewer. This could catch Ditto off guard. Turret no longer available. We clear it away, and there's the refrag back. Louisville climbing up to 9-1. Before this map, even if there was a win for Louisville, I would have said that Dunwoody's maps were a lot more impressive. Their map wins were a lot more impressive. 10-2 at each halftime for the win is very good for Dunwoody. Where has that been here? No matter what the scoreline is, even though there was 10-2 for Dunwoody, this already is more impressive.
This could be 11-1.
This could be 11-1.
You win this round, they have no economy in the next round.
Even if it falls to 10-2. It's still more impressive for Louisville Black because they have dominated Dunwoody varsity. Every single turn, every single frag, seems like nothing that Dunwoody have done has been an answer, a clapback, something thrown the other way. It's one of those things you're getting roasted in school and in middle school, and you look up, roast back, and you're in the shower and you're going, I could have said this, I could have said this. Dunwoody going to look back at this in the shower and say, I could have played this differently.
It's one of those times where you're going to be in the shower and you got to think of the arguments before they even happen.
Yeah, you got to be ready. And it's a little bit too late. It's map 5. You had to be ready before this. You had to be ready before the series started. A game is won in the map bans. That's what I always say, Dallas. The game starts before it truly does. Before the prep phase even begins, before agent selection goes down. The maps matter so much.
And they had 2 chances.
Yeah.
We got 2 different map bans, keep in mind.
Downside Grid 3, they sent him a new link and they still didn't use it. Oh my goodness. Chance though for Dunwoody, it was a 4v3, but Bochi finds a kill very nicely. Chewy, headshot galore. City had nary a chance. And AZ Twins finding one of their own. A very disjointed pressure from Louisville in this round. I'll be honest. Why is there a player on B? Why is Swig now by themselves? What's going on? Red time ticking though. Guiding light around the corner. Hiding behind screens. Could be sprayed through. Whirlpool keeps them in place. And Chewy will spray through to find that kill. 3 kills in the round needed. Gotta have a player to step up. You need a king to be crowned. And Dunwoody have found it in Chewy. But you're a one-man army.
Yeah.
King's not made by his own man. He's made by his court. And Louisville have a full court.
Full pockets, too. Rocket, hemorrhaging, even after that win. Knowing that, I mean, sure, you finally went around, but at what cost is kind of the question you're asking. And at the cost of somebody else's expense, sure, Chewy kind of holding on to those guns. You had 3 players alive at the end of it. Keep in mind, if everybody died, if you made that a little bit more expensive, this round was still going to be very iffy. But finally, these 3 ultimates, I mentioned it again. What can you do with those? Well, let's see. Is a Viper's pick going to come out initially, or is it going to be there's an answer? You are aggressively pushed into B garage, B main, and you want to swing it. I can't. The amount of anxiety welling up in me right now.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start getting.
Just pop it, bro. It's a use it or lose it. It's a Viper's pit.
I don't know why they're holding on to it so long. You can't use it in a post plan. You're not gonna have the chance to use it in a post plan.
You're not. You barely made even an effort, a chance to even start a post plant retake in this map thus far.
They'll look back at this in their VOD ring douse. It's got to be one of the first things they look back on.
Viper's pit, Cause and Divide, both gone. Cause and Divide wasn't available in the first place, but still, Louisville on an absolute tear. Good God, this may be a flawless.
Oh, almost. So close so far. Chewy, though, since the Seeker's out, might as well use it. It's the ultimate. It's the last round. Go for it. Seekers could be sent by Louisville as well. Lockdown will go through. You're sitting in it. You got to fall back. Just 1 second longer. It's not going to matter. Poaching on the ropes. Headshot kill. Done and dusted. The first half has concluded. It is 10-2. Louisville giving Dunwoody a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, quite poetic.
Where was the collegiate? We're back falling into the worst stages of collegiate Dallas. We say it all the time. The thing that plagues the collegiate scene is the collegiate special. And also, not using the ultimates, not using util correctly, just holding on to it until it's much too late and thinking back on it. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Create the perfect moment. You have the power to do so. Every agent is built to keep themselves in tandem, and the team is there even if you weren't. Dunwoody had so many ults available. So many could have been popped 5 rounds prior. They never opted to do so. And the scoreline, I think, is just a huge spree to say, hey, this is indicative of why it happened. Could have found 2 or 3 more rounds using those ults.
Well, we go again. Run it back. Dunwoody's own chance to say, well, we put these guys into a 10-2. It must hurt. Must suck when you're in those situations. Well, let's see how well you climb out of it in your own right. So, are able to go ahead and get themselves a pretty good start here, at least for Shuriko, and can't really close out a second there. So, an even exchange on the board. Control the A site, falling to the likes of Dunwoody Varsity, and, well, they have a chance to go ahead and at least get a good start here. Pistol round's going to be a great way to get things kicked off. And it all really is determined by the frags that you find.
Saber's got 1 more shot left in the Headhunter. Yep. Last around the corner for Renzuru, though, has a great shot opportunity. We'll close things out very quickly. Tying things up to a 3-on-3 until, wow, City still alive. Finds a nice kill there with the classic. Snake bite it off. We'll go ahead and pivot around this corner as fast as can be. The Frenzy, though, not doing enough damage. It'll come to an equal 2-on-2. 1 player swinging main. They got both there, actually. Swick takes down Ditto, 1v2. Renz has so many ways to play this. The poison cloud keeping them at bay. They're sticking it. There's nothing you can do. You have to push that.
Yep.
Poison's off.
You're sitting in the cloud.
And you're holding on to a pistol.
Decaying.
You didn't even die. You are so broke.
Poor. And that's 11. You have to force.
I should probably play some.
We've called it. We said Dunwoody. If they reach the 10-2, they get a pistol. Louisville had to force. And now it's gone the other way. The shoe fits on the other foot. Everyone here is Cinderella. Everyone's going to meet their prince. Unfortunately, this prince for the side of Dunwoody is not like the princess. It's turned into a toad, turned into a frog. This is rough. Something's got to change. This momentum, I don't know. It's impossible to say. I honestly think it's even funnier that Louisville are the team calling this timeout, Dallas.
Yeah.
Are they patting themselves on the back? Too early? Are they just rubbing this one in the face of Dunwood? Sorry, Dunwoody, I apologize.
I mean, it's just another one of those things, kind of like what we saw in Haven. It's like, you know, what exactly, when you're at a point in this where we saw Dunwoody call their own timeout, how close they were just kind of closing it out, it's like, oh, why not? But not really sure what else you have available here. I mean, you do see the force. That's inevitable. That's a guarantee. But, I mean, even then, I think Louisville just, even then, just kind of saying, you know what, let's play it slick here. Not really worry about it too much. Let's just kind of play it like our own game, almost as if we lost that last round. Because typically you have. But that's not the case anymore.
The force, it's dangerous now. For both sides. For Dunwoody, if they lose this, it's pretty much over.
Yeah.
But Louisville, the force is dangerous because they don't have the same leeway they typically would with the SMGs against pistols.
Yeah.
They have to play as if it is a rifle and rifle, but a little bit closer to the chest, right? And quite literally, as you'll have to be very wary of the fact that SMGs need to be a lot closer to each other. Saber finds the second pick here of this round. Pick off the board. Dunwoody with a two-man advantage. City gets caught off guard. You got to look both ways. You heard Rocket boost back in. Where was the necessity of danger? Dunwoody using that timeout from Louisville to their advantage, completely reformulating their play style. It's a flawless round win. That is huge for Dunwoody, even if it means nothing in the end. That is huge.
It's a damn good way to start, though, regardless. So, knowing that you can now kind of get a little bit of a follow-up, Louisville's a little bit, strapped for cash. You can kind of delay the inevitable no matter what, and even then kind of see a little bit of a force-up possibly. I mean, this cockiness has got to result in something, right? It has to be, eventually has to be, turned in, has to be contributed to confidence. And I like the way we're seeing this. I like the trend that we're looking at. We're seeing this stuff kind of be, these specters and these money and these wins being converted into the likes of Vandal already, starting things off. So once again, another good look. Rocket able to go ahead and at least get one. Fachi able to get an exchange with a knife. And now has a gun of their own.
Bucky's going to work in through market. Just going to use that chance to rotate here for the Louisville side. Defensively, there's not a chance that they're going to hold on to this A site. Plant will, in fact, go down. Two players actively on side, another one watching flank all the way from attacker spawn, another one holding towards sewers and ramp. It's going to be a tough battle for Louisville to come through. They're going to have to work very much, though, through tower, and every player just got flashed by that. Great guiding lights and out. It's going to be a very dangerous game. Ditto up close, gets spotted by City. The shorty gets the kill. What a shocker. Chewy has to get the refrag. Chewy trapped in the back of sight, gets a spray down with a whopping Debochi, but no chance to survive from that frenzy. This could be the refrag going forward. It's not going to matter. Saber with the rifle up in tower, now dropping down. AZ is going to have the first swing, a second one behind. You got to hear the shot, Shrocko. No, you get the one. The second one will elude you, and Louisville will sit at 11, teased further.
Man, big stands underway. Good try. I mean, regardless, but I mean, no matter what, Dunwoody winning at that round, keeping a streak going, having buys available. And this is just massive for him, quite frankly. Keep it relevant, keep it going, make sure you can kind of get yourself still in this game. And even then, knowing you have these rifles, this is the round, quite frankly, of kind of setting a precedent here. If Dunwoody can win this and know that, all right, rifle v rifle, when we're on the attacking side, can we win this out? The next one, you're going to have ultimates to work with, right? This one right now, you have nearly nothing. Comes down to scrapping it together and showing that you were just purely dominant. And you can kind of work things out. You can get a little bit crazy with it, get a little creative. But still, this is make it or break it. Or you just find the luckiest damn shot through a smoke. We have seen so many of those today. Just a single shot through a smoke, resulting in a kill. It's crazy to watch, but if I was in their shoes, I'd be furious.
Yeah. There's a lot of problems, just like natively speaking, with this map positioning, playstyle, the structure of which they're moving throughout.
Yeah.
Highlighted Bind being a map that's really heavily on map control. We saw it. It was a big problem, and both teams did a really good job of controlling that. It seems a notable lack of that here on this map, and despite that, the maps aren't that different. Heaven is essentially, on the B side, is essentially like Hookah, right? You have to go in through a doorway, you have to go through a frame. It's still a problem. You have to drop in towards sight. Octagon is the same thing as B Garage. Side is somewhat similar. There is no elbow. It is alley instead. A side is the one that's just as wide as Binds, but you don't have a Heaven to work from. It's Tower. It's a little easier for the attacking team to take control over. Player in the back of sight, though, it's Sirocco, following his kill after Cities previously. They're trapped over towards screen. They hear a shot connecting from Rocket. Rocket's in a good spot to get that kill, and it will connect. One player left and remaining for City. Spike will go down. And it's not the best chance for them to get this kill, but 30 HP, a shot to each head, and it is over for them. Could be the chance for Louisville to find themselves a win. They'll slowly work in. Now working down short ramp. Believe they've been spotted by Rocket. Send out the boost pack to keep them at bay. They did not get swung upon quick enough, and that will be it. Rocket with a 4K. Saving graces for Dunwoody, much needed, as they will move to 5. Closing in that gap ever so slightly, but Louisville still wide ahead. And a single mistake, and you know Louisville's going to pounce.
Yeah, still 6 rounds. Still a round win at the end of the day, with 2 players remaining on the rear end of that for Dunwoody. So, I mean, good stance for them. Once again, they're building up economy. Look at As Twins. Say that player alone survives a round. That's 2 rifle purchases for anybody else on the rear end of this, win or loss. I mean, and that's going to be absolutely massive. That's one of your players saying, all right, we can save if we want to, but you're not really at the point where you can, because you got to try for every single round. Almost feels like an overtime. Knowing you're keeping Louisville at this 11-round threshold, though, is outstanding. And even then, finding initial success out of 2 picks from Saber. Even then, a possible 3rd if you knew that Shuriken was there. But even then, there's no rifle to scrounge up from Saber. That's a tour de force. That's a piece of utility. That's not a gun that they bought. And that's not something you can scavenge.
Quick rotate being made by Dunwoody. It's an interesting idea, but you're kind of caught out here in the bottom of mid. There's no chance that you'll see Louisville find frags. Eventually, a shot will connect to that man, right? Eventually.
Hopefully.
Statistically, it would happen, but apparently, stats don't matter. Then, taking down Nzuru, it is just Spick left standing. Go ahead and walk into sight. Maybe get 1 kill. Play from there. Just make it expensive. Play for an exit frag or something. I think they know they've rotated here. Guiding ladder around the corner. Doppelganger fight. It's going to fall in favor, obviously, of Dunwoody as Chewy clears out the remaining flagger. And it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. If you're on the side of Louisville Black, it is an eco round, but it's another number closing in for Dunwoody.
4 in a row.
Yeah, that's a start.
Start on a round, especially where you're expecting to win. Like, keep in mind, we've seen so many deviations from the 2-1 split, and it continues on this map already. Keep in mind, first half, you can look at it right there. 6-0 start. Second half, you find the 1, and then, I talk about how often, and how quick will Dunwoody fall? How quickly will they trip? Well, Louisville, the game of taste of their own medicine, keep in mind. Maybe it's their turn to trip. You never know.
Talking about tripping in between maps, right? Yeah. You said it becomes a problem. You said you really liked watching people online trip, which,
exactly.
You should probably talk to somebody about that professionally.
We all laugh at this pain. Don't even act like I'm abnormal here.
Yeah, to be fair, there's a reason why epic fail videos are so popular on YouTube. But yeah, I think when you're so close to the gates of success, right, the giant pearly gates, if you trip up right at the end, it hurts. And I think Dunwoody tripped up on our last map. Rocket not getting that surprise kill to then conclude for the final to end bind and end the series. This is kind of like karmic justice for them. And they really need to make sure they're sprinting and that they clear out the pebbles in front of them, because a small trip could be the most costly of space. Bucky with a frag back. Rocket finally off the board. She was going to go ahead and guiding light out the room, but keeps them at bay. Perfect play there inside of Louisville Black. Tasmanian Tiger out. AZ Twins, though. Big play from ramp, clearing out tower, and that is a man advantage now for Dunwoody.
Good looking here. Already holding up towards heaven. Got to find the right angles, and even then, better yet, find some relative sorts of exchanges here. But that's not happening. When you're clearing a Viper wall, you don't know what's on the other side. Good looking so far. Sight down. Spike to play off of as well. You got to see what you can do here. And knowing that, well, time's ticking. You have a singular little corner in the back of the map, and even then, a dead KJ that's not going to pressure you. Oh, you got so much breathing room. Just got to play off each other's contact. Peek things out. Slow and steady, ring around the rosy. Shots taken off, and Renzulu, with that time, how long it took to get that plant off, well, you have a chamber now. Looking to just kind of play off the bait. Oh. Hitting those shots. Wow. What a play from Saber. A round closure once again coming through. 4 rounds separating now the likes of Dunwoody and Louisville. And we're going to see these buys still kind of be all over the place. This may be a 3rd to work off of.
Keep in mind, Dallas, this was a ridiculously dominant half for Louisville Black. We said this map tends to be fairly lopsided. For the attack tends to be when it comes to the competitive scene. When it comes to like ranked online, defense.
Defense. 10 times over.
Because it requires good coordination. But any collegiate team's going to have that level of coordination. And we're seeing that here. I think Louisville Black's attacking rounds are a little bit more impressive than Dunwoody's, but I think the fact that Dunwoody are still in this is more impressive than that fact. I think coming back from a huge disparaging half is more impressive than just taking wins. Shots connecting. Wow, for Louisville. Share of shots galore. Scirocco hunting for another one.
I was about to say, he gets one more
enough
this
for
round
it.
over.
But it could have been Rins. Poison Cloud goes up. Do they see him in time? He gets some. Judge, jury, and executioner. And will continue to hold this angle. Snake bite down. Spike in the open. They don't have their secondary player with a rifle or even a solid weapon to work from. And they know Rins is just going to continue to play this exact same angle, and AZ Twins once said it's not going to matter.
No,
Rins with a second. You can't fall back like that. Range! You're kidding me, Rins! The judge gets 3, and they find themselves match point, series point.
One last push. Let's make them hurt.
Give a star. You got multiple. Multiple stars. You haven't even entered onto site yet. So you know there is utility to work with. But when the spike drops, you got to do something to cover that, man. Something.
They lost their Viper. They tried to poison. Why is your Viper swinging the first one out?
That
Spike
was
carrier
my
with a
biggest
minute
question.
and 20 seconds left?
It's like, well, you only have 2 controllers in the Sentinel, right? Let's think about this logistically. I mean, Viper, you got 2 controllers. The one that isn't holding the spike, yeah, that's still going to be your order of operations there. I mean,
I don't care it's the Viper. I care it's the Spike.
yeah.
That's where the issue lies.
Because it usually in that case, you say, all right, you know what? We'll just kind of sit back and kind of wait for them to pick up that gun. And because you know they're going to get overzealous. You know they're hungry for it. But knowing that right there, it's the semantics that just ruined possibly one of the greatest comebacks you could have ever had.
Yeah. Still possible. Still feasible.
Yes, still doable.
You gotta realize, for those of you in the audience watching, no matter what, these players are getting paid.
Yeah.
They're getting a reward out of this. But the difference is 70 to 30. The split of the prize pool. You are getting more than double what second place is receiving. The win here is huge. And the fact that fervent nature, that absolute surge for that money, could not get Dunwoody the win unbind. Despite being there is insane. What a play from Bochi. The last second there of that showstopper takes down Chewy. Does get refragged back. Not too big of a deal, but AZ Twins getting that kill onto Swick kind of is. As Louisville will have to find themselves an avenging frag. Showstopper sent by Rockets to give themselves the go-ahead kill. That'll be a defensive retake here for Louisville. They got to work through a Viper's
It's a heavy round.
That's rough. This one's going to be costly. Very dangerous to pressure through this.
One enemy remaining.
Don't even really need it, quite frankly. Rocket's going on such a tear so far, 3K to the name, and just kind of working off that pressure, pushing all the way back into spawn, was able to just kind of keep on rolling with the punches and do what you want to do, and Ditto even then, hearing feet. You see him just toes stretching inside those shoes, and able to hit those shots as well. Once again, the round goes underway. You got your backs up against the wall. You reset Louisville's economy once more, but keep in mind the last round they won. After that streak, those 5 rounds in a row was disrupted by a thrifty, not a full buy. Purely just because Dunwoody forgot who was holding the spike.
4 rounds, Dallas.
Yeah.
4 rounds for Louis to find a single. It's a good chance. Dunwoody, I think they've got a really, really good shot here. They just can't make big mistakes like leaving Spike Carrier out first.
Well, Ditto's already dead, so you don't have to worry about that this time.
You go.
You don't really have an entry on the side, though, because Raze has already used both blast packs just to get in the garage. Those Seekers are going to tell you everything you need to know. You got 2 players allocated towards the middle of the map. You got 1 pushing on the side. Snakebite's already gone through for at least 1. You push right here, right now. No negotiation.
Spike down B.
2v3. Rocket's done a really good job. Rocket has been a huge factor for success for the Dunwoody varsity side. Plant seemingly going down, though. AZT wins. Will hold off for a moment. The Nano Swarm keeps them away from the default plant they want to work with.
Oh my
Swick
God.
in mid. That is free. A classic
classic
kill on a Saber. And you have now given your team a huge chance up in heaven. Louisville, the gates of success. The pearly whites calling your name.
Oh my God.
Takes down one. A 1v1. Rocket sends out the paint shell stuck in the ring.
Oh!
But the paint shells, they still steal it. Dunwoody are still alive out of nowhere as they climb to 9. I am beyond everything. I'm in awe. The paint shells, he needed to move 2 feet to the right.
This is, I mean, even though we're still within a regard of, keep in mind, like 3 rounds. Would have been 2 still, keeping that earlier. Regardless, we go again. This feels like an overtime situation. I'm sure, I mean, I'm foaming at the mouth just for us to reach that point. I've only seen one 10-2 comeback. And that was on Grease, my favorite map. Split, objectively the worst. Could be the second, but who knows? It all comes down once again to these teams' efforts and what they can accomplish in the meantime. Your Omens drop dead for Louisville. Your Rocket is dead. Your propellant onto site now gone for Dunwoody. You have to figure out how to get there on your own now. Your Sky has to be the catalyst for change. Has to be the catalyst not only for the only entry onto site, but also needs to follow it up with their own 2 feet. And that is a very, very big task to ask, especially considering what's at stake.
The dangers are ever prevalent. After a round like that theoretically should have and could have gone to Louisville, Dunwoody are going to be at their wits' end, Dallas. Bochi's position very dangerous to work with. Ditto swings slightly too wide, and it catches Bochi off guard, not able to flick the mouse. 1 centimeter to the right. Saber has a bit of assistance, but loses it. Ditto removed by Rins. Sight defended aptly now by Louisville Black. 2 players, 1 in screens, 1 hiding on site towards elbow. Spike has still not pivoted to the B side. They want A. They are sticking to A, and this will be their undoing unless they change now. Sitting up on rafters, spray down.
There it is.
3 kills to secure. 13-9 and a 3-2 split win for Louisville.
Coming to an end, man, for Louisville. A 10-2 half to end things off in the last map, considering what we saw 10-2 twice in this entire series, coming on from the opposing end. Coming out from, what, it's just like, it's something different. Knowing that, I mean, it felt like it was deserved for him, and even then, knowing I think this game could have kept on going longer if it just wasn't literally for a single spike drop. Even then, the game could have actually been closed out if it was for Rocket, who could have found maybe a double off a player looking completely in a different way, and the spray not working out in your favor, off an initial shot being missed. It's the small things like that. It's the semantics, once again, coming to absolutely, utterly haunt your team when it feels like you were that much more closer. You were that much more deserved to win this thing out. But, I mean, it doesn't matter. You didn't deserve it because, well, you didn't win it.
Yeah.
And that's really what matters.
It's you could say they're saving graces. You get a prize pool at the end of the day, but you don't get the big one. You don't get that 70% of the big bucks, right? You only get the flat 30. And that's a little unfortunate to see, you know? But there's winners and there's losers, and unfortunately, they're going to go home, the losers, and it's a bit of a problem. So we called it. Bind was a map that if there was a map going to go to OT, it was going to go to Bind. Bind was going to be the map that hit it. And had to rely on mistakes to win that. I just didn't think the mistake would be on the team that had the chance to win it outright.
Exactly.
The 2-1 from Rocket. Anything can happen. Mistakes in games. And the same thing happens on Split, where it is so universally one-sided, whether that be in your competitive matches for the defense or in your matches here for an actual competitive scene for the team on the attack. Small mistakes like isolating Spike, feeding into a judge, not pivoting in, not realizing that 2 players are on the A side because you don't have any information being actually gathered, and you're just opting for Cosmic Divine. There's a lot of problems there. These things occur, though, and there's something they have to look back on. They're young players. Both these teams have young players, Dallas. We highlighted at the beginning of the series. They got to look to the future, and that's the important factor. They got plenty more years ahead of them, if not just tons of semesters, to get the job done and move on in this division to a next division and continue to vie for those big bucks, because they have been through a gruesome battle to the end of the season to nationals to here, but they can truthfully say, hey, no one else came in second. We got here and we got the job done.
So they're happy, obviously, with the result. Even then, I'm sure they're happy to go ahead and finally have this game come to an end, considering we went all the way to a map 5.
Yeah.
Knowing just to come to a conclusion for the night, I'm pretty sure they're just happy with. Knowing that things kind of went the way they did. You know you put up a hell of a fight at the end of the night, and even then, to bring it all the way to the final inch is just really what you want. Even then, massive on the side, just kind of drawing things out in the last map. A lot better of an effort than what we saw out of Louisville in those first two 10-2 halves, where I believe it was, what, 13-7 and 13-8, or 13-5, 13-7, something along the lines of that. It wasn't really much. It was an effort, but it wasn't really looking like a long haul. It wasn't looking like anything was basically going to be promised to you. This last one, that was something that was definitely different.
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and jump into the evening. I believe we already have a player at the ready, Dallas. So go ahead and think of a question or two to get the job done. You know the format. You know how we do it. It's a Louis V player coming here to the booth. Let's see who it is that we get to harass. Maybe we're the correct way to say it. Sometimes we get a little, we question things a lot. It's City. Who else, man? You absolutely killed it on Bide. You stepped up in the later maps. So big for your team. It's so crazy to see a KJ go off so well, and even then play into your strengths. Not even needing the util, because you don't have the util anymore. You dumped it off on your site. They never pushed, right?
That's why I'm on KJ. I'm on KJ because it's, you know, I don't got util. I mean, I go in, I get a couple kills, I can die. It's fine.
All right, I'll start off with the first question. I'll go for an easy one. Dash, you can't ask it. How you feeling after a victory like that? A hard-fought, full 5 series to take it on a map like Split like that.
Someone take my pulse right now. I mean, my heart rate is so fast. I mean, incredibly intense series. I mean, great games to those guys. I couldn't have asked for a better grand final for this incredible season that we've had. I mean, we're feeling great. I mean, we got a sushi dinner planned for later on tonight. I mean, vibes are definitely high.
Glad to hear it.
I mean, knowing you guys, obviously, you're getting a split no matter what. You're all getting paid out, but you guys are obviously getting a lot more, so that sushi isn't going to be really too much of a concern. But knowing even then, for this Game 5, knowing how things worked out, better yet, for you guys to be starting on what felt like the terrible end of the deal. Starting things off 10-2 on Ascent, the one map that a lot of teams typically know to a T and are usually kind of feeling themselves. And just already, the mental recovery had to start somewhere, and you guys brought it back in map 2. How are you feeling just in regards to that? Because I'm just going to go more emotional, because obviously everything just feels like a fever dream right now. I'm not going to ask you to recall certain rounds or particular moments. Just really lavishing in this moment is the most important thing.
Yeah, so that is it was very interesting, because normally I feel like we have a very good Ascent mid rounds, and just our Ascent games are normally pretty good. So that was caught us very off guard. And then going into, what was map 2? Pearl. Going into map 2, we had to entirely control the game and control the pace and just force them to play our game, because we realized after the Ascent that we were just like waiting to see what they would do before we were being reactionary, besides making the first move and everything. And once we realized that, if we did that, then they were playing at our pace, and we would force them into making mistakes, and we could, take space and do whatever. Then the games became a lot easier.
I love that he says forced into to make mistakes, Dallas. It just, as a caster, when we repeated that the whole time today, saying this is going to be a battle of who makes the most mistakes, having that proven right off the rip feeds the ego. Thank you very much, City. Speaking of feeding the ego and the kills that you guys got as a whole, Bayern was an extremely close map. After having both victories go 10-2 in the first half against you guys, right? They had a really good series. Ascent, like you said before, Haven doing really well. And even the start there of your second map, where they went 5-0 right off the rip, and you guys had an insanely good comeback. Having Bayern go all the way, and even having a chance for Rocket to take you guys down on the sneak up through between truck, and still not hitting the shot to win it. In moments like that, how does your team recover? Because we were losing it. I don't even think we casted for another 45 seconds. We were absolutely out of our minds just yelling at Rocket.
I think this team is very good at. We have a few voices that are very good at stay level. Don't get too hyped. Don't get too upset. Like whenever everything's going on, there's someone will always level everyone out. And through all of these games, I mean, me, either Renz, Shiriko, Swick, even Bochi, our coach Barney. I mean, everyone stepped up in all of these games to keep us all on track to perform well, and incredibly grateful for everyone.
Well, I mean, obviously, keeping things rolling along and knowing what you guys have to work with. I mean, you just talked about all the other guys. I want to know, obviously, how things are going on an individual level, more importantly, because, I mean, you talked about Pearl, talking about forcing the mistakes. I mean, I'm not going to contradict anything, but I'm going to say Bocce was kind of the one forcing those mistakes, quite frankly. He was the only player kind of really putting you boys in the bag for that first half of Pearl because, man, going triple positive, having to hold things down, be like, thank God somebody's doing it right now. Knowing that specifically, I mean, obviously that kind of creates a little bit of a responsibility, a burden on everybody to say, look, we got to step it up. I mean, this man is obviously, he is the only one holding the torch right now, and we should be sharing the flames. And knowing that, I mean, you all got to kind of cook together at the end of the day. Going into these next couple maps, knowing that what's happening on map 2, you saw another 10-2 on the board, and no one really drawing things out. For Split to be right there at the conclusion, what were the tones at that point? Kind of obviously, kind of seeing how things are going, knowing that a massive comeback was starting to surmount there. We genuinely thought that was going to be probably the second ever, if not first ever, at least at NECC 10-2, that we've seen a comeback from, especially in playoffs or a grand final. What was the notes being taken there before we got that judge clip come underway?
We got 10-2 and everyone was feeling pretty good. And I think we were feeling a little bit too good, so everyone got a little lax. And once after that judge clip, or after that judge clutch, everyone immediately locked back in, knew exactly what we were supposed to do. That got everyone right up back to like the hype level. Everyone's, all the negativity that was starting to brew in everyone's head instantly gone. Everyone's back in a good mood. And exactly. We were like, well, like check my heart rate again, and then we buy next
your
round.
Heart rate at 3 different areas.
Yeah, I know. Like I can check my ankle also. You can also check your ankle for it. I mean, it was literally. Yeah, once that happened, we were all mentally reset, and then we were good to go for the next round.
I think we were
really taking it a round at a time at that point.
Yeah,
I think we distinctly called out that after you guys took the pistol, you'll immediately call the timeout afterwards. Was that timeout just straight up to say, hey, we won the pistol, good luck, guys, that's the game, or was that you guys actually talking things through? Because I would love it if it's the first.
So we VOD reviewed before this game some of Dunwoody's previous matches, and they kind of do similar plays for the first couple rounds on attack. So that timeout round was our coach saying, hey, remember, this is what's going on. This is what's going to happen. And then literally 8 happened exactly as so.
And you still lost it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You still lost the next like 5.
This was going to happen, and it happened. I wonder if they usually win that round, apparently.
Oh, my goodness.
Rocket had a good couple rounds there for a little bit.
Yeah, Rocket was one of the biggest reasons why that game came back into control. It's Boji for you guys and Rocket for the other side, and I think Rocket was trying to make up for that mistake on buying an OT. But damage was done, and a 10-2 is just too difficult to come back from, especially when you guys stay chill, like you said. And speaking of staying chill, how about you go ahead and shout out anybody out there that you guys are supporting, whether the university, your players, your teammates, your family, whatever. I'll give you a pedestal you can go ahead and rise up on.
Shout out my mom and dad. I'm pretty sure my mom and dad are watching. Shout out my siblings, shout out Retrack, shout out everyone on my team and everyone in the Louisville Discord. I love you all. It's been an incredible little esports career to have here. And that's basically it.
Thank you very much, City. It was an absolute pleasure to have you, especially having a good personality in the booth. Sometimes the person you're interviewing is just too dead after their full 5 series.
Oh, here in about 30 minutes, I'll be dead.
Well, all right, I'll let you go, though. We'll let you guys stuff yourselves with sushi, like you said. Don't burn all the money in one place, and don't burn it all in one Valorant skin. We'll at least ask that one. Hold some control there. Thank you very much, City, for joining us. Unfortunately for us, Dallas, or maybe fortunately, because we're pretty tired at this point, it's the last one for me and you here in the booth. You'll be having, I believe, Vincent and Time to Light coming in for the next one, so you guys are still in pretty good hands. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that second series, because it's still going to be an absolute banger. Map 1 is just concluded, and they're about ready to get underway for Map 2. We'll see you guys when things are ready to go.
Best of 5 that goes the distance, and now a first map that has already done the same. ISU takes our first map of our second best of 5 of the day, 16-14. As we move into our second series, Sacramento State Gold needs to make up some ground already. I'm Time to Late. Joined alongside me here is Vincent for our second best of 5 of this Championship Tuesday. It's another day of the week here, Vincent.
That it is. We are already jumping into things. Map number 2 picked out by Sac State. It's going to be Pearl, as apparently we're already getting towards that. Yeah, going the distance, though, that seems to be the thing of the day, I guess, as Haven was that 16-14 score line that you mentioned. Fracture will be our third map. Ascent and Split the final 2, should we need them, but you know, look, ISU already up by 1. That means that they have the chance to push this in just 3 if they continue to find the success that they did back on Haven.
We were thinking the same thing a little bit about Dunwoody from our previous series, and then I kind of maybe accidentally cursed it to go to triple OT in our 4th map, and I went to a 5th, and we didn't even get to see map 1 in this series. That's on me. It was a banger of a map 1. Well, Pearl is our second. We'll take a look at how our agent select will go. I've never seen a consistent agent selection here on Pearl. I mean, naturally you see Harbor or Viper a little bit more often, but not seeing Harbor or Viper at all for ISU, I'm a little surprised by that.
I'm very surprised by that. I mean, Viper is definitely one of those that I feel like is a must pick on this map, just because of the utility that it provides over at the B site. That being said, there were like some slight adjustments to Viper and the way the uptime works. So I think overall you have slightly less uptime for the orb and the screen, but I don't think that should matter all that too much. The other thing to note that's very different here is the KO versus the Sky. I think both can be valid, but certainly a different approach.
Always had the thought process of initiators really up to this specific person. There's no one correct decision when it comes down to initiators. Obviously, you can have the argument that KO is better in one specific map. Sky may be better on another. They may be better as a combination on a third. You never really know. And at the collegiate level, you can't say with 100% certainty this is the correct agent composition to run a specific map. I personally am a KO main. That's because I like Counter-Strike, and KO is the closest thing to it, so, you know, you never really know with that one. But these players may have the same thought process, others may not. I'm not going to tell them that they're wrong and I'm correct just because I happen to be the one sitting in front of the microphone and they happen to be the one in front of the game, or vice versa. Phoenix, though, that's where I'm going to say you're wrong. I will just tell you straight up, why is there a Phoenix?
I think that's a hot take, man. No pun intended. But yeah. I think Phoenix, this is actually one of, if not the best maps to play Phoenix if you're going to play Phoenix at all.
True.
I think the utility of finding information on the defensive side is so very important here that the run it back is incredibly strong, and the curveballs are very well utilized within that mid area, both over towards A as well. I mean, less so at B, but in general, I don't think it's too bad. And if it does have some negatives, you don't have the same level of aggression available with the Jet, but you do have a lot to give otherwise. A little double push up here towards mid, through mid actually. Morale is going to be the one maybe making contact, depends on when Jared pops their nose out.
Gets the opportunity first, but there is an immediate trade. So 1-for-1, you're okay with that, especially now as Sac State Gold just sends it onto A. Not a soul's in the general vicinity, much less defending the site, and ISU is going to have to regain some of that control if they want to play for this post plant.
We'll give it their best shot. Certainly seems plausible as the rotation comes in. 3 coming towards CT. They'll split up towards the dugout. Just one player. Actually, no. They grouped back up. A bit of a grouping here. Just trying to play together. Make sure they can trade these frags out when they come forward. Prick will go for the first. Bowie, nice work on the site. Still staying alive. And even further so. Wall goes up, makes life very difficult for the remaining member.
Oh no.
Of the defense. Yeah, this is over.
Nothing you can do there. Unfortunate timing. Try to hop on it, but you don't find the actual kill on the first swing. And poorly timed swing off the back of well-timed defensive hold for the attacking side that was already playing in the post plant. You're looking at that and saying, maybe best case scenario with the damage you've done, maybe building up a few extra credits with kills. But not the end of the world. You can obviously recuperate that, and at this point in time, ISU already won map 1. They've lost the pistol, sure, but it's 1 round. There's still more than enough time to recuperate that loss, and on the defensive side, you expect them to do so sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you would certainly feel that. Here's another one of those changes in the most recent patch. This no longer a ramp. And just got to commit to the fight if you're going to jump up there, and gives the defense a little bit more of an opportunity to take that fight in a fair manner. Moving forward, though, Python making a connection at least temporarily, but nobody gone down just yet. Pretty solid hold with 3 here on the site, which is classics. Surely it'll be limited, and indeed it will beat Spain, collecting the majority of those kills.
Sacramento State's aggression has just worked out nearly perfectly for them. Morol will find a little bit of damage from long range with the secondary fire in the Classic, but nothing really to write home about. And ISU was trying to play the new adjustments to this A side well, or the B side, with screens having that extension on the left side where you can kind of rat in the corner, to be completely honest, and some people won't clear that. But Sacramento State was aware of it. They played it well, they played aggressive when they needed to, and in the end, they still took those fights, as they were expected to do so. Let's be completely honest with each other. Again, they had the weapon advantage, they had already won the pistol, they were expected to win this. Now, ISU's on the opposite side of that coin. Now they're expected to take this round. Barring any miracles on the aggression from Sacramento State, can they take early aggression and turn it into their favor once more?
A good question. The answer yet to be seen just yet. But through mid, at least, is the plan for now for Sac State. And they're going to find that duel against Snelly. That's actually a very solid victory, considering how much it cuts off the opposition and gives them space to work with. There's also not a clear committal towards the A or the B site, and you can see what it's done to the Redbirds. They're unsure. They've sort of partially rotated off of A because of it, but not yet committed to B. It's all over the place and where this commitment lies defensively.
Seeming early aggression has disengaged a lot here for Sacramento State, and understandably so. They don't want to over-aggress into disadvantageous gunfights, into real estate they don't already have, but oh my goodness, nearly perfect utility usage to get into sight. They try and pop those nanoswarms, but they've already taken out the alarm bot. Nanoswarm is not actually active around that site. It hasn't extended far enough, and already you see a spike plant. Again, a retake is required, and yes, ISU has that weapon advantage, but now the spike being planted kind of equalizes things, as Sacramento State just fully disengages and is now looking to play for time in and of their own right. Retake being set up already. Raleigh finding one, denying Jared a better early aggression, but they try and go for the ninja. It does not work out though. Good utility usage and the swing from both sides. Feed with double, but it's down to Prick in a 1 versus 1. They need to hop on the spike. It's already been gained to half. They use the Seekers just to initiate the fight, but Feed has been, again, consistent on those fights. And just like that, Sac State turn it into a 3-0 lead.
They do, and a nice way to confirm a bonus round at that. Remember, you mentioned at the outset of this last round that, hey, this was a round that the Redbirds really were favored to win in pretty much every aspect. A very bonusy round from Sac State, as they were committing to, I think, 3 or 4 SMGs. The only rifle they had was a Guardian. It was very much hope you win it type of round, but they elected to take the right path, right? Get control over towards mid, create questions about where they were going to be located, and that caused rotations where the A site became more or less open for the taking, at least for the spike to go down. So Sac State Gold making themselves known early in this one. It's 3-0 scoreline. Should be confirmed for more if they do things all correctly with the lack of a buy on the Redbird side.
Again, attempting to play on that more rat angle. inside of screens. The disengage early for Redbirds has looked a little bit better in the early stages of this round. The problem is they're giving away a lot of B long. And with a lack of information there, you could be caught off guard more often than not. Frick is just waiting here with a Sheriff in hand and has immediately dropped Spain without the S. And oh my goodness, it's just walking straight forward. They find a double. Brawly's left alone inside of screens itself. Good information gain off the back of that haunt. They now have to disengage in and of their own right. They cannot play for that aggression, but they still decide to do so. How to Feed is trying to live up to their name, but luckily has some support as Python finds the frag back. And it's a 1 versus 2 already here. As just, what, a minute gone in the round, it's down to Snelly. They already decided to use the run it back. They want to play for some level of aggression, but they cannot get the defuse to half. They don't have the time to do so. Prelude goes through. They actually do get it to half. Oh my goodness, just barely. And Snelly can now play for that aggression without having to worry about the time as much. Flash around the corner, looking to play for early aggression, but Python is epic. Python is also accurate, as the operator will shut him down, and Sac State go up 4-0.
Oh man, awful close for a round that honestly wasn't even fully invested behind. For the Redbirds, they didn't even expect to win that, but they nearly did. I love the investment of the run it back as well. That's where that run it back can be very, very effective. You get it so quickly, you're able to use it in so many different scenarios, and well, unfortunately, the outcome is still a 4th round on the board for Sac State Gold, but a close affair for the Redbirds should give them confidence coming into this gun round. But what they have to offer and how they can come away with maybe their first. And so, a little bit of information gathering going on the A side of the map. I think those are all trying to push forward a little bit, but only getting a modicum of success, or rather of information. Back towards B, it seems. The Sac State Gold side. That'll be found out by Prick here momentarily.
Again, a disengage, though. I don't think I've seen ISU play for this at all in the earlier stages of a round. And honestly, understandably, Toxic Screen will go up, so again, they do not have that vision. The spray down does a decent bit of damage, but Spade again just walking straight in. Apparently doesn't care, but probably should have. 1 kill now retrieved, with a spike plant early. Prick finds a double from the backside, and Snelly's already trying to re-aggress as they walk straight in through split. By no means is this safe, but Jared now walking in on that flank. Have they been seen? That's the real question. The answer's no, but the kill still comes through. Bladestorm popped, aggression and vertically at that, and Python again in the later stages of the round is able to lock it down and find another double to put a 5th on the board for Sac State.
I mean, let's be real. Python deserves a lot of credit there, but it's actually Jared, this frag specifically, that really seals the deal for me. Because it would have been, I think, an advantage there for the Redbirds if they had not gotten that kill. So, Jared going down, then Python's job even more difficult. Python delivering 3 more kills. Obviously, huge stuff there as well. Not taken away from it. But that lurk kill for Jared, highly important too, as we're into another round where it's starting to get a little bit out of hand here, at least on the Redbird side. Going to be pushing up mid. 4 alive and 4 standing in that endeavor. Very aggressive. Jared, blind. They thought he got the kill, but they look away. Palma at least getting one, a second even with that. I think a collab, if I'm not mistaken. But,
what?
I mean, I guess the Sheriffs are just good enough.
Bring them down.
Last player standing.
As a wise owl once said, the world may never know. And now down to a clutch, Moral is on a 1 versus 2, but everybody's low. Sure, Moral's on 10 health, but this swing may very well be able to net them a kill, but it just barely does not. And they now have to aggress with limited health. They do a Cloudburst masking their aggression, and they find a kill onto the first. Python still long range, and yet another clutch situation, and the operator will not stop fragging. A 4K in this round, 2 in the previous, and 3 just 2 rounds ago. It is multiple multi-frags on a consistent basis here for Python is epic, and now 6 straight for Sac State. They don't care about map 1's finish.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly is epic, to be honest. We got 11 and 2 after 6 rounds. That is an absurd scoreline and stat line in general. And you have to start wondering, okay, what's the game plan here for the Redbirds if they aren't able to find anything soon? Because that last round, I mean, they were aggressive. They tried to find some space, and yeah, it was a bit of an eco round. Wasn't a full buy, I know, but still, they need to adjust, and adjustments have been made. The Redbirds forward position up long, but meanwhile, the fight in mid is still good for Sac State Gold, as Spain will find entry towards the mid area with A now on an island solo defense.
Viper's Pit used in Split, and they use the lockdown early on the site itself. The problem is the lockdown doesn't extend as far as you'd usually expect. It does still force Brawley out of the direct site hold, and they will give up full site control, a cove thrown far as well. Seemingly every bit of utility has been dedicated not only for the original site take, but now for the hold as well. Python is epic, again finds a kill because they're the jet on an operator. Why the heck not? They are not done fragging just yet. They are still looking for this frag, but they have been forced off. Good Nebula usage. Moral wants to play aggressive, but the problem is that will give away their position, and Spain now has to look back towards the site, and they're being split from two separate angles. The walk-in from Pomo is nearly perfect, and good utility usage to force them off. And they also have the Cosmic Divide now built up off the back of that. They can hop on the defuse. They only have to hold the cross. There's another for Pomo as they continue to frag out. They will not stop, but Python is epic finds yet another. It's a 1 versus 2. The spike already to half, and the swing with the classic will lock it down as ISU will get on the board here on Pearl.
Yeah, finally a first round. It was awful close, though. Nearly enough done there by Spain, just being a problem in short. The issue is not that the kills come through from Spain. It's just trying to clear that angle. It takes a long time. They eventually do get there, and great work from Pomo. Not only the placement of the Cosmic Divide, that's, half the battle, but actually adjusting as soon as they get that first kill, making sure that they can get the second as well. Really nice stuff. The Sac State finally put down, at least for the time being. Blades will be committed once again, though, for this jet in order to get them into a full buy position.
Toxins going up.
This time the aggression, it's over towards A, the outset. Info gathering being done. Spain was there for the offense of Sac State to watch it, but no longer. This is a full commitment, and that information should be gathered by the Redbirds soon.
I'm playing a little bit more aggressive this time around. Bladestorm used. Python is epic wants to swing this, but a perfect usage of the Toxic Tree. Again, it's free real estate. It's not just a meme anymore. As the walkthrough comes straight through, Pomo does drop down Python is epic, but a doubled up return brings that man advantage back in the favor of Sacramento State. And now a 4 versus 3 as they get the spike down for the upteenth time this half. They now have long-range engagements held over towards B long. Jared waiting here, I believe, has been caught by the Prowler, and as they're swung from both sides, they actually stay safe. They also have support from the other side of logs. They don't have to overswing if they don't want to, and Spain will be able to lock down frags regardless. A triple for them on the round, and Brawley now in a 1 versus 4. Low HP on two separate players, but they have to contend with an inanimate object and two players who are on full HP, but they die to the snake bite, and that bite is lethal for Sacramento State to now Brazil ISU.
Are we bringing that to Valorant now? Is that going to be a thing in Valorant as well?
I've been saying it in every game I cast, so
Okay.
I'll say yes.
Well, whatever. I guess it works, to be fair. That's the first time I've heard it. Either way, bad news for the Redbirds is that they've just won the round, right? And then they instantly lose the next. You know how I feel about that. That's bad news in the game of Valorant. Never want to do that. That's one way for your economy to be busted up. And the back on the save are this ISU JD squad. Now, seems like it was only Python kind of stepping up in those first 6 rounds. Now, Spain doing the same. Python will go down. That's a free op upgrade for Moral.
Again, there's a return, and ISU's had some difficulties locking down those man advantages. Pomo wants to play aggressive here, but has now been caught by the Seekers, and Spain will drop them through the wall. Because, why not at this point? It's just continuous and relentless fragging power from Sacramento State as they walk through and through and through. Brawley, however, just sitting around here with the Bucky, finds one, but is immediately returned upon again, and Spain with a 3K of their own. They're not done multi-fragging either, picking up where Python left off, and Sacramento State now up 8-1.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, Python was the only conversation. Now Spain in the running 14-6. Actually overwhelming his teammate on the end on the op, so it's just great to see. Overall, I don't know what exactly happened, like how it went down in map number 1. over on Haven.
Coming back.
But this is clearly not the same
Time for
Redbirds
field
that
test.
won that map 16-14. Clearly.
Placing alarm bot.
They went to a break so that the stream could catch up, and I don't think that ISU has returned from the break.
Not in the same form that they were before, that's for sure.
Some
Gonna have
difficulties.
to-
Obviously, they still need to make up for some of them, but the defensive side of Pearl, you'd expect is where they're going to find it.
Well, I mean, it's hard. I actually think the attack can be pretty good on this map, pretty consistently. And this is Sac State's pick, so it isn't unreasonable for them to be finding success. It's just its level of success is a little concerning for ISU. Nonetheless, we'll see what can happen. This is a gun round, another one that, I mean, not that they found success in these, but maybe the best chance for them to. Another open site, though, at A is problematic, to say the least, especially with the Viper Spit engaged.
They haven't cleared out main. That's one problem. They may think that there's a false sense of security, or they may think they are fully secure from that side. A full flank has already been pre-established, and it's walking through from that back side. They've used the Nightfall. They walk straight through. Good snakebite usage, but Spain has been caught out. There's that flank setting in from Snelly, and down goes the Viper's Pit. A trade is there, but it's still man advantages. Now doubled up here for the Redbirds side. 2 players left over. One will find, but Brawley will return. Killjoys combine for 3 kills, but Brawley finds the important 2 to close it, and Redbird again put themselves back up on the board.
I will say, an expensive round, but one that they much needed. Their first time actually winning in a real gun round. Remember that first win? That was a bit of an eco victory with some good stuff being done from the Redbird side of things. First timeout as well, actually. Ironically enough, from Sac State, despite being up, the Redbirds, they actually didn't call a timeout in that run of 7 rounds, where it was 7-1 at the end of it. Interesting, but we shall see. There should be a plan in place for ISU, though, coming into this next round, because they have that run it back. They can really set up a play like that very well surrounding their utility. So I'm putting the onus on them very much to see what that plan entails.
My question remains for ISU's JV squad is, what are the noticeable changes between maps 1 and 2? Obviously, we can't give them a direct answer because we didn't see map number 1. It was a close first map, and it was Haven, which is a more stock standard map, so you may think that ISU is just more of a fragging squad, but really only looking at it, you're seeing Brawley show up and Pomo as well. Snelly, Prick, and Moral have combined for just 11 kills in 10 rounds of play, which, for all of you non-mathematicians out there, is not very good, all things considered. But Sacramento State, they've looked a little bit more consistent as a whole, and I think more importantly, they've played more aggressive as a team to just take that ground. They haven't been playing slowly, they honestly haven't been forced to do so either. But B main has been in their control seemingly every single round if they want it. A long most of the time, minus the previous round. And mid, there isn't all that much contention. Moral showing the first real point of contention on that side since round number 6.
I think for me, this has been just a solid way of playing for Sac State. They've just been grouping well. Initially, they are taking space, but it's not like they even hang on to that all that consistently. Ironically, Python's going to be on the flank this round. On a bit of a lurk. Guiding Light leading the way in. Pomo is in that newly made nook and cranny. In the back hall, Python activating in mid. It's going to start to apply some pressure, but there's already a full rotation. Only one player still at A. And speaking of rotations, he'll be headed that way.
How does Brawley show up? That's the real question. They may not be cleared from this position. Seekers have now been popped, though, and that should be able to clear this spot. That's the all-important aspect of this. Brawley swings, and oh my goodness, just verticality shutting them down. Python is epic. Will find that frag. It is returned. Prick actually finds a double. What is that from the KO? From the close side of CT, no less, and they've now equaled up the man count. Again, a post-plant required. Jared shutting down Snelly. No flank being set up with that aspect. But they still are looking to walk in. Do they clear out the close side of dugout? They do, but only a courtesy check. Prick now required on an ace. They have to worry about the top side of mid alongside the bottom where Jared knows they are, but Python just double swinging with their teammate again, able to multi-frag, and Sacramento State not slowing down anytime soon.
We talked about the difference between, you know, having a KO versus having a Sky and what the differences were. Well, honestly, it doesn't really matter by default if you're not using the utility well, and that's something that Prick really has struggled to do. I haven't seen a lot of good 0 points. I've really not seen flash drives that give me a lot of confidence, and the big kicker here is that they've sat on this null command for ages at this point. We've seen like 3 running backs, and still this null command hasn't been used. So right now, in that duel of initiators, the Sky winning out just by picking up so much more value from the usage of their abilities.
Interesting notion. You brought up the lack of a 0 point being used. If it was used in the previous round, they wouldn't have been able to double swing from 2 separate angles, at least vertically and horizontally at least, because the updraft wouldn't have been available for the rest of the round. They would have been able to play for that true 1 versus 2 on the same Z-axis. But it wasn't the case. And continual problems now setting in for ISU's JV squad. They cannot find a foothold on a consistent basis. Sure, they have 2 rounds. By no means is that a terrible thing. But the defensive side of Pearl, you said attacking's been looking pretty good. A 1-for-1 trade in the earliest stages of this final round of the first half is decent for ISU. They still need to be able to find that follow-up frag and deny the spike plant. And they just can't. How to feed. Quickly dropping down Prick. Out goes your KO.
Well, I mean, good news is 0 point was used well before that. Now it's just a trade. Hot Hands looking to deny that plant. Won't do so, but boy, out into the open, allowing the 2v2 to activate. Run it back. Has finally ended, and in that time, Morale has fallen. Lockdown. Final round of the half. Gonna be used as it's a necessity. It's a bit of a cheeky angle. Jared playing right behind their own lockdown, making it difficult. Headshot only angle, essentially.
End to first half. That is scary from a team who picked the map. And sure, you said it. Attacking side has looked a little bit more consistent in recent patches. I think the main aspect of that has been because of those Viper changes, but even though Sac State's still playing her and looking a little bit better doing so. But to be completely honest with you, I think the lack of that second controller here for ISU has been their downfall. They've been playing double initiator, which is not abnormal by any means, but doing so without that double controller, they just can't hold down real estate in the earlier stages of any round. On a defensive side, that seemed to be their Achilles heel. They just could not hold down B long on a consistent basis. They were giving away free ground that Sacramento State had to use 2 pieces of utility to gain. It just didn't look good. Hopefully, the double initiator works for their attacking side.
The problem is, I think that was more out of a decision to do so rather than a lack of the utility being available, though it wasn't there. So, I think it'll be tough. It'll have to be these initiators stepping up in a big way. The Bowie going to have success there. Trade frag late on at the very least, and an upgrade onto the Ghost. But a rotation called here for the attackers. The Redbirds are heading themselves out onto B. Now, utility already set up here. The toxic screen being put into position, and oh boy, that's scary for Spain. Entirely caught in the open.
Wide out, and losing that fight gives away the site. Brawley will be able to get the spike plant nearly unrestricted. And again, a retake is required, this time of Sac State. And already losing Jared on the bottom side of CT. You're down 2 players, and Pomo's actually retaken some CT control. That drop's been heard. Brawley finds the first. Pomo from behind will find the follow-up. And just like that, ISU win the second half pistol and give themselves a good jumping off point for the second half comeback.
Exactly. You know, really a must-win round. I think we'd both agree for ISU, considering the scoreline at 10-2. The thing that really changed the outcome of this round, actually, though, is the fight out towards backhaul. I forget who it was. I think it was Spain. It was Spain who got caught there in the little nook there on the left-hand side. Yeah, right where they were just a moment ago. That's where the round kind of turns on its head. Losing that control is what made things difficult for Sac State to hold onto the site, and so It's where you got to be careful if you're going to commit to an angle that is committed like that, where you aren't able to exit. Because you got to be able to fight your way out.
Sacramento State employing a similar philosophy to their defensive side of just laxing a little bit in the earlier stages of the round. Obviously, they have lesser weaponry in the second round, so they may be trying to play for those close angles with pistols or shorties or whatever they do in the field, which is not unreasonable by any means, but giving away that real estate to a team that is freely playing with better weaponry is a dangerous aspect of this defensive side. Jared misses the right click, and that'll immediately turn into their downfall. 2 players are on the backside of the dugout. They will be taken care of in quick fashion. Brick with a double, and just like that, that may very well be our second round follow-up. Done and dusted. Sac State, just at this point, can really only do damage to the economy of ISU, much less win the round.
That Bulldog can be incredibly deadly, and we saw its effectiveness right there. Shorty in hand, I believe, for the Sky right outside of Art. Yeah. Not a feed. Kind of going to force the issue, actually. Unfortunately, that is not a fight you can win with the Shorty at range. So, it will be a flawless round for the ISU squad. Nicely done. That'll get them back into at least some winning ways. Of course, that's potentially only temporary here because Sac State, they're going to have weapons back in hand now. What seems like the first round, they've actually been forced onto a save. And actually, that is, now that I think about it, the only save round this entire map for Sac State just happened there. So, rare that that's been the case. Now, up against Rifles, it'll be back to the more difficult pace. The Redbirds attack side, they're leaning towards A, at least for the time being.
These next 2 rounds, I think, will decide it. If Sac State win either of the next 2, I think they're in a pretty good spot and they will probably take things. But if ISU takes both and really give themselves, again, a good jumping off point, they may very well walk away with this map victory. Snelly, oh my goodness, Prick body blocked him, but still found the kill, so limiting the damage done, quite literally, as Snelly is still on a decent bit of HP, and finding the refrag gives ISU re-control of that spike, and now forces Sac State to just disengage entirely. They can't play aggressive on that side of the map. Python, playing with a Vandal, just single taps Pomo down, and they're stacking this B side. This is wild from Sac State.
Yeah, but it's right. They're calling the right thing here. They're going to have 4 players ready to retake, or rather, not even allow the take here momentarily. Oh, that's brutal to look at. High tide immediately in your face. As soon as you think the toxic screen's going down, it's like, oh, sorry, you got to wait 15 more seconds for this high tide to disappear. And you can see what it's done to the offense of the Redbirds. They now have to be concerned about the flank. They need to be concerned about what's going on behind them. Of course, nothing going that way, but as time ticks down, it'll be yet another question mark to be had. Toxic screen back into play, but that's not before the cross comes through. Wall available, but fighting their way out of this. The backhall's fully confirmed, and I can't believe it. They've come away with this.
The only reason that they're able to successfully have that flank set through as well, as Prick just holds W behind, is because everybody was firing. You can't hear footsteps if you're emptying an entire magazine into a wall. And because of it, Sac State was just caught off guard from 3 separate angles. They stopped worrying about that mid-rotate because timing just suggested it wasn't going to happen, when in all reality, that's exactly what it indicated was going to happen. And in the later stages, ISU just walked in. A lack of overall utility in the later stages of that round for Sacramento State actually cost them. Sure, they prevented some of the push in the earlier part with, again, that cove you talked about, the toxic screen going up and down repeatedly, but ISU timed it to near perfection. They had the flank going through, and even with that man disadvantage, they were more than happy to play for some level of aggression in those later stages. And ISU take the round because of it. That's an important round to win as well. It's the bonus, it doesn't cost them all that much, and they upgrade some of their weapons. They go from Bulldogs, plural, alongside a single Phantom and a Guardian, to Phantoms or Vandals across the board.
Yeah, the tough part for Sac State in this round is that they did everything so right for the entire round. They called the right hold, they threw the right utility, they were on the right side, and they did they did connect the shots initially. It's just, unfortunately, you're right, that lurk kind of activated at the right time, caused some confusion, etc., etc. And so, we'll see a little aggression being dialed up for Sac State in this round. And actually, Bowie does catch out Palmo, or Snelly, excuse me, and Moral goes down. Palmo the only one to survive that engagement. And I guess the only positive is that there's really no way to recover those weapons into the hands of the defense.
Oh, 1-for-1 trade favors Sacramento State, though, and there's a recovered weapon, upgraded from a Stinger and a Sheriff to now a Vandal and a Sheriff. And again, ISU is going to have to play with a man disadvantage, but this time they have some level of superiority in terms of weaponry. They're looking to play again towards B. There is no Viper nor Harbor on the board, nor alive at this point, so they don't have to worry about the Cove or the Toxic Screen to prevent them from actually entering the site, but that 0 point will indicate they're headed this general direction, and the fact that it misses may give them that false sense of security as they look to aggress.
This is certainly winnable.
Last
Oh,
player
that is a
standing.
great use of the gravity well, though. Pulling out one player, but how to feed still in the site, playing
30
this
seconds
very grimy, waiting for rotation to come in. Remember the changes. You can't spam in that mid pillar anymore. It's a lot more stalwart against the bullets. And so with that, the double swing and the victory for Sac State Gold. Fantastic play right there on an eco round nonetheless. 3-man aggression, initially up B. They win that, 2 for the price of 1. And then they double swing towards short. Again, a trade. And once they get onto the site, just playing very, very passively for Sac State, forcing the fights on their terms.
I would like to see a little bit more aggression in that 1v2. Play for the original fight and take it rather than allowing them to just swing as they please. Peeker's advantage exists, albeit in a very narrow fashion, Valorant, but it exists nonetheless, and you have to be worried about that. Snelly just dusts Python. Finally, the opening kill goes the way of ISU as they look to aggress. Run it back will be used. They want to try and get this aggression and do so for limited to no cost. They will give away an ultimate for it. They also have found information and an opening kill off the back of it. How to feed is not done just yet. Will take away the Phoenix and the ultimate thereof. Prick trying to aggress, flashes around the corner, but they can't find the frag off the back of it. The aggression walks straight through, and IUB turns for a second. Prick has been dropped, Moral dusted, and it's a 1 versus 4 here for Brawley to prevent what would be map point, forcing a third at a tied up scoreline. Their position known, information a plenty here for Sac State, and they could just disengage entirely.
Yeah, that's what they've done for the most part here. I mean, Bowie still backhaul, but it's not a problem. The spike is in such a unattainable position as well with this operator. It's not unwinnable, but very close to it, especially if played correctly by Sac State. But main issue there is just allowing for Snelly to go down without getting traded. If you're gonna use the run it back there, you just have to be allowing that player, if they get killed, to get traded. And the spacing was so far away from the rest of the offense that there was no trade possible whatsoever. And so essentially Snelly just committed their life hoping for a free 1v1. If you don't win it, well, GG. And there was no space gained off the back of it.
My problem really there for ISU was the same question that you had. Why not play for that immediate trade? But they failed to do so on 2 separate lives for Snelly. Snelly uses the ultimate, which is basically an extra life. You give yourself a 6 versus 5 for a small temporary period of time, and then you don't trade that. And then the Phoenix again runs in as the entry and dies there as well. Lockdown has been built up off the back of that ultimate orb. They're trying to use a nanostorm to maybe clear that or the players themselves out of position, but I believe it'll be unsuccessful. It doesn't fully clear around that corner, nor does it do enough damage. And just like that, lockdown will be used. They will gain site control. They have to clear Jared out of position, and they don't. An opening kill found. Almost a second, and they actually do indeed find it. 2 for 1 trade. You're more than happy with that if you're Sac State, and you now quickly go for a retake. 1 now found for Spain. Almost a second, but Sac State on map point, now looking to take it with that doubled up man advantage. Moral finds 1 back. Palmo walks in, but is caught out by that guiding light, and Moral swings for the kill, but IUB ninjas in the corner. ISU wins 16-14 on Haven, and then while they're out to lunch here on Pearl, get dropped down in quick succession to tie up the series.
Yeah, just a much better showing from Sac State. You got to give them credit. The other thing to note about this is the individual performances were just out of this world good for most of the Sac State roster. Like, Bowie stepped up in the second half there. Spain and Python both were unstoppable in the first half. Like, there was just too much to contend with, it felt like. And honestly, as good as things looked for, a couple of those rounds on a couple of individuals, in general, I didn't feel like there was a good plan when it came to the defensive side. There was some good moments where they were taking space, the Redbirds, but it didn't come through consistently enough. And then when you got to the attack side, we talked about some spacing issues, some difficulties when it came to actually putting yourself in position to trade those frags out. Didn't happen. So, understandable loss when you consider all those factors, I think.
And more problems were setting in the later stages. They just did not have that sustainability. Harbor and Viper used to be a 100% staple of Pearl. It still is about 60 to 70% of the time. It's arguable to not have one or the other, but missing both and trading it out for a single Astra, I think, was really the Achilles heel here for ISU. We'll see if they can make up for it. We still have a third map on the cards, and we've guaranteed ourselves now a fourth as we've tied up the scoreline. We're going to send it to a break. When we return, it's Fracture for a third.
Well, we're all tied up and getting things rolling here for our third map of this series with Fracture coming up. We're back to the Redbirds pick, which, I mean, let's be real. The Sac State side just kind of dominated their own map pick, which is going to have to feel like a breath of fresh air now that ISU can get back into home territory.
And now as we head into Fracture, I think the main problem that'll set in for ISU is can they find that level of utility play around one another? Haven, I brought it up earlier, it's more default conventional map, doesn't require as much utility coordination and full team play. It helps when you have it, but it can lead more towards just straight up fragging power. That may have been why ISU picked it up in 16-14 fashion. But moving into map 2, that utility usage honestly wasn't there. They didn't have controllers to make up for the ground that they were losing, and they were winning some gunfights, sure, but it was too little too late. They only had it in the second half, and even then they were still being dropped down on pretty good retakes, all things considered. We'll move into our third map of Fracture and see if ISU can indeed hold the line. They start off on the defensive side, indicating that Sac State has chosen the attack, and I have to say, these look like a little bit more stock standard agent selections.
Yeah, I think this would be, assuming things do get confirmed, pretty much the standard fare. You got, Breach is undeniably the Fracture pick alongside Raze, to be fair. And then if you're gonna get, depending on the controller you want, you could go for a double controller here, but a lot of times you're just gonna see the solo Brimstone, which I think is what we're going to see locked in and loaded, though we are going to see double duelist on one side as opposed to the double initiator. I personally think I prefer the double initiator a little bit, but the reality is it's about playstyle, and if your playstyle is more aggressive and or you want to take those fights quickly, that double duelist can be incredibly valuable.
The double duelist, I think, is a decent selection, but running double initiator here for Sac State may work out nearly perfectly for them. Some interesting switches, if anybody is at all curious. Spain is going from the Viper on to the Sky, instead of having How to Feed play the Sky for back-to-back maps, and then How to Feed is going on to the Brimstone. So, interesting switches there. Jared keeps the Killjoy, IUB goes from Harbor to Breach, not absurd, but still not a consistent selection in terms of agent types, and then Python's playing your single duelist. But I still have to say, I agree with you. I prefer the double initiator. I also, again, play a KO here rather than a Sky, so it's up to individualization, but still, running the utility for the attacking side, no less, here for Sac State may work out perfectly for them.
We shall see. Getting underway here, map number 3 of this best of 5, all tied up. It's going to be with a flashpoint and a guiding light. What? 2 for 1. That's ridiculous. Double headshot for Frick to start things out, and it'll be 3v1 now. The Redbirds dominating the opening duels, and this is all over. Spain got between basically everything left.
Gun here.
That was a 20-second pistol round. Seems like when everybody decides to hold W, ISU is able to take things. Your double duelist helps a little bit when no utility is really required, and pistols exist. Nice little double from Prick, no less. That was pretty clean, all things considered, and exactly what ISU needed to set the tone here on Fracture. This is their home turf. This is their map selection, and they are here to play. They are not giving you Pearl. You've earned it, but now you need to earn Fracture as well, and thus far, Sac State has been exiled from sight.
Yeah, round number 1, the strong start needed for sure. It'll be a second round, no buy, at least not for Sac State. They're going to keep the pistols that they have in hand, and it'll be whatever they can do. Stunned, but no problem for Broly. Looking for yet another, but the right clicks from Bowie will find a little bit more success, doing at least something in this round. Some damage as opposed to none. It's always going to be a plus. How to Feed adds to that tally. Bowie will be alone and pushed in on the tower from multiple different angles. 2 down for Redbirds, but they will survive with 3. No problems in that round, nor with the anti-eco. Now it's up to the bonus. Not so bonusy, actually, here for the Redbirds. They've committed quite a lot behind this, especially if Broly goes for a full rifle, which wouldn't be unreasonable, but it looks like it'll just be the Sheriff.
The extent of the dedication in terms of credits here for this Redbird side is buying an Odin, an extra set of armor, and a Sheriff. That's about it, which is a decent bit considering you're basically losing a rifle next round should you indeed lose this one. But you're still giving yourself more than an arguable shot at this. Prick looking to swing will be forced out of position, and wow, an Aftershock just to force him away, and Bowie now with a double. The Aftershock actually does drop down Prick. How in the world did that happen? You dashed away from it, saw it, and then just ran back into its line of sight. Sac State's going to take that every day of the week.
Certainly are. Maybe caught the timing wrong. It's the only thing I can think of, but either way, a mistake made for ISU. Sac State ready to take advantage. Very split, the defense right now. Solo towards B on the defensive side. But it looks like the A attack will continue after a short hiatus, that is. Nice shot. Yeah, Spain's going to get caught out. Or Spain catches out, excuse me, the defensive player on site. Broly will be trying to walk their way in, but it seems like Sac State have this on lock. Maybe even saving the gun would be not unreasonable for the Brimstone out towards B.
Brawley's just playing for some economic damage here. And you said it, not unreasonable to save the gun. Looks like the Brimstone's going to do that, and then they're going to dedicate the Bulldog. They want to play for more cohesive weapons in this following, and they should have the economy to do so. No real concerns. Brawley does take out an extra gun. Maybe forces them to dedicate a little bit more to this than they would like, but no. It is only a single person, and you save the Odin. Of all the weapons you brought into the round, I would have thought that would be the least likely, at least right after the Sheriff you've bought. But either way, it's a round victory for Sac State. You deny the bonus round, and Pomo will keep over the LMG.
And listen, economically it makes sense. Most expensive weapon that they had brought out. So that does track at the very least. Could allow for Pomo to buy a weapon for another teammate if needed. Which, as you mentioned, Moral the only one a little low.
Coming back.
Be given a Bulldog or such. Could be given a Spectre for sure. But for the time being, looks like none of the above, actually. There we go. Pomo is going to deliver that over. Be the magic of the request system. So, the Redbirds setting back up. Same situation here. 3 towards A early, but not the same aggression. They're waiting around the door in order to maybe activate here in a moment. Whenever they get information that these players are far forward. And there it is. Double spray down for Snelly alongside that flashpoint, perfectly placed to give the man advantage over to the Redbirds.
And Sac State, what's their call now? Man disadvantage, limited-ish utility, but you did have to dedicate a little bit more than you would have liked in terms of repurchasing weaponry, so you've had to limit yourself in that endeavor. And you've already used some of that utility to try and get over towards this side. Luckily, Bowie will have all of their utility built back up, and should they find a kill or the ultimate orb you see on the right side of your screen, they'll also build up that Rolling Thunder. Moral is playing on an anti-flash position. As soon as it goes through, they may very well swing a fault line to preempt it, and they find all 3 players with it. Swinging for a first. We'll find that a second onto Jared, and Bowie is forced back. They will be dropped by Broly. And ISU playing nearly perfectly, losing a single player and redeeming with weaponry.
Not even nearly perfectly. They played that perfectly. Specifically, Moral did. Basically hit every single player with the utility that they used. Remember that flashpoint early on. Hits 3, gets 2 out of that on the assist category. Then that fault line, as you mentioned, catches everybody. Swings, finds 2 themselves. Moral does so much damage and so much impact in that last round. Up to 5 kills and 3 assists specifically picked up there for him. So, good return to form for the Redbirds. It's back to fast plays, though. Sac State going to change the pace as they head out towards A.
They have a single key bound. It is their W key. Problem is, not all of the site had been covered with that smoke, and the swing was successful-ish, at least to find one. Feed will be able to get this spike down, and there will now be the time favoring this attacking half. But the lockdown being used will fully force them out. They don't have the utility to deny this. They also don't have direct line of sight on towards the spike, nor the weaponry to play long-range engagements. This may very well be a ninja from long range. Orbital Strike may be built up. It has now been, but the problem is Rolling Thunder doesn't do all that much. Orbital Strike will be thrown through to absolutely no avail. It'll delay the inevitable. That being a flawless round for ISU. Clean retake, even better considering they keep all 5 rifles into the next round as they extend the lead to 3.
Yeah, I'm really quite critical of the use there of both the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike. That just isn't particularly necessary. That's a round that you don't expect to win from the start, right? They use the lockdown. I could have understood them orbital striking the lockdown, right? Then that makes sense. But you're already off the site. You're down. It's 2 on 5 at that point, and you have pistols. Why are we using both of those high impact ultimates that could have been saved into the next round for something that was far more winnable? I think that's a little bit of a mistake there for Sac State, and we'll see if that comes back to bite them, because this would be a nice round to have, something of that nature.
Oh my. How is that not a kill? What?
To the edge of the wall, I guess.
Robbed.
Truly.
And problem is, the overgrowth exists, or the regrowth exists, so full HP back up for Python is epic. Instead of 150 with their shields, they just go back up to 100. That sliver of the wall has saved them basically their entire life, and now they'll just send it instead over towards this B side. Some utility is already here. Fault line will indeed land, but now you'd love the Rolling Thunder that you unfortunately wasted in the previous round. Near perfect flash, 3 assists there for Python as Epic's first kill, and Spain's just walking in. They've gained some of the CT control, but they don't have to play for it. They've now brought back that kill, and now a spike plant. How to feed needs to get out of dodge, and Bowie's there to hold, but the problem is they don't have direct line of sight, and they're now being swung straight through the cloudburst. Aggression to perfection here for ISU, and a 1 versus 3 will find absolutely nothing for Snelly. They're caught out from behind, timing and information getting the better of them as ISU again string together rounds.
This is an ISU we really didn't see back on Pearl at all. The timing and coordination was simply perfection there. They were able to pull out that Rolling Thunder. That got, I think, 3 players. And in the overall situation, I think it was at that point like 4v5 or 4v3 rather. That catch 3 out of the 4 players that Sac State have, and unfortunately that includes the players on the site. And there was only that flanker left alive. Just great work to work from that, number 1, but then also the cloudburst. Time to perfection on that swing from tower. Really made it difficult for the player up there to even do anything. So a timeout called, and one understandably needed, as the 5-1 scoreline here is certainly a difficulty for Sac State. They found basically no success in the late round at all.
I think the main problem that we've seen on a consistent basis for Sac State as well is really holding down real estate. Sure, you saw them. They took site control. They had the man advantage for all of, 4 seconds. But the problem really was setting in and trying to build off of that development. They couldn't play for the early engagement. They couldn't play as aggressive as they wanted to because they didn't have the utility. The over-dedication of utility has really come back to bite them, whether it's back-to-back ultimates in a round you've almost already lost, or, like we just saw, using too much just to gain site control and having very little, if anything at all, for the actual site hold post-plant. It's coming back to bite them, and in a massive way, and ISU's taking full advantage of it. When you know a team's used most or all of their utility, you can quickly catch them off guard. Moral already finding one onto Jared. Flash around the corner trying to regain that control, but they don't have to. Quick zip line to the other side of the map, and it seems like Sac State has found the go button, that being straight on to B as they regain 4 of their players.
Yeah, the utility coming down a little late to the party, I think. We'll get a spike down, but they're already down 2 players, hemorrhaging members moment by moment. Double up in tower. There is at least a little bit of utility still left into position. They'll be swinging in. Broly, that's one nice shot. Showstopper goes on to the spike, but that's not to be. But how to feed left alone. And Satchel, nice denial of that defuse, but I mean, this was just stingers to begin with, and well done with 5 stingers, or 4 stingers, and I think it was a pistol. But the issue is that at this point, damage is nice, but it's not rounds, and rounds are what win you games.
The question really remains there is, how do you quantify how good a round was when you're kind of expecting to lose? Sure, you got a spike plant. Sure, you did some economic damage as well. By no means are those bad feats. But still looking at ISU's economy, they have 3 players actually, above 4,500. They have 4 players above 4,000 credits. That's at least 1 buy per, with 2 of them having back-to-backs should they need them. And yeah, you bought stingers. You got a spike plant. You got some extra economy for yourself to rebuy into this 8th round of play. but by no means is that a good round to show for it. You've had to over-dedicate utility, some control, and early kills, and now you're again looking for some weaknesses in the early stages of rounds. You've used a fault line to do absolutely nothing other than maybe fake, and sure, it's drawn over a rotation or two, but there's still a battery of utility on this A side, and, oh, there's information. Here comes the rotation back, and there's going to be more than a problem as they walk in.
Yeah, taking this fight isn't even necessary for Broly. Gonna pop out a little bit late to the party. Spain's actually well aware of this, but the site now under control, and under very serious control at that. Moral and Pomo both find successful shots through that smoke as well. Jared waiting for the sky smoke to fade, gets spotted out by the turret and has to fall away. Spain,
What?
That's a good find. That's two more back the other direction. Both the A-site defenders that were committed to the site itself have fallen now.
I'd like to see a disengage here, but it doesn't come through. Dropping down Broly there's all important, but Prick's on a full flank. They're coming from behind, and they may very well be able to deny the spike hold on the site itself. As they walk in, Spain's noting the possibility they're here. The guiding light finds them, so there's going to be a verbal audio cue that one player's in this general vicinity. Prick will walk through, try and clear out the top side, but timing gets the better of them. And first-person shooters and timing. Name a more iconic duo as Sac State picks up their second.
Well, 3v5 there. That was what that started as. The Redbirds unable to convert a round that they really should have. Great work from Spain to find the double kill back, equalizing things temporarily before they're traded. And of course, the closeout there, making the move. Sac State, they'll have at least a second round. But again, as we noticed for the Redbirds themselves on Pearl, getting one round and then losing isn't really going to be enough to put you on the map. It's about how you win rounds consistently, finding more than one. And that's one way to do just that. Spain finding Snelly immediately off the rip.
They play for more information, but no. Bowie's caught by the aftershock, just barely getting caught at that. The regrowth was going to be used, but woulda, shoulda, coulda, it was not successfully. So a one-for-one trade in the end does indeed come through. 5 smokes used in the general vicinity of this site, 3 from one, 2 from the other in terms of the brimstones. They actually are able to get the spike down. They use it on the outside of the orbital strike, and now's the post-plant setup. Spray from over top. Python has been seen, but they aren't cleared early enough. A flash over top, but it won't matter. A kill found preempting that flash being popped. They still have to clear out Dish, and they're unsuccessful again, as Jared is not done from the top side. A flank from Broly has been heard, and Spain swings to near perfection. Moral now to 1 versus 3, won't even find a first. 3 players left alive, Sac State with a third, and they're looking much better here on the attacking side of Fracture.
Yeah, this is a good recovery thus far. 2 now in a row that they've been able to find. And running out of money, our ISU, this is their 3rd and final purchase that they'll actually be able to buy something reasonable, because they have that Blade Storm on the jet in order to add addition to their economy. But the issue there in the last round especially, just kind of seemed like there wasn't a big plan going in. They thought that they just had the information. They thought they were going to deny the spike plant, I think, did ISU. But they were surprised when the orbital strike didn't do that job. A little aggression dialed up. Jared required. They figured that Jared's become an issue and that they will eventually get him. So now this A-site push, a lot less deadly with the lack of the Dish player.
About around the corner. Maybe we'll actually be able to find a kill there, but no, Snelly just swings for the kill, and Spain is quickly taken care of. But again, a spike plant does indeed come through, and a post-plant retake now required. Somehow the showstopper doesn't go out there. I thought I heard the rocket fuse blow, but it wasn't the case, and How to Feed finds a double from the backside of the site. ISU quickly torn apart again, not holding the site directly, and it ends up being their downfall as Sac State finds 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's reasonable that Redbirds, after losing out those last couple of rounds today, that they would play a more passive way on that site. That they would just kind of give it up and play for the retake, because they were taking space elsewhere. They were taking Dish control with 3 players. That makes total sense, but the problem is that they gave up so much space that they weren't ready for Sac State to make an adjustment of their own, where they just pushed into spawn, found success, and found players. And with those man advantages gathered, it was all over. No retake possible.
Seems like it's been the Achilles heel of ISU, not having any control in terms of real estate, whether it be back on Pearl, where they gave up A long or B long in every round other than one that I can note off the top of my head. Here on Fracture, in the earlier stages, it's been good for them. They've played aggressive, they found other kills, but now they're just giving it away. Rolling Thunder used, and Spain is quickly dusting Palmo. Just like that, another man advantage in the early stages. Fault line will be used. It does catch Spain out of position. The smokes on the left side will completely obfuscate that control and give Sac State site control as a whole. Aftershock goes into the default box, but will not catch the spike planner as it goes down for nearly free, but Snelly with a blast pack up and over top, and the lack of tower control may very well come back to bite them as Broly finds a kill from behind, but they cannot bring it into a follow-up at all. Fault line, flashpoint, Prick just sticking it all the way through, and they just do not fully swing it. A lack of control, and the spike you've already planted ends up being what costs them the round, as ISU will finally hinder the Sac State streak.
I wouldn't even call it a lack of control. It's just plant for yourself. They didn't, and they paid the price for it. Wanted a little bit of extra extra positioning on the take itself. That's why you would plant there, because you're feeling a little bit more safe from that angle, but paying for it at the cost of the round, the 7th on the board as we head into the final round of this half. Either way, a good recovery from Sac State, no doubt. Whether they end at 4 or 5, I think they could consider this a success.
Recalling my bot.
And this time, it's one way. 5 on the same side, pushing towards the site.
Oh, wow. Moral finds one. Incendiary used, but no, it misses. Oh, that's a massive hindrance to this hold on the defensive side. Good swing from Broly over top, and Snelly actually finds a follow-up. So that Incendiary ends up not being the end of the world as Pomo just plays off the timing and actually turns it into a follow-up kill. But Jared now in 1 versus 2. This is more than attainable here for the Killjoy. They swing slowly and actually turn it into a follow-up frag. Lockdown used. They still have the bot should they need it, and both Nanoswarms. They just have to take the straight-up gunfight, and they're dropped doing so. Prick with the time against them, the lockdown on the board. Doesn't care. They swing, they frag, and they make it an 8-4 half for ISU.
Solid half. This is where you could really see the Redbirds just, clawing this back, 2-1 scoreline. Map 4 engage, right? That'd be Ascent coming up. That being said, Sac State, we know they're not a team to falter after just one half. An 8-4, it seems more dominant than it is, I think. They could very, very clearly bring this back, especially if the pistol round goes their way. I'm talking about immediately an essentially even game. Of course, those are all big ifs. There's no guarantees in this game of Valorant. At the moment, we've got an interesting setup. Actually, very similar setup for ISU that Sac State put together on the pistol round. Forward towards Arcade is will be looking to get tower control. Little dash up doesn't actually get there, but the stun will be good enough.
We're finding that opener. If ISU pick up this pistol, this is a massive problem for Sac State. Second half pistol of our previous map went their way, and it turned into 3 consecutive rounds in their favor. That cannot be the case here on the same attacking side. Paint shells go up and over top, do a decent bit of damage, and somehow Prick is dropped by that? Wow, somebody buffed the paint shells and didn't tell anybody on ISU. And Moral, now trying to get this spike down, it's actually Pomo to do so. They're caught out by the Aftershock, of which apparently has been buffed as well, finding multiple kills in this map alone, and now they're just sending it onto the site. They don't care about this hold. They have all the utility in the world to set this up, and they've also put themselves in prime position to just stick the defuse all the way through. ISU caught off guard, quick retake, and a quick spike defuse. Sure, everyone dies, but it's a round win. Who the hell cares?
Yeah, I mean, at least extra cash in the pockets of those ISU players, to be fair. So there's something to be had in this, but it's not a lot, and it's not worth the ultimate lost round. That said, look at what they're doing here. Full save coming up. It'll be SMGs for everyone for the Sac State side. Got Spectres and a single Stinger. So we'll see. Maybe something can be done here. Sheriff sent a couple of ghosts in hands for the attackers. The Redbirds are, I think, a little bit more equipped than might be expected of them.
Oh, the Orothi here. I would have preferred to see ISU buy here. I would like them to at least try and take Sac State off of their weapons, and instead of at least putting themselves in a more than likely bonus round situation, play for a denial of conversion and turn it into a little bit more of a contentious early part of the half. Paint Shell's being prepped, they're going to open the door and then send it straight through. Aftershock's going to be used to just create space back the other way, but there's that quick take. Paint Shells will create all the space they need, and they're actually going to take the zip line up, but they'll walk into 3 separate players, a firing line on the defensive side. Surprisingly only finds 1 kill in the earlier stages. Again, a 1-for-1 trade, but a swing from Bowie at least turns it into a follow-up. Brawley's in a 1 versus 3. Sheriff in hand, Guiding Light barely catches them, but does give their position away with a swing nearly perfectly timed. Bowie's on a sliver of health. A strong breeze would blow them over, much less a Sheriff shot through the wall, and it's a 1 versus 1. The Killjoys contending with one another, so the spike has been retrieved, but Jared from long range needs to play either for timing or a post plant, and Brawley will get the spike down.
Yeah, both should have SMGs. The Sheriff actually
Alarm bot out.
could be the difference maker. Spotted out. Broly now knows what's going on. We're trying to use a lockdown, but it's unnecessary. The clutch is there. 1v3 for the KJ, and no investment necessary for the Redbirds to win the round. 9-5, the scoreline. The Sac State Gold, they fall apart.
It is round 3 of the half, and Brawley already has their lockdown built up. That shows you how big of a part of these first 2 rounds of the second half they've been. Getting the spike down, a couple kills in that first round. I honestly thought they were going to use the lockdown. They built that up even before the final kill of the round, but they decided, straight up gunfight's all I need. Sheriff, you mentioned it, was indeed the difference maker there. And, Sac State forced onto lesser weaponry. You talked about it not even needing the investment. Now, Sac State can't even afford to build one up for themselves. Jared's the only one in this zip code, much less on this site. But a quick flank's being set up. They may not note this. The spikes on that side, timing getting the better of them, but it's not going to matter. Pomo with 2, Prick with 2 of their own. This is a done deal. Dusted round. Jared will find damage. And that's it. A flawless third round of the half here for Redbirds as they build up double digits on Fracture.
Yeah, lockdown was used, but really not needed there, all things considered. It'll be a timeout called for Sac State. They've lost 2 in a row after the tragedy that struck with the pistol buy, or up against the pistol buy. And, of course, this one, the anti-eco, pretty clean and dandy. So, Redbirds, they are going to want to continue to find the success that they've been having. Sac State, on the other hand, well, what can they do? I feel like they did just pull out a very aggressive A push. They shouldn't do that again, not so soon. Maybe dish control? I could see that being reasonable.
I mean, they had dish control a few times over, but I think as soon as Jared really established themselves on dish in the first half, and ISU noted it, they were quickly returned upon, so ISU may be a little bit more cognizant of the fact that they can be quickly flanked and dropped because of it. There's really 2 sides of the same coin. Do we take it and then risk it being fully given up for later rounds when we really need it, or do we just give it up and have Sac State just fully take it for free? Jared's still playing on that A side, even on the defense, so they could just fully take dish if they want to. But it hasn't seemed like ISU's favored dish all that much in their own right. You never really know, even with Jared throwing down not only Alarm Bot, but a Nanoswarm on that side just the same. Frick. Trying to play aggressive on this side. Double Duelist will establish some control on this half. Snelly playing a little bit more aggressive than I think you'd originally indicate. And, they've been dusted for it. Prick caught up by the flash, but still wins the first fight. Good refrag, though. 2-for-1 trade. Sac State will take that, but the problem is they've given up a decent bit of A control to do so, or a decent bit of B control. And Brawley, they may get caught with timing as they just walk through. A Sky Smoke's been set up. A Spike Plant's trying to go down, and Moral's just putting this down, but not safely. They have to reposition. They have to try and get it down. Timing and sprays. Python doesn't go for it, and they swing just too late. A Spike Plant is going to go down, but a double man disadvantage here as they do indeed play off the back of it.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, this could still be winnable here with the orbital strike engaged now. Bowie gonna have that. Excuse me, Pomo. Pardon me. Doesn't get the kill with the orbital, but does get an additional frag. Now has to continue to swing out. That's going to be the diffuser. They've got halfway. And finally, Bowie will answer back. Oh my goodness. Scary situations for Sac State, but the Redbirds are felled. It will be a 6th round on the board. Finally, and I say finally, even though it's only been 2 rounds, it was a hard-fought victory for Sac State Gold. Really had to find those duels, and it's one of those situations where Palmo just hits all the shots. Really, not a lot you can do when they're connecting those so well.
Not only that, but Palmo had a genius decision. Palmo puts down the orbital strike, forces an early swing, takes the fight. Their position was known, but while the orbital strike was still up, they re-swung to the close corner of B long. Just to sit there, because their position was known on the left side. They were expecting to swing from that side, and now, into the follow-up, aggression early over towards this A main half. They have to play for an early kill. 4 players already on this side, a 5th has already been built up. Returning fault lines, now Seekers as well, but Brawley hasn't been noted. You talked about dish control, it ends up being the bane of Sac State's existence here on the A defense, and Moral will shut down the site control itself as Bowie is dusted. 2v4, honestly, do you save here?
Wouldn't be unreasonable, but at the same time, gotta give yourself a chance to win this, and Spain is doing just that. Palmo dissuades Spain, though Hanafeed's the only one alive. And well, already took 101. It's up to 102. Oh, that's a great fault line. Spotted out. Knowledge known. Double swing, and even though they get one more, it's 11-6 for the Redbirds. And that's exactly the situation, as you mentioned, where getting dish control and having it is so important. Having one additional area that you are going to find ingress from is so consistently necessary, especially in a round like that, where you're dueling Rolling Thunders. You get one Rolling Thunder into another. Everyone's stunned, except for the guy on the flank.
Seemed to be the MVP of the round as well. Brawley's really shown up in this second half of play. Only a couple kills in the last few rounds. The real early part of the half was where they shined, but they shine when they need to. And when the Redbirds walk away with round victories, that's when they pop off. Snelly's just walked in. They had a very fortuitous stim beacon just to walk in. And Spain, playing close, finds a headshot, a follow-up as well onto Palmo. What in the world's going on? Brawley doesn't care about that. The re-aggression from Spain, though, a 3k for them, and they have spike control. Decent bit of damage done with the paint shells, and now a 2 versus 2 as the chaos has fully ensued, but a near-perfect flash around that corner. Python here with the showstopper, only does damage, cannot find the full kill into Morol, who's up to still about 60% of their health pool remaining, and the timing still favors Python, but the spike being retrieved earlier, Python knows it's been given away, and they're rotating to B, but the perfect decision to go back has been decided, and Morol is going to have the most free spike plant in capitalism history.
Yeah, this is pretty solid from Morol. Just, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 50-50, so it's like, you gotta choose, but Sac State, I mean, they thought they had it. Python was like, oh, for sure it's going B. No. A-site plant, and actually the post-plant position here for Morol is great. Playing towards Dish, it's planted out in the open, so there's all of the more reason why this could be like sand, or you could be playing up on the balcony. Like, there's so many options, right? And Python's got to think about them all. I think the last place he'd be thinking is going to be that. Oh, no, he's giving it away. Just a fault line.
Impressive.
This is forced the time. The duel.
What?
Is there enough? I think there is.
Yeah.
I think that I don't think that you fault line there. I think that's a mistake.
I mean, fault line isn't unreasonable. There's so many different ways to play that. I think the number one option there is just immediately swinging, but at the same time, you don't want to give away the free peek. I'd suggest fault lining for the first one, and then after that second tap, you wait like a full 2 seconds to swing. Because worst case scenario, they have a second and a half between them and the full spike defuse, and you just have to play for a straight up gunfight that you're nearly certainly going to win. And if you lose it, you've still given away that extra second. With 1.09 seconds left on the clock, you technically would have won at that point. But at the same time, we have X-ray vision, wall hacks, and full hindsight vision being 20/20. So you never really know. Orbital strike already dedicated up towards tower. They have noted the fact that this is a full B dedication, and Brawley's taken a decent bit of control here. They've used so much utility for this original site take, they're going to have very little for the site hold itself as the re-aggression looks to come through here for Sac State.
They're going to hang on to the orbital strike instead, just committing the nano swarm to get that kill. It's, homie, so much utility being used to damage here. This Blade Storm, though. Where'd those first blades go? No idea, but it's good for the second. The third, maybe the dash away. This prick's still alive, able to recover a weapon as well. Hang around these. The damage is so high as both these players incredibly low HP. But this has been great from Brick, just playing it so passively. Walking around angle by angle. And a 12th for the Redbirds. ISU. They have map point here.
That was chaos. That original site hold was just straight chaos. And now, ISU, with more and more momentum setting in for them, sure, it's been direct trades of rounds for the last 4. Sac State winning 1, Redbirds winning 1, and then back again, twice over. But at this point, if you continue with those trades, this map's going to end 13-8. And Sac State hasn't had that consistency on either side of the coin. They didn't have it on their attack, they couldn't build it up on that consistent basis, and now with the lockdown already being dedicated towards the B side, sure, rotation's going to be here, but how to feed may very well be caught out here. It's coming down to the timing of that Sky Smoke, but they will audibly run away. They may still very well be caught out. They will be detained in that corner. Will the information be there? Will the convert of the kill as well? That's the real question. The answer seems to be no, but no, Prick with perfect timing will walk in and take that first frag. Spike already planted, not all that much utility required to get it down either, and at this point Sac State's going to have so much control to work with, but that defensive lockdown now creating a little bit more space back the other way. Snelly looking for this frag, the swing from Prick, looking for damage, cannot find it. They need to swing with Snelly, and they will with a Judge. A 1-for-1 trade though, not going to end the world by any means. A follow-up fault line, however, has already been built up alongside the Rolling Thunder, which is going to catch all of the remaining players of Sac State Gold off guard, and ISU cleans house in the second half of Fracture and goes up onto match point in the series.
Yeah, 13-7. Another one where I think you could fairly say that it was relatively dominant for ISU most of the way through that map. Then towards the end of that, you mentioned the back and forth, those last few rounds, that's where things did get a bit dicey for them, and Sac State started to bring things back. But in general, I think that the Redbirds just kind of had a better handle on things when it came to how to deal with late round scenarios and all that sort of stuff, especially when there was a large amount of players, right? Like, think about the amount of times that like a 3v5 happened early for Sac State. Like, they had 5 alive and the 3-1 for the Redbirds. That happened a couple of times. That should happen 0 times.
Too much, I think, for Sac State. They just could not give up, but could not retain enough in the early stages. You never really know what the specific issue was, and of course gunfights became a large part of that in some of the earlier stages. Chaotic rounds somehow consistently going ISU's way, even though it came down to 1v1s or 1v2s on either side of the coin. No one way of saying, oh, if Sac State changed this, they would have been able to pick it up. In the end, they didn't have enough to change to be able to pick up the map as a whole, but it wasn't their map selection. Everything's gone stock standard, no collegiate specials around here, where each team picks up the other's map selections. Everyone's won their own map pick. We'll see if Sac State can keep that level of consistency as we move on to Ascent, possibly our 4th and final map of this series. Back and forth affair to the near fullest extent of the definition. Map 1, 16-14, maps 2 and 3 dominant, but back and forth in terms of who won each. We now sit at a 2-1 scoreline. ISU up as we move into Sac State's map selection of Ascent here in our Challengers Valorant NECC National Finals. I'm Time Blight. Still joined alongside me here is Vincent. And what has to change, apart from just winning straight-up gunfights here for Sac State as we move into Ascent, because maybe the gunfights will help them a little bit more on the more default of map?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't think gunfights have been a problem at all for either team in any point this series. Like, outside of those first few rounds where, like, Python was just killing everybody on Pearl, like, that's going to happen. And that's kind of whatever. In general, though, the duels haven't been the issue. It's actually just been some really good play individually, or rather, individually in the sense of each individual team has been making good plays on their map pick. Fracture, that was true for ISU. It felt like they really had a good handle on what was going on. Pearl, same true for Sac State. Now we had to Ascent, though, where I made the point before, and I'll make it one more time, TTL, that this should be much more of a middle ground, potentially, for both of these teams. I expect to see more of a duel than what we have been seeing, which has been trading blows.
The one map we did not see, because our first series of the day went to all 5 maps, and we wanted to keep things rolling, at least in the fullest extent possible. Haven went 16-14. Haven doesn't play similar to Ascent. They're drastically different maps. One has 3 sites, one has 2. But the way in which teams play them in terms of, well, how well a squad will play Pearl versus maybe Haven or Ascent is similar. Whereas you will see teams play much more close affairs. Very rarely will you see a 13-0 or a 13-1, and more often than not, it's a bunch of Immortals taking on a bunch of Silvers, or a massive fluke. One or the other. I do not expect this one to take any less than 20 rounds. If it does, I will not only be thoroughly surprised, but interested to see which squad takes it in that fashion.
Yeah, I think to add on to that as well, it's a situation where, you know, you'll often have a team ban out Pearl or Fracture for that matter.
Choose your agent.
Typically you're going to have, you know, one of those maps, not both of those in your pool at a collegiate level. Well, you almost certainly have both Haven and Ascent in your pool at some level of consistency. Maybe it's not your best, maybe it's not your worst, but you're going to play them both. And as we get the lock-ins and ready to go, we get to determine to what extent that's true for these squads. It will be a big question. And, of course, the chance for the Redbirds to close this out. I think that's maybe something we've understated to this point. The chance to clutch up and win one map to close this out in the finals, I think it actually, on the one hand, adds a sense of additional pressure, but on the other, it's right in your grasp. You know, you can reach it. It's now attainable, as opposed to Sac State, who still have to at least win one more map before even being in that conversation.
Issues, I think, setting in, and Redbirds will start again on the defensive side. I don't know how much more consistent things could be. Sac State was given the attack rather than choosing it this time around, as it is their own map selection. But what's the call here for Sac State? Pistol round. It's your attacking side pistol. You kind of need to win it. What do you think?
Well, so it doesn't look like this is going to happen, but every team mid splits and mid split to B is like the standard. Looks like they're going to go A, but that's the that's collegiate special on the pistol round. Mid split to B.
I prefer mid-split to B in my ranked games, so I would not discount that by any means. Seems like A is indeed the call, though, as you mentioned. Dark cover is nearly perfectly timed, and a 0 point will find 3 separate players there, if not a 4th. Information and an abundance in the earlier stages here, and because of that, I think Sac State may just back away.
There's a lurk out mid here right now. This could be found, and yeah, Jared's going to get that kill for free. Back towards the mid area. Oh, we're going to see the mid split. The mid split's happening. I told you it's the thing. It's the thing. Every college team does it. I'm telling you, man. It's always the mid split. Jared going to get found out there, Broly. Well, at least find that frag. So it'll equalize the numbers as the retake gets set up. But the B side overwhelmed.
Why'd they just give up main control like that? You had full main control if you're Brawly here. were you waiting for support? I mean, yeah, sure, that could be the call, but the problem is you've given this up and you're leaving your teammates out to dry around the button. This full retake has to be a little bit quicker. There's no full time to do this. You don't have utility to really engage this site retake, and information is fully there. 3 separate players seen by that recon bolt. This is near perfect as a setup, and Spain will just swing for one and then fully disengage. The rest of the team now setting in for frags of their own, and a 1 versus 4 here for Moral. It is just a feeble effort with the Ghost as they swing into 2 separate players. Everybody from Sac State stepping up, a team ace in the pistol, and the default mid to B works out nearly perfect.
That it does. It all starts, though, with Jared finding that lurk kill onto the player pushing, and that was Snelly pushing up mid. Wasn't even looking for the player tile. Didn't have any inkling that there would be someone there. The information they thought they had gained over at A main, and they did have info, but not on all 5. That starts the rotation. And from there, it all falls apart for the Redbirds at Sac State. To start out very well. Classics across the board for the defense this time out. And that's 2 players caught up in mid. Information now in hand. The A side is probably a little bit weak.
What? Palmer's just in a smoke, though. Okay, no, he was seen. We're good. Spain took care of it. It's okay. Calm down, Sac State fans. We're good. Prick just takes 75 damage from that recon bolt. Walks in, does find a kill, but is again immediately returned upon, and the door closes right in the face of the Jet. More and more problems setting in. Snelly's going to try and open it, but this is just pistols retaking against a man disadvantage and against better weaponry. Turret will be set up, so maybe information gained with it, but it's quickly taken care of, and Broly's going to try and find a kill there, but is quickly clotheslined by the Sheriff. No easy way in. Snelly trying to walk in, but at this point you're just trying to do some economic damage. This is not going to be a 1 round, nor will it be apparently economic damage. 4 players stay alive and back-to-back rounds here for Sac State. This time, no team ace, but hey, who cares?
Yeah, it'll be fine. As long as you get the kills, it's all that matters, and the kills were certainly had. Just 2 of them, actually, there for the Redbirds of the first 2 rounds. Not ideal, but not a problem, because here's the buy round. The big purchase, it's the Odin up for morale, as you would tend to see pretty often on the Sova. So, we'll see how that goes. Currently, 4 players are set to push towards that Odin as well, so maybe we could see some fireworks that way. For the time being, it's just a passive play with 4. Well, towards B, in the B main area, not even being aggressed upon until just about now.
We'll try and spam it. Oh, if they spam now, they get caught out, and now they have to back away. They spam that 3 seconds earlier, they may find a kill there, but the aftershock will go in. Flash around the corner. Moral's caught out by the flash, but they still win the fight. Mouse 1 works out to near perfection, but they still have to find a follow-up. They have some support, but Pomo is just fully Ferrari peaked around that corner, and the spike plant's inevitable. Question is, how successful will the retake be from 2 separate directions? Oh, and the flank being set up. Jared may have been heard, though. How was Jared not heard? Oh, no, Prick.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, no.
Bad news.
One enemy
Certainly
remaining.
should have been, but Broly has made this winnable. This spike is incredibly exposed. Isn't even going to tap it yet? Interesting. Just wants to take this fight. Heads up duel. And Jared will not expect this. How could he? How should he? This will be Broly 1v3. Broly for the connection on the clutch. It's a very nice clutch round here for the Redbirds. And I love the decision making there from Broly. It's not the norm, but it's certainly reasonable.
That's wild on like 3 separate aspects as well. Not only being flanked and dying there, but Broly swinging for the second kill, and then the follow-up was found while not even tapping the spike. You expect it. You said, not even going to tap it? And they didn't at all. Not even giving an indication they were going for the objective. But apparently you don't really have to if you don't want to. Bit of a tech pause really quick while we get some things sorted in the back end. But the clutch, all important. And I have to say, if there was a tech issue to happen, that was a pretty good time considering that clutch coming through.
A good time for Sac State, I would say, as well. It gives them some moments to reset themselves and get themselves back into contention here. So it was so impressive that our observer's PC crashed. It was very, very impressive indeed. But all that to say, what a great way to get on the board for the Redbirds. That's a momentum starter if I've ever seen one. piss around win and everything else, you're like, okay, we're doing well if you're Sac State, and then suddenly you get 1v3'd after basically just waltzing your way into the site for free. You do all the right things on the entry. That flash play with the flash points going through were so good on the entry. It's like, all good until you're 1v3'd, I guess.
Two separate instances of timing and a near perfect timing swing for the clutch. It looked like Brawley was cheating, considering he was looking through the wall for that kill, but I think he heard the movement in order to not only give him the information, but the know-how to swing for that frag. With this tech issue, we're going to send it to a break. We're not going to talk your ears off too much about these first 3 rounds. When we return, hopefully, the follow-up of Ascent and maybe the conclusion of this series. Game hasn't paused, but apparently you haven't missed all that much. Redbirds take their clutch victory and turn it into a follow-up now with a 5v5 with just 15 seconds left to walk into a meat grinder. It's a blender through B main, and it's to their own demise. Nice follow-up from a roll to find a double, but as chaos ensues, it's not done just yet. They have to clear out the site. Do they know Palmo's here? The answer? Not a chance. Spike's dropped. No time for Jared to even find kills, much less even try and plant that spike. As we return, Redbirds turn it into 3 consecutive rounds here on the defensive side of Ascent. Welcome back, by the way, to the Challengers Nationals Finals here in Necc. Valorant, Time to Light, still joining alongside me is Vincent. Chaos, well, just a follow-up here for Sac State as they need to call timeout.
Yeah, from one timeout into another, a technical to a tactical is the Redbirds. I mean, great stuff for them to find so much success there off the back of that clutch. I mentioned it can be a momentum starter, and it certainly seems that that's been the case. Great job as well from Palmo on the site to just stick around. It's so easy, I think, to force the issue, kind of try and help Moral, who had the Odin there in CT. A lot of players would try and force that position, would try and get themselves into a spot to try and help take that fight. Instead, just letting Moral, take the fight, win the duel, and then the time was ticking so low already, it was not a problem. So we'll see what can be cooked up for Sac State in this timeout, though. I do have some faith that they'll be able to figure something out. That said, the Redbirds looking good.
I mean, looking at that previous round, we saw all of, 20 seconds of it? But honestly, that's all of the round we needed to see. Oh my goodness. Am I seeing that right? Do you see that Odin on the floor? You see that, right? I'm not sure.
I looked away momentarily, I'm sorry.
Can we look back at Defender spawn for a couple seconds? I'm like 80% sure I see an Odin on the floor, and Marol just manually bought an Odin walking out of spawn.
That would be tragic.
I saw it on the floor next to like the little pillar there. I could be wrong, but that's just like way too many credits to give up for free.
So this is a little bit of a metagame angle type of thing, but taking your timeout into your eco round is something that a lot of teams end up doing because they want to take a timeout after you're losing an important round. But I think it's probably better to take your timeout into your gun round small thing,
Same.
but it's also very personal. It's not like there's a right and a wrong answer, but
Seems like everybody has their own response to that. I prefer timeouts into a gun round. You can make a decision and actionably do it directly after your full minute of time to make a decision. Oh, Spain takes that information, turns it into a follow-up frag, but no, Pama will find an immediate return and equalize things once more. Little bit of a weapon disadvantage here for Sac State. Nothing to really write home about, but you saw it. It was a Stinger into an Odin, and the Stinger still won. Granted, mostly based off of timing, and here's a Sheriff for Python is epic, but it seems like B is indeed the call. Lockdown dedicated. They want to try and play for this early frag, and if they can recuperate that Odin, that's a massive bane to the existence of this defensive side should they try and play aggressive.
yeah, that's probably a big reason that they're going to commit on this. I mean, also the opening pick, but Spike will go down. Cosmic Divide as well, creating some space. Now there's a lot of options for the defense to come back in 4v4.
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder used will create a little bit of space, but they use the from the shadows to get out of the Rolling Thunder. The problem is Python is epic on that flank will find a double. A double now for Prick and Broly as they return for one each, but Python is epic is not done. They will retrieve that operator and turn it into yet another frag. Sheriff comes through for how to feed as well, and that reaggression is just shut down at every turn for ISU. They could not gain that ground. Yep, there's that Odin, by the way.
Feels bad.
He bought one. That's cash they're gonna want back if you're Redbirds. Look at the cash left over from a roll.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
No,
they can't buy. What a
Yeah.
surprise!
no, gotta get it bought over by a teammate. Absolutely a big deal. That's lots of cash that they do not have. Now, Blade Storm will be used from Snelly to start things out. Still not over by any means, but a great round with limited investment. The attackers, Sac State, feeling very good about that. Their investments, I mean, they were heavy in the ultimate department, but let's be real, those are very well worth it to win a round that you were really probably, 80-20 meant to lose? So, set up now. Mid-control gathered up for Sac State, and they're going to work from there. Try and find at least some sort of opening. Right now, it's very defaulty, but I like that they've gathered a lot of space already, Sac State, and they've taken advantage and they've pushed it. Oh, that's a nice double swing, though.
It's perfect around timing as well. Snelly is gonna pop the tailwind and the updraft, but the Blade Storm, it doesn't even find damage, much less a kill. Brawley will shut down Jared, though, sitting in towards Wine Cellar. They do not have spike control, but they have a lot of control on this far side. How to Feed's gonna get the spike down on the far side of default. The generator is not safe anymore, though, with that Hunter's Fury from long range that may very well decide it. Brawley finds yet another. It's two, actually, from the A main side. And Bowie's in a 1 versus 4. They're being flanked with timing, and oh my goodness. Brawley doesn't care about the wall sitting in front of you. This is Ascent. They're made of cardboard, and you're going to die through them. ISU will turn it into a lead back again.
Yeah, by the way, what great setup from Broly. The communication as well onto that Killjoy into the Hunter's Fury. Moral pops the Hunter's Fury. You notice he doesn't get kills with it? Doesn't matter. Pushes out those players into the open, allows Broly to find both of those kills. The second and the third, and then, well, that wall bang was simply absurd. Way to respond after losing a round that is probably pretty rough to lose. They come alive. Do the Redbirds and Sac State back in the same position they were just a round ago, where they're at limited weaponry. A buy that's got some legs, but not a lot of running room.
Python already caught out with some damage. Double updraft will find absolutely nothing but thin air, and the 0 point will find information of plenty. Hunter's Fury used, and Prick is just dusted on the backside of Tetris. Python just walking in with that Blaze Storm, though, is down to a single knife as they try for that aggression, and the doors close behind them. Snelly may think that the main side of Tree is now safe, but it's not. There's still that jet inside of the general vicinity, but they're quickly taken care of. The single blade missed, but now the flank setting in. There's one, almost a second, but Jared gets caught out with timing in and of their own right. But a Nanostorm can take out that lockdown and force Brawley out into the open. Follow-ups aplenty here for the attacking side as Sac State holds W, and a thrifty round for them to come back as they tie things right back up.
It's their second thrifty round in the last 3. I mean, ridiculous considering the investments as well being made by the defense. And I gotta say, it's been a bit of a concern of mine that's now starting to really come to a head. Sac State on classics and stingers looking the best that they've really looked at all over that last map at the very least. So, pushing into this round. Last time out, it was really solid work from the Redbirds, but remember, they did have some ultimates to work from. And we'll have to see if that's going to be a consistent requirement for them to find success as another default set up. This has been a very effective default for Sac State.
And just patience over towards Wine Cellar. Oh, and Sally's just forced out in the open. Perfect utility play. A lot of the times you'll see an aftershock thrown into Wine Cellar, and if somebody doesn't immediately swing, they just look away, and then a delayed swing turns into a couple kills. But not the case. Sac State cross their T's, dot their I's, do their due diligence, and turn it into an opening frag, and then just go a different direction. Why re-aggress in the same spot when you honestly don't have to? You already have B-main control. Seems like the pistol round specials going to come through here, but Prick has seen a decent bit on that jump peak towards mid. They've seen at least 2 players, if not a third. So they may have the information to rotate should they need it, and a dark cover perfectly timed comes through as Pomo actually finds a follow-up kill. Prick one of their own as well. They're not done on the defensive side. Redbirds don't care that they don't have that man advantage. They're now up 3. They haven't lost a single player after that initial engagement, and Bowie's in a 1 versus 4. Spike down in Pizza. They have no way back in. Looking for that first frag will find it. Readjustment off the back of headshot. They're down to 8 HP though, and they're going to be re-swung. Pomo trying to play for this kill. 15 seconds left, and they can't even find a follow-up. 2 kills total found for Sac State, and one of them was just handed over.
Pomo's the key player there in this round. Gets suspicious, knows that they're losing lots of map control. They don't have B main. They really didn't have B site control, and so they had a feeling that the mid area could be pushed. It was either mid or A. There was one of the two, and Pomo regresses in towards mid, finds a kill, but that's not the key. The key is the paranoia that comes in right after that, sets Broly up for a double, picks up 2 additional frags off the back of that. That's a double assist off the paranoia for the Omen. All of that is so good from Pomo.
Eldron used, and to very little avail. They will see the fact that the jet is there. The jet honestly doesn't care, and will shoot it out with the operator, and then everybody goes back to your regularly scheduled, playing with a lack of information. Moral will use an Eldron of their own, but at this point, it's really just around unactionable information. Python is seen, but there's no real usage around the Odin, but oh, okay. Snelly swings for the opposite player. Spain caught out of position. They weren't even seen with the Owl drone on the original spot, but hey, it's still an opening pick. They will retrieve the weapon and back away, but you're happy with that if you're Redbirds.
Definitely are, and that Owl drone that didn't look so actionable initially, action taken with Snelly, just getting into position. And like you said, though Spain was the one caught out, Spain repositions to make sure to hold that angle. But in the swift moment between Spain getting into position and the other player falling back, that's where Snelly takes that spot and comes away with the shot. So, good start. Let's see if they can push it into a victory. 2 players committed here. Lots of utility inside tree, though.
But it's been taken out. They actually just shot it out of position. Only 1 Nanoswarm left over. 0 Point will find 2 players, but Pomo re-swinging from mid, this time the opposite side of that catwalk headshot angle. But Marol wants to get aggressive. Off the back of a flash, they will do so, but Bowie actually finds that frag. With the door closing, though, they may be able to stabilize the core for free, and they will. So that kill is now responded, and Broly finds a double. What in the world is that from the Killjoy? Again popping off for multiple, and How to Feed left out on an island, a peninsula, and nothing for them to be foregone. Nice kill, nice follow-up, and again, ISU playing around utility, team play, and most importantly, just swinging off coordination.
Yeah, the coordination to start there with the operator that I was talking about, that play with Snelly and Moral on the swing. That's great stuff. Little bait and switch, little maneuver there. But it's not just that. It's Pomo looking for more information and finding that, even though he goes down, it's still a lot of info that everyone's coming up from Cat. That allows Broly to tuck into the corner there up on Heaven, I believe is where Broly was located today. Just tucks into the corner, and that's where that double kill comes from. They're not checking it because they're too worried about everybody coming from short. It's all about that coordination that we're seeing from the Redbirds. Very well executed here in the last few rounds.
exactly what ISU's been looking for. Not only in this map, but back in map number 2 where they really missed it was that coordination. Throwback to map number 2, by the way, they just didn't look like they were present. They had difficulties gaining control, holding control on the defensive side, or playing around one another. That's not the case here. Fault line used, Palmo's put out into the dead center of heaven, but they don't care. Shock Dart will do the same, but Moral's waiting for the walk-in. Dark cover was perfectly timed, so there's no easy way in here for Sac State. They're going to get purple screened as they try for that aggression, with no safety net. 0 Point finds 2 players. How to feed's just on the outside of it, but honestly, it's not going to matter. Cosmic Divide's going to be used. Prick's going to be able to freely swing because it's not hindering them whatsoever. There's one, almost a second. The information gain is good enough, and trades go back and forth, but ISU, with the preset man advantage, will keep 3 players alive and put a 7th on the
Last
board.
round in the
It wasn't
half.
just one man advantage, it was 2. Snelly, great patience in mid with the operator, just hanging out, waiting for Jared to peek out top mid, and who's been pretty good on the lurk overall in general this series, just gets dumpstered there. Doesn't have a chance to take a shot, and that's why the advantage that the Redbirds had was so strong, is because they had that initial shot that Palmo put together, and then the one from Snelly. There was nothing more to be done. Sac State had no more position. They had to commit, and they commit to a smoke into the waiting arms of the defense. Final round of the half. It could be 8-4, 7-5 best case here for Sac State.
For trying for a timing shot, we'll find very little, but there's a lot of utility set up around this market door exit. That mid to B is a consistent staple of this setup. Rolling Thunder actually finds 2 players there. Sound Q over towards stairs, though, and the walk-in just is completely unsuccessful. They don't clear out the close side of Tetris. Broly finds a double because of it. Python as Epic Shore finds a refrag. They still have pizza control as well. Does Palmo clear this? They don't have to, but they do in the second attempt. How do you win that fight if you're Palmo? The answer? Who the heck cares? They've done so anyway, and they're now repositioning over towards tiles. Do they find the timing? They do, but only around the updraft, and Bowie's actually able to find a follow-up kill because of it. Utility damage. Follow-up damage with a gun, but they're going to A, and 2 players are already on the full rotation. They're going to get beat. This is a problem for Sac State. This round's over. It's done and dusted. The walkthrough actually,
it's
Bowie
not.
finds damage. Wait a second. Brawley's now left a clutch on this side, and they're shut down just the same. And a 1 versus 1 is a spike plant almost a certainty, but no guarantee in terms of safety.
Oh, and look at the position as well of this spike plant. On the other side of Jenny, but Bowie with an incredible 4th shot to find that final frag.
Switching sides.
7-5 will indeed be guaranteed, and that's very scary actually for the Redbirds. As much as I've been giving them so much credit, that was a huge mistake. They allowed themselves to be 1v1 after, every single time. Actually 2v1 to be fair, because Sac State were playing together very well. And just individuals taking those duels. Palmo, I'll give him a pass. That's the first of them. Fair enough, right? But after that, there's no reason for everybody to be peeking one by one. Just get the information and then play the post plant.
I would like to see Snelly just sit on heaven, playing around Brawley, rather than just dropping and giving themselves away for not only information, but you're not going to win a fight if you're in midair, unless you're right-clicking with a classic, playing with a shorty, any other shotgun, or you are the most lucky player in the history of first-person shooters. You're not going to hit those shots. It's just not going to happen. And the problem there was giving yourself up for not nearly free, but mostly free. Let's be real with each other.
TTL.
Redbird's going to do the try to do the same thing. Yeah.
They're doing the thing.
I saw it. They're doing the same thing. For context, Vincent said that the collegiate special is mid to B here on Ascent. They're not going to be caught up by that recon bolt. Oh, no.
Oh, that's actually massive. There's a ton of util to 1B. Maybe that can be enough. But
It's only on main, though.
I mean, that's true. Yeah, won't be very effective considering that. Now they know what's going down, but they're going to evacuate, actually. They've spotted something that they didn't like in Palmo. I love that. It's a nice find. Aftershock will go through. Flashpoint to follow it. As Bowie wants to get a timing, he's going to try and do so, but Snelly is so prepared, so ready. And it's a bit of a fake. The mid-B split looked so very good, really. But it's back to A, and look at the HPs for Sac State. It's so low.
Spain didn't matter. If they had low HP, they were quickly taken out by a headshot. But there's a return from Jared. Python's Epic on 70 health. It's 2 or 3 shots, or 1 to the head of Marol. 2 versus 2 as that chaos is now calmed down a little bit, but Prick still tucked into this close corner on the drop. Looking for the frag, will find it. A 1 versus 2 now for Python. They need more headshots. and they're only going to be returned upon Pomo with the opening and the closing kill of this pistol round, and the Redbirds JV squad goes 1 for 2 on pistols in yet another map. They have not lost an attacking pistol, though, so you gotta say, credit where credit's due.
An impressive way to start the second half off, and that's been something to note, right? Second half, getting a good start has been a really big indicator for success, generally speaking. We'll see what the Redbirds can do with this. We're going to see any of that crazy back and forth shenanigans that we saw at times elsewhere. There is, a couple of upgrades to these pistols for the defense. Sac State giving themselves at least a chance at success. There'll only be one player on the site, though. That's Spain, who's quickly being joined. Oh my goodness, what a shot that was.
But Spain and Bowie, wait a second. The Frenzy's just putting everything into said Frenzy. The swing from Bowie finds a follow-up, but there is an immediate return. A 2 versus 2, but a 2v1 as a spike is being planted. But Prick wins the all-important fight, but is quickly taken care of by a classic. Jared left alone. Only a classic still in their hands, has to contend with the Bulldog that has been retrieved, and long-range fights generally would favor the Bulldog, and in this case, they do just that. No wild 1v2, unfortunately, from the free gun in the game, and Redbirds JV do indeed win the conversion, but in nearly the most expensive way possible.
An awful close round, though. I mean, that is very scary, I think, if you are the Redbirds. Timeout actually being called by Sac State, ironically enough. And I think I saw that ISU are going to go for just the pistols this round. I don't know that if they have the money for the rifles, I kind of prefer them just buy rifles. I know this is like the meta, but I've long been a proponent that if you are going to do this, why not just buy fully this round? And if you win, you're good. And then if you don't, then you buy the Sheriff's next round.
So I like this decision from them because it gives them the fullest extent of possibilities to buy utility now. Not have to use utility now, but still have more than enough to buy next round. If they win, they have more than enough of an economy. If they lose, it's the same situation, but inverted, as you mentioned. Sheriffs now rather than sheriffs later. And you have more of a shot now with better weaponry, better utility in both rounds, and worst comes to worst, you lose and it costs you a little bit. That, or they just hate me and they're going to switch things up. It looks like they're going to stick with that, but give over the rifle to Pomo, have Brawley play with a Sheriff and no shields whatsoever. Everyone else has Sheriff and half shields at that. Pomo even degrades down to shields as well. And, yeah, I don't think rifles are going to save you there. 1v5. For the only player who walked into this one with a rifle. I don't know if I like Pomo's chances, but hey, never say never.
To be fair, the strategy of this round wasn't ideal. Just they were hoping to get a fast push towards B, and they found Python with a rifle in hand that was just not missing at all, ever. So,
Pomo. 32 health. That is one shot to most weapons in the game. At least most rifles in the game. They don't have Spike. They don't have From the Shadows to gain the Spike. If they pick up an ult orb, a kill, and maybe a follow-up, that's where this becomes risky. But what do you do here if you're Pomo? Serious question. Do you just try and play for kills? Economic damage? Do you just save the rifle?
I mean, you could save the rifle. That's not ever a bad decision in like a 1v5 scenario, but damage is usually going to be the name of the game here. Especially with 4 alive, it's typically going to be hard to save this weapon, but they're not actually searching. Python will pick up the quad kill, though. Very nicely done. First gun round for Sac State is about as good as it gets. A little 4K for your Jet, Confidence Builder, and Bladestorm, just in case things get dicey in the coming rounds as well.
Here's where those guns really set in, though. Two sides to a similar coin, not the same by any means. I mean, there's two separate schools of thought. Both of them lead to a same generalized conclusion. Sheriffs in a single rifle in one round, or full rifles in a different one. You never really know what the definitive correct answer is, nor is there, depending on the squad you ask. But with Sac State winning that, Redbirds are still going to be able to fully infest. Wasn't really a bonus round, to be completely honest with you. So this is, again, the first real gun round of the half. Comes down to whether the Redbirds can find that opening. Sound cue already given over with the ultimate orb being retrieved. How to Feed's playing on the backside of Triple as well, and they've already popped the Nebula. They do not want to play for a straight-up gunfight in the early stages, but they may not have a choice.
Got a suppression. On to How to Feed. Position will be a gain.
Goes bye-bye.
Oh, but unfortunately, information not so much for Pomo. From the shadows, Python has continued to find success.
Wow.
We'll pick up 2 more with Prick on the site, but now very much isolated. We'll get a spike plant at the very least. We should, unless there's a spam that's good enough. But Broly, you got to bring it back. I feel like he is that fellow.
Window's already open. Watch out for that. They are watching it, so Broly does not have a safety net through, but they may be playing for timing. Timing may very well get the better of them. Booby turns away at the worst possible time. There's the timing setting in, and Broly will find a 3K because of it. The flank is all that remains. The Odin comes through, but it does not find the kill. Low HP for both players. Prick on a single point of health, all things considered. Shock dart around the corner, but it doesn't find line of sight. It may not matter. Nanoswarm now on top of the spike. A follow-up is there. The Odin needs to find the kill, and will do so. Somehow a clutch from both sides, but in the end, Spain's is more impactful. Sac State will win the gun round, and a clutch from Spain's what sets them to do so.
I hate to say it, but Broly did a little trolling right there. This is so phenomenal. But then a boneheaded decision to make this to continue this fight. Like why is this fight being taken there? There's no reason to do so. Think maybe he heard the audio cue of the shock dart. That's the only thing I can think of, but it ends up being his undoing. From hero to 0 in that round for Broly. Gave him a chance to win the round, and then unfortunately made a mistake that cost it.
That's a fight you're gonna want back if you're Broly there. Could have been a 4K, could have been a round victory. Patience is what it should have been. Well, we may never know what it would have been. That's the real woulda, coulda, shoulda here for the Redbird side. The aggression still coming through. Blade Storm in lieu of a regular weapon. Does Snelly clear the corner? My answer's probably no, and they don't. They have no information as to its whereabouts, but he still finds the kill! What is that? Spain somehow finds a double of their own, but Snelly's not done. There's going to be a spike plant here in the A site. Again, a clutch situation required. A 2 versus 3 rather than 2v4, and all 3 players are already in the general vicinity. This is more than likely here for the Redbirds, and by no means is this a secured round. Python as Epic has already popped the Blade Storm of their own. Shorty to take care of that Nano Swarm, and a 1v3 now for Snelly. They've run out of time, they've run out of line of sight, and now they've run out of health. Holding W with a judge in hand. Smokes be damned. Sac State brings it back to within 1.
Good recovery here from Sac State. Huge clutches as well, back and forth. The outset of this half has been
Get these idiots.
the setup now
Gun
in place with the guns back in the hands of the Redbirds for ISU. They've got a chance to interrupt what's been 3 rounds in a row. 3 very competitive rounds at that, but 3 in a row nonetheless. And you can see how competitive it's been by the fact that, I mean, it's not like there's a ton of cash. There's some good cash left for Sac State after 3 rounds, but it's not out of control. We'll see what is the plan. Hunter's Fury going to be held on to defensively, I'd imagine, for the lockdown, which means that there's an ult command of the lockdown available for free for the Redbirds. They could use that in any fashion that they wish.
Maybe you see the pistol round special here? Do they try and take mid? I don't think Python knows that the front side of mid's already been taken. Dark cover thrown, far angle, just to make sure you've reinforced that real estate. But Python, now with that known information, will just look to play for an early frag. They've surprisingly not been caught by that firebolt for information, but they may not care. Lockdown already used. They want to try and go over towards B. At least that would indicate what they're doing with this setup, and they do. Snelly's walked in. Cloudburst low. Recon will be shot out, or at least covered with the Cloudburst, and Snelly's just going to walk in. They don't care, nor does Spain, but only to their own demise. Early frag and a man advantage early here for the Redbirds as they get that spike down.
This is great for Sac State, but good clearance. Pomo, doesn't matter that he's clear with the aftershock. The pre-fire on the buoy is absurd. The Hunter's Fury gathers further information as it will be all over for Python. That shrouded step enough as Pomo has been outrageously good in some of these rounds. That's another one there where he takes everything on his own.
I don't know if you remember this. Like 10 rounds ago, there was an aftershock used to clear Snelly on Jet out of Wine Cellar. And
Yes,
Python
I
as
remember.
Epic was holding it with the operator. I talked about it where you use the aftershock, and most of the time you actually fully clear it, but sometimes you just throw it there, and if nobody immediately swings, you don't pay attention to it. That's exactly what happened with Pomo there. They throw the aftershock, immediately Bowie looks away after a quarter of a second of nobody swinging. And then Pomo finds a double there, turns into a 3K. That may very well have been the round right there. You clear the Omen properly, you wait an extra full second, 1 second, and you may win the round there. That's a difference maker in mid. And that's a problem that Sac State has just hindered their entire set of momentum that they have built up, painstakingly so, off the back of maybe a single
this.
controller in mid.
They've made this perfect call. There's nobody here
No way.
at the B site. I don't know what information they got that made this call work, but it's perfect. The only problem with it is that they have one option, and that's the null command. They need to put this null command into place at the right time in order to ensure that Sac State can't use all of these ults, and they've already started.
The null command has been immediately responded with. That's perfect timing on the second one. Surprisingly, they do indeed use the Cosmic Divide from distance, and Jared's trying this flank in through mid. It's going to work, but do they catch out Pomo? That's the real question. Timing getting the better of them, and they lose the fight! Pomo somehow responds, and the door's been opened as they walk in. They will follow up with a double as well. Somehow the Redbirds find all the timing in the world. Father Time apparently went to Illinois State, as they're 2 away from closing out Nationals.
That is absurd. I cannot believe that we saw that. I mean, Jared just needs to hit that shot. I think it was Jared, if I'm not mistaken, on the flank through mid. And Palmo just adjusts well enough. Like, the timing on him coming through the Cosmic Divide, like, that's just timing. But, unfortunately, whiffing that shot, that's something that is all up to Jared. It happens, but it's not a good time for it to come to fruition. Now, just one round away from series point, from national finals point, actually. They're going to pick up the pace. The Redbirds electing to just flash drive straight out, doubly so, actually.
Got one.
It's Broly in mid. I don't even know how Broly gets there or how that duel happens, but it's 2 to the good for the defense, or rather for the offense of the Redbirds, and they have control.
I think that may be it. That could very well close things out. 2v3, 2v4 actually.
no.
Oh, timing. Bowie had a gun out, and as soon as they're swung, they bring out the flashpoint. I swear,
Match point.
timing usually goes 50-50. The furthest extent is 60-40 to one team. It's been 90-10 for the Redbirds, at least in the second half here. They've just shown up at seemingly every time it's been given to them. That one, pun intended, and it's just been so many problems for Sac State. They need 4 in a row here, and they just don't have that overall consistency nor singular pop-off potential on a consistent enough basis to bring themselves back into this. Their defense needs opening kills, and when they don't find them, they're just collapsed.
I think this has been a situation, though, where the Redbirds are making their own timing. They're creating these situations in a lot of cases. Sometimes it's unlucky, but other times it's the Redbirds finding a little bit of an opening, using their game sense to great control. They're going to remove what is the only defensive mid for now. Nebula goes up in order to further defend, to dissuade anyone who wants to go through immediately, but that's going to fall away temporarily. And so, let's see where they go from here.
A feed sitting in the corner. Bowie will throw in a fault line and a flash point, at least a few seconds delayed from one another. Gravity well, aftershock, the kitchen sink, the whole 9 yards, everything thrown out towards mid, all to do 30 damage. And what in the world is Jared doing?
Well, I thought he had the Nebula there. It goes down. Thought he had a bot. That wasn't good. So now Spain all alone. Pushed from a couple different directions, but he'll stand tall. With Snelly falling, he needed more than just the one, though.
Spike plant, 4v3. Oh my goodness, Pomo on the full flank. That's gonna do it. Pomo finds a double from heaven on A. That is gross from ISU. They use the From the Shadows to bait out Boathouse, and then sit on a site to flank on a site take. I don't know what the heck they're doing there, nor how the heck it works, but it did, so who cares?
A very well-played map of Ascent, I think you could say. The amount of times that Sac State didn't have anybody on the site, or they had one player on the site, was pretty consistent. So good decision-making on where they were going when they were on the attack side, and ISU even further. They just kind of had the clutch factor as well. Whenever it came down to the clutch performances, there was some good moments from Sac State, but as a whole, it felt like whenever I was looking at a clutch scenario and it was Redbirds down, I always felt like they had a very high probability of at least making it plausible, if at least it being close. And that wasn't always true for Sac State. And while that's certainly not scientific, it absolutely was the feeling I was getting, and that carries over to the players in the server.
I think the consistent factor you talked about, where ISU was at least in the conversation for a round victory more often than not, was the difference maker here. That had to be the change that was required for Sacramento State. They just didn't have it. They didn't gain what they needed to in the earlier stages of most of these rounds, and the lost early round gunfights was the main bane of their existence. They were already down. Sure, they were coming back sometimes, but ISU at least giving themselves that early gained first kill, second kill, sometimes even third, that's what gave them enough more often than not.
That it was. With that, we say congratulations. Now, challengers, national champions for the NECC Valorant are the ISU Redbirds, their JV squad. Fantastic stuff. Big congratulations and, of course, commiserations to Sac State Gold, who played a very good game, very competitive game. Just to be entirely clear, that Haven map going 16-14, that just kind of goes to show this could have been the other direction pretty significantly. If you go to a couple overtimes, that's always the case. With that said, it is just about time for us to say goodbye. It's been a pleasure, though. Myself, Vincent, alongside Time Delight. We're going to have two other fantastic casters in Marks and Orbital coming in for the next set of games. We have got one more best of 5 tonight, so stick around.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back. It's the NECC Nationals. That's right. My name is Marks. This is Orbital, and how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. It's been a while since we've been here, and I know it's been a pretty crazy couple months, but I'm excited. We're back from Valorant.
Yeah, it's going to be, well, hey, we're in our Champions Division, so that means that we're getting the top tier. And of course, because this is actually the final, that means that we're in a best of 5 scenario. That's right, it all comes down to this. See which one of these schools is going to be the best. And we've got an amazing game in front of us. It's going to be OC Esports going up against the Carleton Ravens. And right off the bat, I mean, these are two squads that have been doing pretty darn well throughout the season.
Yes, they have, and honestly, it was phenomenal to watch them. I think we've only seen OC Esports and Carleton Ravens a few times. Not you and I specifically, but I believe they have been featured. But the records that they came into the Nationals with was very, very interesting. Taking a look at OC Esports, Oklahoma Christian University, they won their conference. They were the conference champion with a 7-2 season record, and then they went on to, of course, make it here into the Nationals playoffs. So they are doing phenomenally on their own. Entry, Instinct, Nisao, Glyph, and Eli, of course, rounding out their roster.
Yeah, but you know, the Carleton Ravens, they're nothing to really sneeze at either. If we head over there and take a look at their roster, we've got Riv, Oz, Rayano, Niner, and Sushi coming in here. And I think that this is going to be a pretty interesting squad. Previously, in their last match, to make it into the finals, they actually kind of swept the floor. They went 16-14 in the first map, but then a measly little 13-4. So, you know what? They're coming in, and they're coming in kind of hot off of their last matchup.
And the fact that they actually came into from their conference in the spring at a 5th to 8th place, yes, they were open into the Nationals. I believe they were able to make it in just barely, right? Like right by that cutoff point. The fact that they were able to make it in and to make this massive run, I think speaks a lot to their integrity and a lot to their actual skill level. So I'm very, very excited to see what they can do. It's a battle of Heartland versus Ontario. Carleton Ravens from Ontario Division and OC Esports versus coming in for the Heartland squad.
You know, I'm so happy that Carleton's here. I mean, listen, I've got friends who went to Carleton. I'm up in Ontario right now, so they got to make sure to represent. We're going to quickly walk you through the map picks and bans because this is a best of 5. That means that we're guaranteed at least 3 maps. The first one we're going to be starting off on is going to be Lotus. Then we're moving into Ascent, Bind, Haven, and of course Pearl if we do need it. But it's all going to kick off first on Lotus, and Carleton's going to be starting us out on our defense.
I love that, by the way. I love the fact that we are getting Lotus just off the rip, right? And yes, in a best of 5, you are normally going to get some crazy maps. You know, it's bound to happen. But the fact that we're getting it first, right? That's what makes me very, very happy. I love the fact that they are going ham right off the bat, and this is going to set the tone, right? This is absolutely going to set the tone for the rest of the match. These teams do not want to mess around. They do not want to have to deal with anything of the sort, and they want to get a huge dub to start things off. The fact is, as well, if you haven't practiced Lotus, you're not going to have a good time. I don't care what anyone says. You're not going to have a good time in this map. So, you know, it can be a little bit crazy. And I believe it was, of course, OC Esports map pick itself, as Carleton were the ones that chose defense.
Yeah, and you know what, it is really interesting, and you bring up an excellent point talking about the level of preparation that you need to come in with Lotus. We even see some of the higher level teams still struggling to really get a grasp onto how to necessarily play this map. And so the fact that it gets chosen right off the bat, to me, that says that OC Esports, they've got to come in with some sort of strategy. We know some of the basic stuff, you know, you expect to see a lot of shenanigans happening on that C side, making their way over onto a very early fight happening around there. But as these teams have kind of continued to play through this, we've seen the door open for a lot more difference in kind of how things get run through. And right off the bat, worth mentioning, we're playing on that new patch note, which means that Chamber is viable yet again. And right off the bat, we might be seeing the Frenchman himself make an appearance on Lotus.
Yeah, I love the fact that they tweaked him a little bit. They're like, yeah, we're sorry. We're real sorry about what just went down. We'll give a little bit back, and then they gave a decent amount back. So for those that may not be completely up to date with what's going on, they made a little bit of a buff to the Rendezvous. Rendezvous now from 0.7 seconds to 0 seconds in terms of a quick time for the post-teleport lockout. And trademark, of course, the range has increased again that you can actually disable. So it is nice. You can actually float a little bit further. For them, they specifically said, I think, lurking is what they like to go by. It is just nice overall quality. And then, of course, the big kicker, 2 out of 4s can actually fire faster now, which is nice in its own right. It's like I can actually empty a clip without feeling like it's half the round gone. It feels great.
Yeah, I mean, they really rolled that one back because of the 2 to 4s. Used to fire a little bit too fast, if you ask me. But obviously, they've nerfed it so that it went down to the normal operator speed. But it's been re-increased a little bit, not to how fast it was before, but that little bit is makes quite a difference. And of course, the trademark having such a wide range now makes it a lot more viable for, you know, getting that piece of information, which is so essential to a lot of these Sentinel utility packages coming into the map. But all right, we're loaded in now. Carleton Ravens also going to be bringing in a chamber of their own, and we're going to be seeing them start out on our defense here. What's interesting already, I'm noticing, they're already getting ready to just hard stack C.
Yes, and I will say this. I love this about teams that run pistols. I will say this all the time. I don't care what strategies you have. I don't care if you play defaults. And I will never be upset about that, right? I will never be upset about people running a default, lineup, get the first pick, get the second, but I will always favor a team that loves to stack. I love teams that stack up, that send it, whether you're on defense or offense, and this is how you do it.
Yeah, a lot of information already gained throughout that haunt. Paranoia comes through, everything's gone, and Dark for Boreano doesn't matter. Still able to find 1 kill. Entry trades it right back, though. It's not the best start for OC Esports. Their spike is down into a weird spot, but the Ravens have been really narrowed down here, and already we're seeing those flanks start to come through. Things are going to get tough for the Ravens.
Ooh, and it really depends on how well can they look at everything, and how well will OC be able to actually swing properly. They need to peek all at the same time, and they are going to. Nisao easily walks their way in, grabs a second, or at least watches a friend grab it. And OC, even though the spike is in a weird spot, they had the perfect flank. You saw that read around, and that is the downside of doing the rush. As I was saying before, I love rushes. I love when people group up and just gun check each other, because it comes down to like a skill diff is the best way I put it. But there is beauty in being able to spread yourself out, and the default spread from A and B, the lurkers that they sent out, OC Esports, able to gather 1 round.
Yep, an important one to kind of start things off here. Also, too, when you kind of force out those rushes, right, you expect the Ravens to have a little bit of the upper hand, given the fact that they can use their utility to really just catch their opponents off guard. But not necessarily the case this time around. They're going to try it yet again. A little bit of a Marshall for Riv. Keep him at bay, but it's not going to be enough here. And worth mentioning, we do actually see Entry come in with a Vandal as well. So a little bit of a heavy investment onto the second round.
I mean, I can agree with that one, and the Bulldog crying out as well, but this rapid fire is going to do some work, but Niner's able to find 1 just straight through that smoke. Beautiful hole right there, but they grab the 1 frag, and all of a sudden, OC Esports have to walk their way out. They say, we can't challenge that. It's a rough time to have. Feels really, really bad.
Absolutely, but look at all this space that Glyph has been able to grab. This is going to be a nice and easy plant coming through here for OC Esports. A great way for them to really just, get their spike down and really plant their feet into the ground. It's going to be this 5v4 retake. Hopefully OC is going to be prepared for this one.
So far, it doesn't look too bad. They're taking their time, and you can see the deep lurk coming in from attacker spawn. Niner able to find Yanel. Now look at this flame. This could be big. Instinct, though, is able to find 1 back. There is that massive shot. The Marshall finds a body. Now Instinct has to make the best of a bad situation, but can't do too much. Carleton Ravens say not a chance, and they take it right back. Beautiful job to go 1-1.
And hey, let's remember for a second how I started out this round saying that there was a little bit of an investment coming in from OC Esports. That one's gotta hurt and honestly bite them in the back quite a bit, because now they've more or less just handed over all their weaponry to the Ravens. And so even though that this is a quote-unquote bonus for this squad, they're kind of armed to the tooth here. We are going to be seeing Rayano buy up a Phantom here, the only person to have died on that last round. But generally speaking, they're 100% going to be able to outgun the other squad. Glyph will be coming in with a hero rifle as well. But otherwise, it's just a couple of sheriffs across the board. They're going to have to play a little bit smart if OC Esports want to be able to win this round. And already they're taking some space on A, leaving that Omen on the flank watch. But Carleton Ravens are moving out aggressively, and they've already found entry.
Oh, and Riv says, give me that kill. Beautiful shot around the corner.
Oh, no way.
Of course, that was a hold all the way there in V Pillars. Now on the top side, Glyph says, nah, we ain't doing this today. OC Esports want to run this round back and quickly take back their advantage. Very, very nice plant with a player advantage, and Yanel just mows them down. Ain't no chance for Niner and Oz. Sushi, though, gonna find one through the wall, down to a 3v2. Can Carlton Ravens do it?
Sushi looking around, trying to find those heads, but not quite able to get that. Riv, though, just around the corner, close and personal. Now is a Spectre as well. Goes for the dash around, is able to spot out one, not able to confirm the kill, and it will be a headshot that's going to shut Riv down. OC Esports, they turn it right back onto them. Well, you know what? That hero rifle really came in clutch during that round.
It's just, it was a nice touch, you know. That is one of those moments where you're like, hey, you know, you ain't gonna do this to us again. But because of how the rounds came out, it is a little bit of a sticky situation. You can see the buy difference coming in. Oz sitting there with that massive Odin in flank, and then Rayano just like, I have a pea shooter. Give me a little bit of a kill. So I love that fact. It's a little bit of disproportion, but the Ravens, I think, are going to hold their own. You can see the deep field out, 2-1-2, very default. I don't know any other way to say it. Maybe a basic default, if you will. It's up to OC Esports to break open with their Vandals.
Already, Hunt gonna come in, immediately shot down. Blaze Storm activated. Yanel flies up, looking for something, lands on top of the boxes, looking for a head, is able to just spot the shoulder of somebody. Meanwhile, Riv on the other side, able to find one. The spray through. Rayano picked the right tool for the job. Not able to necessarily secure the kill, but Oz is gonna do just fine. Seekers are gonna be activated. Immediately shot out here as Niso goes around for the corner, pops that Leer around. His Glyph is now swinging around as well, but it is gonna be the Odin from up top. Oz, though, is caught in an uncomfortable position, able to relocate safely, barely hop skipping away, and now OC Esports are just down to 2 here, but at least they have site control, so we should be able to see them get that spike down.
Spike down is one thing, and I mean, the Ravens don't want to take any chance. They're saying the exact same thing as you. Hey, let them get the plant. That's okay. We have the man advantage. We can try and play it out, but you can't win it out if you don't hit the shots. Nisao sends Rib to the gray. Beautiful headshot there, and now down to a 2v2. All of a sudden, OC Esports, not only do they have the player advantage, but they have even more. Plant, kills, and one more. Shot through the box. Niner gets some little bit of damage. But now, in the crossfire position, you have to peek one more time. That trigger discipline right now on Instinct will not yield the kill, but it will yield it to Nisao. Nisao with 4. 3 rounds to OC Esports.
And this is an interesting little compositional difference that we're seeing on the table right now. OC Esports decided to go with that double duelist rollout. Meanwhile, the Carlton Ravens, they decided to play things a little bit safe and bring out the Breach onto the field. And Breach, honestly, does have a lot of utility that really helps things out. But right now, OC Esports, they're playing a little bit more aggressively. When they move in, they're moving in for the kill. And that's when Reyna's kit really comes alive. Yanel is doing a fantastic job of getting that space on that jet pick, but we're seeing Nisao just come in and be able to secure the kills. And so that's what's really important, especially too when they go into these brawls. Already, though, it's going to be up close and personal. Yanel able to find one. Nisao just goes around the corner, pops that Empress, is able to find yet another, and now they're just moving in. They're absolutely bloodthirsty. And just like that, it's all up to Rayano in a 1v5 situation, but there is no rest for the Wicked. Nisao goes down, and Rayano just looks the other way and is going to shadow step away.
Ooh, that one hurts. You know, you're like, oh man, oh no, I don't got this. Of course, it is a save round, as you were saying, so this is more or less the expected result. So, hey, you got 1 kill. That's going to be nice. But Niso, of course, leading the charge, looking for a chance at another. And you know what? OC Esports, they're just like, yeah, this is perfectly fine. We have no issues with this. This is the next big one. For the Ravens, you are now down 3 rounds, and you lost 1 gun round so far. Let's see what you can do with a couple ults in your back pocket as well. The Fade ready to go with that Nightfall, and then the From the Shadows. Great repositioning tools if you need to get around your opponent. Not a terrible idea to give sights as well and try those re-entries, but of course on Lotus it's kind of notorious for being difficult to actually get into some of these sites. So, you know, it really swings either way.
And honestly, the Ravens right now are doing a fantastic job of playing that A defense, but Glyph just goes for a dirty peek, and Riv already dropped to the ground. Meanwhile, that's completely opened the door for the rest of OC to be able to claim that B site. It's going to be traded back. The Nightfall is going to be activated. Yanel finds a trade as Rayano goes in deep. Instinct, though, still able to get the spike down, just disappears inside of the shadows, but Glyph pops around the corner, operator in hand. Shots don't miss. And just like that, it's 2v3, but a very particular flank coming through from entry is going to be enough to shut Sushi down, and OC Esports are in their stride. It's now 5-1.
Careful.
This is what I was saying, right? This is what I was saying earlier. If you're not experienced on the map, these are types of rounds that will come out. It will feel hopeless. And that one is OC just feeling fully in control. They had no problems taking those swings. You could even see it, right? The players rushing forward. Glyph, head on a swivel, by the way, with that off. No worries at all. I loved every bit of it. Now they get to continue. It's into a save round once again. Riv tempting a buy. I don't think you're going to, so you know what? Save it up. That's going to be a quick snap. Sushi cannot land the shot, but you know what? A nice attempt nonetheless.
And if anything, that gives a bit of information as to where that operator could be hanging out. Already, though, Yanel able to open things up with a pick onto Oz to start things out. This time around, we're seeing OC Esports. They've tried for the C site, been mostly unsuccessful, and so they've pivoted over to A and B, but this time around, they're going to get exactly what they want. Glyph going around the corner yet again, but swaps at the wrong moment. Briano is now going to have all the cash, has that operator in hand. As the Ravens, they might try to attempt this. Sushi still with the 2 to 4s, popping around this corner, looking for an opportunity. 4 more bullets remain, and they've got yet another operator to play around with. It's going to be the Paranoia coming in first. It's traded right back. Yanel from up top now goes completely unchecked. And it's going to be an absolute menace from up top. Instinct able to find yet another, and Riano just decides to save that operator. 2 to 4 was able to get some value, but you know what? Just have that operator for next round, and hopefully that chamber can pop off.
Hopefully being the key word here. Hopefully, because this chase is on, and that's going to be around the corner. Niso said, say my name. Shorty to the face as it's 6 rounds, guns cleaned out. And now it's just a full buy kind of rush here. You can see Carlton Ravens just going, we got to do something, right? Odin right back out. You tried just about everything. Now you tried the default, you tried the stack, you've tried even rushing over there on the A site. There's so many other things that you have tried so far, and now it's just like, well, dang, maybe we need a timeout. Maybe we need to take a little bit of time to kind of think and figure out where we're going wrong, because at this point, OC Esports feel like they have it in the bag.
All the confidence booming. Sushi starting it out with the pick on the Glyph. That's a good confidence booster. Riv able to trade it back as well. It's going to make you feel nice and proud about your jet abilities, despite how things have looked previously. OC Esports on the back heel this time. 3v5. Already down 2 members. And the Ravens, their aggression finally rewards them. And there's a lot of utilities going to have to be used if they even want to get anywhere on the site.
You can see the cheat up, and not just that, OC Esports kind of spread out deep, and the Ravens are so happy about those quick picks. The question is, how hard do they want to push? Niner saying, I don't even need to push. I'm going to wait back, and I agree with this call. You have the player advantage, and you can just wait for them to try and plant in. It's either a one-person setup, but Niso said, hey, I'm going to even the score up here. It's going to be C-side kind of exposed, and EC gets wrapped around, and all of a sudden, B-side is completely free with the Seekers seeking him out.
And this is something I'm noticing about OC Esports' style. They like to spread themselves out. We're constantly seeing that flank be such a key factor, especially in the post plant. But this time around, it benefited them to be able to take the site. Rolling Thunder coming through here, but entry completely not checked at all. Able to get one for free, and now things are not looking good for the Ravens. Niso able to find Niner as well. Oz with the Odin in hand immediately gets struck into the grave. That's going to be OC Esports. They hold on. They lose too early, but it doesn't even phase them for a second.
There's just a moment where you say, yeah, this is their map. They're showing up here. They said, we know this map by heart. Niso crushing it right now. 11, 3, and 2. A beauty of a score as the Ravens are still scrambling. You can see it there. Going for those hero rifles once again. And at this point, I say take that time out. Figure out what's going on. Take your time, or at least do it next round. I really would like to see them try and slow down things and take a breather, right? Take that minute, say, okay, what do we need to change? How do we need to change it? And what will change to give us the best chance at finding a better opportunity down the road? Because at this point, Glyph and the squad are rolling through these.
Bowling's a little bit of an understatement here. Niso good for yet another Riv trying to make something happen, but immediately gets shut down. Just looking for an opportunity to use that Blade Storm, but it might be a little bit too late. Riano, last member alive. And we're seeing such a familiar offense come in through OC Esports. They spread themselves out. 2 and 2, 2 on A, 2 on C. And they're somehow always going to be good for those picks. And quite frankly, the Ravens have yet to really find anything that can help counter that attacking style. That's why OC Esports are now up 8-1.
Oh, and it's moving a lot quicker than I think the Ravens would actually like. You can see here, either that or they've resigned themselves to just, yeah, we're not going to be able to hang on. But you can also see here now a little bit of a deeper fade into the A side. 3-4 currently stacked there, completely negating this B side inside of mid. Just saying, nah, we ain't going to deal with that today. And so if B main were opted to be hit here, that could be a crazy changeup. Instinct though, saying let's go with the default once again. Nice little blind instinct. Gonna be pushed up as it is over there on route, just getting shoved up by the rest of the Ravens.
Riv getting closer and closer. Uh-oh. It's all gonna come down to this. Riv tempted to just go around the side. The timing is going to be good. Riv able to at least find Instinct as another flashpoint comes through, but Yanel, through the spam, is able to find something. That shot comes through in order to just slow things down for a second, but Lear in hand, Carlton Ravens make the right call and back out of there. OC Esports going to have to use a lot of utility to make some moves forwards, but they'll do just that. Niner on the other side. I don't know that they're going to be expecting this one. They might potentially be doing that as soon as that Cloudburst expires. It's going to be pandemonium on the point. Niner at least able to find one, but does get traded back, and now it's down to this 3v3 situation. Entry trying to move through. Rayano's shoulder just found around the corner as that little Empress glow will help give that information away. 3v3 now.
Oh man, Oz is able to find one, but Niso sends it right back. 2v2. We know what happens here. And inside of the Empress, you are perfectly okay with backing out here. I love this call. Hey, let's get the plant down. We know we're up against that bop, and we don't need to worry about it right now, right? You can go ahead, drag the opponents into your own play, which I really, really do appreciate. So now the Ravens have to bring this op into close quarters, which is not going to be the most optimal scenario. And this is what it allows. Glyph finds Oz, and Sushi is all alone. Do you concede this? I mean, I wouldn't be upset if you did. Look at this. Sushi just says, no worries. Headhunter is out. 4 shots. Oh, and you hear the teleport, so now you feel like they're around a different corner.
Oh, and I just want to comment on this plant spot. At this point, Sushi understands this is not going to be winnable, going to be opting to the save. But keep in mind, the last 2 agents that were left standing on the field was going to be that chamber and that fade. No smokes available whatsoever. So that's the reason why OC Esports, that was such a smart plant spot, because if they have to do that, they're going to have to hang out in that corner, and you can just double swing around the side and guarantee that victory. It's a little bit different, a little bit unconventional, but it works out fantastically as long as there's no presence of smokes to be able to shut down any of those sight lines. So very well played by OC Esports, and this is now 9-1. Listen, the boulder, it's been pushed down the hill and it's picking up speed.
I think it's already about halfway down, right? And all of a sudden it found the cliff, just took a huge nosedive, like terminal velocity at this point. And I will say in FPS, it is so nice that you actually do get the chance to actually bounce back. It is kind of that mental, not mental reset, but the reset of equipment. And that's one way to do it. Sushi has been able to find some of these opening frags, and it's actually been one of their star points. They are able to find, that first blood, be able to grab that kill, and then roll it into some others, but they need to follow up here. You get the kill, and now you chase this. I really do like Sushi grabbing a second. And do you look towards mid? One of the big things that OC Esports have been able to do is flank. They've been able to out-rotate on a map that they know like the back of their hand. This is the Ravens saying, no, you don't get to do that once again.
Oh, Instinct. Shutting Riv down. Seekers are now going to be activated here just to get a little bit more information. Niso going to be going down to Sushi's Headhunter as well. Instinct, though, has a feeling of what's going on there. Is able to find Niner, gets the spray down, but is able to actually slip out unscathed. And we're seeing this situation again. OC Esports lose a couple just off the start of the round, but it doesn't phase them for a second, and they're able to regroup themselves and honestly work their way through the spawn to be able to safely find a plant destination.
This feels so nice for Instinct. Just, all right, we're going to do this once again. Let's run it back, right? Go ahead, send out a little bit of a bird. No real answer. That's going to give information to the Ravens to go ahead and get moving over. Now they're currently set up over here in main, and I feel like they could easily pinch in through other areas, but Right now, sticking together is not the worst idea. Again, when you stick together, get a couple more shots off. Hey, a little better chance. But Sushi with that op wants to get another little bit of a clothesline. And sneaking around the back, though, says not a chance.
Fade going through, but it's an absolutely beautiful paranoia. Does get traded out here, so Instinct last person alive, able to isolate the headshot.
No.
Now, just down to this 1v1, dancing around the corner here, Rayano. Not enough time anymore, has to stick the spike. Instinct knows exactly that. Goes for the spray here, and is able to actually find the headshot as well. Instinct coming through with the ace to close out the round. The spike goes boom, but it doesn't matter. That has got to feel good.
Oh, for Instinct, beautiful job there, testing the waters, ensuring that you get that last kill. And again, even with the player down, OC Esports are not stopping. They are running through this game at breakneck pace. The only round the Ravens were able to win was a round that they rushed A and rushed up towards lobby and said, hey, we're going to catch you by surprise. And that caught OC off guard for half a second, and now they are fully in control. We know that you're going to play a little bit aggressive. We know you're going to go for the air, and now we get a blind on you as well. We know you're going to do all this. We are reading the like a book, and we're taking everything except for that. Niner lines him up and knocks him down. That is why you don't swing just like that. A little bit of rough time. I know you got to swing at one point or another, but it feels so bad when you get collateral like that.
Nightfall coming in, a little bit of a panic from Oz. It's only able to tag up one here as once again the repositioning from OC Esports. I didn't be able to wake them up. Okay, well, they're able to shut down one thing, but Oz shuts down Yanel. Now Instinct left alone again. Very familiar situation, except this time no friends to help out. Also has to be careful of that trademark. It does go off. The range is just bizarre. And now uses that Trailblazer to get a little bit of information, able to at least spot out Oz, and has a little bit of an inclination as to where potentially this could be. But Instinct has their sights set on this A site. Let's see if they can do it again.
Oh, they heard the jumping. They heard it, and it's seen as well. So Oz saying, hey, we got the information. We have no worries. Getting the plant down quick, I think, is the right call for Instinct.
Oh, that's good.
Of course, your location is revealed, but now you get to force them once again to come to you. Marked and decaying. It's a little bit of a rough scenario to be in. This is going to be that big chance. Take a look behind you, though. Uh-oh. Oh, this feels bad. Oh, you missed! No! Sushi! Sushi, you missed! Oh my gosh, that was so scary. If they did not win that round, that would have been one that Sushi just had to shake their head and take the L, but they do not lose the round. It is a second to the Ravens, but my heart skipped a beat right there.
Damn. Yeah, you hear the 2-4 shot go off. It's gonna be a little bit of a scary time, especially if you just see that little laser go right by your head. But somehow Instinct able to survive through that one. But I think that panic, it was honestly just psychological warfare at that point. So it's a little bit difficult to win out those battles. But all is said and done. That is going to close out our half here. And now these squads are going to be swapping sides. OC Esports already at 10 rounds. Now they're on their defense. We've seen a very aggressive play from Carlton's, consistently pushing out of that A site, which tells to me that they like to go a little bit faster as well. Let's see how this one is going to be going, though, because they're going to be walking right into Glyph, who right now is not fragging out as heavy as some of the other people on OC Esports, but this could be just another opportunity as Ravens go in deep.
I like how we're saying Glyph is not fragging out when they have a positive KD. We're just like, yeah, that's not
I mean,
great
relatively
compared.
speaking.
I know, but it's still a good score. So, hey, Glyph, I see you. I give you the credit you deserve. It's true, though, you're still at the bottom of the scoreboard, and you're going to stay there for a little bit longer. I'm so sorry, buddy. That's still going to be a couple kills, though, towards the Ravens, and they're going to happily take that one. And again, on their own attack, it feels a little bit better. They get to be in control. Let's see if OC Esports can make the magic happen like they did in the first half. But right now, Instinct with a little bit better trigger fire. Knows one's around the box.
No
got some hit registry. Tries to get the shoulder, but has to reload. Entry finds Niner, and it's down to a 2v3. One more around the corner. Can you do it? That's going to be a paranoid going out. Sees them all three on the ground floor. Gives the information over. You're going to find it. Instinct gets one. Rayano, though, takes out Instinct. It's all down to Entry. Can Entry do it? Timer ticking down a little bit too far, too quick. So you got to clear him out. Entry gets a kill. It's all down to a 1v1. Entry, can you grab it? You have to full defuse here. Sushi sees it. Easy job.
Yeah, I mean, you say easy job, but at the same time, if the smoke just lasted a little bit longer, things would have been dicey. The classic not really known good for spraying nor really for doing a lot of damage. So good timing on that smoke just dissipating, and so it's an easy shot for Sushi to be able to clean up. Carlton Ravens, they are going to be just heavily investing into the second round, which is an interesting move here, as we're going to be seeing 3 rifles come through. Okay, just 2. I thought that was a little bit ridiculous. I thought that, you know, okay, we get it. This is the most you're making a lot of money right now. We can roll in it a little bit, but that's just a little bit too far forwards thinking. They're going to be going for a fast hit, though. They're rotating over to A, but OC Esports, they've stacked a lot of members. It's a great guiding light, but already Glyph is down.
Poor Glyph is just that one person that's like, yeah, I'll be the cardboard. Okay. Riv just cleaning house, though. 3 kills to the name. Are they going to ace back? Come on, ace back. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Do it. Do it. I dare you. Rayano going to get the plan down. OC, of course, this is one that they're slated to lose. It's not, well, I wouldn't say slated, but it is expected a lot of the time. And this is why, again, the gun outranges. But if you get one more kill, you're going to be happy about that one. Quick tags, though, and nothing more than that. Niner finishes off with a headshot, and it is going to be 2 in a row for the side of the Ravens.
And I want to touch on something quickly, because on the defense there, Yanel just kind of seemed like they were getting shut down left, right, and center. You know, trying to go for those aggressive plays, but immediately just kind of running into the enemy squad. And things didn't go... Sorry, I've been saying Yanel, but I actually meant Riv. Things were not going too well, all things considered. But what we're seeing now is a just complete change of pace, and this is what happens when you have a lot of support utility coming in for your jet. It's a lot more comfortable to be able to take the space. You know that other people are going to be checking your corners. You've got the utility. People are going to be stunned up, and that's when you get to see a duelist really start to thrive. So it's a great look, confidence booster for sure. But Niso has something to say about it, able to at least find one, dismiss away, but it's going to be fire from up top and below. Is able to find 2 going down swinging. But the Ravens, they're a little bit less there for wear. It's going to be Rayano able to get a cheeky little headshot on a Glyph. Just getting shut down yet again. Shadow Step going to be coming in. Trying to find a spot. Does have the spike here. Nice little headshot. But does take a little bit of damage. Potentially might be able to get the spike down.
I mean, I don't know if you want to fully plant. You want to check all your corners, and I agree with this one. Check everywhere, maybe get one more frag, and then be able to push in for the plant. You are a little bit worried about how aggressive OC have been and been willing to take those trades, right? You saw in that C main area, it was just a bloodbath. Everyone dying, and there you go. Rayano gets a 4th. You do have to ace if you want to win here. This is going to be the TP. Where do you get to go to? It is going to take a look around.
Heard.
They're in mound. And you're behind, but you gave information. Oh, Rayana, you might have teleported straight to your doom. You see the head, you swing, but you don't get the hit. Because of that, you have to run. You're only 30 HP.
But here's the thing, time is working against Rayano. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not too sure that this is going to be enough time to rotate all the way over to A and secure that spike down. Okay, looks like it will be plenty of time here, but if Yanel was there, then, you know, we'd have to see Rayano have to stick that spike. And so this could have been big disruption, but thankfully Yanel literally on the other side of the map. So spike's going to go down, 1v1 scenario.
Yeah, I was taking a look. The knife out, I think, helped a little bit to kind of curb that anxiety, right? Just a little bit extra move speed and all that fun stuff. But it is still dicey. I agree. Taking that chance, but you didn't have a choice. Now, you're going for the long haul flank. Yanel looking around and around, and they're about to meet in the corridor. You're checking 1, 2, 3. Miss the 4. And now you're going to drop the smoke. Bait out a couple shots. Hop in. Quick tap. Look on the other side of Rayano with a quick tap to the head. That feels good as Rayano salvages a 3rd in a row.
Listen, we talked about this boulder rolling down the hill, but it looks like it's hit a little bit of a bump right now. Carlton Ravens, they shut down OC Esports on their rifle round. Wasn't supposed to be like this, but now OC Esports are in a little bit of a weird position. Their buy is not going to be fairly good. Niso going to be trying to buy that hero rifle, play a little bit of a Guardian Angel, see if they can find something, but still, right now, Carlton Ravens, they look very comfortable on this attack. They're getting themselves set up to move out of A, and we know that they're really good at using their utility here. And so, yeah, OC Esports, they're sent packing for the hills, but at least they're going to be playing a little bit more cautious this time around. The Ravens slowly advance.
Ooh. Oh, the Ravens, they peck at you even when they can't see you and say, gimme that kill. A single one down means OC are working against the grain here, and Sushi finds another. Niso able to turn it around, but it's still a 1 for 2 overall. They're waiting for just a bit more. Oz uses the bait, takes a kill. Yanel finds Oz's life. Still a 2v3 as the Ravens rush C.
Well, that's going to be at least a couple of rifles that they should be able to pick up here off of those fallen members' bodies. Spike will be down nice and quick. It's going to be the Ravens setting themselves up mostly just on this outside, and it's going to be a clash just outside the door. Door goes for a spin, and Paranoia is going to be good. The Cloudburst, absolutely impeccable timing. It's able to give them just a little bit of cover to wait out the Paranoia. And now, it's going to be the guiding light going through. Riv completely blind here, but Rayano sets up an excellent crossfire. Instinct doesn't know where to look, and it's all too good for the Ravens. Stop it at the source. Ravens slowly catching up. 4 more rounds separate these teams.
You know, for all I said about OC, I still believe in it, but my gosh, is this a turnaround. Ravens fighting so hard. And now this is going to be a second chance. We saw how close it was in that previous round, and honestly, I feel like it could have gone 50-50. So OC Esports are going to get another chance at life here. And again, they only need to win 3 rounds. If they win 1 here, it will be another buy round on the back end by the Ravens. So wouldn't be completely, you know, that wiping the sweat off the brow, but they're definitely feeling a little bit of a kick here. And you can see that by how deep they are currently defending. They're not even challenging at any of the key points. Instead, falling back to the sites themselves, even giving over an entire site of B and saying, we're just going to have to take our chances afterwards. That's going to be a kill out. Plant goes down and information given, and that's going to be a quick peek. Yanel gets the first blood. Gets a second on it on top, and now opening up space, dashing in, sees the shoulder, and Rayano says, I got a quick tap. Can I find a little bit more? Trailblazer catches him out, and the TP right back to the site. He's Niso, and Instinct wash out the site just like that. Ravens are destroyed.
Wow. Hey, you know what? After a couple of really rough rounds coming in from OC Esports, Yanel able to turn that dial up, make sure that they can find a couple of kills. That is a very important momentum swing for this squad to be able to start looking forwards at closing out map number 1. Glyph will be able to get the defuse here just to make sure that they get another ultimate orb on the board. But of course, that's a great round, a flawless one at that. OC Esports, they're ready, and they want to close this one out. 2 rounds away from closing map 1.
I give a lot of credit over to Yanel and Instinct right there. Instinct has been fragging out, right? Same as Niso and everything, but the duo play that they pulled off on the backside of Defender's spawn was immaculate, right? A quick peek from Instinct gave away the position of the rest of the Ravens, and then around the corner, Yanel just said, give me half a second. Annihilates 2, decides to rush even further. And that's where it all kind of fell apart. So OC Esports, they said, okay, we're playing a little bit too much on the defensive. Let's turn it on the offense. Let them plant, and then we aggress on them. I love that turnaround to get that exchange off.
Right off the bat, a couple ultimates popped here. Ravens want to seize this one back. It's going to be the Blade Storm as well as the Tour de Force. 2 offensive weapons now available for them as they make their way up to B. They're at least able to secure the Alta Orb. Don't move anything further. There is a trademark on the site here, and actually walking around here makes it a little bit better. Gets that information as the trademark gets destroyed. But we do see the Ravens actually start to back up a little bit. They wanted to use all the utility, draw the defense over there, but now it looks like they're ready for their main target, which could be C.
I mean, it could be, unless Omen has anything to say about it. Just tucked in the back corner there, like, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me. I mean, they don't see you, and that's why they're actually going to send a little bit in check.
Great Paranoia.
Yep, you get the information though, and again, Paranoia right back, so entry is locked and loaded, and you can see the call, everyone rotate out, so they baited him out nicely. Because of that, it is going to be the Ravens still kind of stuck between where they want to go. C-site though, that's going to be a kill 1. Niner finds Instinct. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder coming through. Still only catches 1 in the back corner. Riv the wash knife by him, so entry's able to grab 2 more. It's down to a 2v3, and you know what? You'll take that, but a knife out means Sushi gets the kill. Niso finds Riv down to a 1v2. The plant has to come in lickety split, or else things are going to go a little bit bad.
Spike now down. Niso's able to spot one out there, has the orb available as well. The Lear going to be coming in there. Oz, though, can't see a thing, doesn't need to. Able to find that headshot, a fadeaway one at that. Carlton Ravens, they stay alive. It was almost disastrous, but they clinch on, and now they're looking like they're ready to tie things up on map number 1.
Ridiculous time here. I mean, the teams are going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and Ravens, again, they do not want to let this one go down without a fight. I love it. Every single moment. And right now, they're still testing the waters a little bit. OC need to stop getting so hyper aggressive in some scenarios. They are really banking on their individual skill, and I can appreciate it. But at this point, Ravens has started to catch on, and Sushi finds Niso. How nicely open it was. Rayano finds Yanel, and those 2 kills mean the absolute entry force. Ravens rush this A site.
And they're able to find so many kills while doing so. It's all up to entry yet again. Never mind, the spike doesn't even go down and the round is already over. The completely death ball OC Esports. A technique that OC Esports has employed multiple times, but the Ravens just look as comfortable doing the exact same thing back to them.
I can appreciate it, just saying, you know what? We got the kills. We know they don't really have the guns in hand. Yeah, push them. It's fine. It's nothing. Even here, I do expect a little bit heavier-handed purchase, but because it's so offset, they are willing to kind of save up. So for OC, it's been a rough and tumble situation. If they do go into this, it's going to be a call. Okay, so only 1 hero rifle on their side, so Niso is going to be rocking with that Vandal. If the Ravens get wind of this, it's going to be a painful one to remember. That's why they're cheating up so far. Look at OC. Battle line drawn mid-A.
Ooh, Flashpoint goes in there, Riv, getting a lot of distance, but immediately just gets shut down. Great instincts on Instinct, able to pick up a rifle as well. Niso just on the other side of this door, waiting for some sort of sign that this is where they're going to be going through. OC, they might have had the gun difference, but they're making up for it. And off of that first kill, as well as having that tour de force ready, really just standing their ground. Without that jet entry, they're a lot slower on this take.
Glyph, that is. Glyph gets 1, immediately gets shot in the back, but you know what? You'll take that. Now information given. Instinct is going to round the corner into 2. So got a little bit of the information gathering, but can't get the kill instead. So Sushi finds opening into B. Now remember, if they get to plant, it's going to be a little bit of an instance. Niner says, nah, we ain't playing that game once again. They rotate out of B, get away from the Omen unknowingly, and now chase into A directly into Niso's hands. Do they check the corner? No, they don't. That's trigger discipline, but you don't land a shot. So Sushi gets the headshot, and just like that, entry is the last one alive.
That was 2 running headshots with the Vandal that we got to see Sushi pull off. Unbelievable stuff in this impossible scenario now. Entry has to be able to find these 3 kills. The first point of information is given away. Niner, though, just sidesteps that one. Moon walks away, and Entry gonna be out of this one. Carlton Ravens now 2 rounds away from getting tied up on map number 1. Keep in mind, everybody, OC Esports started this half 10-2. They've only been able to pick up 1 round, while Carlton Ravens have had 7. Unbelievable stuff we're witnessing right now, but OC Esports will have another gun round. Let's see what they can scrap together for this defense.
I mean, they have enough. They have enough to buy out, and there we go. We get a full gun round, except for the armor and weaponry, or armor and util is what I'm assuming here. But it's doable, right? Glyph is going to try and go a little bit ham here, sending the op over there on C. Look how quiet the Ravens are. Ravens do understand that this is going to be that big test. This is going to be that big gun round. If they get over this hump, they will most likely tie it up 11-11. They don't. They're on game point for game number 1 here. So big moment for them, and they feel it. If they do decide to swing, it might be out on C. Go ahead, take 2. Decide to push that way, but no noise means a lot of worries for them.
Yeah, and honestly, this is just great coming in from the Ravens. They played that perfectly. Just slow down the pace for a second, get them to use a lot of utility, because you know OC Esports, they're going to be rushing at some point, and so that's why that Empress got popped right off the bat, but is now expired. Now they should be able to slowly mosey their way through. They have to check that corner. Glyph will have first contact around the corner. A little bit of information given, but Glyph is good for it. Sushi goes down, and Niso in just a fantastic position here. Riv is going to be going by. So does the rest of the squad, and it's all falling apart. There's one more in the back line, though. Rayano able to find him, so the flank doesn't get as much value as it could have. And now it's down to this 3v3 scenario. Instinct, though, makes it a 3v2. Looking for a little bit more. The spike is going to be able to go down, and now it's down to 2v2. Let's see how this goes.
The fact that OC had 2 opportunities to pretty much wash out Ravens, they had the flanks, they had the macro, but they couldn't hit the shots, shows that they're rattled right now, and I can appreciate that. Ravens saying, hey, we're good to go, but that's going to be a push
So
out.
smart.
Entry was ready for it. Entry gets 2.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Says, hey, we got the round. We knew you were going to check. Even through the smoke, we gathered that one and put themselves at game point.
Yeah, that's just a really big heads-up play coming in from Entry. tosses down the smoke there to really force them to walk around the corner. But of course, you're hyper-focused. It's the ultimate decoy, that diffuser. You know that you gotta take them down, and Entry just does such a great job at checking them. And just like that, OC Esports, they're back and they're ready. They want map number 1. They're hungry for it. While the Ravens, they've slowly clawed their way back into things, but they need to do 3 more rounds if they want to force that overtime scenario. Looks like it's going to be a dirty, fast A-hit yet again. A Ravens classic, but this time it's met immediately with the paranoia, and that's going to really slow things down as Yanel's able to find 2.
I mean, Yanel just said, gimme, 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 and that has been the call. So many times we've seen those change-ups. Just a single player can change the entire aspect of the round. And Yanel with those 2 frags should give OC an edge. The Ravens looking up this mid. Niner has made some miracles happen before, but with the util out, it's gonna be a blind. Can't get the shot, shoots the wall instead, and allows Niso to come out alive. But the shot through the smoke said, nah, we ain't playing this today. I still will take that kill that I so rightly deserve.
Now, they're running their way over to the A site. Should be able to get this one down, but Glyph is getting into position. Still has this operator in hand. He's been doing an excellent job thus far using it. Oh, but it's up the wire. Sushi just cuts the noise. He's able to find something deep. Instinct, though, already onto the site. I'm not sure if they're aware of this or not. Meanwhile, a dirty flank coming in here. It's going to be up to Niner to be able to find that one. Instinct able to at least find 1. That was in a 1v2 scenario. Guiding Light going to go around the corner. Gets that information there. Trying to find Rihanna, but it's just moving around. Sidestepping all those bullets, and Carlton Ravens 2 rounds away from forcing overtime.
That one hurts to watch there, and OC, they fought. Look at the difference in the first and second half. It's almost like night and day. What a change-up. Now you got to sit there and wonder, how are you going to play this one out? You know, hey, look, I know we hit that magic number 12, but do we really want to go into OT on the night? Like, is that what we really want to do? No, probably not. So OC, they're going to go ahead inside of the save round with Hero Rifle. They're going to split 2-1-2. Ravens should be able to read this one pretty easily and just take their time. You can go ahead and see them just cheating up the side, saying, hey, we'll look for those kills, we'll look for those early, and then take a chance. The slide over to the C site, though, one that they've hit multiple times so far on their own attack, gonna hopefully get a lot of value out of it.
Okay, Riv making space yet again. Gonna be a full C site hit. Prowler gonna be used first. With just on the other side, is able to spot Riv going up. Riv on head on a swivel, able to find 1. Iso, though, goes for the dismiss, but doesn't escape here. Will get gunned down in the crossfire of everything. Yaneldo just immediately swings out, finds a nice little headshot onto Oz. Despite all odds, OC Esports look like they're poised to potentially close this one out. Ultimate going to be used by Entry to make their way onto the site. At least get a little bit of information. Not found much, but actually it's absolutely perfect. Completely unchecked the spot. You got to be able to see that one, and now it's all up to Niner through a wall. The Sheriffs. There's only enough room in this town for 3 of them, clearly. And now OC Esports, they get the defuse, and they will be getting map number 1 after much difficulty on their second half.
I mean, I'll say it time and time again. OC had the map down like a back of their hand, but towards the latter half of the game, you saw it on the defensive. Their shots went a little bit wide. They weren't expecting some of the players to be in the way. You saw them time and time again. They came around the corner. They would have the right angles. You saw the trigger discipline. It was so good. But again, the shots went a little bit of awry, and I think both teams played very, very well. Ravens fought back way harder than any other team. And if that's game number 1, I'm excited for games 2 and 3.
The mental of the Ravens is definitely going to be something that we hope to see keep nice and stable like it did after that first half on the map. But we're going to be throwing to a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to have Ascent ready for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you for Ascent. Welcome back, everybody. We're in the Nationals, we're in the finals, and things are popping off. We just finished up a map number 1 between OC Esports and the Carleton Ravens, starting things out on Lotus. 13-10, OC is able to walk away with it. But next up on the horizon, we've got Ascent, and that is going to be the Ravens pick.
Ooh, this one's going to be a bit of a cheeky one because Lotus felt like it was OC running the gauntlet at the start, and then we saw the Ravens fight back. This time around, I feel like it's going to be a lot more back and forth. Don't ask me why, but again, the Ravens felt very, very comfortable towards the latter half. If they're on a map that they feel comfortable with at the start, I expect them to be able to kick it up. That was not a game where you're sitting there going, man, we are just outclassed at every step. We have to be David versus Goliath. It felt more along the lines of, we just got off on the wrong foot and we let it slip further away. This is why I was also calling in the first half, please do a timeout, take a breather, sit back, figure out what went wrong in the first half, and maybe it would have been a little bit closer. This time around, I expect the Ravens to come out with absolute heat, and I can already see it. I like it. The KO coming out, the util that came out of OC was phenomenal, I believe. And so seeing a KO just in general is going to make me very happy.
Yeah, I mean, the KO coming in on from the Ravens side, that is a very standard, typical pick. And what's actually interesting here is that we're seeing a very stock standard Ascent composition. This is like one that has been solidified for so gosh darn long on this map, but a little bit of difference coming in from OC Esports. As a matter of fact, we are seeing that chamber come back into the mix yet again. When it comes down to this map, though, onto Ascent, where everybody is so familiar with the map and you know exactly where all of the setups are going to be, I'm genuinely curious how this chamber is going to operate here. I mean, when we're comparing our Sentinel agents and you've got a Killjoy, you can more or less read where some of these nanoswarms are going to be, where the traps traps are going to be set up, where the turrets are going to be set up. But it's been a long time since we've seen Chamber on this map ever since the nerfs, and he's a little bit different now. So a little bit of room for creativity for OC Esports to bring to the table.
And I hope to see even more of it. Their defense on Lotus felt a little bit lackluster, and then as soon as they started giving themselves more opportunities to be in that driver's seat, they looked much stronger. And even Instinct, I gotta give credit to Instinct, not playing a specific duelist, actually played the I believe it was the Sky in game number 1.
Yeah,
didn't matter, was fragging out of their mind, was looking like a beast. And then following up, Niso and Glyph also had phenomenal moments. So every single one of these members, you have to realize is going to be deadly. So I really do appreciate that. Wondering, though, how they're going to play it out exactly on this map, though. Once again, and I love that. All right, so already getting up in their face. I love this. The catwalk dance of death, as always.
already a couple of bullets being traded here. No deaths to be found just quite yet. Glyph able to escape. Moved over from that chamber onto this Chad Sushi, though, through the wall. Shuts down entry. And now it looks like Carlton Ravens, they're going to be making their way onto this B site. We're going to be seeing Instinct come in from downtown, is able to find 2 kills.
Ooh.
That's something we would expect out of any player except for Instinct. Finds a 3rd before being sent into the Shadow Realm. And now there's 3 coming in to stop this defuse. The spike will go down, however.
Spike planted.
Found the F, I, and N of the Ouija board there. All you need is 2 more. You need the A and the L. And then all of a sudden, it's over. That is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference for anyone that does not get that. Please do not date me that long ago. Good lord. Taking a look at it here. Oz goes ahead and catches Glyph, not looking the right way. Down to a 2v1. The Ravens wondering how the heck they're going to pull this one off. I mean, Rayano could do it, though. You do have a classic. Right clicks abound. You have to get around the corner. Shot 1-2. Tap the head. But again, the classic needs 2 to take him down. Niso makes sure that OC start off on the right foot.
I was about to say, I hope you know your audience here, Orbital, because I don't know whether or not that one is gonna stick with quite a few people. But you know what?
Nope, not at all.
I appreciate the swing.
How long ago was that? Oh my god.
Over a decade, buddy.
Oh no.
All right, well,
Depression.
a very clean take by OC Esports there. And quite frankly, Instinct being able to find those 3Ks with that Sheriff was what really just sealed the coffin on the Ravens. And so just like that, we're going to be seeing OC Esports. They're going to be buying up. Niso, of course, getting aggressive yet again. Of course, you'd expect your Rain player to do just this, but it's going to be that 5-man rush. Already, Entry able to find Niner as they all swing around. Entry good for another, looking for a 3rd, not able to do that. Has to be a little bit careful around the corners. Rip is able to secure the headshot here. A shot from up top. It is going to be a trade as Gunell is now going to have to start making their way around. Instinct somehow able to stay alive in that flurry of bullets. And even though it is a little bit rough there, OC Esports are only whittled down to 3 of their members as the Ravens, they're all pretty low. They could die on a moment's notice, but they've done quite a bit of damage to the OC economy already.
I mean, I think this is pretty standard. Out of a second round, you expect to lose 2. If you lose 3, that's where it gets super dangerous, right? I think that's how it usually goes here. So that was an unfortunate recon bolt, and it just got Instinct a free kill right there. That one was very entertaining to watch. But now you're stuck in a lose-lose situation. Oz wondering how the heck they're going to get out of this one. You can see the flank coming in from mid, and that's Instinct to finish it off. 2 right there for the Sova. It's a beauty of a time. OC Esports go up 2-0 at the start of game number 2.
And this is what I'm noticing. Instinct, if you give them a moment, more than enough will be able to come through there. We're seeing such crispy, clean shots come through, whether through walls, whether through that. It's just that awareness, that game sense of Instinct being able to predict where the enemy is coming in and being able to shut it down immediately. It's absolutely beautiful. The Ravens, they will be able to buy up rifles onto this round. They're getting themselves set up for this A-side push. They're going for more of that death ball style of stuff. They do have that Killjoy watching the flank here. Let's see how they go immediately. It's going to be the smoke popped. A great read as the 0 point goes in there. It is able to get 2 suppressions, but Glyph is in top and does have that operator.
Oh, and Glyph said, let me pull an entry here. Everyone collapsing out the gates. It was an attempt, and I respect the attempt. A for effort, C on execution, as OC read them like a freaking book. Instinct wants that last kill. A dance out in mid means that this is Sushi caught and wrapped up. Gets a kill right before they die, but Glyph with the 3K makes it 3-0 as OC stormed the early game.
Yeah, and honestly, that choke point is so difficult to try and run through, especially too if you just have a little slight miscalculation in how that utility comes through. And this is one of the things that the Ravens have to be a little bit more aware of, using those shock bolts to be able to flush people out or using the flashes appropriately. It just felt a little bit mistimed. And as a result, sure, they were able to get in onto site a little bit, but they hadn't actually cleared anybody out. OC Esports were more or less just kind of chilling around some corners, and so they just swing around, find everybody that they need to, and just mow them down. A beautiful defense coming in from OC Esports, a team that we saw pop off on offense, but this time around, they're making it known that they're also pretty good on D.
Here.
They're pretty good just about everywhere, but they just gotta prove it, right? They're like, man, we had a rough showing in game one. Let's kick it up a notch here. And honestly, Entry has really impressed me, being that aggressive at the early start, really swung it around, and now doing the same with even more weapons, right? With the Vandal in hand, Niso following up, and you can see the confidence starting to ooze out of them. Is this gonna be a repeat of game number 1 where they just go ham in the first half? I mean, Instinct is ready for it. Door is broken into pieces. Shockbolt is going to find Glyph on the edge. And now you got to run out of the site. Rayano going to get the plant, but look at this wraparound.
Ooh.
Glyph gets a kill. Niner ends Niso. But it's only one so far. Shasu Dark Niner down to 34 HP. And now flush out of that death ball. Yanel changes things up. But just like that, the Ravens down to a 1v1.
Rayano able to scoop up a gun as well. Yanel aware of where that might be. Able to drop down a Scar here. We'll tap the spike for a little bit as Rayano gets a little bit closer. Just waiting to hear that timing for dropping down. It's going to be good, but Yanel, smart move there. Just backs off for just a second as Rayano's like, where's the person on the spike? And Yanel's able to win the battle of pulling the trigger a little bit faster. Scoops up that operator as well. It's a great round for OC Esports, 4 in a row now.
Not just that, with the ult economy in their favor as well, you can see that Hunter Series is just primed and ready to go. It means any sort of entry is going to be, or any sort of plant and retake value is going to be a little bit difficult for the Ravens to actually get through, right? This is prime Sova play, and the fact that Instinct isn't actually just completely set. Okay, well, actually, are they going to do it? Come on, do the Sova special. No, not the Sova special. All right, it's enough, right? Hunter Series alive, getting ready for a little bit of extra on the back end. And it's just OC Esports being like, we don't have to worry about anything. You're going to come to us anyway. And we have the decent weaponry to follow you through. Oh, but that's a shot. Woo. Getting right back after that shot saying, ah, man, I saw the body afterwards.
Yep. And just like that, Carlton Ravens, they're a little bit more cautious where they want to be able to put themselves. They don't have any mid control here, and they're not too sure what they want to do either. You see that spike flailing a little bit around. Glyph just on the other side of this nebula. Saw just this corner here, able to find that shot as well. Now, the Ravens' hand is going to be pushed. They do have to make their way around. I'm not sure that they're expecting Niso to pop around and whine. I hope that they clear that, because that could be deadly. Oz still does have some shock bolts, but they're deciding to think that maybe it isn't going to be there, but of course, that's when you want to pop around the corner. An excellent distraction coming in as Yanel comes up and is able to finish that one off, but a flawless round for OC Esports, as it looks like they're trying to recreate what happened on map number 1. For the first half, at least.
I think it's already happening. Yeah, I think it's already happening, though. Let's be honest. They are saying we rule right now, and I can appreciate it. And again, it's the same thing that happened in game number 1. The Ravens just, it's hard to predict. Don't get me wrong. It's so difficult to predict exactly where someone's going to be. And taking the time to cross over in front of A main and be like, yeah, I'll go ahead and cross over and check wine. It's not always optimal, so I can appreciate that, looking down the deep end and just getting caught with your pants down a little bit. They won't let it happen again. I can assure you of that, and that's also why they're currently stacked on B side in this stage, just going, yeah, we aren't gonna have the perfect of value here, so we're gonna have to play smart. But Niso finds Niner in the opener, even though they were blinded. Sushi and Riv though fight right back.
They do fight back, but it's not going to be enough to actually get that entry. Niso now going to be going in here, tosses down the Lear, but too much fire. It's absolutely beautiful. Yanel, though, from way across the map. Or sorry, not way across the map. That's going to be entry from way across the map. Looking for it. Able to actually reposition, and Sushi has been deadly with the Sheriff this far. Carlton Ravens do a dent into the OC Esports economy, but it doesn't look like they will be able to get this win unless Sushi narrows this down to a 1v1.
I think Sushi, nope, never mind, I lied. Entry's still alive. Entry's like, bro, I haven't had my limelight just yet. I had it in round 2. Give me more of it. Just a snapshot to the body, and I love it, right? Also, Glyph, huge props to Glyph, by the way. Last time was, I think, bottom of the scoreboard for the first half, and not for want of trying, just the rest of the team was showing up. This time around, having a bit of their own time, 6-4-3, being very appropriate. The fact that OC Esports are pulling off a double op scenario alongside of an Odin just kind of shows their confidence in the current setup that they have.
Yeah, confidence is a great word to describe what's going on here. On top of that, too, you know, right now Entry obviously hitting those shots, but Glyph has been doing a fantastic job as well. It's going to be a very fast attack here. Null Command going to be online, but a Hunter's Fury going to be used to try and clear things out. It's crisscross on the actual site. Oz not able to find any kills, but the information and honestly just awareness is going to be more than enough. Glyph breaks the door down nice and early. It is going to be a lockdown invested from the Ravens right off the bat as Glyph is able to find one here. They shouldn't be able to break that lockdown, but you know what? They might get a lot of information. Iso going in a little bit deep, but now is going to have to back out. Does get detained, but it's okay. You got to look for a couple of kills, make it a little bit easier for your squad because that detainment only lasts for 4 seconds.
Plenty of time to rotate out, and now they're going to flush in. Glyph, though, just right in their face and said, hey, give me a chance, but no. Oz and Sushi send him to the graveyard. Underneath those, Sushi said, this is my hole. Rayano said, yeah, I'll help you out. Thumbs up for the cat, as it is the first round for the Ravens.
Yeah, and a very important one for them to be able to win as well. They looked a lot more confident on that. It did require a couple of ultimates, but being able to scoop up that first blood was instrumental, like getting their way in onto things. Then at that point, it's just proper setups. They're starting to become aware that OC Esports is a team that likes to stay mobile. They like to stay fluid, making their way around in all sorts of different directions. And as long as you do your due diligence and check all those areas, then you're going to be fine. You don't allow somebody to just pop out of wine and get 2 kills. No more. Take a look around. Cut it off at the head.
Entry about to cut off a good chase on the head. Just said, nah, don't get a free one. Backs up with the teleport. The rendezvous to safety, and now a shock bolt goes out. Oh, the bait. Rib. Oh, that would have been a not battle there in just half a second. Would have been so much to see. They're still I love this. Both of them are like, man, I can taste them. The spidey sense to send them offline. Look at that.
What's important, though, is that's actually keeping mid completely in check. And you can see that the Ravens, they've got more than enough room to work with. Now we're finally seeing Riv move up. This is going to be Entry swinging around the corner, able to win that duel. And now that's going to open things up for OC Esports to start to clamp down on, clean up the mess that is this ace site. We are going to be seeing NL swing around the corner, completely just shuts it down. You can't run away from your fate this time around. Rayano just on the other side. It's going to be a couple of wall bangs coming through, but not enough to secure a kill. Doesn't matter. Entry will do just that. And now it's all down to Sushi, completely on the other side of the map, and Instinct just has their number. Uses that Odin, finds a nice little headshot. And OC Esports, they lost a round, but they take it back with a flawless one.
The thing is they've stacked up so much in the bank. The creds are just rolling in over and over again. At this point, they have the ability to do whatever they want, right? There is no situation where I feel they're going to be out of confidence. They're always going to be looking for those early frags. You can see here, Carlton Ravens have basically said, okay, A site just not negotiable at this point. We really can't chance it. We have to look at that rush again. We have to put OC Esports on the back foot. And I can agree with this one, but Glyph is always ready. That's the thing. The rush has been shut down since earlier on, and it's all in their favor. Look at this Instinct holding it down. Niso now getting in the mix. Immediately gets taken out, but it opens up the door for Glyph to get a 3K. Bullying the rest of Carlton Ravens into going and flying solo. Instinct through the wall. Shuts down the gun round as it's 8-1 for OC Esports.
And you know what? I have to admit, OC Esports, they're feeling like a little bit of a bougie team. What do I mean by that? If they've got really, really, really expensive guns, they make it work. Usually, you know, when we talk about this double op setup, it's a little bit risky because you're putting in a lot of money on a single round to rely on that single shot and being able to make sure that you can keep everybody at bay. Usually, teams just don't do that because it's just simply not worth it. The information moving out is just better if you want to be able to move things around, but Doesn't matter, as long as you're finding the kills, then it will do just fine. Glyph yet again starting us out with an entry kill. Riv does trade it back, but the first blood is already given over. The Ravens need whatever momentum they can find. They're starting to use their smokes a little bit more appropriately, but they have to time it with the flashes as well. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing OC Esports continue to get away with such easy kills with those operators.
The Ravens just kind of sitting there going, yeah, we hear you on the back end. All angles currently shut down. Even though it's a 4v4, you can feel the weight pressing into the Ravens here. So who decides to break first? Catwalk looks like it's going to be open. Entry gets suppressed here, but Instinct just lays them out. And again, a little bit of an easy time for them. This is just, it's like shooting fish in a barrel here. This is for OC Esports is really just how aggressive do they want to be and how many do they want to, well, okay, that's one that they're going to lose. Niner said not today. Entry and Niso, though, say your death will not be in vain. 8-round difference for OC Esports as they're looking to carry on.
You know what's interesting? When I took a look at these original rosters, right? You take a look at the agent loadouts here and you're just like, okay, well, how are they going to start to put this puzzle piece together? The big thing that I noticed is that they're kind of lacking in flashes. OC Esports, they brought that Reyna in instead of that KO, and as a result, they don't have that many flashes. Niner hasn't actually been using those flashes too often. As a matter of fact, that's the reason why these dry peaks are working so well for OC Esports. They're just barreling on the fact that they have better aim, better reflexes, that they're going to be able to find those kills, and they're not really being smoked out or challenged. And as a result, it's just all kind of fallen flat. We need to see Niner to start using those pop flashes around, or at least them close down the gate a little bit. Otherwise, once again, it's just going to be free reign for OC.
Oh, well, this is another chance. Glyph should not be allowed to live, and you still get another kill on the back end. You said it, Marks. You said they need to shut it down. They needed to close that door, but the gate, it was not closed fast enough. A little bit of a snap. Entry can't find it. Still a 4v2. Plenty of time to work their way around. I don't think there's going to be a problem at all, but Riv gets a snap and then goes skeet shooting. Entry said, nah, you stay on the ground, please. 10-1 is the current score as OC Esports looking to try and straight up pull a deja vu moment on the Ravens.
Well, hopefully not a deja vu moment, because what happens there is, well, they go 10-2, and then the next thing you know, the Ravens start to give them a little bit of a scare, and then they're panicking a little bit, and then on some basic heroics, they're going to be able to win the round. If you ask me, OC Esports, they want to be like, well, let's get to 11-1, and then just close it out nice and quick. We don't want to play this one for that much longer. But of course, this is all going to come down to this round. A lot of weapons just kind of going in here. Right now, looking like Jeff Bezos' bank account is spread amongst OC Esports. I mean, winning 10 rounds will do that. Now, Glyph in a little bit of a different position this time. They're not running with an operator, but the read has been correct thus far. They give up mid because the Ravens are too scared to do anything with it. And this time around, the Ravens are going to walk right into this OC Esports trap.
Trap hasn't sprung. Doesn't look like too many got caught, but Glyph up top said, hey, it's a secondary trap. Thank you for the 2 kills, down to a 3v3. Swarm goes out, Yandel shuts him down, and now the door will not be closed. Sight is open, though. A little bit of a late rotate from that Reyna. You can see it there. But on top, Instinct with that Odin says, just give me a moment. Please give me a chance. Up with the spike, sends out the Owl drone. When Oz trying to send it up to the top side, the rafters not fully cleared. Spike goes down, plenty of room, but now they swing around the container, and that's going to be the option. But Sushi was ready, down to a 1v2. Sparkle goes out. You do land one, and now you got to get over on the top side. It doesn't land where you want. But the lockdown, you have to push. Instinct knows this is all going to be it. Shots 1, shots 2, just holds down the trigger. Shorty is out. You get the headshot. With that lockdown, do you get it? Yes, you do. It is over. Round over. OC Esports. Instinct with the instinct. Gets a 2K in the defuse.
Oh my god. The amount of pressure. Sorry, the gonads on Instinct to hang out through all of that. That is just something else. Even able to find those kills there. Quite frankly, Carlton Ravens, they should have expected Instinct to continue to peek out at that point. That just is too close to the wire for Instinct to be able to pull that off, and yet, you know what? If you don't go for it, you never know what could happen. And so that's exactly what happens. Instinct able to clutch that round up, and now history has been broken. It's 11-1. The Ravens will be on our defense now, but OC Esports, all they need are 2 rounds this time. And I'm hoping, I would imagine that they're hoping that they're not going to see the Ravens claw their way back up and potentially force them into an overtime scenario.
Well, this is going to be the true test here, I think. Marks, I think this is it, you know. If they get sloppy, it's going to happen. If not, then, you know, it's a quick rush. If they win the pistol, it's going to be over. Rayano knows it, and a quick spray through that smoke.
Oh, good info.
Some extra damage. Shockbolt lands right at their feet, though, and Rayano goes, ah, dang it, the door's closed.
Doesn't matter, though. Shockbolt from Oz will be able to shut Yanel down. Spike now going to be going down here. Riv able to win the flank watch. Iso goes down. Glyph with an excellent headshot. Glyph just ADing. Looking for Niner. Niner knows that that's going to be happening, but the entry is coming in from behind. Glyph able to, well, never mind, just be distraction. Instinct from behind. Yet again, the Clutch King himself trying to find this one down to this scenario, but Niner just turns that one up. And see, this is what I wanted to see from OC Esports. They look really good when they use their utility, and we're seeing that pay dividends. Carlton Ravens has a little bit of work related to really coordinating some of that utility to be able to slow down some of these pushes, really just break up the squad, getting that early damage. But that is something that we're seeing OC Esports execute to a T.
They're catching up. They're matching. They're saying, okay, we're awake. The lion is going to start baring its fangs as its back is pushed up against the wall here. And I think that's what it is, right? They're just like, look, we just got to do something. And I mean, catching up with those times. But OC is saying, hey, look, it's only one round. No big worries. Let's see how it goes. Entry going to go ahead and put on the corner themselves. And I got to say, I do appreciate the fact that you are, you know, giving a lot of credit to that util. Make it more of a macro game where Rayano just goes, nah, it's a skill diff game. Give me that headshot, please. Looking around the edge there. Oz gets a nice little peek. Doesn't take any damage. And now sends a recon bolt of their own. But Pizza's currently locked down as Oz says, nah, not a chance. Great headshot on the Yanel. Forces the back out. And because of that, no chance as the spike is locked down in lower mid.
Nice and slow, but at this point, OC Esports, this round is just going to be a wash. Gonna look for an opportunity to do a little bit of economic damage. Entry gonna get spotted out here. Swaps the headhunter, but taking a lot of damage just based off this turret. Instinct, of course, gonna be good for at least one. Storm grenade gonna be going out here. Entry tries to go for the swing around the corner anyways. Only 3 bullets left in that headhunter. Let's see if they're potentially able to get the sneaky play here. That could be good. A little bit of a duel coming through. Entry gets shut down. Now it's all up to Instinct. 1v4, looking to potentially get this Guardian, or sorry, the Phantom out of their hand. It's a great crossfire being set up. Sushi will be able to swing around as well, but it doesn't matter. Riv closes out that round. Carlton Ravens find yet another. They need to start stacking these up quick if they want a chance at making this not 2-0.
If they want a chance to not have a bad time going into game 3. That is exactly what they're saying here. Now, of course, this is where a couple questions come up because OC Esports have always looked very good with guns in their hand, and of course, they only need to win 2. They don't have that far to go. So how aggressive do Carlton Ravens want to get as well? You just said that they're being able to use their util a little bit more. They're playing a little bit more open-ended. This is the big test. OC Esports taking a page out of the Ravens' books, full stacking over here on the A side and looking for an open entry. That's going to be a chase up, and Glyph gets 2 freebies. That's going to be a huge opportunity. Locking him down and now rushing around the backside, leaving a lurk with the spike. They're going to look for someone on the tail end. They're going to say, hey, that should have alerted some attention. And it did. Sushi said, gimme, gets a great shot on the entry, gets out of dodge as well, and all of a sudden, great position to roll him right back. Sushi gets a second. Are you going to get a third? Did they just walk into it? Yes, they do. Sushi eats them up instead.
That's a very unfortunate scenario for OC Esports. Talked about how dominant they looked on that defense, but once again, this map seems like it just flipped things around. This is their gun round. They squandered it away. Down to a 1v3 scenario. If anyone can do it, it would be Instinct. Seen these positions before here. Shock Dart can be going out. Instinct able to take the turret down. Still has the spike as well, so this is winnable. But it's going to come down to making sure that they can isolate a lot of these 1v1 scenarios. But all this utility has to get expended just to clear things out. It's not even to make a move onto the site.
30 seconds left.
You just got to plant down. That's all you're hoping for. Check corner 1, 2. Sees a body. Rayano said, I ain't taking this one alone. They know what happens whenever they chase Instinct. They do not want to give him any ground here. But Instinct's going to have to be forced to plant here. And this is the ideal opportunity. The Ravens know they got this on lock. No shots around the corner. They're going to allow the plant to go through, but the Nanoswarm makes it easy. Slices them up on the spot. Sushi says thank you. 4K for the Killjoy. Very nice.
And that was good utility usage right there. That's what we need to see. We need to see that utility come out to make these uncomfortable scenarios for OC Esports happen. Right now, if you ask me, OC Esports has been dominating the utility game with just how they're using it to be disruptive, but also to put themselves into positions where they're very easily able to isolate kills or separate the squad, making things a lot easier to swing in on. Finally, we're starting to see the Ravens do a little bit of the same there. As there's a very uncomfortable buy coming in from OC. They're going to try and make this one work, but it's going to be a little bit tight. You know, the Carleton Ravens have more than enough cash in their pockets, and Oz even opting to bring out the Odin. That's when you start to know that the economy's looking good.
That's when you know they've moved tax brackets, right? They shifted up in the world right there. Odin comes out. Not just that, like multiple Odins, if they can do that. Oh, man. Times are looking a little bit rough on the other side, though. OC Esports still chasing up forward, and Sushi said, hey, let's keep it rolling. That's now 5 in a row that they've gotten. Niner sending out a pop flash, as you were talking about, but decides to go against following through on it. Just saying, hey, let's slow him down. Shockbolt goes out. Niner, though. The mowdown is real. Blind firing, if they will, and Oz gets a little bit of a shocky kill. Look at that. It lands, and then Riv and Rayano follow up behind. Phenomenal layup as Carleton Ravens take 4 in a row.
Oh, Orbital, what's going on? We're seeing these teams
I don't know.
Just be so dominant. First on Lotus, both of them looked fantastic on their attack. And now we're seeing both of these teams look fantastic on their defense. If you looked at the first half there, it felt like a bunch of toddlers being bullied by grade school children. But now when we flip things around, it's almost like it's the other way around. We're seeing once again OC Esports, they're back onto a save while the Carleton Ravens are feeling nice and comfortable with them. We're going to be seeing Glyph pop this Bladestorm right off the bat, but they need to be able to find these first kills in order to secure good entry. They've had a lot of trouble even getting their way onto the site without getting stopped before losing somebody, and down goes Instinct. That's a key player you needed alive if you wanted to make this push work.
Can the Odin be considered a piece of utility in the hands of Oz? Can we just say that at this point too? Like, honestly, both Sovas have just been like, let's have fun. And yes, there is only one Sova currently alive, but Riv says, hey, let's keep knocking him down here. Glyph is able to get a knife kill, but Sushi's still ready with the backup. And again, this is OC Esports gun round. This is a round that they should have a 50-50, and yet Carleton Ravens are making mincemeat of them. Phenomenal. Blowing through every piece of HP left. And it's all down to Niso. Niso, with a Vandal and a Dream, needs to wipe 4 to make it happen.
Just a quick correction. This was a save round coming in from OC, so they didn't expect to lose this one. I know. It's tough because Niso definitely forces things up as much as possible. Paranoia going to be coming through. They know where Niso is hanging out. Niso trying to look for at least one, but Niner shuts it down. And yeah, once again, we're seeing Carleton Ravens. That's now going to be 5 in a row. OC Esports yet to pick up a single round in this half.
I think times are swinging, though. They know they have the buffer zone. And again, this is a squad that almost took it to the very, very end of the game in game number 1. I don't doubt it. But again, take a breather. I don't doubt having to use your timeouts or anything like that. It could be a possible chance to kind of rethink here. Now, of course, it's not the end of the world just yet. This is still a phenomenal space with 5-round difference. This is another gun round, so hey, you know what? Give yourself the best bet. But Riv still says, nah, we ain't playing that game today. A great headshot to take out the opposing Jet and give themselves a chance. But Niso with a rush up mid is looking strong with the Empress. Gets the dismiss, sees one in mid. Not going to dance right back out, but Sushi says Yanel on the other side is going to go down. Kills all the way around as Niso still clears out Market. But it's a 3v3.
Right here. Although this is good momentum, Instinct in a fantastic position. Here's them all running through. Just needs Niso to be able to stay alive for a second. Oh, I think they're aware. I think that they know that there might be somebody on mid. It's going to be that null command activated as we reach the stalemate. Both these ships have completely parked their sails. And it's going to be the first swing around there. Niso able to find one. Niso able to find another. And now Instinct can come in. denies the ace, but you know what? That is a round you'll take anyways. OC Esports now find themselves on map point.
Niso, in Empress form, said, bow down to me, we will not let them run it back like this. Immediately shut them down, and a great job as well. In this game, it only takes one player to bring the entire team back, and yes, it is not over. Plenty of money for the Ravens to follow through on, and at this point, if they win here, it will be all money in their back pocket. They will never run out of it, so that is something to think about as well. For OC Esports, though, they smell it. The finish line is literally at their fingertips. They just can't trip over their own set, and that's Riv still saying, I want to play a game. That is the third time now that Riv has been challenged in a not battle and won.
Yeah, it's almost looking like the stats coming in from Entry, but Entry will trade that one back. Entry usually getting the better half and going up in that op duel against Riv. Now Oz coming around the corner here, but Instinct able to find the kill regardless. Right now, OC Esports looking to close this out. 4v3 here. They're making their way back through mid, coming onto this A site. Keep in mind, this Omen is going to be smoking that around, and still Niner just on the other side as well. Niner's been playing absolutely great during this defensive half.
They've been on point, but again, sometimes it's just a little too late. Entry still, though. Niner and Sushi. Entry said, what the heck just happened? I got one kill, now down to a 1v2. No Empress inside, but Niso said, I don't need it. Spike is down, collects. And then this 1v1. There is that lockdown once again. And they're gonna plant it. Oh, I love this challenge once again. This is all deja vu from an earlier round. Sushi up on the high ropes. Time to chase out, but that's the kill. Niso clutches up, and it is GG, challenging the lockdown.
Yeah, it seems like those lockdowns aren't really working out for Carleton Ravens. Both times around, we saw the lockdown come through. The remaining player on OC Esports just decided to challenge it and came out on top. An absolutely fantastic duel, but it is going to be OC Esports claiming map 2.
And again, every single time they get off to a strong start, they feel like it's a sprint. They are off the block at record pace. This is twice now that they've run 10 rounds in a row, or multiple rounds in a row, I should say. And yet every time in the second half, it just feels like the Ravens are ready to kick back. These are two teams that have their own strengths, and they are absolutely playing to it. But the Ravens want a chance at winning. They need to be able to kick that into hyperdrive way earlier on, whether it's reading the playbook of OC, adjusting on the fly. We saw it, right? You pointed out the util that came out. I hope to see that util be used at a much earlier pace and trying to match OC's.
Yeah, honestly, what we're seeing come through is OC feel a lot more rehearsed in a lot of their executions on a lot of what's going on there. Whereas it does look like the Ravens, it's a little bit more confusing on their end. They're not necessarily as confident playing off their util, just decide to go in through and play a little bit more of that skill gap. Try and take those duels, try and get the upper hand. And quite frankly, once again, I talked about the flashes being a little bit of a problem on the execution of the Ravens. We didn't get to see that KO really use those pop flashes around the corner. But the same thing happened actually when you go over for OC. They were lacking flashes, and that's why they were losing those duels so early on. This time around, though, we're not going to have a break. We are ready to go into map number 3, which is going to be a bind. And so this is now do or die for the Ravens. They got to win this one if they want to force out another map.
And this is one of those maps that I feel almost requires smokes. If you don't have smokes, you're going to be in a really, really bad time. This is one of those that's well known as being a smoke city. You literally run in and you can't see anything about 2 feet in front of your face. I mean, we've seen entire sites completely fogged out. You just don't see anything. So if we aren't, and again, if they are deciding to run a pretty harsh just gun duel scenario, I still lean to OC. But if we get that chance, I really, really do hope that we do get to see some smokes come out. You know, maybe a Brim just for fun. You know, I think Brim is usually one that they like to bring out here. So I hope to see Brim. He's also one of my favorites. You know, Ultimate named after me, totally named after me. No W there, but it is still. I hope to see some smokes. I hope to see a bit more macro play used here because, as you said, Ravens down 0-2, a little bit of a dangerous spot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when we take a look at how things have been going here, we're seeing such a fast one-sided map. And then suddenly, as soon as they swap sides, it's a fast one-sided map just on the other lane. So it is going to be really interesting to see how this one is going to be going out here. Of course, based on how this map pool has gone, this should be an OC map. So you know that they got to feel confident, but at this point, you know, they looked fantastic on the offense when it came to Lotus, but then they looked fantastic on the defense when it came to Ascent. So I'm not too sure which one to gamble on, which side they might be a little bit more comfortable on.
I mean, come on, pick a side. I mean, randomly pick a side. Come on, Marks, I know you can do it.
Okay, hang on, I got a coin here. Ready? Call it. Heads or tails?
Heads or tails? I call heads.
Okay, well, it is heads. So we did define our parameters here. What does that mean?
Yeah, whoops. You know what? I'll say this time both teams come out on the attack. I'll say it. I'll say that.
Okay. If you said attack, and then we got heads, so both teams are going to look stellar on attack. And, of course, if you are incorrect and they both look fantastic on the defense, then please bug everybody. Please bug Orbital and let him know that he's wrong.
That's me 90% of the time. What are you talking about, Marks? Come on, man.
Yeah, that's right. But then this is now I've got a platform to actually get people to let you know that wrong. And there's nothing else that I would like in the world,
so you're just like sending people to just harass me, aren't you? That's we're gonna have to talk about this.
Oh boy, can't wait for that one. But okay, we're gonna be loading into the map now, and of course, I wouldn't be surprised if we once again saw Niso come in on that Reyna pick, because quite frankly, that Reyna pick has been working, but definitely far from what is considered meta on Bind.
It's that comfort pick. It's that unique comfort pick that Niso has been able to play, but this might be interesting as well. Glyph has already locked in that raise, so this is going to be that double duelist coming out if Niso does decide. And there's Yanel hovering that Brimstone saying, hey, let's get those smokes in. But Entry still rocking with that chamber, the one that you were talking about at the beginning, watching it kind of cruise through the rest of the draft here, and then actually being matched on the other side. So Sushi also bringing it out. Now the Sky as well. So still a little bit lacking, and it looks like we are logo change. Give us a second. I love that. But again, smokes just a tiny bit lacking there. Just only one for the attackers right now.
I mean, we do see ourselves going into this smoke-heavy meta, depending on which map that you're on. Quite frankly, it does feel like Harbor's starting to make their way into a lot of these maps. I've seen some Harbor get played here on Bind as well, but all good. I think that one smoke should be enough. What I'm going to be curious about is how it comes down to utilizing that, you know, Astra versus the Brimstone, because the Sky smokes that Brimstone offers is a lot more local based. You have to play them down close to where you are on the map, but Astra can put those stars down anywhere and really enable a team play despite not even being close to the site. Meanwhile, Brimstone, especially too with the stim, you got to go fast and you got to go wild if you want to make sure that those smokes are going to be effective. And so I'm curious to see how this is going to complement or take away from their styles. OC Esports, of course, known for just kind of going in hard. As you said, going to be very attack focused this time around. But of course, with Arena in hand like that, the Brimstone kind of lends itself really well to that style.
It lends itself to the don't worry about what happens, rely on your instincts. That's what I always give. I would have liked to see, as you said, a little bit more smoke, but I still think this is information gathering. The teams are going to enjoy it quite a bit. Nine are already sending down a couple stars, and again, if OC come out of the gate swinging, I'll be very, very excited. If they don't, you know, even better. I want to see the Ravens be able to fight back and be able to fight back as hard as they can. Really looking towards Sushi once again to be a major playmaker here, even on the chamber, even though it's supposed to be that lurk, you know, the control over everything else. I want to see Sushi pop off. I want to see Sushi with that op or with that 2 out of 4 just going ham on people and really creating these player differentials.
Their differentials indeed. A very fast poke out of showers. Feels nothing. Sushi, though. Bit of a precarious situation. Is able to shoot down that Trailblazer. Does have plenty of time to back up. Still within range of the rendezvous, but of course if they go there, might be a little bit dangerous. Glyph now. Poking around the other side, already just taking quite a bit of damage. OC Esports, they play it a little bit closer to the chest this time. A lot more slower. The guiding light unfortunately caught around the corner. Won't be able to give any information, but you know who can? Big old Frenchman. Great guiding light coming in there, but a better headshot. Sushi looking for one. Runs out of bullets though, so Entry at least able to tie it back. Is stunned out. Uses the rendezvous to escape, but not for much longer. Gets in a bit of damage, but that's going to be spiked down. And now it's going to be up to Glyph to move in here. Is a little bit damaged up. Still has the paint shells available. Decides to take the Martial duel instead. Does go down. Now Niso going to be moving in on the side. Yanel, crispy as ever. Finds that headshot. Shuts that one down. The bird, though, is going to be good. Doesn't matter.
Smoke's down.
Going to be shutting down all aviaries today, and now Yanel going in. Is able to grab that spike. Is able to find one, but Niso comes in clutch from the side. It's scrappy. Didn't even make their way onto site, but OC Esports, they win that first pistol.
Then lead well.
And honestly, that was in favor of Ravens at the start, right? You saw the spike go down, and OC had actually cleared out a site. They had actually completed getting it on site and ready to play it, and then they realized they don't have the spike. So the rotate out, they were able to make that calm, cool, and collected decision. And the pistols can always go different directions, right? It's simple weapons. It's very, very easy. Not a lot of util really in play. You know, you have a smoke or so. But OC, they play it well. Again, their gun duel sense, I feel, is just a tick above the Ravens at this current moment in time. So that's how they're going to play. Of course, right now, though, this is the call. Sushi gets first blood, but Glyph gets the rebuttal, as well as Yanel finding the headshot over there in A.
Now looking for an opportunity to drop down some smokes. Riv tossing the grenade in. Niner, though, able to find the headshot, but unfortunately all the bullets were expended on the little boom bot. So Glyph will be able to take the spot, throws in the paint shells, gets a little bit of room, flies up top, looking for Niner as well. Little bit of input overload, and now Sushi, last person alive in a 1v3 scenario. Has that headhunter and a marshal, but running out of bullets.
Not even able to get off that last bullet either. Glyph gets a 3K to kick things off, and that is great for Erase to have as well. Having that showstopper up and early is going to be very, very helpful in clearing out some of those corners. Of course, you're only about halfway there, but it's enough. It's such a great start here, and now it's on the Ravens to really kick things into high gear. They get the guns, they get the opportunity. Last time around in game number 2, it was 3 rounds in a row for OC Esports. They ran it up pretty dang quickly. For the Ravens, if they can stop it here, if they can get it back more to a neutral ground, I think that's going to be very appropriate. But again, it is a full stack over there onto the B site, at least for the moment. As all 5 are looking, and Glyph gets the opener. Once again, just rushes straight into Hookah.
Yeah, Oz already downed. OC Esports looking to turn this run around. Niner goes completely unnoticed, though.
Oh.
A little bit unfortunate. Glyph just going to get absolutely mowed by bullets. Nebula going to be activated there. I actually think that the Molly might have just bounced off the body, but doesn't matter. Niner still moving forwards as ever. Finally gets shut down. A nice little flick from that Sheriff will do it. Rayano goes for the guiding light around the corner. Wants to play off of it. Has another one in hand. Will be doing that. Sushi, though, has meanwhile snuck all the way behind.
So good.
A spy mission and a half. Able to find one, and Riv does the exact same. A little bit louder that time, but will be able to find it. The Carlton Ravens, they get that first round, and they stop any spree that could have come through.
I can appreciate that. A lot more proactivity coming out of the Ravens, making sure to cover their own angles. And OC got stopped at the doorway. It's a little bit unfortunate. Glyph did not decide to, take a look around that corner, really double check their own entries, and you know, you'll take advantage of that one. I don't think it's going to happen again. But of course, the opening rounds end as they should, 2-1, as OC have a 1-round lead, and this big gun round will be a question. Yanel with that orbital strike, gonna be trying to use it as a big deterrent to get the first plant down, but Riv said, nah, that ain't gonna be in play this time.
Oh, spots up the Trailblazer. Almost looked like it was going the other way. Not gonna be the case this time. A lot of bullets being traded back and forth. Sushi very far forwards. Recalls the rendezvous. Now has no escape tools, doesn't matter. The rest of the squad is around to make sure that that entry is gonna be padded. And while it's a little bit of a space being taken, a 1v1 scenario happening onto this B site as that spike goes around as well. Glyph trying to pick around this corner. Rayano able to find entry. Slowing things down for just a second, and now OC Sports, the jig is up. They know that they might be moving in over here. Sushi able to find yet another. So Niso rescues that spike around, but is actually a little bit low. One Leer is going to be expended. Glyph coming in from behind, able to find a crispy headshot here. Showstopper activated, looking for something. Unfortunately, not able to find much, but tosses out the paint shells anyways. Has a satchel, goes around the corner there unscathed. And now the Sharks are going to be swimming in on their targets. They've tasted blood and they're moving in.
I mean, honestly, that was a great way to actually stay alive. That could have been so dangerous, but you still fall on the back end, and it will be the round to the Ravens. Phenomenal defensive play here, and a great collapse into the B site. They're showing it again, and I did say at the beginning, I expect them to be able to play at a little bit more higher caliber. This is them, you know, saying, hey, this is our backs against the wall, and we know OC like to play fast and loose. You got to match them a little bit, and they have done so in immaculate fashion to tie things up. Yes, it is just one round. I get that. But it's still very nice to see them pulling off some of these very, very clean flanks, these clinical ways of getting into defuse.
This has been the closest we've ever seen it on round number 4. Usually it's a 4-0 by now.
Get this win.
But
yeah, this is Come on, give me something. Nah.
Let's see how this one goes. It's gonna be Tour de Force activated already. Glyph in a little bit of a bad situation, but thankfully teamwork does in fact make the dream work. Been able to find one. Sushi going around the corner here as the Tour de Force gets hard flashed out. Meanwhile, Oz and Rihanna, tag team, Army at 2 themselves, will be able to just basically shut down this round. Now Yanel not in a good position anymore. Very fast round coming in from the Carleton Ravens, and that is a decisive one too.
Just a demolition derby out here, and I mean the Ravens, they're pushing their leads here, and it's very, very nice. Of course, OC still sitting on that orbital strike as well as the Empress, and whenever the Empress is up, you can always look at Niso and just go, we got a chance. We have a chance to pop off here. On the flip side, Showstopper once up for Riv, and then the Blade Storm. These are great clearing ults if you can land them. So the Raven's going to be looking to play them on opposite sides, I believe. Or at least not opposite sides for the time being. Both currently stuck over there on A mid. It's B long. Long hallway that they're going to look for. Rihanna shuts them down in an instant. No chance.
But the guiding light could be coming through here. Instinct able to get that trade. Unfortunately, a bit of a misstop shot from Sushi. That's going to be absolutely disastrous. Fortunately, Glyph's blast pack was just the same. Oz now, the hair pokes around the corner. Instinct going to be good with it. Now Seeker's going to be activated as well. Definitely a winnable situation. Showstopper going to be used here. As Riv is hunting, but the site's completely open. OC Esports, they more or less just kind of back out, and look at this. It's the great ruse. They're walking through the spawn and making their way back over to this A site. It's completely free as the Carleton Ravens. They're like, the spike must be around here somewhere. That's just going to be a free plant for OC.
Oh, it feels so good, and now you can see the rush in as well. Niso should know they're coming around that back end. And now they're going to happily prep themselves in the defensive position. Let's see where they go. Okay, so one up on that B side link. Or the A side. Man, my numbers are off today. Man, my brain does not want to work in any sort of capacity. But you can see here, up on the heaven, 2 looking out. Do they find any frags? Everyone tucked away. I love this.
Information gained though. A little bit of a hop from Niso. Could be more than enough. Instinct. Clear as ever. Niner. Down to this 1v2 scenario. Doesn't realize somebody's just inside there in OC Esports. They tie it up once again. It's now 3-3. A little bit of shenanigans happening on there, but they're able to walk right over to the other site. And then it's just a victory.
Just a victory. Just a walk in the park, as for the first time we actually have tying up in the first half. We do not have that complete wash out from OC Esports. It's 3-3. Things are even paced, and we get that op in the hands of Sushi as well. So Ravens playing very, very upfront here, and I can I'm very much enjoying it, right? I'm enjoying this back and forth between the two teams, and
you want to play? Let's
willing to go for these challenges. And Showers, I'm also surprised, has not been a major key factor for a lot of these rounds. Instead, it's been that far side along B long. It's only been 1 or 2 to dance, and those are, I think, the duelists. The shots go out, and Glyph finds it. I was watching that minimap to see who takes control there, and it is going to be OC Esports.
Oh, crispy. He's so able to find the head of Rayano there. Now has that over health as well. Gets full up to that 150 armor. Niner, though, being as sneaky as ever, riding inside of their own smoke. Strategy has worked multiple times, but Niso might just have that sixth sense activated. Might know that somebody might just be there. Oh, geez. Hops on top of the boxes. Oh! What a time to swing. Perfect. Niner able to find 2 headshots. The orbital strike gets invested as well. Trying to flush him out. Now the spray through will do a little bit of damage, but it's not enough to send Niner home. Send a shot from the Tour de Force just to be safe. Planting inside as well. These teams are completely swapped around. Carleton Ravens coming in from the... 3 from Hookah. This is going to be a little bit desperate here as there is a smoke. Hoping that the paint shells clear something out, but entry is good for the first shot.
Every time we swap to someone with the op, it's like they have that on site every single time, and that's going to be the challenge. There it is, 2K for entry. And you know what? There might have been a little bit of a mishap inside of Hookah, but they cleaned it up nicely. OC Esports get back to maintaining a lead, even if it's just 1 round. They're going to be happy about that. Also sinking, Ravens to really dig deep in the pockets. I was curious if they were going to buy up, but not really enough to fully. It is going to be a couple rifles in the hand, maybe just 1 or 2, depending on if Rihanna wants to fully buy out here. Looks like they're going to save a majority chunk. There it is. A little bit of a toss over. Beautiful job either way, though. The Ravens looking to try and come back and tie things up in their own way once again.
Slow start. Not for entry, though. Sushi already downed. That's a key component to the puzzle piece, and it's a different look from OC. They're spreading themselves out this time, poking and prodding. Usually we see a little bit more of a double stack, but they're relying just on that single frag potential. Oh. I think Glyph knows. Glyph knows is able to find one and get out clean. That's going to be 2 easy kills, more or less completely unchecked. Empress going to be activated. Rib does find one. So now's know where that is. Instinct, though, trades it right back. The spike should be able to go down here. They're just being ever so cautious as to where Niner is going to be hanging out. Niner has been doing an excellent job lately. Showstopper going to be activated as well, shutting down the Blade Storm from Oz. Niner gets repositioned thanks to a satchel pack, and you can't keep your aim steady if you're flying through the air. Glyph shuts that one down, and now OC Sports are in their stride.
You know, normally you see the random satchel kills. That, I think, is the first. A satchel assist against the enemy there. That was phenomenal usage right there. Very, very nicely done. Giving OC a little bit more breathing room as well. 2 rounds in the lead. Niso looking to get a little bit fresh with it. That's a judge in hand going up close quarters combat. Expect a hard push in a certain sense if given the opportunity. Carlton Ravens, though, they're working with a little bit of a lopsided buy on their own. We did see a couple phantoms, but they got to play it fast and loose in their own right. And this is going to be the chance. Take a look over there on mid a little bit as the hookah is completely flooded here. This is going to be that chance. But Rayano on the far side found the lurker. They are down. It's a site takeover, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, Niner goes completely unchecked yet again. This could be disastrous. It is finally spotted out, but takes 2 down. That's going to even things out just a little bit. Oz now going to be walking through with this operator. It's going to be 3 people pushing in through spawn. Glyph has to just back off there. Uses that satchel to reposition appropriately. Knows all 3 are going to be coming through that way. Not a lot of time to get themselves set up. The smoke dissipates. And now Instinct down to this 1v2. Has an operator in hand. Goes for the smoke up top. Able to find one. Picks up the Phantom. It's going to be more than enough bullets. Trying to spray it down. Are you kidding me? Once again, the game sense comes in clutch. Doesn't even need full fire. Phantom's still going to do its job. OC Esports get their 6th.
Instinct is playing off of Instinct at this point. That was a ridiculous clutch out. And every time we sit there and we go, if there's someone to clutch up, it is Instinct. Time and time again, they have been able to step up to the plate, even playing on these more util heavy agents. I have no other words for it. Showing up big time, and I love it. For the Ravens, they got a little bit overconfident. They said, hey, it's only 1 player. We can walk in. We can get these kills, and they could not. They lost out on a round that feels like it should have been one of their own. Because of that, you're down once again in the hole. That is 3 rounds in their favor, but look, the corner not cleared. Oz dashes back and picks up a 2K on the top rope once again.
Ooh. Shot goes a little bit wide there. Spike carrier is down. That's good information. Immediately rescued. Bad doesn't matter. Entry able to take down Oz. Blow for blow. Still favoring the defenders here. Sushi just on the other side of the smoke. Entry's able to reposition around. It's a great crossfire. Yunel checking the smoke. So where someone might be around. Goes in with the shorty. Niner, though, has a judge. And Riv somehow able to find one. And it will be the judge. Just a little bit of awareness there. Carlton Ravens looking to potentially make this a nice even 6-6 half as they move things forwards. Only 2 rounds remain in this half.
God, I loved everything that happened in that round. That was great. Just a shorty, and then on the other side you hear, hey, I got a judge. I can do you one better. The shots ring out, and so the Ravens feel a little bit more comfortable here. You can see the Guardian in the hand of Riv. We're seeing that util come out. You were talking about it. We want to see that util in favor. We want to see those stars go down, and Niner has done a phenomenal job of using them, but as well as keeping in check with the rest of the gun duels and making sure that they're on point. And see a give of the mid and instead looking towards those sides. Again, this B long has been a challenge for both teams to really take control of. It's gone back and forth, back and forth. This time around, it's conceding on both ends as first blood does not come out in the first 20 seconds.
Good adaptation, Riv, and then Sushi. Shots are so good here. Not able to find that next one, but I think it's okay. Smokes have been the greatest deterrent for that operator to find not as much value as possible. Rayano, though, with a spray. We'll find Instinct, in a bad position. Sushi shuts that one down, and Carlton Ravens now 1 round away from tying things up in this half.
Round before the switch.
Not just that, to bring it back to a net 0. Forces back down in a timeout called at the last step. Mayano saying, let's take our timeout that we get each half, and it looks like there might be a little bit of a question, of course, but I think it's, you know, again, the Ravens playing very, very strong. Once again, balancing against OC, making sure that they keep pace, and it's been the willingness to, again, take those challenges, to take those gun duels, to fight against the opponent and to fight against OC, who have been very, very aggressive. Only in that last round have we seen them really decide to back off and play a little bit slower. Normally it's, okay, we lost first blood, so we do have to play back. But this time around it was, okay, we'll do it on our own time. So I really, really like that call. And Ravens now taking this, like I said, take a little bit of time, think about it, get ready for the second half.
I mean, hey, if they can tie things up, I mean, already this is very unconventional from what we've seen. Nobody hit in double digits in the first half. What the heck is going on here? But like you said, it feels a lot more confident from the Ravens, being able to find those first picks, those first bloods, and then just being able to convert them around. It's been very fast, very snappy, and now OC Esports is not on the best buy in the world. I would imagine this means that they try to run things down, but they need to do a better job at checking that operator. Sushi has been just popping off lately. And honestly, it's such a deterrent. It's so difficult to try and deal with that operator without using a proper amount of utility. And as a result, if you get a free kill, then things kind of just start to fall to pieces. Sushi, though, this is that first shot here. El Trailblazer goes in, is able to actually get the stun. Showstopper going to be on. Law Hater, you kidding me, Sushi? Finds a headshot. Now Instinct is down. This is looking pretty good. An Orbital Strike got invested. Niso going down as well. And now they're all falling through here. It's only one, and it is going to be Entry with the shorty in hand. Entry does find a couple, but it's not enough. The Ravens, they tie things up before the second half.
Switching sides.
Just like that, it is done. First half over. As an absolute slaughterfest happens, and a little bit of a spicy way to go back into it. But OC Esports now on the defensive are going to give it their best time as well. And the Ravens are looking on their own. Again, now that they have the conductor's baton, I expect them to play around those stars a little bit more, have a lot more fun. Looks like we do have a little bit of a technical question going on. So we'll get back to you on that one. So just give us a few moments, please, if you do allow us to. We want to make sure everyone has a sporting chance, if you will. But it was the Ravens being willing to fight it out. And again, they have done so well. Over the course of the game, it has been more consistent factor of them playing up for it. So I love it. We'll go ahead, and I think we're going to... Yeah, so we did have a little bit of information. Last round, again, a little bit of a hiccup. We'll go back, we'll replay it. I think the teams are willing to do that.
A little bit of a minor hiccup here, but... all good. That's actually a pretty neat feature in Valorant, that you can just roll it back and it keeps track of everything just before the round kind of went off. But
yeah, they have the chrono break, or yeah, what is it? Is it chrono break in League? I think that's what it is. Roll back here, but chrono break everywhere in League of Legends, you know.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Target audience hard to reach here.
I mean,
I'm trying here, Mark.
The imposter-ness of you is showing right now. We'll
I
bump
know,
you off the
right?
spaceship
I
at a
know.
moment's notice.
Oh my god. Hey, you remember that game with two paddles and a ball bouncing back and forth? I mean, geez, that game was so good.
Are you talking the analog one or the digital one? Because I could go either way.
Listen, it was 2 green bars. That was about it, okay?
Oh man. All right, here. Well, let's bring it back here. We're gonna be re-rolling that round, as we know already. Not the best weapon rollout coming in from OC Esports. It's not going to be tied up 6-6 going into this half, but as you can imagine, Carlton Ravens, given the fact that they do have such a strong gun advantage coming into this one, I imagine that things will be pretty easy for them to be able to get themselves exactly back to the same point that they needed.
Mm-hmm. This is one of those moments that the Ravens are just like, man, we had an opportunity, but I expect OC to come out with a little bit more fire as well. And I mean, I think they are just going to run it back. I think they are actually just going to run it back on this side. Both teams agree, like, yo, we're running the same play. Good luck, everyone. I love that. The sportsmanship from everyone. This could go drastically different. That's going to be Oz getting a great shot on these. So great opening start to the Ravens as they once again try and deny this push, but they have to back up ever further. That's going to be the orbital strike clearing out the side, but Oz gets a dink on the instinct. That's going to be 2 for 0.
Yeah, honestly, good move from Oz. Using the orbital strike almost as a smoke. Now Oz kind of styling on him, looking for a little bit more here. Goes for the right click, unfortunately misses, but Rayano thankfully has their back. It all starts to fall apart. Satchel goes out. Oz with a nice little 4K. And yeah, now we're right back where we were, 6-6, swapping sides, nice and evened out. And let's see what happens this time around.
Hey, I don't know what happened, Marks. We totally didn't replay the round. I mean, the score 6-6. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what? That time around, though, you saw again, it was a call from both teams. So this time, that time around, it was the Ravens just straight up going, yeah, we're gonna gun check you. That's what we're gonna do here. Starting off though, Ravens need a strong start here. They have not had, I would say, a phenomenal kickoff to their to most of their pistols. I think it's always the second half though that they do show off a little bit more. And so I want to see them do it once again. Niner has had a phenomenal time here. Oz, of course, sitting at 15 frags on their own. I expect these two to work in tandem, and I hope they continue to do so. You can already see them stacked there in a mid together. I love this duo setup, but they're going to be checked very, very quickly on. A little bit of a star pull goes in. A couple dinks and entry on the side. Spotted out, but entry was ready with a headshot.
Yeah, shuts that one down completely, you know. Okay, well, there you go. The collapse upon him. Stack of dominoes. Now it's all up to Oz. 1v5 scenario does have the sheriff. He's going to be trying to enter. Okay, never mind. Entry. Able to find that headshot. That is clean with the ghost. I think that was 3 headshots that round.
It was straight up. They're just like, yeah, we're good. They didn't even give you time to break it down. It's just like, nope, round's over. We're good to move on. Either way, OC Esports looking to continue their reign. Again, this is their match point. If they win here, they are the champions of the Champions Divisions Nationals. And that is a fantastic title to have under your belt here. Great opening round. Looking towards it once again. They will have the gun advantage, and it's on the Ravens to try and gather themselves up. It's a full 4 and 5 set in mid once again, and they're just going to try and rush it. Double smokes in to give themselves leeway into Lantern. But look on the upper rung, Cliff with a single shot said nah, and now that is the judge to knock them all down like bowling pins.
Yeah, you got to be careful about that judge, huh? Works well, especially in close quarters. Riv down to this 1v4. And Entry didn't even buy up a gun, mind you. Just still using that ghost. And still able to find some headshots. So some things never change, even when you have a little bit of extra cash. Now, Carlton Ravens are going to have a chance to come back into this one. This is going to be their rifle round, but a very, very, very early operator coming in from Entry. I don't know that the Ravens are going to necessarily expect this one. And already, Entry is in the right position to use this operator and potentially find an opening kill.
Mm-hmm. This B long has been so much fun to watch. Honestly, the teams have really set that down as like their common ground, right? If one person shows up, everyone is like, we will have a duel over this scenario. This time around, the Ravens actually changed it up towards mid. Hookah's also had some amazing moments and some 50 shots. That's going to be Niso once again trying to shut it down. That's going to be one at least. Can't get much more than that. The heals coming out means they're all fine, but Entry finds the long range kills. Instinct follows up, and just like that, OC sending them all to the graveyard. Are you kidding me? One more along those lines. Instinct wants it. Good turn away from the flash. They look, and Instinct says, nah, you didn't blind me, I blind you. Sushi said, I don't even need to see. That's a 3K in their pocket as it's down to 1v2, but they can't swing fast enough. Glyph shuts them down.
Wow, unbelievable just stopping power being utilized by OC Esports on that B site. A lot of bullets flying through there, but the ones that mattered were able to find the kills, and the rest was history. Of course, Entry still able to keep that operator alive. Of course, Niso using that judge. A little bit of a surprise pop around the corner, Jack in the Box style, and oh boy, one of them is going to be dead. Fantastic utilization of that weapon. But of course, now, Carlton Ravens, they've just lost 3 in a row, which means that things are going to get a little bit more difficult for them here. They're on a broken buy. Sushi will have this Vandal in hand, but the rest of them are going to be a little bit bare bones. I wouldn't count them out just quite yet, though. We've seen a couple of thrifties come through from both of these squads. Never say it's over until it's over. I want to see some Sheriff headshots.
We've seen everything, Mark. So we've not only seen clutch ups with these, you know, just the Sheriffs, we've also seen just straight up clutches, right? 1v3, 1v4s. And we're just like, they shouldn't win the round, but they can, and they do. And we're just waiting for the next big moment. Niso, though, says, no big moments for you, Oz. The Jet will not have that cry of victory. A slow walk in here, of course, with a little bit of a save, means that Ravens have to draw out that Trailblazer. Great catch on the Entry, who now has to teleport back. Sushi finds Niso on the back end, and now the chase forward. Riv with a phenomenal headshot with the Sheriff.
Unbelievable. Operator is now down as well. Allows for perfect just shutdown of any of the defense coming through here. Aware that that operator is handed over. The spike going to be going down now. It's going to be 3v4 under this retake. Glyph, though, able to at least find one instinct. A little bit of a glazing headshot just around the corner here, trying to take the duel against Sushi, and is able to do so, and suddenly it's all down to one. Glyph running over Niner as well. I know you predicted that they were going to be good on the attack, but I'm going to be honest with you, Orbital. OC Sports look crispy on the defense.
Hey, listen. I'm excited to be proven wrong, right? Like, as a caster, I know we're not supposed to be happy about that, but I'm happy. I love being proven wrong here. I love the fact that OC are coming out with some absolute fire, and especially in the second half, right? In the second half, in scenarios where we say they start out strong and they don't really know how to close it out when they have such an extensive lead, this time around, they are doing so. Now, granted, again, a couple save rounds in the back pocket. This time around, it is full guns. I expect Sushi to be able to bring out, it looks like the 2 of force is what they're going to be rocking with. But they have looked cleaner. The coverage of each other has been optimal. They are always buddied up. They are not allowing themselves to be caught unawares. You see here, once again, a little bit of a bird back and forth, both ends. Now a trailblazer as well. Some bit of util from the sky being thrown this way as Ravens try and clear a path for themselves.
Oz. Pop the tailwind. Spots out one here, but look at that utility. You gotta get out of there real fast. The satchel for dismantling as well. Sushi able to find one. Showstopper. Oh, never mind. Sushi shuts it down. Sushi been doing fantastic stuff with the 2 of force thus far. Now OC Esports. They're down a man. Spike, though, in a very bad spot here in Riv. Just on the other side. Yunel gonna be hopping up there and immediately gets shut down. Now this is going to look a little bit easy. Instinct can't see a darned thing. Now it's going to be all up to one to try and temper the storm for a little bit. But honestly, just good utility usage coming in. Understanding that OC Esports like to play some of these angles and just kind of smoking them, splitting them up, and stunning them. It was great stuff coming through.
The macro activity, but entry still is looking dangerous. Wants to take as many names as they can with them. Remember, they won 4 in a row, so no matter what, they can buy up here as well. But questions around the side. Looking to the left, looking to the right, but I don't think you're going to see that swing. And Sushi grabs a 3K. That 2 of force grabbing so many that round. 3 to be specific. Feels great. 3-round difference as the Ravens are going to try their best to take flight and fly the long haul.
Yep, start to pull it back. You gotta. And quite frankly, if you look at the scoreboard, it almost looks like 4 rounds in a row. That's about right. And then it's the other team's turn to get a little bit of a streak going, but you know, it's going to be the first one that can make their way to 13. And if this pattern does keep up, listen, pattern recognition, important for AI, and also important for OC Esports to be able to win out this map. And actually the series, because this is going to be match point for them already. Aggressive coming through from the Ravens. Entry immediately denied. And honestly, this is just such a good adaptation coming in from the Ravens, understanding that that is going to be the case, and the 2 of force gets no value whatsoever.
Absolute nada. Niso, though, wants them with the judge, and I mean, that judge has cried out more times than not. This is going to be a 3-on-3, though. Spike goes down. Oz ready in heaven. Says no, you don't get a chance to find us from the skies.
Unbelievable.
Rihanna waiting. That's going to be a headshot there. And as you said, the Ravens have looked better and better. Down to 1. Can Glyph do it? Slow walk forward. Cheats around. Headshot there. Dash backwards from Oz. Said, hey, you aren't going to catch me lacking. 1v2. Time ticking down. Shell goes out. Paint Shell. Showstopper ain't going to be launched. That's Oz with the 3K. Ravens take a 2nd in a row.
Yeah, on top of that too, the Showstopper gets no value, is offline. A heavy investment for OC Sports to try and get yet another round. Shut down these Ravens from getting to their economy game. Now their money is going to be a little bit strained. OC Sports on a bit of a save. We're going to be seeing Glyph being able to buy up a rifle. Of course, Entry will have that operator at least. But the Ravens, they've all got rifles. And quite frankly, they've been doing a really good job at adapting themselves to what they can expect from that OC Esports defense. The OC Esports team, they have to be a little bit more careful about how they're setting themselves up. They're starting to get red a little bit more and just suffering as a result of it.
Let's see if they're red again here. Ravens, they send it far, and it is a read on the back end. Rim clears them out so easily. Glyph trying to do damage control, but not able to do it fast enough. That is the Ravens. That is not just a read. That's a prediction. That is psychic. That is prophetization. They clean up OC like nothing. And now it's 2 to defend. Niso gets 1 with the Sheriff. And yes, may have been lower equipment, but my gosh, was that not glorious to watch.
Double smoke being activated. Instinct able to at least find one. Does have that Sheriff, but Oz has been feeling it lately. Unbelievable stuff, unbelievable flicks coming through, and this Ravens offense is looking pretty darn good now. Only one round separates these teams.
I still can't believe that Riv had that much confidence. There was no hesitation. Run up mid, straight through hookah, have the showstopper out. It was like, I ain't gonna meet anyone. I know where they're going to be. Oh my gosh, it was phenomenal. Now again, this is that is a round that still they weren't really looking to be that amazing, phenomenal setup, but it's still one that gives a lot of momentum into the Ravens' pocket. Of course, still looking for 2 on the side because of that amazing fostered aggression on B. Now they're looking on the A side. Raven's gonna try and do it once again, and they find the first blood. Do they get a second? No, Instinct locks him down in the showers. Oz on the back end, able to tie it 2 for 2, but Glyph with the boom bot finds 2 more. It's all down to a 1v3.
It's an all-out brawl happening just at the top of this round. This is a style that we've seen from this team more often than not. Sushi finds that first headshot onto Glyph. Now down to this 1v2. The spike's still down. A molly used as well. Slowing down things for a second, and the information is known. Now, the HP a little bit more deteriorated. We're in one-shot territory even with the Phantom headshot. Now look at that. It is going to be an advancement going forward. Sushi wants none of that. Is going to be moving out. But this is not an ideal setup. Chamber gets run down, and Entry's able to find that kill, taking them to 11 here. OC Esports, they're not done with their food just yet.
I mean, at this point, they are butchering the food each time and time again. They are just trying their hardest to keep it down. And it's just fighting back each time. I have been enjoying this time and time again. You would, if you just looked at this game, you would not expect the first 2 to have gone just straight away to OC. And again, OC have had to battle their way each time into games, but it's just, again, they had longer streaks. This one has been so back and forth. It is that tug of war that leads me to see the Ravens just saying, nah, it ain't over. It will never be over until we see that defeat screen. Taking a look here, they're not moving as fast as they did before, trying to change up the tempo here and trying to change up the pacing.
Oh my goodness.
You can see over there in Hookah, Riv dancing with death here. You have to look left and right. That's going to call up. Oz goes high, doesn't draw a shot. Yanel gets blinded out. And no real dance yet. Yanel drops another smoke here. Oz just chasing up long. It's going to be the question. Niso finds Riv, though. That's going to be the kill and opening up that mid space for them.
Look at this. So much utility being invested, but these smokes from Yanel have been fantastic. It's completely slowing down the pace. So much utility has to get utilized in there as well. Oz takes a glancing blow. The Trailblazer, though, finds the target. And that's going to be an easy read there. OC Esports looking to put themselves onto match point now. A little bit of an awkward dance just on the other side of the smoke. Oh, hey, Instinct walks out, able to at least get one. And suddenly we're down to a 2v2. Once again, both of these teams just smashing their heads against each other. Trying to find an opening. Trying to find a leg up on their competition. And that's why it's as close as it is. It's going to be a 2v2 retake, as we should be able to see the Carlton Ravens be able to get the spike down, but they're being so careful when doing so.
They don't want to make a single mistake here. And of course, on the other side, OC, do they go 2 in or do they split 1-1? I mean, they've done so well individually so far, but this is one of those breaking points. Make the wrong move, and all of a sudden the Ravens are right on your butt.
Oh,
Glyph finds the first shot. That's awesome for them, but Rayano doesn't want to give it up. Entry, though. Headshot galore, as again, the Chamber makes its mark.
And just like that, OC Esports, they find themselves on match point, ready to become the champions of the champions. That's what you call them at the end of the day, right? If they win this best of 5, then they will win nationals in the champions division, which is the most competitive here for NECC. And so that is saying a lot. And now they're just one round away from being able to prove themselves to be that elite squad. Carlton Ravens, it's going to be a little bit of a walk up, but they need to find those 3 rounds first to be able to force that overtime. And if they can force out that next map, that is best case scenario for them to start to regroup them and start to break down this OC Esports mentality. They're going to be queuing themselves up for an A-site push. Just overwhelm Entry, which has worked pretty well before. Cosmic Divide going to be invested right off the bat, but Entry able to find Oz's head. Goes to the rendezvous teleport around the corner, finds Riv as well. It's all falling to pieces. The showstopper's activated. Doesn't quite find much. Now Boombot going to be going in as well, but it doesn't matter. It is all down to this. Sushi into a 1v4, trying to save the team, keep them alive and their dreams alive as well. Gets bitten out and knifed into the ground. What a way to do it, but OC Esports are going to be winning it all, as they will be your champions of the Champions Division.
GG, well played to both squads. And again, yes, OC came out with fire each time, but my gosh, did the Ravens fight back, tied all the way through in the first half, time and time again of that game number 3, and that is how you fight. And no hate to either squad. These two teams have played through thick and thin throughout the Nationals, played so many phenomenal games, and both deserve to be here. Yes, it was a 3-0, but please do not just look at the score. Please go watch the VOD. These teams gave a masterclass in why you should never give up.
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, like, you know, this was a wild match. We saw such such one-sided halves for both of these teams on 1 and 2, and then we move to map number 3, and then it's an absolute slugfest. And I really, once again, would like to commend the Carleton Ravens, because, like you said, they played adaptive to what was going on. They kept their heads in the game, and they really pushed OC Esports to the edge every single time. This wasn't just like a blowout or anything. They really made this one very, very competitive. So big shout out to them, but it is going to be OC Esports that take it all. We saw some unbelievable plays coming in there. I mean, Instinct absolutely popped off.
I think Instinct just deserves an MVP, and I don't think Instinct actually ruled the top of the leaderboards either. I do believe they were just like second multiple times, but the impact that the frags had, and then Entry as well. I want to give a shout out because, you know, when it comes to FPS, the single shot, the operators, whatever you want to call them, across all FPS tend to get a very large spotlight. And there's good reason for that. The impact that they have as well is great. However, it wasn't Entry that had the most amount of impactful rounds, but the ones that they did looked phenomenal. Multiple times we saw, I think like 3 or 4 times were specifically just Entry in the front lines with either a Marshal or an Op, stared down through these longs and said, "It's mine." The absolute cojones to run that and give the team openings. The teammates feed off of that. So I love the fact that we saw this team get more and more angry, almost more and more aggressive as time went on.
Yeah, and to be fair, once again, speaking to the Carleton Ravens, they were matching that aggression. They were trying to really just go in there and then, you know, just try to figure out what is going to be happening. And quite frankly, they were doing a really good job at contesting them. Those rounds, we saw consistently that Entry was under pressure on that defense, where the Chamber, you know, playing so far forwards, looking for those cheeky picks to start things out. Got nothing, just completely shut down by a wall of utility. And quite frankly, once again, the wall of utility looked so much better from the Ravens this time around than on the previous maps. So they were showing those signs of improvement, but the OC Esport, like, they were just prepared. They knew what they were going to be doing, and they looked clean on their executions.
And not just that, again, at the base level, when teams are sometimes very close in skill level, it does come down to reading the playbook. You pointed it out, I think, in game number 2 and at the beginning of game number 3, OC started to get read a little bit. We started to see a lot of those moments just be like, man, that was a big read. And I think, you know, my favorite was, of course, that big wraparound. Yes, it was a save round coming out of OC, but just running in knowing, hey, they're going to look long. That's where they've been multiple times before, and that's what they've loved to favor towards. We can utilize that. That is something that the Ravens did very well, but both teams adapting as time went on. So really do appreciate it. And OC just, again, a little bit cleaner on the executes and a little bit quicker to adapt. As soon as they felt they were getting red, hey, swap it up, change it up. Move fast, move slow. Take your pick. They were ready.
Yeah, and you know what? When you think about it as well, kind of crazy that they were ending off this final best of 5 thing 3-0. I mean, that's going to be something to remember as you start to move a little bit forwards, and these players are definitely, they've got a bright future ahead of themselves. I mean, we saw some unbelievable plays, and on top of that too, it's not just the plays that were good, it was the actual teamwork and coordination that were coming in from OC Esports as well. It's something that is quite fantastic, all things considered. But we are just prepping to have a little bit of an interview here with one of the players from OC Esports, so we can start to pick their brain as to kind of how some of those things went. But overall, just a phenomenal showing coming out from that squad, and unfortunately, Carleton Raven, you know what? I say unfortunately, but at the same time, the Ravens were able to scoop up second place, which is honestly no feat in its own. Like, that is still fantastic for that team.
And again, it comes down to the fact, and I want to check my notes before I misquote for like the 5th time in this broadcast. No, it is true. Ravens came in from the regular season being 5th to 8th place. They came in from the playoffs in a much lower seeded position. This was a team that a lot of people looked at and said, maybe they'll make a decent run. Maybe they'll get up there. They blew all expectations out of the water. And that is something that you should be very, very proud of. Very, very impressed with the entire squad. And again, I love watching teams that continuously grow throughout the entire series. So phenomenal job to their side. Huge shout out as well to Niner having some of the funnier moments, just like around the corner, hiding in there saying, hey, I'm still here. The non-corner checking that gave opportunities for these players to get like highlight reel moments. So much fun. And Niner took full advantage of it.
Absolutely. I do admit I was being a little bit critical about Niners' performance on that second map there, but completely just changed my tune on that last one. Honestly, great utility usage coming in from that Astra play, as well as just putting everything together. It all looked fantastic coming in there, but we do have our interview queued up and ready to go. So we're going to throw over to that interview screen so we can talk to one of the people coming in from OC Esports. And we got Yanel. How's it going? Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So,
you guys hear me well? Is that we're good?
Yeah, we got you. We got you good. So, how does it feel being the champions of the champions? You guys have come out on top, number one.
Hey, it feels great. I mean, this is technically our last dance, I guess you could say. So this is our last tournament together, and we won it. It feels amazing to go out that way. Obviously, we honestly did not expect to be here. Beating Northwood was definitely an upset for us. Just getting to the finals, we were ready to forfeit. Versus Northwood. Nobody was ready to play. I mean, I don't know how it turned out this way, but we're here.
Hey, you guys gave us a fantastic show, and I mean, just from your speech, I would not have expected that. Considering what happened in games 1 and 2, you guys came out of the gate with absolute fire. So, first starting off here, I do want to kind of ask on Lotus, is that a map you guys have prepped for multiple times? Because again, that is outside of what usually Collegiate does. Normally, it's not that Lotus is bringing that. Was that a special of your school? Is that one that you guys have practiced a lot and just been like, this is our home, we will always take this if this is available?
Yeah, well, one thing about OC Esports is we don't really practice. We kind of just show up in matches, and when we kind of feel the map is good for us, we pick that map. And Lotus is one of those maps where we're all individually comfortable on it. Maybe one of us isn't, but we'll be like, you're playing the map, and we're gonna play this map, and that's kind of just Lotus for us. We just kind of all like it, and we just run around doing our own thing. Everybody's like, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. We're just shooting heads, and it's fun. It's a great time.
See, that's actually really interesting because I was a big fan of how you guys used a lot of the utility to, first of all, play that defense, but also to just kind of work on the offense. So is that something that comes down to just how you guys are communicating with one another and just relying on your individual knowledge of how everyone is supposed to come together?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, a lot of the times, for me, because I played Duelist on Lotus, both the series, I just said, where do you want me to go? Or I'm going here, give me this. And it's usually just all of that during the whole game, no matter where we are. We just kind of build around that kind of structure.
Yeah, I like that. So talking about the communication then, because I always, communication swings can happen drastically depending on the state of the game. And, those first 2 games, I mean, we got to talk about it. There were extensive leads in both of them. So how did the communication change then? Because again, first half, you guys are up both times and all of a sudden things look a little bit rough. Did communication shake up during those kind of swing back moments? And how did you guys kind of draw yourselves out of it? Because I don't think I saw a single timeout from any of you. No real hard 1 minute mental resets.
Yeah, so we definitely endure those long, those four round losses in a row. We kind of just roll with the punches. We're not much of a timeout team. We just there's some rounds we go into them and we don't even have a plan. We're just we just play the round. It's I don't know. It's really hard to explain. Today, Glyph, while he couldn't do the interview, we wanted him to do it. He just got done with the mouth surgery for one of his teeth, so he had no comms the whole tournament. Pretty much, he was typing. And there's it's if we want him to do something or he needs util, it's so hard to figure it out. And during those rounds where we're losing, it's what are we doing? What are we doing wrong? What's going on? No timeout. We're just gonna do this. Let's do this. And then we win one round and we're right back in it. because we have players that make huge plays, come huge for us, get 3, and it'll just bring us right back into the game. It's kind of how it works for us.
I kind of like it. You guys are a very like flowy type of team, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I do have one last question for you. You know, you said that this is going to be the last hurrah for you guys as a squad, but you know what's next for everybody? Are you guys going to continue to play Valorant together? You know, try and maybe enter into some other types of tournaments, or like what's next for the squad?
Well, everybody individually, I can't speak for. For myself, I think I'm taking a break from collegiate, but I will be competing in like other tier 2, tier 3 events. But like I said, I can't speak for everybody else, but I do want to say something. I loved playing with all my teammates for the time being, and it was a great time, and I appreciate every single one of them. It was great. Rep OC.
Fantastic. We love to see it. So before we close things out on this interview, do you have any shout outs or any thank yous you would like to give out?
Absolutely. Shout out Lucas, our director of OC Esports. He was awesome. Shout out my whole team. Shout out everybody watching. Appreciate you guys, my friends at home, my friends, you know. Thank you all. Thank you guys for casting, making it great. It was awesome.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, big congratulations to you guys, and we can't wait to see you in some of those other tournaments that are going to be going on. But soak in the victory today because you guys earned it.
Appreciate it.
Okay, and just like that, this is going to be the end of the broadcast. Once again, OC Esports closing it out, winning it all 3-0. A little bit scrappy at some points there, but you know what? They came out on top. The score number, that's what matters at the end of the day, right, Orbital?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're flowing, if you're riding, if you're cruising, you don't have control. You're riding the waves up and you're riding the waves down. And sometimes those downs hit a little bit harder than I think they would really enjoy. So I loved every single moment of it. And I hope to see, you know, he said he's not sure of the future. I hope it is shining. It is bright wherever they go because he has the attitude that any team would want.
Absolutely. And with that, that is going to be the end of NECC for the Nationals. We've gone through all of our matches of the time and figured out all of the winners, and that is going to round out the season. Tonight, this has been casted by myself, Marks, alongside Orbital, and we've been observed by Carolyn Shaw, and of course, we've got Storm Warrior on our production as well. But Orbital, this is the end. You got any final words for us before we end things?
Yeah, I mean, for Valorant side, we are done, and I loved every single moment of it. It was great casting with you as well. There's more action for NECC as well throughout the week. This is just Valorant to start. I believe tomorrow is Rainbow Six Siege. We'll be covering their nationals, and then Thursday will be League of Legends, and then following through will be, I want to say, Overwatch 2, and then on the Saturday will actually be Rocket. I mean, there's so much more, but Valorant is over. I'm sad. I'm going to be excited for next season as well because there's even more collegiate play, but this has been an amazing season to cover.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure being able to cast for you guys. And you know what? Yeah, NECC, they've got all these other games as well. But if you're here and you're a Valorant head, then we're excited to see you next season as well. Because as you can imagine, competition only going to get more fierce. So that ends things out for tonight. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And we'll catch you around next season or on some other broadcast for some of those other games. Have a good night, everybody.